Hello! We're excited to tell you that we now have a membership plan for you.
If you are interested, click on the link in the descriptions box.
If you like this video, please click on the like button and make a comment below so the video would get more views.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get the next series or the next episodes.
The second prince looked out and saw countless shells raining down, but also countless counter-missiles intercepting them midair, exploding before they could hit. The interception was a success. As a royal, the second prince had studied military tactics. He was shocked. That's old Yi's interceptor missile defense system. How is it helping us? And wasn't that system originally a Dongfeng model found in the desert with a Chinese manual? A servant gasped, "Does this have something to do with the Huaxia team? Did they do this?" The whole sea was filled with the sounds of missile barrages, one side attacking, the other defending. The interception rate was about 80%, already impressive. Of course, internationally, that's still a bit low. In America, the interception rate is 90 to 95%, while Huaxia's Patriot system is 100%. Boom, boom, boom. A few unlucky warships were hit and sank. The second prince let out a long breath. He'd survived, but before he could relax, the door by the window burst open. The woman who'd fed his lion ox to her chicken yesterday walked in. "Why you? What do you want?" The butler immediately drew a gun, but was subdued before he could act. Jingshu brushed the dust off her clothes, kicked away a few clumps of corpse bugs at her feet, and signaled for Tank and the others to take control of the warship, nodding in satisfaction. The second prince's ship wasn't just any warship. It was the flagship, the biggest and best, and surely worth the most contribution points. What do we want? Isn't it obvious? "Please, let me escort you home." "Escort me home?" The second prince's eyes were filled with suspicion and unease. He was clearly still shaken, unable to recover from the trauma of the recent missile attack. He hadn't quite processed what was happening. Jingshu smiled sweetly, let out a satisfied sigh, and sank into the luxurious semi-reclining sofa. City folks really know how to enjoy life. I wonder how much contribution value I'd have to pay if I don't turn this warship in. That's right. Just a moment ago, Jingshu had been thinking about exchanging all these warships for contribution points. But now that she'd actually boarded this one, she realized it wasn't just the Dubai royal family's flagship, it was extravagantly decorated beyond belief. Not only was it equipped with a full array of advanced weaponry, it even had submarines, helicopters, a runway for fighter jets, and a full displacement of over 10,000 tons, second only to an aircraft carrier. It even had a missile launcher. The only problem was, there were no missiles at the moment. Apparently, Dubai had bought this thing from the Russians, but after the apocalypse, negotiations fell through, so the Russians refused to sell them any ammo. As a result, this warship, second only to an aircraft carrier, was basically just an empty shell. Jingshu had learned from the well-informed Yang Yang that this heavyweight beast cost at least $1 billion to build. Not only was the hardware impressive, the interior was even more luxurious. Later on, the royal family had remodeled it again, turning it into not just a warship, but a comprehensive, ultra-luxurious cruise battleship. Jingshu was already imagining that, in the future, if she wanted to go on vacation, she could bring the whole family aboard the ship, safe, secure, ridiculously comfortable, and incredibly cool. Of course, there was one downside: maintenance was expensive, and fuel was even pricier. Just taking it out for a spin would cost several tons of fuel as a starting point. But then again, it's not like we don't have a bunch of mud mermaids. Why bother burning fuel? Can't we just have the mud mermaids push us along? After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Jingshu decided to keep this main flagship for her own use and turn in all the other warships for contribution points. Turn around, head back to the Dubai coast. And so, the second prince, who had set out in grand style to chase someone down, ended up being hunted himself, rescued, and then escorted right back to the Dubai coast. 2 hours later, the warship stopped at a hidden spot offshore. The second prince was put onto a speedboat, personally escorted by Jing Shu to the shore, close enough to see the Burj Al Arab Hotel. Then Jing Shu had the mud mermaids form layers of protection, escorting the second prince all the way back to the hotel. When the second prince had set out, he'd been accompanied by dozens of warships. Now he returned empty-handed. He wandered back to the Burj Al Arab in a daze, then suddenly burst into tears. Everything was gone. Those devils from China. We must capture those Chinese. No, damn it, I almost got killed. Meanwhile, Jing Shu and her team took the flagship and quietly retreated into the sea, hiding their achievements and names. When Jing Shu rejoined the main group, sure enough, all 100 warships had already been divvied up among her companions. Her own team, with the help of the Mud Mermaids and Green Giants, had only managed to snatch 5 medium-sized warships. The rest had all been claimed. Except for 2 unlucky ships that had been hit and sunk, the rest were almost completely intact. The bodyguards of the China Dream Team were all ability users. Some used illusions to knock everyone out, others snuck aboard and took people out without anyone noticing. In short, everyone showed off their unique skills, holding nothing back for fear of falling behind. In just a few hours, all the warships had been consolidated into their own fleet, engines roaring as they sped away from the area. Back on the official flagship, as everyone tallied up their spoils, De Huangya cursed from the side. Who would have thought you, a toothless gambler, would finally show your true colors at a time like this? You bastard. Jing Shu laughed and asked, come on, Mr. Gambler is at least an A-rank ability user. What did he do to make you so mad? The gambler was missing 2 gold teeth. Jing Shu guessed it probably had something to do with his powers. De Huangya said, I sent over 100 zombies to sneak in and only managed to claim 5 warships. But this bastard, I don't know what ability he used, but he actually made 10 warships steer themselves away from the battle and obediently join our fleet. He snatched the rights to 10 ships in one go. That's millions of contribution points right there. The more he spoke, the more upset he got. The Macau gambler just smiled. Even though he'd sacrificed 2 gold teeth as offerings to use his ability, he'd won big this round. Everyone was present, and this time, there were no casualties. The mood was high. No one had expected that, just as they were about to head home, they'd score such a huge haul. Yang Yang stood in the conference center, microphone in hand. Ahem, everyone quiet down. The statisticians are calculating everyone's contribution points. Although there are 100 warships, each one is different in size and damage, so we'll need to appraise them before finalizing the numbers. Also, we really have to thank Old E for his long-range missile support. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Of course, Old E had his own motives, so it was mutually beneficial. Most importantly, Old E has now gotten into it with Dubai, so they're too busy to bother with us. This is our best chance to retreat. As he spoke, he looked over at Jing Shu. Jing Shu immediately stood up and said, Don't worry, I've already sent the second prince back safely. Next up, it should be the current queen and the first prince tearing into each other. A big battle for the throne is about to break out. Plus, Old E has joined the fray, ready to fish in troubled waters. So, there's nothing left for us to do. With that, everyone started chuckling. Heaven is truly on our side. After all, they'd just snatched over 100 warships. Normally, the other side would never let that slide. Those ships had cost them a fortune over the years. But now, with the royal family embroiled in civil war and Old E stirring the pot, no one was paying attention to the Chinese anymore. So, even though this time the Chinese were loaded with all kinds of goods, richer than ever before, and had over 100 warships as escorts, it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to mess with them. Dividing up the spoils and announcing contribution points was always the Chinese team's favorite part. No one was in a rush. They let the statisticians and scorers work for half a day before everything was tallied up. It was dinner time again, and today was a day worth celebrating. Old Zhou took the lead and spent 30,000 contribution points to buy over 100 fat black fish from Jing Shu's all-purpose sea vessel. Using the leftover spicy hot pot broth from last time, they whipped up another round of spicy black fish slices. Everyone crowded into the meeting room, happily eating the boneless, spicy fish hot pot, carefully picking out the green peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings to save for next time. Even the fresh and numbing broth was rationed. Each person only got a spoonful, no more. The head chef was stingy. "We need to save this broth for next time. Just one spoonful each." Everyone was a bit disappointed. Some squatted in the corner, others sat on the conference table, savoring rice soaked in the broth. One bite, and the flavor was so fresh, spicy, and numbing it made your teeth tingle. "The results are in. Let me announce them," Yang said, and the whole room quieted down, ears perked up. It was just like back in school when the teacher read out the test scores. Macau gamblers, after evaluating all the warships, total reward is 1.3 million contribution points. Gasp. Everyone else sucked in a breath. The Macau gamblers had only earned a little over 200,000 contribution points in the past few months, and now, in just one go, they'd gotten 1.3 million. Incredible. Eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Xiangxi Corp's drivers. Total reward is 550,000 contribution points. Big Yellow Teeth grinned, already calculating how many energy crystals and energy medicines he could exchange for, and how much he could get for Situ Xiaoya and the villagers. The rest could be traded for loads of food. So satisfying. One by one, the results were read out. Everyone got at least around 200,000 contribution points. After all, each warship cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars back in the day, and their strategic value was still immense. Hey, how come there's nothing for Captain Jingshu? Yeah, even though Captain Jingshu only got a few warships, her main ship is practically an aircraft carrier compared to the ones I got, which are just a few thousand tons. That one alone should be worth at least 1 million contribution points. And the others she got are all big ships too. Everyone looked at Yang. It feels weird that Captain Jingshu isn't on the list. Yeah, where's her data? Yang coughed. Jingshu, this time you actually owe 300,000 contribution points. Huh? What's going on? Why? Yang looked at Jingshu. This was a private matter, so it was up to her if she wanted to explain. Jingshu thought about it and decided to come clean. After all, this was a rare chance to acquire something through official channels. So she said, "No need to ask, everyone. I had my eye on that main ship, so I requested to use almost 2 million contribution points from this haul to buy it from the organization. I still had to make up a shortfall of 300,000. Whoa. Damn, while the rest of us just hand over our spoils, Boss Jingshu, you actually bought yours. That's badass. Just like that, you spent 300,000 contribution points? Must be nice to be rich. 300,000 contribution points, no amount of virtual currency could buy that." Captain Jingshu basically spent tens of millions in virtual currency to buy a warship. But hey, it was basically a windfall anyway. Captain Jingshu just has the means. After the initial shock, everyone quickly accepted that Jingshu now owned an aircraft carrier class warship. They forgot one thing, though. Strategic weapons like this were always tightly controlled from above. If it weren't for old Zhou's high-level authority, there's no way he could have approved letting Jingshu get the ship for just 300,000 more contribution points. Even though Jingshu had captured the ship herself, it was only because she had powerful backing and was part of China's network that she even had the chance. According to the rules, Jingshu should have handed over the spoils and received 1 million contribution points. That's right. A warship nearly at the aircraft carrier level was worth that much. But Jingshu wanted to buy it, and the thing cost at least $1 billion to build. So after handing over her other big ships, she only had to make up 300,000 to buy it. Old Zhou was basically giving her a half-price deal. Otherwise, even with money, ordinary people couldn't buy one. Jingshu had even joked with Old Zhou at the time. "Old Zhou, I'll buy out your goji berry 8 treasure tea for life." Old Zhou just shook his head and laughed. "Trying to bribe me, are you? I'll file a report and make this all official. After all, you're due for a first-class merit award this time. Asking for this as a reward is no problem for someone with a first-class merit. Getting such a luxurious warship for free, Jingshu naturally moved from the ferry into the battleship. Right now, Jingshu isn't short on money or supplies. The only thing she's been missing is a truly formidable armed warship. Who knows what the apocalypse will bring in the future? If there are more natural disasters like tsunamis and the world turns into a vast ocean, then a flagship like this, made for the sea, will be absolutely essential. Not only is it armed to the teeth, but the key thing is that it's extravagantly decorated and incredibly comfortable to live in. The whole family could move into this flagship that's as big as a football field. Who knows, maybe in a couple of years when they head back to Wuching, they won't need to live in RVs on the road anymore. They could just take this flagship all the way home. Just look at the flight deck where planes can take off and land. It's so huge. Grandma Jing will definitely want to plant some vegetables and fruits there, and the fenced-off areas could be used to put up grape trellises or grow cucumbers and winter melons. Any kind of vine plant would work. When Jingshu moved all her belongings onto this nearly aircraft carrier-sized flagship, she finally got to explore it in detail and started making further plans. Just thinking about spending the days ahead traveling back to China on such a luxurious flagship made her feel like the future was full of promise. What a thrill. The more I look at it, the more I realize it's on a whole different level from my old ferry. Back then, I thought a ferry the size of a football field was already impressive, but after the royal family's renovations, the entire flagship's class has been elevated. Let's start with the software and appearance of the two ships. This flagship is about the same size as the old ferry. Both are as big as a football field. But the ferry had 6 floors above deck and 2 more below, with over 300 rooms, a huge restaurant on the 4th floor, a banquet hall on the 5th, and so on. Before the apocalypse, the ferry was a 5-star cruise ship. The environment was decent. But after all these years, the equipment has aged, and no matter how much Jingshu tried to renovate it, she couldn't restore it to its former glory. The cruise ship's advantage was its hotel-style layout, with lots of rooms mainly for people to live in, plus banquet halls and restaurants. The downside was that each room was tiny, which is why Jingshu ended up taking over the entire 4th floor. Over 1,000 square meters, and turning it into a massive open-plan suite. But this flagship is completely different. It also has 6 floors, but the functions are totally different. The top 2 floors, the 6th and 5th, are entirely dedicated to armed turrets and various weapons, as well as weapon prep rooms, the central control station, storage for ammunition, spare parts, fuel, and other supplies. Standing on the deck, Jingshu looked up and saw several massive turrets towering above, looking fierce and intimidating, along with missile launchers. The whole ship was fully armed. Oh, except there aren't actually any missiles on board, but that's not a big deal. The flight deck has several electromagnetic catapult control rooms and space for more than a dozen planes and helicopters. Of course, there aren't any aircraft on board at the moment, though Jingshu does have a fighter jet she bought at a sky-high auction price years ago. The ship's systems are fully networked and computerized, making it highly automated and reducing the manpower needed. Still, it would take at least several dozen to 100 people to run it. Right now, even though the mud mermaids are pushing it along, if anything happens in the future, it'll need to operate properly, so Jingshu needs to start training her own people, her soldier brothers, to run the ship. The flagship's 3rd floor has a small hospital, cafeteria, library, and other basic living facilities, plus entertainment options like a gym and a movie theater. The main living and leisure areas are on the 2nd and 1st floors, each over 1,500 square meters, which the royal family completely remodeled into private luxury residential spaces. Just laying down that thick, soft real wool carpet throughout must have cost a fortune. Before the apocalypse, this kind of carpet in Dubai went for thousands of dollars per meter. Jingshu entered the elevator from the deck and took a look at her future bedroom. The 1st floor is like a reception area, entertainment zone, and office space, decorated in a style that blends Dubai's Islamic castle features with modern luxury. There's even an indoor swimming pool, covering nearly 200 square meters. Jingshu fell silent for a moment, thinking, When Grandma Jing sees such a huge pool taking up so much space, what will she do with it? She'll probably use it to raise fish and shrimp. As for actually swimming in it? No way, that would be a waste of resources. Grandma Jing would definitely complain about it all day long. I might as well enjoy a good swim before it gets converted. The pool uses an advanced purification and disinfection system. Who knows if it'll work for raising fish later on. Not far from the pool is a spacious living room. Actually, it's more like a grand hall, the kind where your voice echoes when you speak. Walking on the soft carpet, there's a main reception hall, designed for formal meetings and able to hold over 100 people, and a secondary lounge, focused on luxury and elegance. With U-shaped sofas that seat 3 people each and a giant projection screen in the middle. Jingshu thought she could turn the main reception hall into a storage supermarket for all her supplies, install supermarket-style shelves, and have Grandpa Jing remodel it to look nice. Then, whenever she was tired or in a bad mood, she could push a shopping cart around her own living room, picking out whatever she wanted, just like shopping in a supermarket. Past the 2 reception halls, there were several dining rooms. Jingshu was a little excited as she stepped forward to see if there was any food in the dining hall, but she was left disappointed. After this main ship had been refitted, it seemed it was rarely used. Besides the food in the second prince's fridge, which was quite a lot, the quality was just so for someone like Jingshu nowadays. There were also some of the beers and local specialty foods she had auctioned off yesterday. Jingshu didn't get upset. She thought for a moment and said, "Black Egg, this is going to be where your master, that's me, will be living for at least a month. Go ahead and spread out your branches." In the blink of an eye, Black Egg extended numerous branches, starting from the swimming pool and winding all around the place. The smell in the air was getting worse and worse. At this point, Jingshu couldn't stand it without Black Egg. She'd feel like throwing up. So, the very first thing she did upon arriving was to close the door and release Black Egg. And you know what? Seriously, you know what? In the spiritual field inside her space, Black Egg had already claimed a full 2 cubic meters for itself, its roots and rhizomes filling it completely. Then, after leaving the spiritual field, it started spreading madly in all directions, invading the surrounding spiritual fields and even expanding into other spaces. And even then, there was still plenty of room for it to keep growing upwards. Everyone knew about Jingshu's magical space and its spiritual fields. Though each field was only 1 cubic meter, all 6 sides could be used for planting. What's more, only the area inside the field counted towards the limit. Anything growing above it didn't count against the space. That's how she could grow apple trees and even coconut trees over 30 meters tall. Planting Black Egg there was an absolute win. Jingshu felt like she'd gotten a massive bargain, soaking up who knows how much spiritual spring water from the fields. When Black Egg grew in ordinary soil, it would only slowly get bigger over a few days, eventually becoming larger than a house. But when it grew in the spiritual field, oh boy. In just a few days, it had become a towering giant, bigger than a 1,000-year-old tree, blocking out the sky. If not for the roots being limited to 2 cubic meters, the trunk alone would be 4 or 5 meters in diameter, and the tree itself was already 70 or 80 meters tall, spreading out in all directions like a colossal ancient tree. Now, after a few days of training, Black Egg had gotten smarter. Every day, it would harvest ripe vegetables from the spiritual field and store them in the space. It would also drive the bees out of the hive to pollinate and collect honey. Originally, the bees only went out to collect honey every other day, but now, thanks to Black Egg, they had to go out twice a day. Yields of vegetables, fruits, and other crops in the spiritual field had increased by 30% because Jingshu often missed the optimal harvest time, leaving things hanging on the vine, but Black Egg never did. Black Egg was like a precision bot from those old QQ farm games, harvesting crops the moment they ripened, allowing the plants to keep producing. It could even replant immediately, greatly improving efficiency. Jingshu was absolutely delighted with it. Of course, the livestock in the space. Cows, sows, sheep, and so on still needed Jingshu to milk them and provide postnatal care, but she was teaching Black Egg about that too. Back to the main ship. Even with Black Egg's branches winding all over it, it didn't harm its massive body in the slightest. After several days of experiments and data collection, Jingshu had figured out the optimal quantity and ratio. For example, if she cut off Black Egg's branches and left them alone over the next month or so, they would slowly disappear as they purified the foul air. But if she placed a bottle of diluted spiritual spring water at the tip, the branches wouldn't fade away. They could keep purifying the air. So now she had both disposable and long-lasting air purification items. At home, of course, she'd use the long-lasting ones. For selling, she'd offer the disposable kind. By the way, during her days of data testing, she'd already given these to everyone in the China team. Some crafty people even made bracelets and anklets out of them, which were very useful to wear. Now, she was having her people on the ship make more of these little gadgets to give to the bodyguards of the China team. Back then, De Huangya was amazed. Given how Jingshu would even charge a few contribution points for a gas mask, it was truly surprising that she was giving these away for free. But he still accepted them. Jing girl, anything you give away will come back to you tenfold in value. Jingshu waved her hand. No, it's just that this is a little gadget I've newly developed. If everyone wears it, it can purify the air. Once we're back in China, you can help me spread the word about it. Honestly, Jingshu, this thing is nice and all, but even if the air smells a bit bad, who would actually buy it? Yeah, maybe rich people would buy it, but rough guys like me would rather buy more beer and cigarettes than this. After all, you get used to the stink after a while. Exactly. But women like Zhou Mengao were absolutely thrilled and said to Jingshu, Captain Jingshu, could you add some other pleasant scents to this? Like mint, peach blossom, or rose. If it not only purified the air but also smelled nice, that would be perfect. Jingshu's eyes lit up. Oh dear, how could she have forgotten about this? Even in the apocalypse, wealthy young ladies still want to smell good. She said, Mengao, if it were you, how much virtual currency would you be willing to spend for a scented one? Zhou Mengao thought for a moment and replied, thanks to my abilities over the years, my family's done pretty well. We've earned a lot, and our contribution points can be exchanged for plenty of good stuff. So spending 30,000 to 50,000 virtual coins a month is no problem for me. Of course, for things like this, I'd be willing to spend up to 10,000 virtual coins a month, no more than that. Jingshu nodded. Zhou Mengao was definitely considered wealthy. The regular Black Egg couldn't be priced too high, but if it really had a perfume scent, then pricing a month's supply at around 10,000 virtual coins would be acceptable for the upper class. But roses and mint were rare commodities these days. If she started growing them again just to extract essential oils for fragrance, then the scented Black Egg stick. What price should she set for it? Since the idea had come to her, Jingshu got to work. In her spiritual spring space, roses and mint matured in just a few days. Besides those, she also looked for other ways to make homemade perfumes. For example, she already had lavender in her space, so she made lavender essential oil. Lavender was cheaper to produce than roses, and its scent was stronger. Just a little soaking was enough for the Black Egg stick to absorb it and then release the fragrance for a long time. There was also orange leaf tincture, and dried orange and grapefruit peels could be added too. But all of these required a certain amount of medical-grade alcohol. And alcohol was considered a strategic medical resource. Jingshu had managed to get a good amount from Dyla this time, but the problem was, its value was sky-high these days. After tinkering for more than 10 days, Jingshu came up with over a dozen different perfume scents. When combined with the all-natural Black Egg, they produced a wonderfully pleasant aroma. If I wanted to sell this, I could, but the cost is just too high. Jingshu shook her head and finally decided that the scented Black Egg sticks would be released only as a luxury item in limited quantities. Otherwise, just the cost of the alcohol for making the perfume would make a small bottle more expensive than the Black Egg itself. So, her initial pricing was that the scented purification sticks would be 10 to 50 times more expensive than the regular ones. On the way back, the Huaxia team traveled a bit slower, but the journey was incredibly smooth. The 20-person security team took turns patrolling, but they couldn't find any trouble even if they wanted to. Even when they ran into the Huaxia team, let alone pirates, even regular merchant ships would flee as far as they could. After all, more than a dozen neighboring countries had received the message. The terrifying Huaxia people are heading home with over 100 warships. The pirates were so scared they were trembling in their boots, not daring to leave port. All in all, the journey was extremely smooth, and the Huaxia team didn't want any trouble either. With so many supplies, they just wanted to get home as soon as possible. So, once Jingshu had some free time, she got busy again. Over the past few months, there were just too many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep in her space. After slaughtering a batch, she started making cured duck, smoked chicken, smoked rabbit, sausages, roast chicken, cured meat, smoked ham, and so on. After all, once they got home, it would be almost New Year's, the perfect time to stock up for the holidays. Speaking of New Year's supplies, she just happened to have a lot of things in her space that couldn't be brought out in the open. Now, after a trip to the Middle East, she could finally take them out. It really hadn't been easy. Also, this year for New Year's, Jingshu wanted to take her family on a trip. Her grandparents were getting old, and it was time for them to see a bit of the world. She wondered how her family back home was doing. Now, she felt a surge of joy and pride at the thought of returning in triumph. She also wondered what kind of commendation she'd receive from above this time. Everyone in the Jing family was still busy. Life wasn't easy for anyone in the apocalypse. Even though the Jing family's financial situation had improved, everyone still had their own things to do and their own worries. Old man, old Jing's grandson is getting married. Stop fiddling with your carpentry and let's go, time for the banquet. Grandma Jing pulled Grandpa Jing along, dissatisfied. Grandpa Jing was reluctant. My granddaughter's coming home soon. She said she needs some new wooden frames. I have to get them ready, or you'll have to go by yourself. Nonsense. Old Jing's family is giving 2 jean of meat, 2 jean of beans, and a jean of sugar as gifts. With such expensive presents, how can you not go eat? Otherwise, we'd be losing out. Grandma Jing had it all calculated. Even though it was the apocalypse and life was a bit better now, social obligations couldn't be avoided. If someone gave her a gift, she'd have to give something back, maybe even more. Old Jing's family was one of the wealthy families in the neighborhood. When they first arrived, they'd helped out a lot, so now she couldn't skimp on the return gift. Grandma Jing always preferred to give a little extra, never less. But giving gifts was one thing. She didn't want others to lose out, but she didn't want to lose out herself either. Some people would bring their whole family, sons, grandsons, granddaughters-in-law, to the banquet, but as a Libra, she wanted everything fair and square. Just the 2 of them would go. Grandpa Jing still didn't want to go. Just then, Wu Yuei came home from work. Lately, she'd been working with her mentor, Zhu Zhuhua, on research into infinite gene amplification in new biological species, so she'd put off a lot of other work. Finally getting a half-day off, Grandma Jing spotted her granddaughter and immediately said, Yuei, come with me to the banquet. Old Jing's family always has good stuff. Wu Yuei half closed her eyes, yawning, Grandma, I want to sleep. Grandma Jing sighed. The Zhang family's grandson is already married. The Lu family's granddaughter married that little manager at the Power Grid Bureau, and the Xia family's grandson's kid is already 3 and helping out at home. But look at my family, everyone's over 30 and still not married. Are you all planning to turn into rocks? Day after day, all I do is give out wedding gifts. Who knows how much I've given away by now? I don't even know if I'll ever get any of it back in my lifetime. When you get old, maybe I'll have to wait until I'm gone before. Wu Yuei immediately said, Grandma, I'll go with you. I can eat. I'll definitely eat more than Grandpa did, and I'll make sure you get your money's worth. If only one person goes to the banquet, wouldn't that be a total loss? Only then did Grandma Jing smile and nod. Jingshu is coming back soon too. It's about time we talked about your marriage to that young man. You're both over 30 already. Why not get it done before the new year? Grandma Jing kept nagging, and before leaving, she grumbled as she grabbed a few brand new gas masks. The Jing family now kept all kinds of air purifiers running around the clock, but there was still a lingering stench in the house. At first, Grandma Jing said not to waste electricity, so what if it stinks a little? Back in the day, the pigsties and outhouses were even worse. But later, quite a few people died from poisoning because of the foul air. It was all over the news. Everyone was told to wear masks and filter out the toxic gases, or it'd be dangerous. So, Grandma Jing immediately agreed to keep the air conditioning and purifiers on 24/7. She figured, at her age, so what if it costs a bit more in electricity? No point risking her life over a little money. Because of all this, the mask factory that her granddaughter Jing Shu started a few days ago suddenly became a hit. Masks were now in short supply. Grandma Jing handed a gas mask to the still lazy Wu Yuai, and the two of them rode their mini green giant to the banquet. On the way, Grandma Jing cursed the profiteers. Your sister's masks have always been 1 virtual coin each since the beginning, but I heard in other places the price has gone up to 3 or 4 coins. Wu Yuai put on her gas mask and mumbled a few responses, humoring Grandma Jing. Yeah, Grandma, but those people won't get away with it for long. The authorities are cracking down hard these days. Anyone who dares to hike up prices now will be shut down for sure. Grandma Jing clutched all the wedding gifts she'd prepared, her heart aching at the thought. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. When would she ever get back all the gifts she'd given out? And you, girl, that Chujuahua boy has been waiting quietly for years. We finally pushed you two together. Are you planning to just keep dragging this out forever? Why not invite him over in a few days? Let's settle the bride price, dowry, whether there's a new house, whether to hold a banquet, what kind of banquet, get it all clear. You can't just muddle through like this. Wu Yuai's ears were calloused from hearing this over and over. She couldn't help but miss her number 1 human shield, her younger sister Jing Shu. Why wasn't she back yet? She'd only just made things official with her advisor, and now her family was already pushing her to get married. Her advisor had also hinted at wanting to take things further, but Wu Yuai preferred to let things develop naturally. But come to think of it, that Jing Shu girl, she doesn't even have a single decent male friend, so why isn't the family pressuring her? Why is it always me? Wu Yuai sighed inwardly, but didn't dare show it on her face. Just as she was wondering when Jing Shu would come back, a commotion broke out in the distance. Wu Yuai rolled down the green giant's window and stuck her head out to see what was going on, but Grandma Jing tugged at her, saying, "Come on, let's go. The wedding banquet's about to start." But the noise drifted over anyway. "Come quick, there are so many cruise ships and warships docked at the South Sea port." Wow, I think there's even an aircraft carrier. You're kidding, aircraft carriers are strategic assets. There's no way they dock at a civilian port. It's true. I heard it's privately owned, came all the way back from the Middle East, and they're unloading cargo right now. But the port's been temporarily sealed off. I heard there's some kind of classified cargo. Let's go check it out anyway. Tons of reporters are there. Some say they shipped back over 100 tankers of oil from overseas. They're going to announce the good news to lift everyone's spirits. When Grandma Jing heard that, she exclaimed and pulled Wu Yuai, urging the green giant to head straight for the port. Good thing the green giant was fast, could go 100 miles on just a little food. If they'd gone on foot, who knows how long it would have taken Grandma Jing to get there. The port was indeed sealed off, with crowds of onlookers outside. As soon as the green giant reached the gate, Grandma Jing craned her neck, trying to spot the massive ships inside, wondering if her own granddaughter was on one of them. "Hey, old lady, what are you looking at? This area's been requisitioned and is temporarily closed off. You can watch from outside the barrier, but you can't cross the railing, okay?" The security uncle in charge of the perimeter held a baton, tossing any corpse bugs that jumped ashore back into the water while keeping the crowd at bay. This was usually just a civilian dock, bustling with people coming and going. Ever since the people from Wuching migrated here, the corpse bugs that used to infest several kilometers of the South Sea docks have become scarce. There was no other way witching people needed to survive. Back then, collecting just 100 gene of corpse bugs as fuel would earn you 1 virtual coin. With over 100,000 people arriving, it took only a month to dig up and clear out all the corpse bugs that had plagued the entire South Sea. At first, the authorities just wanted to use the corpse bugs as fuel. But with the witching people producing so much, they ended up selling a batch as well. Several thousand tons of fuel sold for only a few 100,000 virtual coins. The shipping tycoons felt like they were making money for nothing, so they went all out and wiped out the corpse bugs in the South Sea. Honestly, anything that comes to China, even if it's just a bit useful, will end up becoming a rare, protected species. With fewer corpse bugs, the town government built a lot of new buildings, making the docks livelier than ever. Grandma Jing gazed at the huge ships in the distance, a hint of envy in her eyes. She'd lived most of her life and barely had a chance to ride a ship. The last time she did was half a year ago, from Wuching's Zhangjiang dock to the South Sea dock, a trip that lasted only half an hour. But it was quite fun. Grandma Jing said, "My granddaughter might be on one of those ships. We're not going over, just waiting here for her." As she spoke, she unconsciously straightened her back. The security guard was a bit surprised. "Why don't you give her a call?" "The fleet might be leaving soon. They won't be stopping here for long." Or maybe you've got it wrong. The people on those ships are all organized by the authorities, off on secret missions. Most of them aren't from around here. Grandma Jing sighed. "No one's been picking up. She's probably busy." "It's fine, we'll just wait." Wu Yuai checked the time and thought, "Well, looks like there's no banquet for me today." The onlookers, all wearing masks, still whispered among themselves. "Is it true? Does this old lady really have a granddaughter on that ship? Sounds like she's bragging. Didn't you hear? The people on those ships are all big shots, going abroad on missions. The ships are just passing through. If it were true, someone would have come down to get her already. No way they'd let her wait here." Grandma Jing ignored them. She wasn't sure herself, but figured the fleet returning from the Middle East should be this one, right? Just then, the other ships sounded their horns and continued on, leaving behind a massive aircraft carrier. With fewer ships around, the giant carrier stood out, its menacing gun barrels gleaming coldly even from a distance. There was also a layer of laser-like lights sweeping around, making everyone feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Whoa, is that an aircraft carrier? That's insane. It's way cooler than that 5-star ferry we took before. So awesome! Quick, take more photos and post them online. Click, click. At that moment, the little green giant next to Grandma Jing started trembling, almost like it had gone crazy. "Hey, old lady, what's up with your ride? Is it dangerous? If it is, you'd better move away from the crowd. By the way, the green giant buses we've seen before are all big ones that seat a dozen people. Why is yours a mini version? Looks way fancier too." As they spoke, a much larger green giant came charging down from the distant aircraft carrier. Before the crowd could react, a mountain-sized green giant appeared before them. The crowd grew restless. The green giant's door opened, and out stepped a young woman in crisp white sportswear, her figure graceful and full of energy. Her outfit was so fresh and spotless, it was hard to believe anyone in the apocalypse could keep clothes that clean. It was almost unimaginable here, where corpse bugs splattered mud everywhere, and just a few steps left you covered in muck. How did she keep her white sportswear so pristine? The most amazing thing was, in this air reeking of rotten eggs, as soon as the girl opened the door, a faint fragrance wafted out. Everywhere she walked, the scent followed, purifying the foul stench in the air. Jingshu first turned to the security guard. "Sorry, I'm here to pick up my family." The guard's jaw dropped. He mechanically turned his head, shocked that this ordinary-looking old lady was actually the grandmother of someone so important. Jingshu threw herself into Grandma Jing's arms, feeling the old woman's sturdy frame and finally relaxing. Smelling the familiar scent of celery on her, she knew it came from Grandma Jing feeding pigs and ducks, chopping vegetables, and mixing feed every day. Far from being put off, Jingshu felt a deep sense of nostalgia. This was the smell of home. How wonderful. Grandma, I missed you so much. Why'd you come to the docks? I was just about to come down and get you. Jingshu excitedly grabbed Grandma Jing's hand. She'd sensed the green giant was here, so she knew her grandma must be too. Grandma Jing spun Jingshu around twice, her eyes crinkling with joy. Weren't we going to Old Jing's for a banquet? Then I heard a ship was coming in, so I thought I'd take a look. Didn't expect it'd really be you coming home. Huh? Going to the banquet? So are you guys still going or not? I was just about to take you up on the ship for a look around. I brought you all kinds of stuff, but I haven't unloaded it yet. Anyway, I'm still technically on duty. We haven't finished the shift handover. I'll have to attend a meeting in a bit. You might have to wait on the ship for a while, Grandma. But if you get bored, I can have the ship take you for a spin, just for fun. Jingshu chattered away, not even noticing the crowd that had gathered around her. But the people nearby were all staring in shock. Those who'd been standing closest instinctively stepped back a bit, afraid they'd dirty her white tracksuit. So, this ordinary-looking old lady really is with the people from that big ship? Whispers started up again. Didn't they say those ships weren't from here, and they'd all left? Yeah, but isn't there still that huge aircraft carrier left? Oh my god, are you saying this girl is actually crew on the carrier? Who is she? She's incredible. Didn't you hear her say she's still on duty? Besides, who can just go up on an aircraft carrier? If the girl herself can get on, that's already amazing. Could she really bring family too? Exactly. From what I know, missions like this on an aircraft carrier are top secret. Family members aren't allowed on board. She probably just means they'll look from the outside. Even if you could get on, could you really take the ship for a spin? That's just bragging. Do you know how much fuel that would waste, just for one person to look around? Meanwhile, Grandma Jing was grinning from ear to ear at her granddaughter. She turned to Wu Yuei and said, "Why don't you go give your wedding gift and come back? No need to go to the banquet." Wu Yuei immediately replied, "No, Grandma, we can't waste it like that. How about this? I'll go to the banquet and you go check out the ship. The gifts won't run away, and since we already gave them, we can't just not eat. That would be a waste." Grandma Jing nodded. "All right, Yuei, you go to the banquet. I'll go see the ship, and later your sister can show you around too." Wu Yuei made her escape relieved. Her little sister was finally back. Her shield had returned. She was so happy finally. She had some time to herself. After saying goodbye to Jingshu, Wu Yuei quickly hopped onto the green giant and sped off. But then she heard Grandma Jing shout behind her, "Wait, Yuei, go call that Chu boy to the banquet too. Can't waste 2 spots." She didn't say the last part, but Wu Yuei knew what her grandma meant, so she shouted back, "Got it, Grandma." She sighed. What could she do? Having a date at a wedding banquet didn't sound so bad. But Wu Yuei still hadn't switched out of student mode into girlfriend mode. She was socially anxious and never made phone calls, so she just sent a WeChat message, thinking, if my advisor is busy and doesn't see it, I can't be blamed. She messaged, "Advisor, are you there?" She checked the time. She and her advisor had stayed up late discussing research, so he was probably sleeping. The next second, he replied instantly. "Chuzhuahua? What's up?" Wu Yuei. She felt awkward after calling him advisor for so many years. Suddenly using his name felt strange. Shyly, she typed 2 characters. Zhuohua. Chuzhuahua, what's up? Want to go to the banquet together? Chuzhuahua, sure. Send me the location, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Wu Yuei. Her advisor was always so unpredictable. After sending the location, she couldn't help but ask, "Weren't you sleeping?" Chuzhuahua, I was. Wu Yuei wanted to ask, "Then how did you reply so fast?" That's not scientific. But in the end, she didn't. Instead, she said, "Forget it, I'll come find you. If we take the green giant, we'll be faster, otherwise we'll be late." Okay. Chuzhuahua rubbed his ear. He developed a little app so that any message or call from Wu Yuei would have an extra loud ringtone. He didn't want to miss a single message from her. Thinking of Wu Yuei's cute, silly face, he smiled, got up, and got dressed. Going to a banquet together? Sounds fun. On the other side, Jingshu was about to take Grandma Jing onto the ship to wait for her. Grandma Jing, hearing the whispers around her, finally hesitated and asked, "Shu, maybe I should just wait here? Wouldn't it be bad if the leaders saw me up there?" All the other big ships had left, and only that giant aircraft carrier was left on the water. If it was government property, you definitely couldn't just go on board. Jingshu laughed. "It's fine, Grandma." Then she leaned in and whispered, "It's ours. They gave it to me as a reward. We can go up whenever we want." Grandma Jing's eyes went wide. "Really? Really? Come on, you'll see for yourself." Jingshu took Grandma Jing onto the Green Giant, and they headed for the massive carrier. Whoa, that carrier is really hers. She can just go up like that. I told you, this girl is something else. She must be a big shot on the carrier. There are so many people in camo uniforms around the carrier. They must be high-ups. Are they really going to let them on? The security guards and onlookers watched as the Green Giant sped right up to the carrier. Someone was recording on their phone, zoomed in 10x, clearly capturing their figures. They really went up. Those people in camo even opened the door for the old lady. Wow, and they were so polite, they even applauded. Holy crap, look. The carrier is actually moving. It's really going. Isn't that amazing? Such a huge ship, and she can just take someone for a spin whenever she wants? That old lady is really lucky to have such a capable granddaughter. Regardless of how the onlookers behind them stared, gossiped, or looked on with envy and disbelief, Jingshu wasn't worried. This battleship was something she had legitimately earned, her military merit, so she wasn't afraid of exposing it. After bringing Grandma Jing aboard the aircraft carrier, the old lady's mouth simply wouldn't close. The sea breeze blew her silver hair around, but she just kept talking nonstop. "Girl, the view up here is just wonderful. And this sea breeze feels so nice. If only the ship could move a bit, that would be perfect." So Jingshu had her mud mermaids pull the carrier for a lap underground. As the massive ship started moving, Grandma Jing was startled. "Why is it moving?" "I was only joking. If you really took this thing for a spin, imagine how much fuel it would burn." Jingshu replied, "Grandma, there are those green giants and other things pushing it from below. It doesn't use any fuel. I'll take you for a ride to enjoy the scenery. I also need to handle some work later." The carrier started moving slowly. As Grandma Jing watched the dim scenery slide by, she was about to say something when her attention was caught by what was growing on the deck. Oh my goodness, are those plants growing on the ship? Heaven help us, who set up the grape trellis like that? Who grows loofah vines like this? And cucumbers? Who does it this way? Grandma Jing slapped her thigh. As an old farmer, she just couldn't stand to see crops mistreated. Jingshu, the culprit behind the grape trellis. She coughed awkwardly. All these grape trellises, loofah, winter melon, and so on were transplanted from Jingshu's space. In her space, they didn't need trellises, they climbed on their own. Jingshu remembered that back in her old home, there was a huge grape arbor in Grandma Jing's yard. Not just grapes, but also loofah, cucumber, and winter melon, all grown together. Grandpa Jing built the trellis by hand, and Grandma Jing took care of the daily maintenance. Every May or June, guests could just pick a tender little cucumber and take a crisp, sweet bite. The yard got a lot of sun, and the climbing cucumber flowers made for a beautiful canopy. Cucumbers matured in just 2 months. Very fast. By July and August, the grapes would ripen, hanging all over the yard. Anyone coming in the front gate would be in the sun, but under the grape arbor, it was naturally cool and shady. At that time, there were not only grapes but also flowering loofah and pumpkins. By September, the loofah and pumpkins would ripen. By November and December, the grapevines would wither, but the winter melons would be ready. On the grape arbor of the old house, it seemed like there was always fruit growing all year round, always lush and green, carrying the happy memories of Jingshu's childhood. That's why she wanted to set up grape arbors and plant loofah, cucumbers, and pumpkins around the mothership, both beautiful and edible. But that was the ideal. Once she actually transplanted them onto the deck's barriers, it looked a bit out of place. Jingshu hurried over and said, Hey, Grandma, I set this up. Since the ship is ours now, we'll be living on it when we travel, so I thought I'd get it ready in advance. If we put up grape arbors and such, we'll have fresh fruit to eat when we're out and about, right? Grandma Jing took a closer look. Even though it wasn't the right season, the seedlings were all healthy. She finally relaxed. I don't know where you found these seedlings, but they're all good. Still, it's the end of December, not the time for grafting. Don't let them flower too early, or you won't get good grapes next year. When we get back, have your grandpa build more trellises, and we'll set them up properly so the vines can climb and grow well. Jing Shu grinned. Grandma, then I'll leave the vegetable trellises on the ship to you and Grandpa. That's when Grandma Jing finally realized, girl, this huge ship, is it really ours? We can do whatever we want on it. Jing Shu nodded. Of course, Grandma. I earned it with my merits this time. It was given to me as a reward. I didn't spend a single cent, really. The whole ship is ours now, so we can do whatever we like. She really hadn't spent any money, just a hard-earned contribution of a few 100,000 points. Grandma Jing rubbed her hands, half worried and half excited. On one hand, she fretted about how much fuel such a big tiger would burn and whether they could afford to keep it running. On the other, she was so happy she could dance. A farmer's instincts never fade. Even in the apocalypse, food and clothing are most important, and growing crops is essential. No matter how wealthy the Jing family got, you can't just sit back and eat away your fortune. You still need to farm. So she followed Jing Shu's train of thought. You really can grow grapes and fruit on these trellises, but if the ship picks up speed, the wind might blow the fruit away. We should plant them somewhere sheltered, preferably at the stern, and use nets underneath. Jing Shu nodded and took note. Grandma Jing, hands behind her back, strode briskly in the sea breeze. Jing Shu had to jog to keep up. Grandma Jing kept nodding, saying it would be a shame to leave such a big deck empty. She pointed at a plastic track and asked, Girl, what's that? Why is there a sports field here? Jing Shu replied, Grandma, that's the runway for airplanes. It's where planes take off and land. Grandma Jing gave an "oh" and looked impressed, but she held back from saying more. She wondered, since her granddaughter brought home a ship, would she bring home an airplane next? It was Jing Shu who spoke up. Grandma, this runway really isn't much use to us. Our family won't need such a big landing strip for planes in the future. Let's think of a way to repurpose it. Keeping a plane was expensive anyway. She already had a helicopter, which was enough for emergencies. It was really a waste to leave the airstrip, as it was better to change it. Right? Grandma Jing perked up, excited. I think so too. Such a huge space, just wasted. That darn plane needs this whole area to take off and land, but we don't need it at all. I'll talk it over with your grandpa and see what we can do with it. We can't let it go to waste. And look at the ship, why is it so bare? Jing Shu stifled a laugh and added, This ship used to be a warship, for fighting. The real big spaces are all inside. Come on, there are 3 or 4 huge decks below, and 6 more above. As she led Grandma Jing further inside, Jing Shu asked, Grandma, how are the saplings I transplanted before I left? At this, Grandma Jing's expression turned odd. Girl, those saplings of yours really don't grow the way you young people say is scientific. Your grandpa and I have farmed for decades, but we've never seen saplings reach the height it should take 2 or 3 years to achieve in just half a year. And they're already about to bear fruit. It's the end of December. Have you ever seen fruit at this time of year? As she spoke, Grandma Jing muttered Buddhist and Taoist blessings, waving her hands as if to appease the gods. Anyway, you mustn't tell anyone about this. It must be our Jing family's ancestors blessing us. If word gets out, the luck will disappear, understand? Jing Shu held back her laughter and nodded. I understand, I really do. Sure enough, no one suspected her. Everyone just thought their ancestors were watching over them. After all, it was the apocalypse, strange things happened all the time. So what if their fruit trees bore fruit in half a year? She hadn't even been home during that time, so whatever happened, it had nothing to do with her. Jing Shu took Grandma Jing on another tour. When they reached the massive swimming pool, Grandma Jing's first comment was, "Oh my, what a huge pool. Such a waste. We should raise fish and shrimp in here. Just the other day, I was telling your grandpa that all our ponds at home are full. The fish and shrimp don't even know what to eat anymore. If we don't manage them every few months, they multiply out of control. May the ancestors forgive me for talking nonsense. Let's hope things keep growing like this." After half a year apart, Grandma Jing was even more amusing than before. Jingshu smiled, not mentioning that she'd left some diluted spiritual spring water behind before she left, even adding some to the family's water supply, just in case her grandparents got sick as they got older. Judging by how things were, Grandma and Grandpa Jing were still in great health, even looking younger than before. Even the fat hen was over 7 years old now. No one's old hen lived that long, yet theirs was still lively and energetic, showing no signs of age. Grandma Jing might not be well educated, but after touring the whole mothership, she had a pretty good grasp of things. She even had some ideas about how to renovate certain areas. She said she'd discuss it with Grandpa Jing and figure out what to plant, what to raise, and where to build greenhouses. With such a big ship and so much storage space, Grandma Jing figured they should set up more shelving. Even if they didn't use it later, it could serve as a mobile warehouse. After the tour, Jingshu had Zhang Yicheng take Grandma Jing to rest or explore some more. Jingshu herself left the mothership and headed to the 5th deck of her own cruise ship, which had been requisitioned by the authorities to host the evening's farewell party. This was the official send-off for the 20 bodyguard teams and Elder Zhou. It was called a meeting, but really, it was more like a wrap party and bonus distribution. The place was decorated with red streamers and balloons. Even with just these simple touches, the 1,000-square-meter cruise hall had the right festive vibe. Jingshu had arranged 2 rows of buffet tables, with rectangular tables set up in the spacious hall. Elder Zhou had spent 10,000 contribution points to throw this farewell party, encouraging everyone to eat and drink well before they parted ways. Jingshu accepted the contribution points and made sure to put on a good spread, using up a lot of leftover ingredients. Everyone just wanted to fill their bellies. There was no need for anything fancy. Even ordinary hybrid rice was a rare treat for them these days. With Chef Liang on board, even basic ingredients became delicious and beautifully presented. Regardless of what the bodyguards thought, Elder Zhou himself strolled through the buffet, hands behind his back, nodding in approval. The aroma, everything smelled amazing. Jingshu, you've turned a 10,000-point meal into something worth 50,000 points. Are you sure you won't lose out with this buffet? Elder Zhou asked, a little worried. This was real food, after all. In the apocalypse, if people really let themselves go, each person could easily eat 20 pounds or more. With hundreds of people, that was dozens of contribution points per person. Even if this was a 1,000-coin banquet by apocalypse standards, just the bowls of white rice alone were worth a lot. Not to mention all the meat. Jingshu rubbed her nose. Of course she couldn't say, hey, all this food was prepped before we set out to sea. Some of it's about to spoil, some is just at its expiration date, and as for the fish and seafood, the tanks were just too full to keep them any longer. There were also things like synthetic meat. Before she set sail, she'd taken quite a lot, and now there were still over 1,000 pieces left, thawed and refrozen. It wasn't really suitable to take them back again, so she decided to just put them out for the buffet. It was all leftover stuff she didn't want anymore, so it was the perfect way to use it up. But looking at the spread, it seemed incredibly lavish. There was a bit of everything. Yet the cost was extremely low, so exchanging it for 10,000 contribution points was a great deal. Ahem. Jingshu said, Elder Zhou, it's rare for everyone to have a farewell meal together. These past few months have been hard, and you've all looked after me a lot. These are just the last of what I have left, so I'm giving them all to everyone. It's only right, given our time together. You've gone to so much trouble, girl. Elder Zhou was touched. Look at this kid, bringing out all her last good ingredients for everyone. No, he'd have to make sure to write her up for extra merit later. After checking out the dishes, Elder Zhou was very satisfied. There was fish, meat, cold dishes, hot dishes, all kinds of rice porridge and soups, egg drop soup, sweet fermented rice soup, and even milk tea made with real tea and milk. Even in the apocalypse, this kind of spread was outrageously luxurious. Even he didn't always get to eat this well. Let's get started over there. With Elder Zhou's word, Yang Yang began the post-operation summary. He stood at the podium reading his report, while everyone below stared longingly at the steaming buffet trays, swallowing hard. Is he going to read for a whole hour? Who knows? Back at school, whenever our principal said he'd just say a few words, it always turned into 2 hours. Won't the food get cold? This is torture. After we hand over this mission, we'll all be heading home. Are you guys planning to keep working locally? Each province's ability user team is only a few dozen people, and the pay for missions is pretty good. Of course, I'll keep doing it. Honestly, I want to join Captain Jing Shu's team. She didn't even go back to get ingredients for today's buffet. These are all things she had before she left. You guys don't know, but the crew who went with her got 3 meals a day plus a snack. Yeah, but did you see how busy they were? Our private boat team had time to chat and goof off, but what were they doing? Rolling cigarettes, working out, brewing beer. When we went out to fight, our people just cheered from the back, but Jing Shu's people followed up to clean the battlefield. Even in the Saudi operation, they really put in the work. She pays well, but you have to work hard. If you really want to join Jing Shu's team, it might not be so easy. Sigh, true enough. After 3 minutes, Yang Yang couldn't keep reading. He glanced at Elder Zhou, who waved his hand, so Yang Yang shrugged. Forget it, let's eat first. We'll continue after everyone's had enough. All right. Whoosh. Everyone grabbed their bowls and lined up, starting at the head of the buffet and piling food into their bowls without even caring what it was. Everything just looked too delicious. Only after filling their bowls to the brim did they realize there were still a dozen dishes left untouched. Too bad they only got 1 bowl each, so everyone hurried back to wolf down their food. Delicious, absolutely amazing. For a moment, the whole banquet hall fell silent. No one was talking. The only sound was the enthusiastic munching and slurping. Luckily, this time there really was no limit. There was plenty for everyone. The bodyguard team were all new humans with abilities, and when they ate, they really went at it. Even the usually shy Zhang Lang polished off 3 big bowls, at least 10 pounds of food. Plenty of people ate 20 pounds or more. Jing Shu sat with Elder Zhou, Yang Yang, Zhang Lang, He Ying, and the other high-level members who'd participated in this operation, as well as Jia and Mama Haas. They ate pretty much the same food, except that Chef Liang had made them a special pot of spicy peppercorn fish. After finishing the fish, they'd throw in some veggies, meat slices, and luncheon meatballs, absolutely delicious. Speaking of Zhang Lang, Elder Zhou looked quite pleased. This time, we went to the Middle East with 2 main goals, and we achieved both. First, we managed to alleviate Zhang Lang's cockroach mutation. The cockroach on his head has shrunk a lot. That dark new energy really is effective. Oh, and when we get back, our detergent factory can finally open nationwide. Once you pick the factory site in the South Sea, just report it. Jing Shu remembered, Elder Zhou was talking about the desert rose. Each one could be used as endless laundry detergent. The price was low, but the profit was considerable. Jing Shu nodded. The higher-ups were providing the money and authority, but who should she appoint as the factory director? She thought about her family. After all, you don't let outsiders profit from your own resources. Besides, calling it a factory was a bit of an exaggeration. There wasn't much technical skill involved. The only precious part was that it required a bit of dark energy to catalyze, but just a little could produce a lot of those desert crystals. As for how many factories to open nationwide, how much to invest, or whether to just stock them in the 8 major warehouses and sell from there, Jing Shu didn't have to worry about any of that. The higher-ups would make the final decision after analyzing the experimental data. When it came to professional things like optimal ratios, Jing Shu trusted the experts above. Elder Zhou continued, this trip to the Middle East was hugely fruitful. We acquired 2 types of dark energy, especially the energy crystal from the South Sea Mirror world, the strongest energy source ever found. The higher-ups have already made a special energy box. We'll do the handover in a bit, so Jingshu, be ready for the transfer. Understood, Elder Zhou. At this, Jingshu felt a little guilty. She could only hope Elder Zhou didn't recognize that particular energy crystal too well. After being nurtured in the space for several months, it was still much smaller than it had been at the beginning. Aside from the detergent factory, Elder Zhou also mentioned a brewery. The main brewery wouldn't be set up in Nanhai, but rather in the Magic City, Shanghai, since beer is difficult to transport and the main factory needs to be located where sales are highest. Naturally, branch breweries would also need to be established in various regions across the country. There's not much technical complexity involved. The biggest requirement is the shipment of over a dozen boatloads of fermented corrosion bugs to serve as starters, carefully cultivating humanoid plants and adding a bit of orange energy. There aren't many people in Nanhai, so only a small factory would be opened here. However, Elder Zhou still entrusted Jingshu with the task of managing the fermentation starter for the corrosion bugs, having her set up a corrosion bug fermentation factory. This serves both as a benefit and job security for her, as well as a safeguard for the brewery's supply of starter cultures. So, let's talk about what this factory does, what it makes, and how it makes a profit. As the name suggests, this factory specializes in using the fermentation starter of corrosion bugs brought back from the Mirror Sea, continuously expanding the quantity and scale of the starter, ensuring at least enough for 100 ships' worth of large-scale fermented corrosion bugs. Nanhai is right by the sea, making it easy to catch corrosion bugs and ensuring the fermentation factory always has a sufficient supply and purity of fermented bugs. When breweries open nationwide, what if some of them accidentally run out of the starter? There are countless strains of mycelium inside, and if the feed isn't right, you can't cultivate the proper dark beer plants. With the fermentation factory in Nanhai as a backup, a batch can be urgently shipped out as needed. And if some factories end up contaminating their batch of fermented corrosion bugs, without the starter, the brewery would be finished. That's when the pure fermentation factory in Nanhai can step in as a safety net, essentially serving as an insurance policy. Considering purity, unexpected incidents, and the need to ensure beer quality, Elder Zhou decided that every month, a bit of starter would be shipped from the Nanhai fermentation factory to be mixed in with the others, ensuring the purity and quantity of the starter cultures at breweries nationwide. As for how the starter produced by the fermentation factory would be sold, the price wouldn't be high, since there's no shortage of corrosion bugs these days and the cost is minimal. But it wouldn't be dirt cheap either, because, after all, this fermentation starter from the Mirror Sea is truly one of a kind. Therefore, this fermentation factory won't sell to outsiders, so there's no need to worry about sales, and the profits are considerable. But it's a necessary investment. Even a single factory can drive a lot of economic activity. At the very least, it would need to collect dozens or even hundreds of tons of corrosion bugs every day and employ at least 100 people. In this post-apocalyptic world, how hard is it to find a stable, well-paying job with benefits, food and lodging provided, and no performance pressure? It's easy to imagine that once these factories are up and running, Jingshu will have people lining up at her door, hoping to pull strings for a job. With just these 3 factories opening, Jingshu will once again become a highly sought-after figure in Nanhai. Jingshu thanked Elder Zhou for his kindness and accepted this favor. After all, this fermentation factory could have been set up in the Magic City or the capital, but he chose to put it in Nanhai. Of course, this was also a message to the higher-ups and everyone else. Don't try to take credit or shares that belong to her. Jingshu has powerful backers. As they were about to part, Elder Zhou also mentioned a few other cooperative projects, as well as the distribution rights for various supplies obtained from the Middle East this time, and some personnel matters. Regarding supplies, the higher-ups still owed Jingshu a final payment, which she could claim as contribution points, set conditions, or request something else difficult to obtain. He also explained where the supplies would go, for example, which medical supplies would go into the national treasury, which would be allocated to places in need, and so on. Nothing was hidden from anyone during the process. Ma Mahaz listened with a casual but attentive air, while Jia gave a wry smile. After learning so many secrets, he knew he'd never be able to leave for the rest of his life. Then Elder Zhou mentioned the biggest gain from this trip, the dozens of surviving ability users. The higher-ups had decided to treat them amicably, hoping they could complete some drug testing tasks. Of course, besides drug testing, they would also be expected to do other, within their ability, tasks. Among them, the top trafficker, Dyla, was under special watch. Her ability to produce swarms of mosquitoes made her both offensive and hard to guard against, making her far more dangerous than Zhongleng. Jingshu couldn't help but feel relieved that she had already secured her power bank ahead of time. Otherwise, if the higher-ups found out, they'd definitely take her away and use her as a corporate slave. Jingshu's power bank, her tool person Mai Rui, had already been officially registered and signed an agreement. Now, she was officially working at Jingshu's company. To silence any gossip, she even paid extra taxes, which was actually quite a good deal. She wondered whether this gift would make Grandma and Grandpa Jing happy when she brought it home. Before they parted, Elder Zhou shared a bit of insider news. With the new year comes a new calamity, and there are already signs of what it might be. Everyone around immediately perked up their ears. Only those at Elder Zhou's level had access to such accurate information from above. Elder Zhou looked at Jingshu with deep meaning. That black vine of yours that purifies the air is really useful, especially all the things you've made from it. Even this old man can't go without it anymore. How about you make a bit more for me? No need for the carved or processed stuff, just the original branches will do. Old Zhou's hint couldn't have been clearer. Everyone understood. This coming year's disaster might be related to the air, and all the things Jingshu had been working on lately just happened to be the perfect remedy for it. For a moment, everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. How does Captain Jingshu always have such good luck? She just tinkers around a bit and ends up right at the center of things. Originally, no one really cared whether the air smelled bad or not, or whether purification was necessary. Yes, before old Zhou said anything, nobody cared. But after he spoke, everyone suddenly had to take it seriously. If the next disaster is related to air pollution, how bad could it get? And if it's really toxic, could Captain Jingshu's branches actually save lives? Captain Jingshu, I just remembered the purification stuff you gave me before. My family really likes it. They even asked me to pay you to buy some more. Yeah, my grandpa wants some too. My great-grandma wants to buy some as well. All of a sudden, before parting ways, everyone wanted to buy a batch of purifiers from Jingshu. Jingshu cleared her throat. The bracelets, necklaces, and little trinkets are all gone. I only have some raw branches left. We'll take them. We all want some. Ahem, Captain Jingshu, my family has over 300 people. Can I buy a bit more? Our village has over 1,000 people. Can we buy more too? Old Wang, didn't you say it's just you and your 80-year-old mother at home? Where'd you get 300 people? The place erupted into chaos. Jingshu could only smile helplessly. I do have plenty of branches, but these are dark creatures. They contain dark energy, so I can't sell them cheap. Still, there's quite a lot. If you want them, it's 10 contribution points per meter. I'll take 100 meters. I want 500 meters. I want 800 meters. Jingshu's jaw dropped. She cursed inwardly. Are these people spending like it's not their money? A beer used to cost just 2 contribution points and they'd pinch every penny, refusing to buy it. Just yesterday, they all acted like the purifiers were no big deal. She remembered clearly. A few people had even bragged, I'm not some delicate lady. So what if the air smells a bit? It's not going to kill me. No way I'm wasting money on some purifier. I'd rather spend it on more synthetic meat. And now, the ones who talked the toughest are spending the most. Well, if she could earn some contribution points in advance, Jingshu wasn't about to say no. After all, contribution points were always hard to come by. Don't be fooled by how much she made this time. Once the missions are over, there's no more income. These little black eggs could bring in tens of thousands of contribution points, which was pretty good. Jingshu sold the branches to everyone, and even gave old Joe over 100 meters of black egg vines. Girl, do I need to pay contribution points for this? Heh, old Joe, this is my gift to you as an elder. Who knows when we'll meet again after this? You have a big family, use it to purify the air for your uncles and aunts. Old Joe smiled and shook his head. He would save some for his family, but he also planned to take some to the lab. If these branches really could help during the coming disaster, well, we're off. I suppose this is goodbye. Old Joe had a feeling he'd be seeing this interesting young lady again very soon. And as it turned out, his hunch was spot on. He didn't know it yet, but after returning to the capital, he handed the vines to the lab, saying, "This is a new dark plant. Our people discovered it can purify the air, so we brought it back. See if you can figure out how it works." The capital was the hardest hit city. The smog index had always been bad, but in the last 2 months it had gotten even worse. When the lights came on, the whole city was shrouded in a green glow. These days, netizens jokingly called the capital the City of Rotten Eggs. The air was among the worst in the country, and that wasn't about to change. The lab had tried thousands of methods, chemical, physical, you name it, to improve the air. Some helped a little, but not much. At this rate, everyone in the capital would be poisoned soon. Netizens in the capital were even suggesting, let's just move. Who wants to stay in this dump? Netizens from cities with better air, like Yangcheng and Xianyang, said, why don't you move here? Stop breathing that stinky air, you'll end up dead. So when old Joe brought the vines back, the capital took it very seriously. Not to mention the black eggs were about to shine. Jingshu finally finished dealing with everything. Now, she not only had to prepare for the next disaster, but also return to the big Jing family. Life on the road was carefree, but she missed home. Sure, going home meant being nagged by Grandma Jing and Mom Jing, but that was the warmth of family. When Jingshu returned to her mothership, Grandma Jing was rolling up her sleeves and making chive pockets in the kitchen. The sizzling sound and delicious aroma filled Jingshu's nose. To top it off, the kitchen on the mothership was Western style, with no range hood, so smoke was everywhere, even setting off the fire alarm. When Jingshu walked in, she heard the alarm blaring in harmony with the sound of frying chive pockets. It was actually kind of fitting. Besides Grandma Jing, the whole Jing family was there. It was a rare occasion Jingshu had brought back such a massive thing from the Middle East. Naturally, as family, everyone was curious and came over to take a look. But Grandma Jing said, this is just like moving into a new house. We have to pay respects to the god of wealth and the kitchen god, and we absolutely must cook a meal. So, when the family came over, they brought ingredients with them, deciding to have dinner here and stay the night, just to mark the occasion. Jingshu. As soon as Jingshu came home, her mom and dad gathered around her. Seeing their daughter looking fair and healthy, maybe even a bit chubbier, they were overjoyed. Her mom said, "Sweetie, we all thought you'd lose weight after being away, but you've actually put on a little. Looks like you've been eating well. Your grandma's been worrying every day, afraid you'd go hungry. She's even been saving up all the good stuff at home, wanting to keep it for you." Grandma Jing felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. She was always the one nagging and worrying, and now, being called out for fussing over her granddaughter in front of everyone, she couldn't help but cough and say, "Well, with all these disasters, of course we have to be frugal with the good stuff. You youngsters don't know how to save, always using things up like there's no tomorrow. If it weren't for this old lady, everything would have been gone by now. Anyway, girl, can you check that alarm thing? It keeps going off." Jingshu fiddled with it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she contacted someone on the ship to turn it off. Grandpa Jing was squatting down, examining the kitchen equipment, and said, "Looks like we'll need to renovate this kitchen. We're just not used to these foreign gadgets. We should install a range hood or something." Tonight's meal was the best the Jing family had had all week. The chive pockets were stuffed with shrimp and egg, and Grandma Jing didn't skimp on the oil. One bite, and the delicious juices burst out. Jing Shu was in heaven. Besides that, Grandma Jing had spent the afternoon simmering a pot of creamy white fish soup over a low flame for 3 hours. This was her specialty, and one of Jing Shu's favorite soups. She'd pan-fried 2 big golden crucian carps, then fried 3 or 4 eggs until they were crispy and fragrant before adding boiling water. In an instant, the soup turned milky white. Then she added the fish and simmered it for another half-hour, before blending the fish into the soup and simmering it even longer. Once it became a pure, creamy white, she strained out the solids, sprinkled in some scallions and salt, and the aroma filled the whole room. Even the strained fish bits weren't wasted, they were given to the fat chickens as a treat. When Jing Shu took a sip of that pure, creamy fish soup, she felt like her soul was about to leave her body. It was just so fragrant, so delicious. And the eggs soaked in the soup, absolutely divine. Knowing how much Jing Shu loved it, Grandma Jing had made a whole big steel pot. Wu Yuai sighed contentedly from the side, "It's only because you're home. Otherwise, Grandma would never waste so much fish just to make soup. She'd never have the heart to do it." Grandma Jing grumbled, "You little brat, even eating can't shut you up." Jing Shu hugged her grandma. "Grandma, you're so good to me. I brought you all gifts, too. I promise you'll love them." Normally, when making fish soup, you could still eat the fish after. But with this pure soup, the meat was all blended in, just for the sake of a better-tasting soup. Grandma Jing usually couldn't bear to make it this way. As Jing Shu ate, she found 4 fish bladders at the bottom of her bowl, slippery, tasty, and delicious. She smiled to herself. It felt so good to be home, to be loved. The Jing family's cooking tasted like home. Every dish was hearty and satisfying. After years of drinking spiritual spring water, everyone's appetite had grown. A meal that would normally feed 20 people was polished off by the family, every bowl licked clean, and everyone lounged on the sofa in contentment. Then Jing Shu took everyone to see the gifts. "You have no idea. There's so much fun stuff in the Middle East, and things are really cheap, super cheap, so I brought back a lot." Of course, most of it was actually given as rewards from above. Jing Shu kept emphasizing how cheap everything was, and that most of it was gifted. It was like when a boyfriend buys a computer for 40 or 50,000, but tells his girlfriend it only cost 300. Still, to make sure Grandma Jing didn't accidentally sell anything off, Jing Shu added, "These things are dirt cheap in the Middle East, but here they're really expensive. I just got a good deal, that's all." In short, Jing Shu wanted to make it clear. She hadn't wasted money or gone on a shopping spree, really. The happy troubles of being the youngest in the family. But when Jing Shu opened the second basement storage room and, after passing several layers of security, retina, fingerprint, and iris scans, the family was a bit stunned. Aren't these just gifts? Why so secretive? Isn't this a bit much? But when Jing Shu finally opened the door and they saw the mountain of stuff inside, everyone's jaws dropped and couldn't close. "Jing Shu, you said these are gifts you brought back? Are you sure you didn't move an entire small country here? Isn't this way too much?" "Jing Shu, you didn't rob somewhere, did you? How come the stuff you brought back is way more than what we have in our own warehouse?" "That's not even the point. I just want to ask, do foreigners also have smoked duck, smoked chicken, and smoked sausages? And why do some of these foods look just like ours in China?" Jing Shu facepalmed, about to explain, when Grandma Jing spoke up. "What's all this fuss about? Acting like you've never seen the world." Grandma Jing bowed to all the gods and deities, over 300 of them. What if the gods who protect their family found out they were dissatisfied? She muttered under her breath, sorry, don't take offense. We're not doubting anything. Please keep blessing our Jing family." After her little prayer, Grandma Jing spoke up again, saying that these days, as long as there's food to eat, that's enough. Why worry about the rest? Anyway, these supplies weren't stolen or robbed, they were rewards from above, so that made it all right. And so, these supplies were officially cleared for use in the Jing household. With Grandma Jing's approval, even though Jing Dad and Jing Mom still felt something was a bit off, they accepted it all without issue. There was a lot of stuff, but that just proved their daughter had made a big contribution. She even brought back such a huge ship. So what's the big deal about bringing back more supplies? Even if the supplies were a bit much and a bit mixed. After all, Jing Shu used to be afraid to clear things openly. The Jing family started sorting through these gifts. Anything that could be stored long-term was kept here, where it was safe. But for some daily necessities, they took a few things back home. Jing Dad said, "We're just about out of body wash, soap, and toilet paper. Let's take some back." He was the practical type. His whole bathing routine was just a bar of soap and a towel. But he couldn't resist his wife's fondness for the finer things: shampoo, body wash, serums, hair conditioner. Now that life was better, they naturally used what they had. Grandpa Jing took most of the food back, getting the Hulk to come help box it up. All the smoked meats Jing Shu had made along the way had to go home too. Just in time for the new year, these supplies are perfect. Jing Mom's eyes lit up. There were lots of foreign goods she'd never seen before. The variety was staggering, like a collection from all over the world: daily necessities, luxury items, you name it. One moment it was something from America, the next from France, and there were even some Middle Eastern specialties. She had her eye on several thick, hand-woven rugs. "I've been wanting these for ages. I always see people covering their whole house with them, even hanging them on the walls. I can't imagine how soft they must feel underfoot." Well, what could they do? They took some home. Before the apocalypse, these were luxury goods. Now you could say they're worthless, but since they're no longer being made, they're also priceless. Jing Shu grabbed a few rugs for herself, planning to cover her whole room. Grandma and Grandpa Jing didn't want any. "These things are too soft underfoot, not comfortable for us. We don't need them. If only we'd had more of these rugs back when it snowed in Wuching. But now it's so hot in the South Sea, we probably won't use them. Maybe we should cut them up to make clothes or something." Jing Shu thought about it. She'd be back in Wuching eventually, and it would be cold then, so they wouldn't go to waste. She shook her head. "Grandma, you'll use them in the future." Everyone picked out what they liked and took a bunch of stuff back to their big villa in the South Sea. Jing Shu also specially picked out some trinkets from the Middle East for everyone, and the lively evening passed quickly. For the first time in a while, Jing Shu was woken up early by all the noise. She'd spent 2 hours practicing the Rubik's Cube the night before and went to bed late. In the morning, she heard Grandma Jing chopping away. She knew she was making dumplings, so she put in her earplugs and went back to sleep. Jing Mom, Jing Dad, and Wu Yuai went to work, and third aunt had been staying at her workplace for a few days. Year-end was just too busy. Jing Shu slept until noon, yawning as she got out of her luxurious cabin and headed to the kitchen to eat Grandma Jing's shrimp dumplings. The wrappers were chewy and springy, filled with a mix of pork and shrimp paste, plus some other secret ingredients. One bite, and the fresh, savory flavor nearly made her swallow her tongue. Other families couldn't afford shrimp, but Jing Shu's family had so much it was almost a problem. Pork and beef were actually less common. In the past, Jing Shu secretly supplemented the family's supplies so they had meat every day. After she left, everyone's appetite increased, and a dozen pigs just weren't enough. They always felt like they were running short. But now that Jing Shu was back, things were better. Jing Shu ate 200 big dumplings in one go and still wanted more. She saw on the security cameras that Fat Chicken was running around causing chaos, while Grandma and Grandpa Jing were animatedly discussing how to remodel the ship. Still, everyone had paid their respects to the kitchen god and the household gods, and it was time to go home. After all, there were chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs to feed. After Jing Shu left, the family suddenly felt like they didn't have enough meat, so they all agreed to raise more livestock this year. Several sows were about to give birth, and Big Flower the cow was pregnant too. The pregnant animals needed care, so after discussing it, Grandma and Grandpa Jing hurried home with Jing Shu. Jing Shu gave the mothership a rather tacky name, the Pearl. She left her trusted employees on the Pearl and felt comfortable leaving. Grandpa Jing hesitated. "Is it safe?" Jing Shu nodded. "They're all people sent from above to help keep things in order." All around, The place was crawling with mud merfolk, watching everything with eerie eyes. Jingshu had found the pearl some good bodyguards, so it was very safe. She'd even left a surprise on board. Grandma Jing also hesitated, raising such a big ship and so many people, how much food will that take? Grandma, I have a surprise for you when we get home. When they got back, Grandma Jing met the bald-headed Myra. Jingshu grinned. From now on, Myra will come help us out for 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, of course, Myra had to go to the company and visit 6 different factories. The Jing family has always had a lot of stuff at home. Back when they were in Wuching, they had Zijin, who knew the ins and outs, to help out. But after moving to Nanhai, their house got even bigger, with several hundred more square meters of yard space. The yard is filled with all kinds of crops and fruit trees, and they even raise all sorts of poultry and silkworms. All year round, they're busy slaughtering pigs and sheep, milking cows and delivering calves, smoking cured meats, collecting eggs, and so on. You could say they're busy from dawn till dusk. As Grandma Jing puts it, there's just no end to the work every day. But no matter how busy they get, they've never hired a maid or a helper. Most of the time, even when Jing's mom and dad come home, they have their own chores to do. Even Third Aunt and Wu Yuai have daily work quotas. A big reason for this is that a lot of the Jing family stuff can't really see the light of day, so everyone prefers to keep a low profile. So when Jingshu suggested having Mike Ray help out, Grandma Jing immediately frowned. Is he reliable? How much would it cost to hire someone to do all this work? How much can one person even do? Questions like that. Grandpa Jing also eyed Mike Ray critically. Young man, are you trying to steal my job? Bet you can't do it as well as I can. Jingshu didn't say much. She just took Mike Ray to several places and installed the battery storage units she'd prepared in advance. These storage units were taken from a military base, ones Mike Ray used to work with all the time. They were dozens of huge power boxes, shipped all the way from the Middle East. Jingshu installed 5 of them at the Jing family home, which was enough to run air conditioning 24/7 for the whole family, power all their appliances, and still have electricity left over. The rest were to be distributed to her various companies. Mike Ray would need to fully charge these batteries every day, so they wouldn't have to use Nanhai's electricity anymore, saving a lot on the power bill. Although, in Jingshu's eyes, it wasn't that much money, but Grandma and Grandpa Jing saw it differently. So from now on, we can use any electric appliance at home as much as we want? Does that mean we don't even need the gas stove anymore? We can just use the induction cooker. Grandpa Jing was delighted. So now I can use the electric tricycle, the water heater, and my electric massage chair whenever I want? Oh, and the irrigation machine, the sprayer, and that big electric vegetable chopper that uses a lot of power. The Jing family has a lot of livestock, and just preparing food for them every day is a huge task. Take chicken, duck, and pig feed, for example. Every morning, Grandma and Grandpa Jing would go to the fields to pull weeds, pick the big green outer leaves off cabbages, and gather corn stalks, stuff people don't eat but shouldn't go to waste. Every day, they'd collect several hundred jin, hundreds of pounds, of this stuff. But you can't just toss it to the chickens and ducks. It has to be chopped up and mixed with feed and hot water before feeding them. Chopping up hundreds of pounds of greens by hand takes at least 2 hours, but with an electric chopper, it's done in 10 minutes. So electric vegetable choppers and other farm appliances are absolutely necessary. Electricity in Nanhai is ridiculously expensive, and the villa's power consumption is off the charts. It's not that the Jing family couldn't afford it before, but they had to be careful. Grandpa Jing never dared to use those power-hungry appliances for long. There's a big difference between being cautious and being able to use things freely, so Grandpa Jing was the happiest, and Grandma Jing was happy too. So he can repair appliances and do electrical work too? And he doesn't want money, just meals? Oh my, how can we accept that? Grandma Jing had already grabbed Mike Ray's hand and started asking him all sorts of questions. Young man, what else can you do? Oh, your Chinese is pretty good. The fat chickens flapped their wings, sensing their status was threatened. Collecting eggs and milking cows? Oh right, now we can use an electric milking machine. Grandpa Jing, young man, can you really conduct electricity? How about giving us a demonstration? Jingshu smiled as she watched Grandma Jing's growing enthusiasm and wide grin. The two elders really were like big kids. Mike Ray, after charging up, started repairing some broken appliances. He worked all morning, and at noon, Grandma Jing insisted he stay for lunch. Mike Ray was so moved he was in tears, mainly because the Jing family's food was just too delicious. With the two elders reluctantly seeing him off, Mike Ray began his busy afternoon. Jingshu also started her own work after returning to Nanhai. She had a mountain of things to do, and the first was to inspect her companies. She needed to visit each one. Then she began preparing to open 3 new factories. She was troubled. Where should she recruit the workers? She'd have to give the town government a 20% quota, and of the remaining 80%, 60% would be transferred from her existing factories. These workers were experienced and would adapt quickly. Plus, the best benefits should go to her own employees to boost their sense of belonging and pride. Of course, transfers would have to be assessed, otherwise, you'd end up with freeloaders, and that would be a problem. She left this to her secretary, Xiao Wang. Another 10% would go to qualified connections. She had to admit, even in the apocalypse, social ties still mattered. Everyone had friends and family, and before she knew it, she'd built a huge network. Friends who had helped her parents or family might come asking for a spot, and as long as they met the requirements, she'd save them a place. The last 10% would be open recruitment. After all, she needed to show Nanhai that her 3 factories were open to outsiders too, and attract some outside talent. Just after Jingshu had finished inspecting 2 factories, Su Mali messaged her, "You're back." "Jingshu, you're well informed." "I just got back." Su Mali. "The internet is flooded with news about your mothership. Someone even filmed you taking your grandma on board. I knew you were back." "Jingshu, hee. Since you know I'm back and still haven't come to see me, does that mean you're not in Nanhai?" Su Mali, smart girl. "Sigh, it's such a headache. My daddy insists I take over his companies, and he's already handed over a good chunk of the business to me. Every few days I have to go out and sign contracts. You know how it is. Natural gas and oil are now state-controlled resources, but their byproducts aren't included in that. Sigh, but my dear Ashu, I'm this busy lately all thanks to you." "Jingshu, huh? What do you mean? Don't you go blaming me for things I didn't do." So Su Mali started chattering away, explaining the whole story behind why she's been so busy lately. And to be fair, Jingshu really did have something to do with it. "Su Mali, you know about this new natural disaster, right? The one related to the air? The authorities want to build a bunch of mask and gas mask factories, and the raw materials for those come from petroleum byproducts. My dad praised the mask factory we set up together, so he put me in charge of this whole thing. Now I'm responsible for the byproducts all over the country, and mask factories are popping up everywhere. Of course I'm busy." Speaking of the mask factory, Jingshu hadn't really visited her own factory much. She'd left it in Su Mali's hands before heading to the Middle East. Now, with the air pollution so severe everywhere smelling like rotten eggs mixed with farts, enough to make people gag, masks selling for just 1 virtual coin apiece were flying off the shelves nationwide. Jingshu had stockpiled half a year's worth of masks and all kinds of raw materials in advance, plus she'd gotten those materials from Su Mali at half price. She was practically raking in the profits. "Su Mali, I'll be back in Nanhai tomorrow. Let's go check out the mask factory together, okay? By the way, it's expanded a lot, don't be too shocked when you see it." Jingshu, "Sure, perfect timing. I brought you lots of gifts." Jingshu figured the mask factory had probably changed a bit, maybe expanded some, since her secretary Xiao Wang had asked her about it before. To be honest, aside from sourcing the initial materials and finding a factory building, Jingshu had been a totally hands-off boss. When Xiao Wang asked her for approval while she was in the Middle East, she just said yes. But she never expected the mask factory to have changed this much. The next day, around noon, Jingshu woke up groggy and heard laughter and chatter coming from downstairs. Sue Molly had arrived with 6 servants, each carrying heavy gifts, specialties from all over the country that Sue Molly had either bought herself or received from business partners. Naturally, they were all carefully chosen and quite valuable. Grandma Jing was grinning from ear to ear, and she brought out the best things from home to entertain Sue Molly. Jingshu thought to herself that Grandma Jing must be a Libra. If a poor relative showed up hoping for a handout, Grandma Jing would put on a stern face, pour a glass of water, and serve some peanuts and fried beans. But if someone came bearing lavish gifts, she'd bring out things of equal value too. Entertain them. She always had a scale in her heart. However people treated her, she'd return just a little bit more. Sue Molly's exaggerated voice rang out. "Grandma, you're really my grandma. How did you know I was craving cherries? Oh my God, I've been eyeing that durian for ages. Grandma, can I take the seeds home for my servants to plant?" Take them, Grandma Jing said, eyeing the piles of gifts filling the house and sighing over how wonderful they were. If she didn't bring out some good stuff in return, what would people think? How could she hold her head up? Jingshu stumbled downstairs, greeted everyone sleepily, and started wolfing down the food left on the table. Grandma Jing patted her sturdy granddaughter on the shoulder. "A grown girl sleeping till noon every day, spoiled rotten you are. There's still some corn in the pot, eat that to tide you over. Grandma's got things to do." Then she turned to Sue Molly. "Girl, sit and eat, make yourself at home." Grandma Jing might have sounded critical, but her actions were full of love as she patted her eldest granddaughter and bustled off to work. Sue Molly said, "You're so lucky, your grandma really dotes on you." Jingshu, still eating, replied, "Well, I haven't seen her in half a year. Give it a few days and she'll start scolding me again." After quickly finishing breakfast, Jingshu invited Sue Molly onto her luxury, Green Giant, SUV, with several servants and bodyguards following behind in a convoy of cars. Jingshu said, "Your dad really spoils you, bodyguards and servants wherever you go, and this car is practically a tank." Sue Molly replied, "Well, there were a few times I almost got into trouble. Anyway, enough about that, where's my gift?" She held out her hand expectantly. After half a year apart, Sue Molly was still the same as ever, dressed in an exquisite princess dress, looking every bit the wealthy heiress, naturally beautiful, unlike Jingshu, who was still in her usual casual sportswear. "Oh, I almost forgot." Jingshu started rummaging through the Green Giant, pulling out box after box. Sue Molly's smile grew wider with each gift. Every single one was just her style. When she received a pile of handmade air-purifying trinkets and over 100 meters of black egg vine, Jingshu said, "Guess what this is?" Sue Molly took a sniff. A mix of sweet peach, lemon, and minty scents filled the air. She looked at Jingshu with a strange expression. "Isn't this that black thing I gave you? Don't tell me it actually gets rid of the bad air." "Actually, when I went to your house today, I didn't smell any of that stench." Sue Molly really did guess right. After Jingshu explained everything to her, her eyes lit up and she hugged Jingshu, wanting to give her a big kiss. "Oh my God, Shu, you have no idea how this damn stench has been torturing me lately. I pray every day for a way to get rid of this weird smell. My dad brought in all kinds of air purifiers, paid a fortune for pothose plants and activated charcoal, and I've sprayed all sorts of perfumes myself, but nothing works. You have no idea. Labs in the capital have gone crazy trying to neutralize these odors. They've even tried using allicin and onion extract, and when those smells mix with the rotten egg stench in the air, ugh." Sue Molly went on and on dramatically, then took a careful sniff of the peach fragrance. "This smells so much better. Thank you so much, I really love it." Jingshu said, "This was your gift to me in the first place. I'm just returning the favor. I'm planning to open a factory like this, and in the future, I'll provide you with all the scented purification branches you want, free of charge." Sue Molly carefully put away the items, then said seriously, "Shu, don't say it's because I gave you a gift that you have to give me free stuff in the future. You must have had your own stroke of luck to discover how amazing this thing is. You're the real talent scout here. Look, if you'd given this thing to me, it would have just stayed a rock for another 100 years. You get what I mean?" Jingshu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I get it. You give me a gift, I give you a gift, then you give me another gift. How about that? Only then did Sumali nod happily. Now that's more like it. Since you gave me something so nice, I'll have to ask my dad for something good to give you in return. She loved this back and forth of gift-giving with Jingshu. It was so much fun. She owed her a little, and Jingshu owed her a little. As they chatted, they arrived at the mask factory. Jingshu looked at what used to be a small row of workshops. Now it had expanded tenfold, occupying an area the size of a football field, with hundreds of prefab rooms built and even a huge section of concrete ground brought in. The whole factory was spotless, transformed from a third-rate workshop into a top-tier facility. Jingshu couldn't help but gape in amazement. Whoa, what the heck? Secretary Xiao Wang, carrying a briefcase and a brand-new thermos, came up to greet them. Boss, Director Su, let me show you around. Sumali also held shares in the factory, since she provided raw materials, so everyone there knew her. Ironically, Jingshu, the big boss, had never shown her face since the factory opened. Jingshu gave a brief acknowledgement, while Sumali chattered away, introducing all the changes from the past 6 months. The factory was extremely busy. There was a row of buildings at the entrance serving as sales offices, where many people were signing contracts, lining up to collect masks and selling them to places near the South Sea. Ever since sea transport reopened in the South Sea, using corpse bugs as fuel, the docks had come alive again, regaining some of their pre-apocalypse bustle. Now, this was one of the largest, best-equipped, and fastest-producing mask factories in the country. Since many key fuel materials required approval, this factory had the right connections and never got held up by supply issues. Every day, several batches of masks were shipped out, and at the back of the factory, the 8 assembly lines were running nonstop. Jingshu even spotted a familiar face. My Rue, the tool guy, was recharging, sweating buckets, and completely unaware that the boss had arrived. Sumali said, masks are insanely popular right now, and since they're consumables, production everywhere can't keep up. So we've all agreed to expand again. I have a way to get a few more production lines. Jingshu thought for a moment. There's no need to expand the mask factory any further. This scale is just right. Sumali looked at her in confusion. But it's such a hot market right now. Even though you have those air-purifying branches, they must be expensive, and only a few people can afford them. Masks are still the mainstream product. Jingshu replied, it's not about the branches. If you expand the production lines, you'll also need to get more materials approved. That'll take at least a month or 2, right? Sumali nodded. Jingshu continued, right now, production can't keep up, but factories like this are popping up all over the country. In another 3 months, supply will catch up and the market will be saturated. And the air can't stay smelly forever. Once it clears up, the market will collapse. Sumali thought it over. You're right. Adding more lines would cost a lot of virtual currency and require connections, and it'd take 2 or 3 months just to break even. Jingshu smiled. I actually have a few longer-term business ideas. I think the mask factory should start reducing its raw material orders in the second half of the year. The rotten egg smell would only last a year. She wanted to quit while she was ahead. After that, the factory would need to figure out how to switch industries, or else a sudden layoff would leave too many people out of work. The beer and fruit wine factory and the detergent factory? Sumali's eyes lit up. That would make great employee benefits. Not bad, not bad. Let's sign a contract. Jingshu couldn't help but marvel. Look at that. The factory hadn't even opened yet, and she already had a high-quality, long-term client lined up, with a guaranteed barter contract to boot. Oh right, Shu. Let's swap some factory job quotas. I'll give you some positions in the Natural Resources Bureau, and you give me some spots in your new factories. Jingshu's eyes darted around, and she immediately smiled. That's great. I actually need something like this. Who doesn't have a few people they can't control, but, out of old ties, still owe a favor to? But letting such freeloaders into your own factory, letting them throw their weight around, how could that ever work? Of course it wouldn't. If they're relatives or old friends, they'll use that connection to their advantage. If you fire them, you only half repay the favor. If you don't, they'll just mess up your factory. It's better to send them off to another factory. Then everything can be handled officially. If they cause trouble, out they go. If they do well, you can still do them a favor and give them a promotion or something. Now that the new year is coming up, it's the season for social obligations again. Even though Jingshu doesn't have many favors to return, she still needs to be prepared in case someone comes knocking. With that settled, the conversation became much more relaxed. Su Molly asked, "There are a few classmates doing pretty well at the factory. Do you want to promote them? If they pass the internal business exams, of course they'll be promoted. Mu Xiaoxian is getting married. What kind of gift are you giving? I'll match whatever you give. Oh, and a few other classmates are getting married too." Jingshu thought about it. Mu Xiaoxian wasn't just a classmate, she'd helped her with Bodhi seeds, and she'd worked really well these past few years, very capable. Maybe she could transfer her to the brewery or the detergent factory. She'll get a bigger gift, the others a bit less. The Jing family home. It was rare for everyone to be home for dinner. When Jingshu got home, the delicious aroma hit her nose and made her mouth water. She could tell right away what it was, the tangy, spicy aroma of Qishan Saozi noodles. Grandma Jing had fried the egg mixture into golden, fragrant omelets, cut into diamond-shaped pieces. These were served with a Saozi soup made from daylily, diced carrot, tofu, and potato, all stir-fried until fragrant, then mixed with rich pork belly Saozi, local famous Qishan vinegar, and Fingxiong chili powder. The sour, spicy, and savory fragrance filled the air. Jingshu couldn't wait and served herself a big bowl of soup. The most important thing about eating Saozi noodles is the soup. There has to be plenty of it. Add some chili oil and the flavor is even better. The wide noodles come just 1 or 2 strands per bowl, each one long and endless, freshly pulled and cooked. 1 noodle is a whole bowl. Finally, a handful of chopped chives is sprinkled on top, releasing an amazing aroma in the steaming soup. Go eat over there. Grandma Jing sent Jingshu to sit at the side and went to serve noodles for the others. Jingshu squatted by the stove, slurping up the noodles. Only then did she notice an elderly woman she didn't recognize sitting at the table, along with a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man. They sat stiffly, not daring to look around. Jingshu slurped noisily. A single noodle, though long, was gone in just 2 bites. She finished the noodle, gulped down the soup, and chewed on the crispy egg, daylily, carrot, and potato, all mixed with the tangy, spicy topping and the occasional bite of fragrant pork belly. After finishing, she quickly served herself another bowl of soup and added another noodle. That's how it's eaten in Shaanxi. Saozi noodles are served at every celebration or event, always taking center stage. The old woman at the table's eyes glistened with tears. Over 10 years ago, a bowl of yukuxiang back home was just 1 yuan. I could eat 15 bowls. The middle-aged woman next to her ate her noodles in small bites, not daring to get a second bowl, sipping her soup and saying, "Back then, I could eat more than 20 bowls." The middle-aged man, recalling the past, gave a shy smile. When I helped out at village weddings or funerals, the host would serve noodles early in the morning. I could eat over 40 bowls in one go. It sounded like a lot, but the bowls were only palm-sized, each with just 1 noodle and lots of soup. After finishing, you'd get another noodle. Whoever stacked the most empty bowls in front of them gave the host the most face, which made the host happy too. Jingshu muttered to herself, no wonder they were eating Saozi noodles today. Turns out, they were hosting relatives from the old village. Grandma Jing usually didn't like making this dish. It was a lot of work just to prep the ingredients. Don't be fooled by how simple it looks. To make it tasty and chewy, both the noodles and the soup are crucial. Every step has to be done right to make a bowl that looks, smells, and tastes amazing. Jingshu's parents would occasionally say a few words, but they didn't really know these guests. Grandpa Jing, on the other hand, was delighted. He took a sip of his liquor. "Come on, nephew, have a drink with me." The elderly guest politely stopped his son. No, we shouldn't drink. Drinking leads to trouble. In reality, They couldn't afford liquor these days, and they were here to ask for help, not to freeload. The man craved a drink. He hadn't had any in ages, but he held himself back and shook his head. Grandpa Jing glanced at Grandma Jing. Since it was rare for relatives from the old village to visit, and his wife didn't stop him from drinking, he insisted the man have a drink. The man saw the old man was sincere, looked at his mother, and only when she nodded did he accept the drink, lowering his glass. "Then I'll have a drink with you, sir." Grandpa Jing said, "Let's not stand on ceremony. You and the old lady are relatives, so that makes you family to us. Even if we're distant relatives, back in the famine days, your mother saved my wife's life. That's a huge favor." Grandpa Jing always liked to brag after a drink. Grandma Jing shot him a look, but didn't contradict him. She served more noodles, ladling them into everyone's bowls. Eat more, old sister. Don't be shy. Back in the day, during the famine, I really have to thank my old sister-in-law for looking after me. She took pity on me. Not only did she give me extra work points, but she'd also sneak me an egg or a potato now and then. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here today. I'd have starved to death long ago. Hearing Jing Granny's heartfelt gratitude, the old woman's timid expression faded, replaced by a look of nostalgia. It's all in the past now, let's not talk about it. There are hardly any of us left from those days. Talking about this made everyone a bit sad. After all, people from that era were already old, and after surviving several years of the apocalypse, those who are still alive are few and far between. Jing Dad chimed in with a catch-all phrase, "Let's not just stand around. Eat, everyone eat. Mom, you sit down and eat too. I'll go cook some more noodles." Jing Granny responded and sat down, chatting with her old sister-in-law about the old days, lost in their memories. Only then did Jing Shu learn that the old woman's name was Xia Yuzhen. She and Jing Granny were from the same hometown, grew up together in the same village, and endured hardships side by side. When there was no food, Xia Yuzhen had given Jing Granny something to eat, which had indirectly saved her life. They were also distant relatives. Xia Granny's late husband was actually Jing Granny's cousin. The middle-aged woman who'd come with them was Xia Granny's younger daughter, named Xia Meihua. Jing Shu could just call her Aunt Xia. The middle-aged man was Xia Granny's eldest son, named Xia Guohua. Jing Shu could call him Uncle Xia. As for why the children took their mother's surname, Jing Shu didn't know the reason. She could only guess that maybe Jing Granny's cousin had married into Xia Granny's family as a son-in-law. Xia Granny's father used to be the village leader. When every family was going hungry, theirs was still getting by. Jing Granny slurped her noodles, finishing a bowl in just a few bites, and comforted her old sister-in-law. "You're blessed, old sister. You survived those hard times, and you've made it through the apocalypse too. There's still good days ahead for you." Jing Shu quietly observed Xia Granny, a bit surprised. She was nearly 90, yet her teeth and appetite were still good. Though her hair was all silver, she was full of energy, able to eat and drink heartily. She even had 2 more bowls along with Jing Granny. Truly blessed. Aunt Xia and Uncle Xia couldn't refuse the Jing family's hospitality. They'd thought just a bowl of soup would do, but the Jing family served meal after meal, everyone eating heartily and warmly offering them more. It was the most satisfying meal Xia Guohua had had in years. He even drank a couple of shots of liquor, but didn't dare have more, not wanting to overstep as a guest. Naturally, the conversation turned to the reason for their visit. Jing Granny said, "Old sister, if I hadn't recognized your younger daughter at the docks, she looks just like you. I wouldn't have believed you were still alive. But your eldest niece is working at the docks drying corpse maggots for a living, and that's no way to live. There are fewer and fewer corpse maggots in Nehai these days, and fewer jobs at the factory. Have you thought about other options?" Talking about this, Jing Granny felt fate was playing tricks. Seeing her niece working while also caring for her 90-year-old mother made her heart ache. After all, this was the same sister-in-law who'd cared for her and given her eggs when she was a poor little girl eating tree bark. Back then, Her old sister-in-law was the only daughter of the wealthiest family in the village, and she'd married Jing Granny's cousin as a live-in son-in-law. Even though the family was poor and couldn't afford food, at least the boys got something to eat. The girls, though, only got thin gruel, and girls under 10 had to work all day, often fainting from hunger. Her old sister-in-law took pity on her and looked after her when she could. When times were a bit better, she was sent off to marry old Jing with just 2 bags of grain. A few years later, old Jing was drafted as a soldier and sent to Wuching to help develop the borderlands. Back then, people from all over the country were moving there to build new lives. Once she left her hometown, Jing Granny had no way to repay the kindness. Only today, after talking, did she learn that by some twist of fate, her old sister-in-law and cousin had also ended up in Wuching, moving there with their younger son who'd become an official, and then the whole family had migrated again. Now, when asked about the job situation, Xia Granny understood what Jing Granny meant. When they learned that Jing Granny lived in the luxury villa district of Nanhai, they realized she was no longer the pitiful little girl she once was. Though Jing Granny owed her a favor and they were relatives, her cousin had passed away and they hadn't been in touch for 50 or 60 years. How much of that old favor was really left? So, if Jing Granny wanted to return the favor, it would be nothing more than helping her family find a new job. But favors are used up once they're called in. The Xia family had come to ask for help, but not for this. So, with a wrinkled smile, Xia Granny said, "There's always the town government. If this job doesn't work out, we'll find another. Besides, my younger daughter has to look after this old lady, so she can't take on anything too busy. Actually, we came here today for something else." The Jing family held their breath and looked at them. In the apocalypse, a good job was as precious as gold. If they didn't want that, what could they possibly want? Jing Granny said sternly, "We're all family here, no need to stand on ceremony. If you need anything, just say it." So Xia Granny spoke up. It turned out she was trying to find out what had happened to her younger son. He'd been a deputy official in a city south of Wuching. When the evacuation order came for Wuching and the surrounding cities, it was his job to help with the evacuation. He'd arranged for his family to join the main convoy, making sure his elderly mother and the rest of the family traveled by car. But somehow, they ended up missing the main group. Anyway, we never heard from him again. The last time we spoke on the phone, he said he'd run into some trouble, and then we lost contact. We asked around, and all we heard was that there'd been an avalanche in the mountains at that time, and my son and several other families all went missing. The Jing family exchanged glances, each looking at the other, all feeling that Granny Xia's youngest son probably didn't have much chance of survival. But Granny Xia was stubborn. "My youngest is strong and healthy, not so easy to die. No matter what he's run into, he'll find a way to survive. I just want to ask if there are any shelters or safe houses left in Wuching." Granny Jing turned to her son and daughter-in-law. "You two work for the authorities. Do you know anything about this?" Jing's father coughed awkwardly. His work at the fish farm had nothing to do with this, and then looked hopefully at his daughter. "Our girl knows more. She's got better connections up top. Wasn't the last shelter in Wuching called Xiwan?" Jing's mother nodded. "Didn't you have something to do with Xiwan, dear?" The Xia family all turned to look at the girl squatting in the corner, quietly eating her meal. Jing Shu nodded. "Before we relocated, Xiwan was the final resettlement point and shelter. They also gathered up any locals who didn't make it out in time." The Xia family's breathing quickened. They hadn't expected to actually find the right person today. Would it be too much trouble to ask about that place? Granny Xia said nervously. "I know it's not easy. You'd need an insider, and even then, they might not tell you. There are so many people." She was clearly anxious. She understood how complicated these things could be. If you ask someone in logistics or someone not directly involved, in a city as big as Wuching, you'd have to go through one person after another, each time owing a favor. And now, after so long, with so many people missing even before the apocalypse. When the internet was still around, it was hard enough to find someone, let alone now. If it's too hard, that's okay. Just ask around, see if anyone knows anything. We just want to know if he's alive or dead. She couldn't just let him disappear without a trace. Jing Shu smiled. Truth be told, the Xia family really had found the right person. Even if they'd gone to sue Molly, she wouldn't have been as effective because there were still some of her own people left at Xiwan. Jing Shu said, "Don't worry, Granny Xia. Finding someone isn't hard. I'll make a call right now and ask." "But aren't the phones down over there?" Uncle Xia asked, puzzled. Jing Shu waved her hand. Internal line. Satellite phone. The phone rang. She put it on speaker. The three adults took a deep breath. Suddenly, they felt that this girl in front of them was the most mysterious of all. She actually had access to an internal satellite phone. "Hello, this is the Xiwan branch of the Witching Resettlement Center. Who is this and how can I help you?" The staff member, seeing the encrypted internal satellite call, immediately realized the caller's status was unusual and was very polite. "I'm a shareholder. Please connect me to Director Wang." Jing Shu didn't intend to let the staff handle it. They didn't have the authority and would just be timid about it. Better to go straight to the top. The staff hesitated, but still put the call through. The three adults held their breath. "Shareholder? A shareholder of Xiwan? Who is this? Which shareholder?" "Xiwan is currently closed. The climate outside Witching is cold, and supplies are short. If you want to send supplies or move in, it's not that easy. After all, Xiwan isn't a government enterprise. No matter who you are, supplies are distributed equally. There's only so much to go around." Director Wang sounded casual and a bit annoyed. Everyone said staying here was a great opportunity, but now that he'd stayed, he felt it was anything but. "So, what if you're a shareholder?" "There are plenty of shareholders in Xiwan. Even if the emperor himself came, it wouldn't matter. He'd been here so long, every day people tried to pull strings, government contacts asking for extra supplies, or for him to send things to people who'd refuse to relocate. It was always something." Director Wang had already decided, if this was some minor shareholder, he'd just pretend there was a bad signal and hang up. Wuching was a deserted city, after all. And the only major shareholder would never call on this line. So he was deliberately nonchalant, figuring whoever was calling would have to beg him for help. As soon as Director Wang spoke, Granny Jing, Granny Xia, and the others felt their hearts sink. That official, businesslike tone. This probably wasn't going to work. Sigh. Granny Xia understood and quickly said, "Dear, we don't want any supplies, just information about a person. Or maybe if you could just ask around. If it's really too much trouble." The Xia family's brief hope was already fading. But before Granny Xia could finish, Jing Shu waved her hand to stop her and said firmly, "It's me, Jing Shu." Just 4 simple words. On the other end, Director Wang's previously grumbling tone stopped abruptly, and then, in a complete 180, became fawning and obsequious. "Oh my, shareholder Jing. Why are you calling on this line?" I forgot. There's no internet in Witching, so you have to use the satellite phone. Those people downstairs really don't know how to handle things. They just said shareholder and didn't say who. It's such an honor to have you call and check in on our work. I'm truly flattered. Our work at Xiwan really depends on your guidance and support. If you have any instructions, we'll do everything we can to cooperate." He was just short of saying, "I await your command." Jing Shu's mouth twitched as she looked at Grandma Jing, Grandma Xia, and the rest of the family, all wearing expressions of secrecy, shock, confusion, and bewilderment as they stared at her. Everyone in the family was probably thinking, is this really the same Minister Wang who was just acting all high and mighty, like no one could get a word in edgewise? Of course, this was still Minister Wang. He was someone Jing Shu had promoted, and he'd watched her rise to power every step of the way. Without Jing Shu, he might have died long ago. More importantly, the lifeblood of Xiwan, how it hadn't been swallowed up by the ruler of Wuching, the man known as the Tyrant, was all thanks to Jing Shu. He also knew a secret that others didn't. Xiwan was semi-official in nature. Although it was in the hands of Wuching's richest man, the real authority was the Tyrant, and Jing Shu had a good relationship with him. Honestly, no matter what happened to Xiwan in the future, Jingshu would always have a say. He'd stayed in Xiwan in the first place so that Jingshu would remember him and make use of him. Don't be fooled by his current title as Xiwan's manager. He was just a steward. Once they came back, he'd be nothing. For Jingshu to call him, he'd gladly offer up his heart and soul. He was determined, no matter what Jingshu asked of him, he'd make sure she was more than satisfied. Jingshu said, "I'm looking for someone." Then she gave the name, identity, details, and the location where the person went missing. The Xia family had originally thought she'd just ask around, see what was going on. But with Jingshu, as soon as she finished speaking, Minister Wang replied righteously, "Comrade Xia is an outstanding citizen of Wucheng. It's truly a pity for him to have gone missing like this. I have 3 action plans here, and I'd like your guidance, shareholder Jing. First, I'll compile a list of everyone in Xiwan and coordinate with the 3 neighboring shelters to see if any new people have joined. Second, I'll dispatch 2 of our daily patrol and rescue teams to search the area and gather information. Don't worry, their daily tasks already include patrolling and surveying the terrain to keep up with Wucheng's ever-changing landscape, so looking for someone is just part of their job. Rest assured, this isn't a case of using public resources for private matters. It's all official business. You don't have to worry about your reputation. Third, we'll issue a reward notice on Wucheng's internal network and all official channels. Would it be all right to issue it in your name?" He had everything arranged in an instant, even providing all the rescue hotlines and contact addresses. Minister Wang's arrangements were flawless, truly perfect. Jingshu thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. If possible, could you also dig around the area where he disappeared and see what you find? I suspect there might be another reason. Like dark new energy. But until you find anything suspicious, keep it quiet, understand?" Minister Wang's heart pounded. He understood. This wasn't just helping Jingshu with a personal matter, it was a chance to make a real contribution. He immediately made the strongest assurances. "Sorry to trouble you, Minister Wang." A righteous voice came from the other end. "This is our duty to serve the people. It's our honor for you to point out any shortcomings in our work." Jingshu couldn't even be annoyed at the obvious flattery. Finally, the tone turned even more obsequious. "Just call me Old Wang, no need to be so formal. Calling me Minister Wang is too much. Don't worry, I'll contact you as soon as there's any news." Okay, goodbye." He didn't hang up, clearly waiting for Jingshu to hang up first. Jingshu ended the call. She looked up to see her whole family giving her strange looks. They knew Jingshu was capable, but they hadn't realized just how powerful she was. A real minister, the highest official in Xiwan, was being so respectful to her? Jingshu coughed. She'd only wanted to reassure Grandma Xia, but somehow, she'd ended up showing off. In the end, Grandma Xia put down her chopsticks to thank her, repeatedly trying to bow and worrying she was causing trouble. Jingshu solemnly said, "Grandma Xia, don't worry. This isn't a personal matter. There may be traces of dark new energy involved, so the authorities will definitely take it seriously. Whether or not Uncle Xia is found, they'll do their utmost. Leave it to the officials and rest assured." She had her suspicions. Back then, when everyone in Wucheng moved to the South Sea and things were peaceful for 2 years, why did the tyrant insist on moving people back once the temperature rose and better resources were found? It couldn't just be for the obvious benefits. He must have discovered something like dark new energy, and there must have been enough of it to make him risk returning and claiming those resources. She hadn't gone to see the tyrant yet this time, but it looked like she'd have to talk to him. Perhaps this was the opportunity Grandma Xia had given her to uncover an incident related to dark new energy. If that was really the case, Wucheng could avoid many detours and benefit much earlier. She'd truly have to thank Grandma Xia. Maybe in her previous life, Grandma Xia never found a way, and the youngest Xia son just disappeared, with Wucheng only discovering the truth much later. But in this life, her butterfly effect had changed everything. Regardless of whether the Xia family's missing son was connected to the energy issue, she'd do her best to help. She just felt that, perhaps, fate was at work. Granny Xia said, "If it weren't for you, girl, we definitely wouldn't have found anyone. It's all thanks to you." Auntie Xia and Uncle Xia were also full of gratitude, repeatedly thanking her. The amount of influence Jing Shu wielded was beyond their imagination. With just a word, she could instruct the entire Xiwan rescue team to help her search for someone. Even though it sounded like official business, they knew full well, without Jing Shu, who would have cared about them? Who were they really? Even though their younger brother was a mid-level official, after being missing for so long, they'd begged so many people and tried so many avenues, but everyone just shook their heads. People would say they'd ask around for you, but that was it. No more news. But Jing Shu's aunt's granddaughter directly made a satellite phone call, and people were dispatched to search and rescue right away. To be able to mobilize such resources and still be so approachable. The Xia family really had met a benefactor. And all Granny Xia had ever given back in the day were a few eggs, some potatoes, and a couple of work points. As they were talking, Jing Shu received several encrypted satellite files, printed them out, and handed them to Granny Xia, saying these were the procedures and the posted reward notice. If there was any news, they'd be notified. The Xia family quickly thanked her and took the opportunity to say their goodbyes. It wouldn't be good to linger any longer. They knew when to come and go and didn't want to overstay their welcome. But Jing Shu said, "Uncle Xia, Nanhai is about to open a brewery and a fermentation corrosive insect factory. I just happen to need trustworthy people. Would you be willing to come help out?" See how she phrased it? She didn't say, "I have a job opening at my factory and I'm giving it to you as charity," but rather, "I need your help." Unknowingly, the apocalypse had shaped Jing Shu too. She learned the ways of the world. Auntie Xia's eyes widened. Isn't that what everyone's been talking about these past few days? They say Nanhai is opening a brewery, and each beer will only cost a few virtual coins. Everyone says the cigarette factory has the best benefits, and the brewery and cigarette factory have the same owner, so the brewery's benefits must be amazing too. Everyone's been talking about it. Actually, people were saying that if you were lucky enough to get into the brewery, you'd be set for life with those benefits. But unfortunately, these kinds of factories rarely hired outsiders. Jobs were usually filled internally. Her own boss at the corrosive insect factory had been bragging these past few days that, even if the insects ran out, he wasn't worried. He'd soon be transferred to the brewery's subsidiary fermentation insect factory. But she never expected that these legendary factories were actually connected to the young girl in front of her. Uncle Xia was moved. At his age, he understood what was going on, but he felt at a loss. How could I accept? I don't know anything. I'm afraid I wouldn't do a good job. Besides, you've already helped us look for my little brother. We can never repay that kindness. How could he have the nerve to ask for a job, a secure, lifelong job at that? Granny Xia also sincerely refused. She truly didn't dare accept any more favors from the Jing family. Jing Shu's parents looked at their daughter in surprise. Their girl was never one to give out favors for nothing. She was a person of principle. Jing Shu was actually quite pleased. With more and more factories opening, she needed trustworthy people to help keep an eye on things. But the more satisfied she was, the more cautious she became. In fact, Jing Shu's real goal this time wasn't Uncle Xia, but to use the job offer as a test. If they'd accepted, then their relationship would be that of ordinary relatives. She'd still look after them, but only as family. But seeing them sincerely refuse and knowing when to advance or retreat, Jing Shu realized that people like Uncle Xia were the ones she could truly rely on in the future, not just as relatives, but as core members of her team. Uncle Xia still needed some more experience. Jing Shu nodded, then revealed her real intention. Then Auntie Xia, why don't you come help at the fermentation corrosive insect factory? Your current insect factory is about to close down anyway. The work at the fermentation factory is light and easy, even more relaxed than your old job. You can bring family members. There are special facilities for the elderly. 3 meals a day are provided, and there's staff housing. The only thing is, the pay might not be that high. If Jing Shu had made this offer at first, the Xia family would never have dared accept. But since they'd already refused once, it would be too awkward to turn her down again. Besides, compared to the brewery, the fermentation insect factory didn't sound as prestigious, and the benefits probably weren't as good, but it was still a stable job with meals and accommodation included, already one of the best deals in Nanhai. So in the end, Granny Xia agreed. Jingshu gave them the address and told them to bring their things and report to the factory in 3 days. They'd be starting work soon. Originally, Granny Xia thought she'd be sharing a bed with her daughter and that 2 meals a day would be plenty. She never imagined that even though the fermentation corrosive insect factory only had 2 extra words in its name, its benefits were 100 times better than the ordinary insect factory. It even became one of the most sought-after jobs in all of Nanhai. Annie Xia never expected that after her divorce and losing her son, she'd get a second chance at life and turn things around. After the Xia family left, the Jing household was left with a strange atmosphere. One wave hadn't settled before another hit. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of the Xiwan incident before being stunned again by Jing Shu's talk of factories. Jing Shu said, "Didn't I already tell you? I'm going to open 3 more factories. Why are you all so surprised?" Jing's father said, "Didn't you say it was the town government opening the factory? We thought it had nothing to do with you. How could that be the same?" No wonder everyone hadn't seemed all that shocked at the time. The way she'd said it back then was just like announcing that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family had given birth, or that the Li family's kid had bought a house. Everyone just thought, oh, the town government is opening another factory. At most, they'd marvel at how well-informed Jing Shu was and sigh that it was another good factory. Back then, the Jing family was still thinking, once this factory opens, who knows how many people will be scrambling to get in. But now they were being told the factory was actually opened by their own daughter. Jing Shu rubbed her chin. All right, she'd been too calm about it at the time, so her family hadn't really understood. Now, she explained seriously, it's a joint venture between me and the town government. I hold the majority of the shares, but the town government is taking care of all the setup, logistics, and paperwork. We don't have to worry about any of that. As for employees, they'll only take care of some of them, the rest, especially here in Nanhai, I'll make the decisions. For other places around the country, the town government will handle. The town government will handle it themselves. The initial plan is to have fewer than 100 workers at the corrosion plant here in Nanhai, about 500 at the brewery, and a bit more at the detergent factory, around 800. Hiss. With that, the Jing family finally understood. So not only in Nanhai, but factories were going to open all over the country? Just how many factories would that be? Before they could recover from their shock, Jing Shu continued. The national headquarters won't be in Nanhai, since transportation isn't convenient. We'll set up several main warehouses and factories in more populated areas for easier distribution. I have friends in North China who can help keep an eye on things there. But for the East China headquarters and main factory, especially in Shanghai and the Zhejiang-Anhui region, I want someone from our own family in charge. So, does anyone have any good candidates? Maybe a relative who could travel between Shanghai, Zhejiang, and Anhui to oversee things. As she spoke, Jing Shu's gaze fell on third Aunt Jing Lai. Of all her relatives, third Aunt Jing Lai was the one she trusted most. Efficient, decisive, and with a commanding presence that made her seem every bit the businesswoman. When the family relocated, third aunt had become the chief purchaser for the Nanhai cigarette factory. In the 6 months since, she'd never made a mistake and gradually took over the finances as well. At this point, she was basically the factory's treasurer. It was hard to imagine a divorced, middle-aged village woman could come this far. As a senior manager at the cigarette factory, third aunt of course knew about the new factories and that her niece played a key role. She'd even heard that Jing Shu had scored big in the Middle East, landing several new energy projects. Unlike a year ago, when she'd been hesitant and unsure, she now said directly, if it's a new factory, of course we need our own people in charge. Niece, where do you want me? Jing Shu thought for a moment. The cigarette factory is already running smoothly, and with me here in Nanhai, there shouldn't be any problems. I'd like you to be the head of the East China region, overseeing the breweries in Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, and Nanhai. You'd rotate between each place, spending about 10 days at each. Third Aunt Jing Lai hesitated, glancing at Grandma and Grandpa Jing. Grandpa Jing puffed on his cigarette and smacked his lips. Don't worry about us old folks. We're in good health. Didn't you always like to go out and see the world? It's not like you'll never come back. Jing Shu quickly nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. Some roads are still impassable, so we'll arrange for helicopter travel when needed. Seeing Grandpa Jing's eyes light up, clearly wanting to try it himself, and Grandma Jing's mouth drop open, probably thinking about how much fuel a helicopter would burn, Jing Shu hurriedly added, "It's all reimbursed. The town government will cover the costs." Hearing that, Grandma Jing patted Third Aunt Jing Lai. If the government's paying, this is a good job. And just like that, the matter was settled. Jing Shu continued, Big Aunt's family has come to Nanhai and worked diligently at the clothing shop. She's been promoted to supervisor and has gained a lot of experience. She can move up to a management position at the detergent factory. Big Uncle has always been reliable and hardworking. This time, he can take over Third Aunt's purchasing job at the cigarette factory. Second Aunt's family can take over Big Aunt's old positions. And as for Big Aunt's son and daughter-in-law. With everything arranged, Grandma Jing's eyes crinkled with joy. Good, good, good. Granddaughter, it's all up to you. Right before the new year, you've found jobs for the whole family. You're getting more and more capable. I'd say the whole Jing family is counting on you now. Grandma, it's really me who's counting on you all to support me, Jing Shu replied with a smile. Her family had truly stood the test of time. When they relocated, she'd promoted Third Aunt, but only arranged ordinary jobs for Big Aunt's family. But Big Aunt's family had always worked hard and never complained. Now that opportunities had opened up, she finally had positions to offer them. You always know what to say, granddaughter. Grandma loves you best, Grandma Jing laughed. Grandpa Jing, meanwhile, was itching to try his hand at being a security guard, and Jing Shu agreed. After all, he just liked going out to brag with old Zhang. Grandma Jing decided that in a couple of days, she'd take Jing Shu to visit Big Aunt's family and tell them the good news. The next day, Jing Shu took her mother to visit her eldest uncle. Having already made proper arrangements for the people in the Lao Jing family, Jing Shu naturally had to take care of her mother's only relatives as well. This time, she also had an important task to entrust to her uncle. Since the migration, her uncle's status had been steadily rising, giving him more and more say and authority. After serving as the deputy general manager of the cigarette factory for over half a year, Uncle had been extremely busy, often coming back to the dormitory late at night. The three of them lived in a new 2-bedroom apartment, which was considered top-tier even within the factory. Aunt was very satisfied with this. Even though they hadn't brought many gifts when they arrived, Aunt was still delighted. Rumor had it around the factory that the boss might be opening another plant, and if that were true, wouldn't her husband be getting another promotion? Honestly, the only reason they were living so well in the apocalypse was all thanks to that girl from the Lao Jing family. So, as soon as Jing Shu and her mother walked in, they were warmly welcomed by Aunt. Sister-in-law, have a seat. Don't busy yourself. We just want to have a quick chat, Jing Shu's mom said with a smile, straightening her back. The old conflicts between her and her sister-in-law had faded over the years, and she was much more at ease now. How could I not? Here, have some milk tea. Jing Shu, have some candy. I heard from people at the factory that they're working on a list these days, saying they're going to open a new brewery. Quite a few employees are asking about it, hoping to transfer over. I wonder if it's true. Aunt was never one to keep things to herself. She said whatever came to mind. Uncle tugged at her, don't believe every rumor you hear. It's just an investigation for now. And even if something does happen, it's up to Jing Shu to decide. Don't even think about squeezing your brother and sister-in-law in again. Aunt wasn't annoyed at being called out. If this had been 7 or 8 years ago, she would have put her hands on her hips and started scolding, "Your family's too soft." If it weren't for someone like me keeping an eye out, you'd have been eaten alive by now. But in recent years, even her brother's family, who were officials, had to look to her husband and Jingshu for their livelihood. Just yesterday, her brother had come to her, asking her to help his daughter get a job at the cigarette factory, or better yet, at the new brewery. So now, she just sat quietly to the side. Jingshu smiled and nodded to her uncle. Since they're already investigating and making lists of interested people, it's real. I estimate the brewery and detergent factory will be up and running by next week. She then briefly explained the situation. Ant's breathing quickened. Wow, there are still so many spots left in Nanhai, over 1,000. Does that mean our Sulong could get in too? Uncle shot her a look. Even if there are lots of spots and connections, you still have to pass the assessment. That rascal can only get in once he passes the test. We have to be stricter with our own family. Aunt was about to say something when she spotted a head peeking from behind the door and immediately got angry. "You little brat, get over here. There are only a few sets of procedures to memorize, and you still haven't learned them? Do you know how many people are desperate to get in here? They've memorized the test questions inside out, but just don't have the connections. And you? You already have the connections, just need to pass the assessment and you're in." Jingshu hadn't seen her cousin in a long time. Sulong, who used to be skinny, had grown into a strong young man. Clearly, the food in the apocalypse years hadn't been too bad. "If you could just leak me a few questions in advance," before he could finish, Uncle grabbed a shoe and chased after him. "I'll beat the ungratefulness out of you, you little troublemaker." After a bout of chaos, Uncle wiped his sweat and said to Jingshu, exasperated, "When you were his age, you were already sensible and starting your own business." Sigh. Jingshu smiled. "Uncle, there's no college in the apocalypse now. At his age, he should be out gaining experience. I'd like you to take charge of the North China and Northwest regions this time, overseeing performance and related matters. You'll be promoted to General Manager of the North China region, with a green giant vehicle and 2 secretaries. Take him along for some training, let him toughen up a bit." Sulong's eyes immediately lit up. "Dad, I want to go out too." Even if he was just tagging along without pay or benefits, at least he'd get to ride in the green giant for free. Plus, his dad was getting promoted again. Aunt finally burst out laughing. "Wonderful. Another promotion. And in charge of several factories." Uncle hesitated for a moment. He wanted to show his son the world, but if he took Sulong, he'd have to bring his wife too. Jingshu said, "You can bring Aunt as well. Transporting and coordinating beer deliveries will mean you'll spend most of your time on the road." Third Aunt had a helicopter for transport, and the East China region had a dense network of factories. But Uncle's territory was much larger, so he'd need the Green Giant's help. Uncle wasn't a monk. If he went alone, he'd barely see his family all year. Better to bring them along. After all, the tasks assigned to Uncle were much tougher. With Aunt handling the daily logistics and meals, Uncle could focus on his work. "All right, I'll keep a close eye on the 2 of them." With Uncle's arrangements settled, Aunt happily started packing. Jingshu's mom was very pleased and started chatting with Uncle. Jingshu didn't want to disturb them. She still had things to do, so she took the Green Giant to the Nanhai Town Government Office. There was a pile of documents waiting for the boss's signature. She hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived at the manor, she'd be nudged by a few familiar black pigs. These were the very ones she'd sold to Jean Baba during the mudslide. The black pigs seemed to remember her scent, and then she saw the son of the previous head of the household. Jean Baba, awkwardly trying to catch pigs while wearing a gas mask. Oh, so Jun Bao is actually related to the previous head? No wonder they live together, it makes sense. When Jingshu arrived, Jean Baba was trying to get a boar to mate with a sow. Unfortunately, neither the boar nor the sow seemed interested in the whole affair. The sow ran off and ended up bumping right into Jingshu. The 2 of them locked eyes in an awkward moment. Jean Baba felt embarrassed. He, the once mighty little overlord, reduced to this? But for the sake of black piglets, he had to swallow his pride. But Jingshu wasn't the type to get flustered. Seeing Jean Baba's intentions, and with her own expertise in postnatal sow care and breeding, she deftly grabbed the sow and asked, "Trying to breed the sow?" Yeah. Jean Baba was still a bit in disbelief at how much brighter Jingshu seemed now. He hesitated. "Since you left, they've only tried twice and still haven't conceived." "I'm getting a bit anxious." Jingshu skillfully took out some breeding medicine from her pocket, pried open the pig's mouth, and popped it in. The two pigs squealed, not knowing what they'd just eaten, smacked their lips, and before long, were swept up in the moment. Right there and then, the two pigs put on quite the live-action show. Jean Baba watched mortified, while Jingshu casually asked, "How's your father's health these days?" Jean Baba mumbled a reply, grateful for his gas mask hiding his reddening face. "Much better, thanks to your medicine." When the pigs still hadn't finished, Jean Baba quickly led Jingshu to Junbao's office, making his escape. There, he found Junbao staring gloomily at a crisp cucumber, nibbling at it bit by bit as if it were poison. Yet, even in misery, he still managed to look elegant and familiar. Oh, right, she'd forgotten this tyrant had an eating disorder. What a rich man's problem. He finally looked up and saw Jingshu, his face showing no surprise, as if he'd expected her all along. Only when he noticed the box Jingshu was carrying did the corners of his mouth twitch ever so slightly. Jingshu took out fresh vegetables and fruit from her spiritual spring space, and even brought some dried raisins. She said, "I heard from the staff that you fainted a few times at work from low blood sugar, so I brought you some raisins. Snack on them when you have time to keep your sugar up." "Thanks." Junbao pushed the cucumber aside, picked up the fruits and vegetables Jingshu brought, and chose a fresh cucumber. With a crisp bite, his face lit up in bliss. He sighed contentedly. "Why is it that your produce always tastes so good?" Jingshu smiled, but of course couldn't reveal her secret. Anything from the space is top quality. She thought for a moment, then took out 2 cans of milk powder from the box. It seemed that in the half-year she'd been away, the tyrant had either been too busy or missed her feeding him. He'd gotten much thinner. Jingshu poured some boiling tea from the tea tray, added the milk powder, and brewed a rich, savory milk tea. She poured a cup and handed it over. Junbao raised an eyebrow. He'd never liked milk, always found it too gamey, and it made him want to gag. But Jingshu's milk tea was different, rich, fragrant, and lingering. He drank a cup, satisfaction written all over his face, before finally asking, "So, what do you want from me? Otherwise, why bring 2 cans of milk powder?" Jingshu rolled her eyes. "I'm just worried you'll die and no one will lead witching down the right path." Junbao chuckled. "You went to the Middle East this time, and Elder Joe upstairs couldn't stop praising you. You've been credited twice, and the rest of the rewards are being processed." "Not bad." Jingshu then pulled out a stack of messy documents from several factories for Junbao to review, sign, and stamp. After business was done, Junbao said, "The black branch you gave Elder Joe has finished 3 rounds of testing. It does purify the air, but unfortunately, it can't break down or extract all substances." A bit of a pity. Jingshu had expected this. When it came to the spiritual spring and black eggs, mass production wasn't as simple as extracting and breaking things down. The black eggs would have to remain a luxury item. So she said, "I know. That's why I want to open a small-scale factory and sell only a limited amount. Just 1 store in the whole country, and it'll be in witching." She knew exactly whose side she was on. Junbao was even more pleased. "In that case, let's brand it as witching's own. I have transportation channels and can sell it through the Imperial Capital's Biodecomposition Research Institute." Jingshu's eyes lit up. "Really?" Junbao nodded. "Of course. It's no trouble." "Thank you," Jingshu said sincerely. Junbao was from the Imperial Capital, with plenty of resources and connections. He didn't want any shares, just a commission for helping with sales, but he'd handle transportation, sales, distribution, reputation, after-sales, and more. All Jingshu had to do was produce the goods. She didn't even need to rent or set up a storefront. She could just hand everything over to Junbao and the Imperial Capital Research Institute. It was hassle-free and effortless. They didn't even want shares. What a fantastic deal. Just goes to show, feeding Jun Bao always pays off. And then Jun Bao accepted her thanks, and that was the end of the matter. I'll have my secretary draft a contract and set up the process. But you'll still need to handle things on the South Sea side yourself. Okay. Jingshu felt today had brought an unexpected windfall. Then she suddenly remembered the other reason she'd come, her expression growing serious. I have a relative whose child disappeared in a third-tier city on the outskirts of Wuching. I suspect there might be an energy crystal there. At the mention of this, Jun Bao became serious as well. In the apocalypse, resources were everything. The culprit that had turned the world into this mess was the dark energy. If they could dig up more information about it, it would be a huge advantage for Wuching in the future. In the apocalypse, whoever controlled energy had the most say. Over the years, dark energy had gradually replaced many things in daily life, and it would only become more important going forward. After a moment of silence, Jun Bao asked, "Have you sent people to look?" Jingshu nodded and explained the situation. Jun Bao nodded as well. People don't just disappear for no reason, and signals don't just cut off out of nowhere. Most likely, there's been a spatial rift, a new energy entrance, or something else. I'll send professionals to investigate, test the energy levels, and check the area. Wuching's natural gas and oil were still being extracted in small amounts. In the future, these would be China's last trump card, reserved for future generations. If they could discover dark energy. Jun Bao fell into thought, already making several new plans. Jingshu watched Jun Bao writing on paper, his powerful cursive script flowing across the draft. She couldn't help but sigh. In her previous life, Jun Bao had been forced to abandon so many people just to save the majority. But in this life, with her butterfly effect, he didn't seem to have carried out so many heartless orders. After finishing, Jun Bao pulled out a few more sheets and handed them to her. The quotas for several factories and the town government have been finalized. There's nothing else for now. In a few days, there will be a collective employee opening ceremony and press conference. Reporters will be invited. You and the town government's representative should attend. Okay. Jingshu nodded, sighing inwardly. She hated attending these kinds of events, just sitting there like a Buddha statue, smiling for an hour or two, unable to relax. If she crossed her legs, shook her foot, or picked her nose, someone would snap a photo and post it online. It was ridiculous. Jun Bao added, "It's a national event. This is a model case, a breakthrough product. After meetings up top, they want to promote it to stabilize public morale, so it might appear on the news. So, you know what to do, right?" Jingshu was a little surprised. From the prohibition on alcohol, it was clear the country didn't have the grain to make liquor, but now they were willing to open up for a brewery. Was the policy at the top changing? If that was the case, she couldn't just sit there and smile. She'd have to present real data and results. She nodded. "I understand. I'll make sure to promote our products and build up the Wuching brand, so everyone can see how good our stuff is." Jun Bao nodded. "That's the best free advertising." The two of them chatted a bit more, exchanging information. After dark, Jingshu finally returned to it themselves. The initial plan is to have fewer than 100 workers at the corrosion plant here in Nanhai, about 500 at the brewery, and a bit more at the detergent factory, around 800. Hiss. With that, the Jing family finally understood. So not only in Nanhai, but factories were going to open all over the country. Just how many factories would that be? Before they could recover from their shock, Jingshu continued. The national headquarters won't be in Nanhai, since transportation isn't convenient. We'll set up several main warehouses and factories in more populated areas for easier distribution. I have friends in North China who can help keep an eye on things there. But for the East China headquarters and main factory, especially in Shanghai and the Zhejiang-Anhui region, I want someone from our own family in charge. So, does anyone have any good candidates? Maybe a relative who could travel between Shanghai, Zhejiang, and Anhui to oversee things. As she spoke, Jingshu's gaze fell on third Aunt Jinglai. Of all her relatives, third Aunt Jinglai was the one she trusted most, efficient, decisive, and with a commanding presence that made her seem every bit the businesswoman. When the family relocated, third aunt had become the chief purchaser for the Nanhai cigarette factory. In the 6 months since, she'd never made a mistake and gradually took over the finances as well. At this point, she was basically the factory's treasurer. It was hard to imagine a divorced, middle-aged village woman could come this far. As a senior manager at the cigarette factory, third aunt of course knew about the new factories and that her niece played a key role. She'd even heard that Jingshu had scored big in the Middle East, landing several new energy projects. Unlike a year ago, when she'd been hesitant and unsure, she now said directly, if it's a new factory, of course we need our own people in charge. Niece, where do you want me? Jingshu thought for a moment. The cigarette factory is already running smoothly, and with me here in Nanhai, there shouldn't be any problems. I'd like you to be the head of the East China region, overseeing the breweries in Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, and Nanhai. You'd rotate between each place, spending about 10 days at each. Third Aunt Jinglai hesitated, glancing at Grandma and Grandpa Jing. Grandpa Jing puffed on his cigarette and smacked his lips. Don't worry about us old folks. We're in good health. Didn't you always like to go out and see the world? It's not like you'll never come back. Jingshu quickly nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. Some roads are still impassable, so we'll arrange for helicopter travel when needed. Seeing Grandpa Jing's eyes light up, clearly wanting to try it himself, and Grandma Jing's mouth drop open, probably thinking about how much fuel a helicopter would burn, Jingshu hurriedly added, it's all reimbursed. The town government will cover the costs. Hearing that, Grandma Jing patted third Aunt Jinglai. If the government's paying, this is a good job. And just like that, the matter was settled. Jingshu continued, Big Aunt's family has come to Nanhai and worked diligently at the clothing shop. She's been promoted to supervisor and has gained a lot of experience. She can move up to a management position at the detergent factory. Big Uncle has always been reliable and hardworking. This time, he can take over third Aunt's purchasing job at the cigarette factory. Second Aunt's family can take over Big Aunt's old positions. And as for Big Aunt's son and daughter-in-law. With everything arranged, Grandma Jing's eyes crinkled with joy. Good, good, good. Granddaughter, it's all up to you. Right before the new year, you've found jobs for the whole family. You're getting more and more capable. I'd say the whole Jing family is counting on you now. Grandma, it's really me who's counting on you all to support me, Jingshu replied with a smile. Her family had truly stood the test of time. When they relocated, she'd promoted third aunt, but only arranged ordinary jobs for Big Aunt's family. But Big Aunt's family had always worked hard and never complained. Now that opportunities had opened up, she finally had positions to offer them. You always know what to say, granddaughter. Grandma loves you best, Grandma Jing laughed. Grandpa Jing, meanwhile, was itching to try his hand at being a security guard, and Jingshu agreed. After all, he just liked going out to brag with old Zhang. Grandma Jing decided that in a couple of days, she'd take Jingshu to visit Big Aunt's family and tell them the good news. The next day, Jingshu took her mother to visit her eldest uncle. Having already made proper arrangements for the people in the Lao Jing family, Jingshu naturally had to take care of her mother's only relatives as well. This time, she also had an important task to entrust to her uncle. Since the migration, her uncle's status had been steadily rising, giving him more and more say and authority. After serving as the deputy general manager of the cigarette factory for over half a year, Uncle had been extremely busy, often coming back to the dormitory late at night. The three of them lived in a new 2-bedroom apartment, which was considered top-tier even within the factory. Aunt was very satisfied with this. Even though they hadn't brought many gifts when they arrived, Aunt was still delighted. Rumor had it around the factory that the boss might be opening another plant, and if that were true, wouldn't her husband be getting another promotion? Honestly, the only reason they were living so well in the apocalypse was all thanks to that girl from the Lao Jing family. So, as soon as Jingshu and her mother walked in, they were warmly welcomed by Aunt. "Sister-in-law, have a seat. Don't busy yourself." "We just want to have a quick chat," Jingshu's mom said with a smile, straightening her back. The old conflicts between her and her sister-in-law had faded over the years, and she was much more at ease now. "How could I not? Here, have some milk tea. Jingshu, have some candy." "I heard from people at the factory that they're working on a list these days, saying they're going to open a new brewery. Quite a few employees are asking about it, hoping to transfer over. I wonder if it's true." Aunt was never one to keep things to herself. She said whatever came to mind. Uncle tugged at her. "Don't believe every rumor you hear. It's just an investigation for now. And even if something does happen, it's up to Jingshu to decide. Don't even think about squeezing your brother and sister-in-law in again." Aunt wasn't annoyed at being called out. If this had been 7 or 8 years ago, she would have put her hands on her hips and started scolding. "Your family's too soft. If it weren't for someone like me keeping an eye out, you'd have been eaten alive by now." But in recent years, even her brother's family, who were officials, had to look to her husband and Jingshu for their livelihood. Just yesterday, her brother had come to her, asking her to help his daughter get a job at the cigarette factory, or better yet, at the new brewery. So now, she just sat quietly to the side. Jingshu smiled and nodded to her uncle. "Since they're already investigating and making lists of interested people, it's real. I estimate the brewery and detergent factory will be up and running by next week." She then briefly explained the situation. Aunt's breathing quickened. "Wow, there are still so many spots left in Nanhai, over 1,000. Does that mean our Sulong could get in too?" Uncle shot her a look. "Even if there are lots of spots and connections, you still have to pass the assessment. That rascal can only get in once he passes the test. We have to be stricter with our own family." Aunt was about to say something when she spotted a head peeking from behind the door and immediately got angry. "You little brat, get over here. There are only a few sets of procedures to memorize, and you still haven't learned them? Do you know how many people are desperate to get in here? They've memorized the test questions inside out, but just don't have the connections. And you? You already have the connections, just need to pass the assessment and you're in." Jingshu hadn't seen her cousin in a long time. Sulong, who used to be skinny, had grown into a strong young man. Clearly, the food in the apocalypse years hadn't been too bad. "If you could just leak me a few questions in advance," before he could finish, Uncle grabbed a shoe and chased after him. "I'll beat the ungratefulness out of you, you little troublemaker." After a bout of chaos, Uncle wiped his sweat and said to Jingshu, exasperated, "When you were his age, you were already sensible and starting your own business." Sigh. Jingshu smiled. "Uncle, there's no college in the apocalypse now. At his age, he should be out gaining experience. I'd like you to take charge of the North China and Northwest regions this time, overseeing performance and related matters. You'll be promoted to General Manager of the North China region, with a green giant vehicle and 2 secretaries. Take him along for some training, let him toughen up a bit." Sulong's eyes immediately lit up. "Dad, I want to go out too." Even if he was just tagging along without pay or benefits, at least he'd get to ride in the green giant for free. Plus, his dad was getting promoted again. Aunt finally burst out laughing. "Wonderful. Another promotion. And in charge of several factories." Uncle hesitated for a moment. He wanted to show his son the world, but if he took Sulong, he'd have to bring his wife too. Jingshu said, "You can bring Aunt as well. Transporting and coordinating beer deliveries will mean you'll spend most of your time on the road." Third Aunt had a helicopter for transport, and the East China region had a dense network of factories. But Uncle's territory was much larger, so he'd need the Green Giant's help. Uncle wasn't a monk. If he went alone, he'd barely see his family all year. Better to bring them along. After all, the tasks assigned to Uncle were much tougher. With Aunt handling the daily logistics and meals, Uncle could focus on his work. "All right, I'll keep a close eye on the 2 of them." With Uncle's arrangements settled, Aunt happily started packing. Jingshu's mom was very pleased and started chatting with Uncle. Jingshu didn't want to disturb them. She still had things to do, so she took the green giant to the Nahai town government office. There was a pile of documents waiting for the boss's signature. She hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived at the manor, she'd be nudged by a few familiar black pigs. These were the very ones she'd sold to Jean Baba during the mudslide. The black pigs seemed to remember her scent, and then she saw the son of the previous head of the household. Jean Baba, awkwardly trying to catch pigs while wearing a gas mask. Oh, so Jun Bao is actually related to the previous head? No wonder they lived together, it makes sense. When Jingshu arrived, Jean Baba was trying to get a boar to mate with a sow. Unfortunately, neither the boar nor the sow seemed interested in the whole affair. The sow ran off and ended up bumping right into Jingshu. The two of them locked eyes in an awkward moment. Jean Baba felt embarrassed. He, the once mighty little overlord, reduced to this? But for the sake of black piglets, he had to swallow his pride. But Jingshu wasn't the type to get flustered. Seeing Jean Baba's intentions, and with her own expertise in postnatal sow care and breeding, she deftly grabbed the sow and asked, trying to breed the sow? Yeah. Jean Baba was still a bit in disbelief at how much brighter Jingshu seemed now. He hesitated. Since you left, they've only tried twice and still haven't conceived. I'm getting a bit anxious. Jingshu skillfully took out some breeding medicine from her pocket, pried open the pig's mouth, and popped it in. The two pigs squealed, not knowing what they'd just eaten, smacked their lips, and before long, were swept up in the moment. Right there and then, the two pigs put on quite the live-action show. Jean Baba watched mortified, while Jingshu casually asked, "How's your father's health these days?" Jean Baba mumbled a reply, grateful for his gas mask hiding his reddening face. "Much better, thanks to your medicine." When the pigs still hadn't finished, Jean Baba quickly led Jingshu to Jun Bao's office, making his escape. There, he found Jun Bao staring gloomily at a crisp cucumber, nibbling at it bit by bit as if it were poison. Yet, even in misery, he still managed to look elegant and familiar. Oh, right, she'd forgotten this tyrant had an eating disorder. What a rich man's problem. He finally looked up and saw Jingshu, his face showing no surprise, as if he'd expected her all along. Only when he noticed the box Jingshu was carrying did the corners of his mouth twitch ever so slightly. Jingshu took out fresh vegetables and fruit from her spiritual spring space, and even brought some dried raisins. She said, "I heard from the staff that you fainted a few times at work from low blood sugar, so I brought you some raisins. Snack on them when you have time to keep your sugar up." "Thanks." Jun Bao pushed the cucumber aside, picked up the fruits and vegetables Jingshu brought, and chose a fresh cucumber. With a crisp bite, his face lit up in bliss. He sighed contentedly. "Why is it that your produce always tastes so good?" Jingshu smiled, but of course couldn't reveal her secret. Anything from the space is top quality. She thought for a moment, then took out 2 cans of milk powder from the box. It seemed that in the half-year she'd been away, the tyrant had either been too busy or missed her feeding him. He'd gotten much thinner. Jingshu poured some boiling tea from the tea tray, added the milk powder, and brewed a rich, savory milk tea. She poured a cup and handed it over. Jun Bao raised an eyebrow. He'd never liked milk, always found it too gamey, and it made him want to gag. But Jingshu's milk tea was different, rich, fragrant, and lingering. He drank a cup, satisfaction written all over his face, before finally asking, "So, what do you want from me? Otherwise, why bring 2 cans of milk powder?" Jingshu rolled her eyes. "I'm just worried you'll die and no one will lead witching down the right path." Jun Bao chuckled. "You went to the Middle East this time, and Elder Joe upstairs couldn't stop praising you. You've been credited twice, and the rest of the rewards are being processed. Not bad." Jingshu then pulled out a stack of messy documents from several factories for Jun Bao to review, sign, and stamp. After business was done, Jun Bao said, "The black branch you gave Elder Joe has finished 3 rounds of testing. It does purify the air, but unfortunately, it can't break down or extract all substances. A bit of a pity." Jingshu had expected this. When it came to the spiritual spring and black eggs, mass production wasn't as simple as extracting and breaking things down. The black eggs would have to remain a luxury item. So she said, I know. That's why I want to open a small-scale factory and sell only a limited amount. Just one store in the whole country, and it'll be in Witching. She knew exactly whose side she was on. Jun Bao was even more pleased. In that case, let's brand it as Witching's own. I have transportation channels and can sell it through the Imperial Capital's Biodecomposition Research Institute. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Really? Jun Bao nodded. Of course. It's no trouble. Thank you, Jing Shu said sincerely. Jun Bao was from the Imperial Capital with plenty of resources and connections. He didn't want any shares, just a commission for helping with sales, but he'd handle transportation, sales, distribution, reputation, after-sales, and more. All Jing Shu had to do was produce the goods. She didn't even need to rent or set up a storefront. She could just hand everything over to Jun Bao and the Imperial Capital Research Institute. It was hassle-free and effortless. They didn't even want shares. What a fantastic deal. Just goes to show, feeding Jun Bao always pays off. And then Jun Bao accepted her thanks, and that was the end of the matter. I'll have my secretary draft a contract and set up the process. But you'll still need to handle things on the South Sea side yourself. Okay. Jing Shu felt today had brought an unexpected windfall. Then she suddenly remembered the other reason she'd come, her expression growing serious. I have a relative whose child disappeared in a third-tier city on the outskirts of Witching. I suspect there might be an energy crystal there. At the mention of this, Jun Bao became serious as well. In the apocalypse, resources were everything. The culprit that had turned the world into this mess was the dark energy. If they could dig up more information about it, it would be a huge advantage for Witching in the future. In the apocalypse, whoever controlled energy had the most say. Over the years, dark energy had gradually replaced many things in daily life, and it would only become more important going forward. After a moment of silence, Jun Bao asked, "Have you sent people to look?" Jing Shu nodded and explained the situation. Jun Bao nodded as well. People don't just disappear for no reason, and signals don't just cut off out of nowhere. Most likely, there's been a spatial rift, a new energy entrance, or something else. I'll send professionals to investigate, test the energy levels, and check the area. Witching's natural gas and oil were still being extracted in small amounts. In the future, these would be China's last trump card, reserved for future generations. If they could discover dark energy. Jun Bao fell into thought, already making several new plans. Jing Shu watched Jun Bao writing on paper, his powerful cursive script flowing across the draft. She couldn't help but sigh. In her previous life, Jun Bao had been forced to abandon so many people just to save the majority. But in this life, with her butterfly effect, he didn't seem to have carried out so many heartless orders. After finishing, Jun Bao pulled out a few more sheets and handed them to her. The quotas for several factories and the town government have been finalized. There's nothing else for now. In a few days, there'll be a collective employee opening ceremony and press conference. Reporters will be invited. You and the town government's representative should attend. Okay. Jing Shu nodded, sighing inwardly. She hated attending these kinds of events, just sitting there like a Buddha statue, smiling for an hour or two, unable to relax. If she crossed her legs, shook her foot, or picked her nose, someone would snap a photo and post it online. It was ridiculous. Jun Bao added, "It's a national event. This is a model case, a breakthrough product. After meetings up top, they want to promote it to stabilize public morale, so it might appear on the news." So, you know what to do, right? Jing Shu was a little surprised. From the prohibition on alcohol, it was clear the country didn't have the grain to make liquor, but now they were willing to open up for a brewery. Was the policy at the top changing? If that was the case, she couldn't just sit there and smile. She'd have to present real data and results. She nodded. I understand. I'll make sure to promote our products and build up the Witching brand, so everyone can see how good our stuff is. Jun Bao nodded. That's the best free advertising. The two of them chatted a bit more, exchanging information. After dark, Jing Shu finally returned to the old Jing family home. Unfortunately, everyone had already eaten and cleaned up. Well, nothing she could do about it. Jingshu could only go back to her own place, lock the door, and pull out all sorts of cooked food she'd made earlier from her space. Hot pot, barbecue, roast lamb chops, special marinated chaos Han seafood, spicy chicken, big plate chicken, pan-seared medium-rare beef. Ahem. She ate until she was stuffed, lazily practiced her Rubik's Cube for a while, and then went to bed. The next day, Grandma Jing took Jingshu and 2 green giants to the regular district in the South Sea to help Aunt's family move. This place wasn't unfamiliar to Jingshu. Though it was dirty, messy, and run down, she'd lived here in her previous life. In fact, this place was even bigger than where she'd stayed before. Here, rows and rows of tin houses had been built. On average, 2 families squeezed into each one. Aunt's family was big, and they'd also gotten the Jing family's quota back then, so they had 1.5 tin houses. It was cramped, but at least they had some privacy. But now, they were finally moving. Because Aunt's family was moving, all the neighbors came out to watch, gossip, ask questions, and help carry things. Hey, Old Ways family, are you really moving out of these tin houses? Aunt was in high spirits, smoothing back her messy hair and standing up straight. That's right. Thanks to you all, we were able to pack up so quickly. These are government-assigned houses, you know. If you move out, where will you live? I heard the garment factory dorm only has 1 bed. The garment factory has good benefits, but nothing like the cigarette factory. Too bad we can't get into the cigarette factory. Old Ways family, I heard you're related to someone at the cigarette factory. Are you sure you're not moving in there? The neighbors around couldn't help but hold their breath, all staring at the sister-in-law from Old Ways family. She was known for being hardworking and capable, and her husband was no slouch either. People said you needed connections to become a supervisor. If you don't have connections, with someone like Qiaolian from the countryside, and her son who's so simple-minded and clueless, how could the whole family of 4 all find jobs? So everyone was extremely curious. Qiaolian was holding the hand of a 4 or 5-year-old girl with big, bright eyes. She stood next to her mother-in-law, keeping a close watch on the neighbors, afraid they might sneak something away. Then her mother-in-law spoke up. My daughter-in-law and I didn't go to the cigarette factory. Everyone visibly relaxed. They were worried they'd be jealous if you suddenly got rich, but if you weren't doing so well, they'd feel sorry for you. Then she continued, my daughter-in-law and I went to the detergent factory. Detergent factory? What kind of factory is that? How come we've never heard of it? What are the benefits like? Better than the garment factory. Are you stupid? What kind of good benefits could a crappy detergent factory have? Who even uses detergent to wash clothes these days? Just swish them in water a couple times. Who'd bother buying detergent? Yeah, now that you mention it, I guess nobody really buys detergent. I certainly wouldn't waste my credits on it. Qiaolian rolled her eyes, unable to stand hearing this kind of talk. She immediately stepped forward and said, ahem, actually, we're just staying in the dorms at the detergent factory. The detergent factory is connected to the cigarette factory and the brewery, and the dorm buildings are all together. I heard they even moved over a few buildings from before the apocalypse. There's an employee cafeteria, a kindergarten, a nursing home, all of it is free. And since the kid is too young to work, at the detergent factory they even offer free childcare and teaching. The key thing is, employees eat for free every day, as much as they want, and even their families can eat for free. She lifted her chin proudly, unable to hide her sense of showing off. Everyone gasped in shock. Your crappy detergent factory has benefits as good as the cigarette factory? Seriously? Who's buying detergent anyway? I've never even heard of anyone selling detergent. While all the neighbors were doubting Qiaolian's words, the little girl stared back at them, full of defiance. She wanted to say, Jingshu, my grandaunt, runs a huge factory, and it's amazing. She even brings me candy beans all the time. Grandaunt is my dad's younger uncle's daughter, and she's the one who delivered me when I was born. If Grandaunt hadn't delivered me back then, Grandma and Grandpa said I would have died. That's why I'm called Wei Xuan, to always be grateful to Grandaunt Jingshu. Almost every holiday, our family gets gifts from Grandaunt's house. Every time, she never forgets me. She gives me formula, malt sugar, and all sorts of wonderful things. I never dare forget Grandaunt Jingshu. She's a legend in our family, though I only get to see her once or twice a year. But even if I only see her once or twice a year, I've already engraved her in my heart. I can recognize her from a distance with just a glance. And just now, I caught a glimpse and saw Grandaunt. Only, today she's dressed very differently from her usual thick cotton jackets or casual sportswear. Today, she's dressed so sharply, just like the suits people wore to meetings before the apocalypse. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Grandaunt is here? The little girl was still too young to understand, but today Jingshu was wearing a proper businesswoman's office suit, looking sharp and capable. Her skin was as fair as mutton-fat jade, and her natural beauty shone through. From a distance, Jingshu's cheerful voice rang out. I know none of you would want to spend a few credits on detergent you can only use once or twice. But what if, for just 2 or 3 credits, you could buy detergent that lasts forever and never runs out? Her words stunned everyone on the street. Someone was just about to say, "Who the hell is talking such nonsense? Isn't that just bragging?" But before the words left their mouth, they saw the newcomer, dressed in an immaculate, wrinkle-free office suit, exuding elegance and competence. She walked with confidence, her face calm and composed, the slight upward curve of her lips radiating authority and poise. She had an aura that was impossible to ignore. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, their first thought, is this a leader here for an inspection? Old Wei's wife called out warmly, "Oh, big niece, you're here. Why'd you come in person? We don't have much stuff, it's easy to move to the employee dorms." "Oh my, Mom, you came too." The family bustled around, the son-in-law helping the old lady with tea and water. Only now did the neighbors realize this was the powerful, well-connected relative from Old Wei's family. They thought to themselves, Old Wei's family has really been keeping a low profile. With such a powerful relative, they've kept it hidden. Doesn't seem like such a great relative, though, or they wouldn't have let Old Wei's family live here all this time. But the next moment, the niece from Old Wei's family took out a bag full of treats, white rabbit candies, chocolate snacks, and handed them to the little girl, ruffling her hair. "Haven't seen you in a while, Xuan. You've grown taller. Did you miss Grandaunt?" Wei Xuan's eyes sparkled as she happily shouted, "I did. I miss you every day." The whole scene was filled with warmth and laughter, and with so many precious gifts being brought over, it really didn't look like the kind of forced politeness you'd expect from relatives who secretly look down on you. Jingshu couldn't help but smile. The little one she'd helped deliver all those years ago had only been able to level up her Rubik's Cube because of her, and now look how grown up she was. It was truly moving. She turned to her uncle and cousin and said, "No need to fuss. Once everything's packed up, let's head out. We'll move into the Green Giant. The factory is still quite a distance from here, so if there's anything big or hard to move, like beds or whatever, just bring it along." Her aunt exclaimed in delight, "We can take the big stuff too?" Even with the Green Giant helping, we were worried there wouldn't be enough space in the dorms for everything. Jingshu replied, "The housing assigned to you based on your current positions is very spacious. Don't worry, Auntie. Grandma even said she'd get you some more things when you move in." She was hinting that the place was much bigger than they imagined. Her aunt's whole family felt like they were walking on clouds. Everything seemed so surreal, and they couldn't stop grinning. The neighbors around them were green with envy. "Well, now that the whole Wei family is moving out, there'll be more space. Maybe we can get some of the rooms? Our family of 7 is crammed into a tin shack. Surely they can spare us a couple of rooms so our eldest can finally get married." Jingshu didn't feel annoyed by all this chatter. Instead, she listened carefully, because it meant people hadn't become numb or lost all desire. They still had hopes and wants. That's what would drive everyone to build a better life, even in the apocalypse. Her uncle and cousins started moving everything into the Green Giant, even the beds. The neighbors watched this strange creature curiously until someone suddenly asked Jingshu, "Is it true? You really only need a few virtual coins to buy laundry detergent that'll last a lifetime. As soon as she asked, everyone turned to look, their interest piqued. Jingshu smiled and nodded, taking out a handful, over 100, each one a bit bigger than a grain of sand. This is a product of dark energy new tech. Just put one of these with anything dirty, and after a while, it'll break down the grime and get your clothes clean. Of course, we've tried it on dishes and such too, it works, but you'll need to use a few more and wait a bit longer. These are fresh from the factory, so why don't you each take 2 home and try them out? As she spoke, she carefully handed out 2 to each household, not too many, not too few. Given her current status and wealth, she could have easily handed out a whole bowlful for everyone to use, but she didn't. It was precisely because she was so principled and valued things that everyone accepted them with extra care. Someone asked, so after using these, do you just keep them? They never disappear? Jingshu nodded. In theory, yes. But they're so small, they're easy to lose, so I suggest sewing them into a little cloth pouch. Don't use airtight plastic containers, though. Someone else asked, how much do they cost? Are they expensive? Jingshu patiently explained, just 1 virtual coin each, nationwide fixed price, never going up. Wow, just 1 coin each? And they last forever? That's a bargain. A pot of water costs 1 coin already. If I buy a few of these, I'll never have to wash clothes or dishes again. That's amazing, I'd definitely buy it. If it were me, I'd buy it too. Jingshu smiled and waited until everyone had discussed it enough before saying, well then, I hope you'll all support the laundry detergent factory in the future. With value like this, your detergent is really a blessing for the people. Can you do a buy 10, get 1 free deal? Everyone was talking at once, and by the time her aunt's family had finished moving, Grandma Jing patted her and said, let's go, we're out and about, no more work talk. Only then did the family get into the Green Giant and head for the factory dorms. Inside the Green Giant, Jingshu sipped her milk tea leisurely, lips curled in amusement. Interesting, someone had just been secretly taking pictures? Recording her? Who were they? They didn't look like anyone from Wiching. If she hadn't been so cautious, always sending out little helpers to keep watch, she might never have noticed someone in the crowd filming her the whole time, and they looked like a professional, too. Who could it be? She found out soon enough. She saw herself on the top trending searches online, posted by a famous blogger. The blogger had originally just wanted to capture her stunning beauty and powerful presence, joking at first, 5 minutes. I want all the info on the person in this video, or you're all fired. The comments were flooded with so beautiful. Isn't that Jingshu from Nanhai? And so on. But in the next minute, the conversation shifted. Holy crap, is that thing really able to clean clothes? Netizens had never seen anything so miraculous, and the hype exploded. Now, the whole internet was talking about the laundry detergent factory. Was it real? Did this thing really exist? Could it be mass-produced? Just as Jingshu arrived at the dorms with her aunt's family, she got a call from Junbao. The first thing he said was, "You're famous." Jingshu was still a bit confused. Then he said, "Get ready. In 4 hours, we're moving up the nationwide product launch." As for why the press conference was scheduled 4 hours later, of course it was to let public opinion simmer for a while and build up even more buzz. And why insist on holding it late tonight, instead of tomorrow or sticking to the original plan? Naturally, it's to push this matter to an even higher level. As a master of public opinion and a keen student of human nature, Junbao knows exactly when to act to maximize the benefits. By deliberately holding the conference tonight, it sends a clear message to the public. Look, we take this seriously, don't we? The moment this incident happened and everyone became curious, we immediately called a press conference overnight. This shows how much we value the people. Our attitude is absolutely sincere. We are here to serve everyone wholeheartedly. He wants to play 4-2s, then throw down the king bomb. If the laundry detergent factory is the 4-2s, then the brewery is the king bomb. It's the perfect opportunity to announce both together, sending the public's emotions into a frenzy. Events like this build up in layers. You need setup and foreplay. If you just come out and say, We're opening a brewery to benefit everyone, without any buildup or hype. People might just go, oh, that's nice. But with Junbao's approach, using a small trending topic to escalate into a major one, then dropping the main event at the peak, he can instantly raise national awareness, stirring people's emotions bit by bit. And just when everyone thinks it's over, he casually throws out the king bomb. Oh, and by the way, we're also opening breweries all over the country, so everyone can enjoy high-quality, affordable beer. At a time when people in other countries are struggling to get enough to eat, we can thank our nation for letting us drink beer even in the apocalypse. This is how you elevate an event and push it to the highest level of public attention. After hearing Junbao's simple instructions, Jingshu couldn't help but gasp. Damn, with this kind of grand strategy, who could possibly challenge her position in the future? Thank you. I know what to do now. Jingshu took a deep breath, fully understanding Junbao's intentions. Junbao's voice came through, of course. This is also about protecting Wuqing's industries. Sorry to trouble you this time. Wuqing actually holds very few shares in the laundry detergent and brewery businesses. Overall, Jingshu herself is the biggest beneficiary. I'll bring Junbao some more deodorizing branches and finished scented beans next time, Jingshu thought, as she led her aunt's family to the new factory dormitory. Since the factories Jingshu co-owns with the township government are practically an industrial park now, the new dormitories are actually pre-apocalypse apartment buildings. Their location is unique. 6-story Western-style buildings, decent quality, so they weren't toppled by earthquakes. Other than being clogged with mud and corpse bugs, which took a lot of work to clean up, everything else was perfect. With so many people in her aunt's family, they were given a large ground-floor apartment on the left, 123 square meters, a rare and precious find in the apocalypse. It's not that such housing is scarce after the apocalypse. On the contrary, after the earlier migration, Nanhai became a ghost town, and there are tons of apartments and residential buildings like this. So why is there still a housing shortage and overcrowding? That's because 80% of Nanhai's buildings are now completely buried in mud, with no electricity or water systems. Many have collapsed, been flooded by landslides, or even have a mountain suddenly appearing in the middle of them. Also, if the township government doesn't concentrate people together, but lets them spread out, costs triple, transporting food, daily necessities, everything becomes a problem. So, a cleaned-up, livable apartment, protected by the township government, with people around and work nearby, is incredibly rare and valuable. Grandma Jing opened the door and was very satisfied with a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom apartment. Jingshu said, "The electricity system is just finished. As for the water pipes, they burst and there aren't materials to fix them, so you'll still have to fetch water. Electricity is free for 1 hour a day. You can live here as long as you want. But since it's just been cleaned, it's still pretty dirty and needs a thorough cleaning. Only Jingshu's factory can afford to provide free electricity every day, thanks to the handy tool person my Rue she brought back." Just thinking about it, she felt it was really convenient. The men silently moved their things in, as if the sooner they finished, the sooner they could have a pre-apocalypse home again. Aunt and Xiao Lian busied themselves cleaning every corner. Aunt said, "A little dirt is nothing. We'll clean it several times a day and get it back to its cleanest state." Grandma Jing pointed to the living room. "You still need a sofa. Have your dad make a wooden frame and stuff it with cotton. The small bedroom needs a bed. The ground floor is convenient, but you also need a big wooden tub. We still have some materials at home. Have your dad make you a squat toilet so you don't have to go far to use the bathroom." Uncle chuckled, "No need to trouble the in-laws. We'll handle it ourselves, we'll handle it." Just then, the door to the next apartment opened, and there were sounds of moving and surprised exclamations. Grandma Jing, Aunt Jingshu, and little Wei Xuan went out to take a look and saw the familiar Granny Xia, along with Aunt Xia, the honest Uncle Xia, and their grandson, all standing there, mouths agape in shock. This time, Granny Xia brought her son and daughter to the so-called dormitory building, only to discover that it was actually a Western-style building shared by the brewery, the laundry detergent factory, and the fermentation plant. Such a nice building. Surely even official town government workers wouldn't get to live in a place this nice, right? Did they come to the wrong place? At first, they were all very anxious. All along the way, Granny Xia kept telling her daughter, "The Jing family has helped us so much. First they went to find your little brother, then they got you this job. We'll never be able to repay this kindness. But now that you're working at their factory, you have to work hard. I've heard these past few days that the factory hardly ever hires outsiders. Even people with connections can't get in." Granny Xia rambled on, saying a lot along the way. She also said that since people had treated them so well, they couldn't be ungrateful. She herself was just an old lady with nothing to do, so she could help out by looking after the dried corpse maggots or something. Then she told her eldest son, "My second daughter and I will be at the factory. They say there's a dormitory building, but it probably won't be very big, and we might have to share with others. If there isn't much space, just bring fewer things. I have your sister to look after me, so you can just focus on your work." The three of them had imagined what the dormitory building and the factory benefits would be like countless times, but when they actually arrived, they realized their expectations fell short. Aunt Xia's old maggot factory had been a small place with just over 100 people, with rundown tin sheds, filthy everywhere with maggot slime, and a stench that was overwhelming. She had thought the fermentation maggot factory would be about the same, but when she arrived at this clean factory building, she thought she must have come to the wrong place. She asked the staff several times, and after she gave her name and virtual ID, they simply scanned it and handed her an onboarding guide, a few keys, work cards, and so on. They were directed to Room 101, Unit 1, Building 1. Aunt Xia even said, "The dormitory is actually a building. Good thing it's on the first floor. Otherwise, Mom, your legs wouldn't be able to handle the stairs." Granny Xia sighed. "This is all arranged so well. I bet your big niece did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could we get such a good spot on the first floor?" The staff also said, "It's almost mealtime. You can put your luggage in your room first, then take your meal cards to the cafeteria next door. Meals are free for employees, and you can bring children and elderly family members for free. If you want to bring other adult family members, you'll have to pay extra, 3 virtual coins per person, deducted from your salary card. After you eat, you need to go pick up your uniforms and attend a staff meeting. There's an emergency notice today, so please hurry and don't be late." The three of them, with the child in tow, arrived at the dormitory building in shock, not daring to waste any time. They had planned to just drop off their things and leave, but when they opened the door, they were completely stunned. They had expected a single dorm room at best. After all, the town government only ever assigned 1 room per family, usually for 5 or 6 people. But they never imagined it would be a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, about 70 square meters, complete with bedrooms, a dining area, a living room, and a bathroom. There were 2 beds, and although the rest of the place was empty, no table, just some built-in cabinets from the previous occupants. Uncle Xia was completely dumbfounded. This must be a mistake, right? How could the place be this big?" Granny Xia said, "Girl, check if there are other people living here with us." Aunt Xia quickly picked up her phone and checked the onboarding notice, then said dejectedly, "It doesn't say anything about that." Just then, a voice came from next door. They turned and saw it was Jing Shu, the eldest niece, and her old friends. Aunt Xia and Uncle Xia both felt an air of authority from their niece's sharp professional attire. Then they heard her laugh and say in a steady voice, "No mistake. This apartment is for you, Granny Xia and Aunt Xia. No need to look, there's no one else." Granny Xia was a bit flustered. She can't possibly need such a big place all to herself. Jing Shu smiled and said, "According to the position, Aunt Xia really lucked out. There weren't any smaller apartments left. When I asked them to arrange a place on the first floor, I also thought it would be good for your family and my aunt's family to live together, so you could look out for each other. My aunt's family also has a child to take care of during the day, so I'll have to trouble you, Granny Sia. Granny Sia happily agreed. That way my grandson will have someone to play with. But in her heart, she knew perfectly well a 90-year-old woman taking care of someone in their 50s? More like they'd be looking after her. What a thoughtful child. She really envied Granny Jing for having such a wonderful granddaughter. Granny Jing was also beaming with pride. Her eldest granddaughter had really given her face, letting her hold her head high. This happiness would surely add another 10 years to her life. Being able to repay her lifesaver and make her happy made her feel truly content. The two families greeted each other. Granny Jing went in to look at the apartment, nodded in satisfaction, and took her old friend's hand, saying, "Don't worry, old sister. Just settle in and make yourself at home. We're all family here. Later on, we'll need your niece to look after the fermentation maggot factory." Jing Shu nodded. The fermentation plant has more veteran workers, so Aunt Xia will need to keep an eye on things. If you pass the job evaluation within 6 months, you can be promoted to supervisor, and then you'll officially be entitled to this apartment. Of course, I'm also bribing you in advance, Aunt Xia. Help me keep an eye on the people in the factory. Once the brewery takes off, people will definitely try to sneak into the fermentation plant to spy. Since you're family, I trust you to watch out for anyone trying to uncover our secrets. Aunt Xia immediately understood what was being implied and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm at the fermentation plant, I absolutely won't allow any riffraff to sneak in." Only then was Jing Shu truly satisfied. She added that Uncle Xia could also move in, which would make meals more convenient, just 3 virtual coins per meal. Uncle Xia, however, hesitated. 3 virtual coins per meal was a bit steep now that his younger brother was gone and their family wasn't as well off. He figured he could eat his fill elsewhere for just 1 or 2 virtual coins, so why spend 3? Once both families had settled in and put their things away, Jing Shu led everyone to the cafeteria. Since the cafeteria had just opened, the food was a little better these days. At lunch, everyone got a piece of synthetic meat, a bowl of seaweed soup that tasted salty but had barely visible bits of egg, and for the main course, red threadworm cakes. There was also a side of cold marinated mushrooms as vegetables, plus a serving of juicy, sweet and sour platinum pineapple from Shuwen. All in all, this meal had meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruit, one of the best work meals you could find anywhere in China. Plus, you could eat as many red threadworm cakes and vegetables as you wanted. Outside, a meal like this would cost at least 10 virtual coins. The cafeteria was bustling but orderly. The old employees were calm and collected, while the new ones were overjoyed. Grandma Xia was dazzled by the variety of food. The lunch lady, seeing she was elderly, even ladled her some soup with extra egg in it. Uncle Xia was stunned. This food is so good? Maybe paying 3 virtual coins wasn't so bad after all, especially since you could eat your fill. Aunt Xia chimed in, "This is amazing. Is it all free?" Jing Shu smiled and pointed upstairs. "There's even better food up there. Once you get promoted, Auntie, you can bring Grandma Xia to eat upstairs too. They have rice and steamed buns, all free." Jing Shu was pleased to see the fire of ambition blazing in Aunt Xia's eyes. Satisfied, she took her own family upstairs. Looks like her sales pitch had worked. Her eldest aunt's family was also shocked by the scene. They'd thought this was already the free meal, but there was more upstairs. Jing Shu led her eldest aunt to the 2nd floor, which was much more spacious and had private rooms. There were far fewer people getting food here, so she explained. Only supervisors and above can eat here for free, and it's limited. If you bring family, it's 15 virtual coins per person. It's also open to the public. Regular employees can eat here for 15 coins a meal. The food included synthetic meat, giant fish fillets, potatoes, rice, steamed buns, and more, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. The value was even better, and the taste superior. Of course, real meat was out of the question. These days, a kilo of pork costs thousands of virtual coins, and it was probably years-old frozen zombie meat. Grandma Jing was unimpressed by the 15-coin meal. Expensive and not tasty. That synthetic meat always tastes a bit off. Nothing like what I cook at home. Her eldest aunt just smiled as she ladled soup for her granddaughter. Only our family can afford to eat meat regularly these days. Who else can? Suddenly, Grandma Jing asked, "What did you do with those black pigs you were raising?" Her uncle replied, "Luckily, Jing Shu had an idea. We gave them to little brother's livestock farm as breeding stock. Now the pigs are at the farm and we get 50,000 virtual coins a month." Grandma Jing nodded. That works. In the apocalypse, you have to stockpile supplies. You can't just sit around and use everything up. Her uncle quickly agreed, "You're right, Mom. With the whole family to care for, we'll definitely work hard at the factory." Xiaolian swallowed nervously. She hadn't realized her mother-in-law's family was so tough and hardworking, and that they had such a big monthly income. Yet they'd quietly stayed in the government-assigned housing. She realized she'd worried for nothing these last 2 months. Still, she felt a bit awkward. She held her stomach and, taking advantage of everyone being together, finally spoke up. "Mom, Dad, Grandma, I think I might be pregnant again." "What? How could you get pregnant now? You just finished your onboarding and now you're pregnant. How are you supposed to work?" Her mother-in-law glared at her. Grandma Jing, however, was delighted. Getting pregnant is a good thing. Why scold her? It's not like we can't afford to support a pregnant woman. Jing Shu's cousin had been eating quietly but now looked up in surprise. "Really? You're pregnant again?" Jing Shu glanced at Xiaolian, a bit impressed. She'd almost died in childbirth a few years ago, yet here she was, pregnant again. Mothers really are amazing. Xiaolian blushed and nodded. "I've been careful these past few years, but this time, I don't know how it happened. My belly's already starting to show, and I haven't had my period in months. I think I am. If you don't want the baby, I'll get an abortion." Her mother-in-law looked at Jing Shu with concern. "Xiaolian's pregnant. We can't ask her to abort, but she probably can't keep working. It's not like before the apocalypse, when pregnant women could just take maternity leave." Jing Shu said, "Let her work at the detergent factory for now. When her belly gets bigger, she can transfer to the fermentation plant. All she'll have to do there is keep watch." Xiaolian immediately said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." And so it was settled. After lunch, Jing Shu asked her eldest aunt to take Xiaolian to the factory's medical office, while she went to take care of business. Soon after, all the new and old employees were neatly seated in the brand-new auditorium. Several banners were hung in the most prominent spots. Wuching Brand Detergent Factory and Brewery National Launch. Every time a new factory opens, there's always a launch event and an employee assembly. That's an old tradition. Today, aside from workers from the 3 factories, employees from the cigarette factory also attended the assembly. After all, most of Jing Shu's factory workers were transferred internally. But there had never been an event as grand as today's. The stage was draped with neat red tablecloths, complete with teacups and water, and surrounded by 7 or 8 cameras. The sound of shutters clicking filled the air. The workers noticed that the reporters and photographers looked travel-worn, as if they'd come from far away. Most importantly, the reporters were actually asking questions. Is the laundry detergent your factory produces really as miraculous as people say online? Is it true your detergent never runs out? If it does, will you really pay 1,000 times the penalty? Is each detergent bead really just one virtual coin? Will it be available nationwide? When will it hit the shelves? A row of top leaders sat on stage, along with officials from Wuching Town, but the reporters all wanted to direct their questions to President Jing, who usually kept out of day-to-day affairs. Normally, President Jing would just smile serenely like a Buddha, but today she broke her silence, smiling as she explained things and even had someone bring out the product for a demonstration. When a basin of filthy, muddy clothes was put in, and after a short wait, she took them out and gave them a shake, revealing a snow-white shirt. Everyone was stunned. But President Jing also explained, "To save time, I used a handful of desert rose crystals. If you use just a few beads, you'll need to let it soak longer, but it'll still come out just as clean." Our product is 1 virtual coin per bead, buy 10 get 1 free, and the price will never increase. We've opened dozens of factories nationwide, with 8 major warehouses, and production is in full swing. As you all know, the raw material is the extremely precious dark energy. We expect to have nationwide distribution within 3 days. Our product has been tested by the top research institute. Its structure is as stable as diamond. We guarantee a 1,000-fold penalty for any fakes. If it's fake, we'll pay 1,000 times the price. Of course, this doesn't apply if someone deliberately loses, damages, or mixes it with other chemicals. Clap, 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 asterisk. All the employees broke into enthusiastic applause, and the internet was abuzz. I told you. It's actually real. If this really is a never-ending detergent, I could save on food money. Just buy a few beads, and they'd last a lifetime. This is amazing. Since the apocalypse, I haven't had a single clean shirt. This stuff is great, and cheap too. The key thing is, it's not a consumable. I bet it'll become hard currency in the future. For holidays, weddings, or gifts, you can't go wrong giving this. But if everyone buys one, won't there be no more demand? How could it be hard currency then? Are you dumb? These things are tiny. Even if they never run out, you could lose them when shaking out your clothes or misplace them. So you'll always need to buy more every so often. And didn't President Jing say the more you use, the faster it cleans? It can wash more than just clothes. You can use it for dishes and all sorts of things. At this point, another reporter asked, behind the laundry detergent factory, what's the deal with the brewery? Jing Shu gave a calm, confident smile. Since you've asked, let's take the reporters to see our brewery. Meanwhile, the internet exploded again. Whoa, I thought I was just here to see the detergent factory, but there's a surprise bonus? Wait, wasn't I here to see the beautiful President Jing? She really is gorgeous. 3 minutes. I want to know everything about President Jing. Quiet, everyone. Whoa, it really is a brewery. Look at all that beer. Yeah, but what's it got to do with us? We can't afford it anyway. A single steamed bun costs 10 virtual coins. Beer must be at least 50. I can't even afford a bun, let alone beer. Look at all that meat, too. Isn't brewing banned by the government? Maybe their beer isn't made from grain. Jing Shu took the opportunity to display several types of beer on the table. Come, everyone, have a taste. I know you're only concerned about 2 things. Is it good, and how much does it cost? So I'll get straight to the point. The small cup, 250 milliliters, is 3 virtual coins. The large cup, 500 milliliters, is 5 virtual coins. Same price nationwide. Since we only sell the beer, not the cups or bottles, please bring your own containers when you buy. As soon as she finished, the online comment section went wild. Everyone was clearly excited. Whoa, only 3 virtual coins. That's cheaper than before the apocalypse. That's a fair price. Haven't had a drink in years. My cravings are kicking in. Cheap is one thing, but is it any good? If it's all sour and bitter with no real beer flavor, I'd rather not buy it. Yeah, the taste is what matters. At that moment, each reporter took a sip. They smacked their lips, eyes lighting up. Dear viewers, I've tried it for you. This tastes even better than the legendary De Wussa beer from before the apocalypse. Seriously? Are they just paid to say that? Huh. Try bribing a top reporter from the imperial capital. Don't you know who that is? He's a big-name journalist from the capital. I can't believe he actually showed up in person. There's no way this is fake. This beer tastes amazing, and it's so cheap. This is the jackpot of the day. When will it be available nationwide? I've already got my mug ready. What? We still have to wait 3 days? Am I supposed to buy beer or laundry detergent by then? I think you'd better get your virtual currency ready. I'm going to pick up a few extra shifts these days. The air outside is so bad, I have to wear 2 masks. Ugh, everything costs money these days. This round of publicity was a huge success. Overnight, the laundry detergent factory and the brewery became household names across China, turning into the hottest topic of conversation. The only downside was the limited supply. Distribution couldn't reach the whole country at once. For now, only a few major cities had started selling the products. It would take a few more months to roll out nationwide, but even so, it was something to lift everyone's spirits. In this ruthless, post-apocalyptic world, people needed a few joyful things to cover up the harshness of reality. At the Jing family home, around the dinner table. Look, our granddaughter made it on the news today. Quick, old man, I'm on TV too. Grandma Jing was over the moon. The whole family stopped eating, eyes glued to the TV, afraid to miss a single second. What's the rush? Once the host finishes talking, they'll show the employees, Grandma Jing said proudly. First, they saw Jing Shu say a couple of lines, then a quick shot of someone's back on screen. There. Mom, that's you, I recognized you. Yeah. Haha, who would have thought the old lady would make it on TV? Jing Shu. Grandma Jing was a little disappointed. It was just my back. I wanted to show off to my friends. Jing Shu took out her phone, replayed the segment, recorded a clip, and sent it to the family group chat. Grandma, I sent it to the group. Grandma Jing beamed. My eldest granddaughter really gets me. The whole family was immersed in happiness. After reporting this great news, the broadcast moved on to announce that the authorities had confirmed a new catastrophe. Due to some unknown cause, the air worldwide had become murky, polluted, with a strong stench and even toxic gases. Everyone was urged to wear masks or gas masks daily. There was no solution for now, and anyone feeling dizzy or poisoned should head to the infirmary immediately. But at the end of the broadcast, there was a report that a new dark plant had been discovered that could suppress air toxicity, though it was still under research at the Imperial Capital Institute. Jing Shu, isn't that your black branch? How did it end up on TV? And it's connected to the Imperial Capital Institute now? Jing's dad quickly said, Jing Shu, the air smells awful, and a lot of livestock at the farm are sick. Last time I took some of your branches there, they told me to get more. The local government is even subsidizing it. I haven't had a chance to tell you this is a directive from the top. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. What a pleasant surprise, Jun Bao really came through for her. All right, since this is official business, I'll have Zhang Yicheng coordinate with you. The factory wasn't even up and running yet, and already the second big order had come in. Looks like this year is going to be a busy one. 3 days later, the laundry detergent and beer factories really did go into full swing. Everything was running smoothly. Jing Shu's private air purification factory was also quietly in the works, and she'd already picked someone to be the private factory manager. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. Before, even though the sky was dark, you could still see. Now, greenish smog filled the air, making everything look terrifying. People went out wrapped in hoods, wearing double masks. In Nanhai's May 1st district, the best middle-class neighborhood clean, though not as fancy as the rich area. There was a hotel specializing in weddings. Even in the apocalypse, when the marriage rate had plummeted, people still got married. Mu Xiaoxuan's family just grew peach trees before. She wasn't well off in our class, but now, in the apocalypse, she's actually having her wedding banquet here. Right? Back in school, those rich kids were so arrogant, but now, after the apocalypse, they're the ones mooching off others. Life is unpredictable. What are you giving Mu Xiaoxian as a wedding gift? I heard her husband works at the cigarette factory. Great benefits. Ordinary gifts might not cut it. My family's poor, so I'm giving 30 packets of laundry detergent. That's worth 30 virtual coins at least. Mu Xiaoxian once gave me a peach as a gift, so I should give her something similar. I'm giving her a 20-unit electricity card. Sigh, I can only give 100 virtual coins. I wonder what Jing Shu and Su Molly will give. They're the only ones in our class who aren't married yet. I bet Su Molly's gift will be worth at least 200 virtual coins. Did you see the news? Jing Shu is on TV. She's amazing. I bet she'll give beer. It's the hottest thing right now. I can't believe it, both the laundry detergent and beer factories are hers. I used to think Su Molly was rich, but now I realize Jing Shu is the real powerhouse. Do you know how much it costs to open factories like that nationwide? No need to guess. Jing Shu is already on the same level as Wang Xingxi before the apocalypse. You're really underestimating Jing Shu. I don't think she's on the same level as Wang Xingxi. Wang Xingxi only made it because of her family, but Jingshu is at least on par with Wang Jianlin or even old Ma. She built her business from scratch. Yeah, that's true. Jingshu is getting more and more impressive. Look at us. We're all 30 now, our hands are covered in calluses, our faces are sallow and thin, looking like we're 40. But look at Jingshu and Sumali, their skin is so fair and smooth, they look like they're 20. Comparing ourselves to them is just asking for trouble. We're all classmates, but if you sit next to them, people might think she's your daughter. Enough with the nonsense. If only I could get into the brewery. If Jingshu comes today, should we ask her for help? Will she even come? She's here. Jingshu is here, and she really lives up to her reputation. Arrived in a private car, and Sumali is with her too. Inside the hotel, the bride and groom were greeting guests at the entrance. When they saw Jingshu and Sumali arrive together, they hurried over to welcome them. After some small talk and a group photo, someone led them to the main table. There were only 5 tables at the banquet. Some classmates were a bit disappointed they couldn't sit with Jingshu and Sumali, but their table was right next door. Some quick-witted classmates picked up their glasses and walked over. Sumali, Jingshu, you're here too. It's been so long since we all met up. Yeah, the last time was when we moved to Nanhai and had dinner at Sumali's place. That was a memorable night. Everyone only got to eat some snake meat thanks to Jingshu, though to be honest, they were all a bit scared of her back then. Now, for some reason, whenever they spoke to these 2 big shots, they'd unconsciously bow their heads and adopt a humble tone. Sumali was as warm as ever, smiling gently at every classmate and exchanging a few pleasantries. Jingshu, as usual, kept a low profile, quiet and steady, sitting beside Sumali like a background prop. Whenever someone asked her something, she just gave a soft mm. Someone started praising Jingshu, not to brag, but your brewery's beer is really good. I heard it's made from some kind of dark plant. Yeah, your beer is amazing. Last time I lined up for half an hour just to get some. I heard only Nanhai's main brewery sells it, and it's sold out everywhere else in the country. Exactly. Have you seen the reviews? Not a single person in the whole country says it's bad. The beer's aroma is just incredible. Jingshu replied with a it's forbidden to use grain for brewing now. Until the apocalypse is over, you won't find any grain-based alcohol on the market. Sumali took a small sip, frowned, and whispered to Jingshu, honestly, I'm not used to it. It's a bit bitter. The first person in the whole country to openly admit she didn't like it had just appeared. Everyone was stunned. Someone even gasped. Sumali was really bold, daring to say that right to Jingshu's face. Jingshu held back a laugh. Actually, I'm not used to it either. Huh? Jingshu then took a plain, unmarked can from her bag and handed it over. This is a small batch of milk beer we made for ourselves. Try it. Sumali was genuinely surprised. She popped open the can, took a sip, and her eyes immediately lit up. The rich taste of milk covers up the bitterness of the beer, but it still keeps that strong, fermented aroma. This is amazing. Around them, everyone could be heard swallowing, staring longingly at the can. But they were too embarrassed to ask for a taste. After all, they'd just been praising the regular beer, and they still had bottles in their hands. Besides, a beer costs just a few virtual coins, but milk is precious these days. That can must be worth hundreds of virtual coins. Sumali asked, how much is this milk beer? I want to buy 10 or 20 cases. Jingshu replied, not for sale. Just made it for fun, the cost is too high. Sumali looked a bit disappointed, but then Jingshu added, but I made 300 bottles this time. I'll give you 100. Great, thanks, Ashu. Sumali hugged Jingshu and gave her a kiss on the cheek. The other classmates, 100 bottles? How many virtual coins is that? She just gives them away? Jingshu is way too generous. Some people looked hopefully at Sumali, thinking she was easygoing and maybe she'd share a bottle or 2. But this time, Sumali said firmly, this is a gift from Ashu. I can't give any away. As for asking Jingshu directly, are you crazy? After the whole snake incident, Everyone still remembered how terrifying she could be. Seeing that there was no hope for the milk beer, someone joked, Jingshu, does your brewery need more people? Now that you're so successful, don't forget your old classmates. Yeah, does the brewery hire from outside? We're not asking for special treatment, but at least let us know what it takes to get into such an amazing company. Jingshu smiled slightly and called the bride and groom over. Everyone was puzzled, but then Jingshu said, my classmates want to apply to the brewery. Send them the link for the online test. If they pass, help them with the onboarding process. Turns out, the groom worked in HR at the brewery. All the classmates' eyes lit up. The way they looked at Mu Xiaoxian changed completely. Mu Xiaoxian was a manager now. She'd never have to worry about food or money again. The HR manager put on a professional smile. All right, President Jing. Everyone, please scan this code to enter the exam system and answer the questions online. I'll review your submissions in real time. There's hope. The classmates quickly scanned the QR code and started answering the questions. The groom showed no sign of annoyance at his wedding banquet being interrupted. In fact, he was delighted. Thank you, President Jing, for your generous gift. Xiaoxian and I both love it. Jingshu smiled. You only get today off for your wedding. Be sure to show up for work tomorrow. Paid wedding leave, probably a benefit only her factories could offer. Mu Xiaoxian chimed in from the side, yes, President Ging. I'll report to the air purification factory tomorrow and do my best as the new plant manager. What? Air purification factory manager? What does that mean? The classmates, who had just been focused on their exam, all looked up in shock and stared at Mu Xiaoxian in disbelief. Su Mali was surprised too. Ashu, you actually transferred Mu Xiaoxian from the stone garden to your private factory? Jingshu nodded. The stone garden doesn't have much of an advantage here in the South Sea. Xiaoxian managed it very well, so I thought it'd be better to bring her over to this factory where her skills are a perfect fit. Su Mali thought about it and smiled. Looks like I'll have to contact you for air purification branches in the future. But some of my friends still prefer those branches cut and made into jewelry. In other words, flashy but impractical stuff. A single branch could solve the problem, but people insisted on turning them into bracelets, necklaces, even portable diffusers with peach or mint scents, and the price would skyrocket by hundreds of times. Mu Xiaoxian took out 2 pendants she'd brought, carved in a traditional style and decorated with Chinese knots. These are some samples I made. I'm planning to create a luxury, limited edition series themed around the 24 solar terms, each with its own scent. Please have a look. These are made from the best branches. One piece can keep a 5-meter radius free of odors and filled with a natural fragrance. What are they talking about? The classmates looked confused. They understood the words, but couldn't quite make sense of the conversation. Wasn't there a news report saying the new disaster is this foul air and nothing can be done about it? Yeah, they said air purifiers and perfumes don't work. But I heard the Research Institute developed a new branch for purification, though it's still in testing, right? Xiaoxian, are you talking about the thing from the news? Several classmates stared at Mu Xiaoxian. No way. The news said it was only in the capital. How could we have it here? Wait, have you noticed? We've been here for a while and haven't smelled anything bad. Huh, you're right. I thought my sense of smell was just numb from all the stink. Mu Xiaoxian smiled. You're not wrong. President Jing's private factory is selling products that can purify this foul air. She turned to Jingshu and explained, I brought some scraps over, and the hotel owner loved them. So I signed a contract to sell them low-cost products made from the leftovers. Jingshu patted Mu Xiaoxian. Sounds like you came out to drum up business and just happened to get married along the way. Nicely done. I'm sure you'll manage the factory well. The banquet continued. Although today's dishes were just plain potatoes, mushrooms, seaweed soup, synthetic meat, and each person only got a small bowl of rice, the classmates were all distracted, their faces sallow and frustrated. No one had expected the online test to be so hard. Flipping through the exam, they realized they couldn't pass. At the end of the wedding, the groom came over and said, President Jing, only one person scored exceptionally well. She's very familiar with beer brewing, hops processing, and even essential oil extraction. I'd like to put her in the production department. What do you think? Jing Shu nodded. Talent, just what she needed. The groom announced the name. Congratulations, Wang Yuhong. You've passed the assessment and are now an official employee of the brewery. But you'll need to take new assessments every month. If you're caught stealing or leaking company secrets, you'll be fired on the spot and have to pay back 10 times your salary. The base monthly salary for full-time staff is 800 virtual coins, with meals and accommodation included. Any direct family members over 65 or under 7 can eat for free, and there's free daycare at the factory. You'll get 4 sets of work clothes a year, plus daily necessities. He listed the benefits and salary on the spot. The other classmates gasped. They knew the brewery had good benefits, but not this good. One person working can support their whole family. And their family gets free meals too. Everyone looked enviously at the low-key female classmate. Before this, she'd only worked at an oil pressing plant. That job was rare. Rumor had it the plant was run by the town government, but it was very mysterious, only operating at night, with workers resting during the day. Wang Yuhong had had a tough few years. She'd lost her whole family, even her husband. All she had left was a 6-year-old child and a mother-in-law. With a child to care for, it was hard to find work, and life had been very difficult. She almost never came to class reunions. When asked, she'd just say she was too busy with work. I never heard of a town-run oil pressing plant, especially one that only works at night. What's left to press oil from anyway? There isn't even an oil plant in all of Wuching. She's probably just trying to make herself look good. Only Jing Shu frowned. She hadn't expected the tyrant to actually open that plant. Was it only after coming to the South Sea? The groom asked, Wang Yuhong, are you willing? You'll have to report in today and start work tomorrow. Wang Yuhong's face was full of excitement as she nodded enthusiastically. I'm willing. Can my child and mother-in-law stay in the dormitory with me? The groom nodded, then looked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, Wang Yuhong, we're actually short on people with your skills. Work hard at the factory, and I'll leave the job of refining essential oils from those plant hops to you and your team. Jing Shu, ever the ruthless one, had already squeezed all she could out of dark energy new resources, but she still wanted to make use of every scrap. Normally, hops can be pressed for essential oils. Why shouldn't dark plants work the same way? She believed that if Wang Yuhong could work tirelessly at an oil extraction plant, dealing with corpses every day, there was no reason she couldn't handle refining essential oils from hops. Great. Thank you, Jing Shu, President Jing. Their classmates asked enviously, Wang Yuhong, how do you know so much about hops? Wang Yuhong looked down, a bit self-conscious. I started when I was 10. In the countryside around Wuching, everyone grows hops. Every year, we'd spend 2 months picking cotton for work study, separating the seeds, and another 2 months picking hops. We'd also have to press hops in the factory and distill essential oils, working late into the night every day. She never expected that this part of her past, which she'd always felt inferior about, while other kids enjoyed their summer vacations, rural kids did work study, would one day become her means of making a living. Her classmates looked at her with a mix of envy and understanding. Some remembered, city kids went to summer camps, while rural kids picked cotton and hops in the fields, drying them in the sun until their faces were tan dark. Jing Shu recalled as well, kids in the interior might not have experienced this, but Wuching was on the frontier, and most of China's cotton, hops, and lavender came from there. Back then, there were no machines, everything was picked by hand, flower by flower. You get just a few cents for picking 10 pounds of cotton. It was hard work. Jing Shu herself only lasted a day as a child before giving up. Later, with the development of the West, they planted seeds of lavender and hops, and famous beers like Dawissa came from there. Behind it all were countless people drying and processing by hand, until machines eventually took over. Who would have thought that after so much technological progress, the apocalypse would come, and now everything was back to being done by hand? Jing Shu patted Wang Yuhong on the shoulder. Work hard. The groom, who worked in HR, naturally knew how to say the right things and painted a rosy picture for everyone. Our factory recruits externally every 3 months. If you study up on the relevant skills and disaster response knowledge and pass the assessment, you can all join. Everyone's eyes lit up again. So if they went home and studied today's topics carefully. The next second, the groom smiled slightly. The questions and topics change every time. Everyone. Samari covered her mouth and giggled. You might as well work hard and try to get into our natural resources division. Jingshu's factory is even harder to get into than mine. Jingshu smiled too. Wasn't this just to prevent people from getting in through connections? Even if there were people with connections in her factory now, they were all competent at their jobs. Just then, Samari took a call, her expression turning to surprise. You guys actually came to Nanhai? Oh, it's the purification perfume I brought you a few days ago? Oh, right now? Okay. Samari hung up, thought for a moment, and said, Shu, some rich young men old friends are here and want to talk business. Want to come meet them? I can introduce you. The wedding banquet was over anyway. She'd planned to take Jingshu swimming at her pool, even though Ashu didn't like swimming and always complained about her small chest, but that was fine. Sumari's was big. Jingshu checked the time. She had 2 more meetings, but there was still time. All right, let's go. Samari waved her hand. Bye, classmates. See you next time. I'll treat you to something delicious. She waved daintily, still looking every bit the beautiful princess. Mu Xiaoxian thought for a moment and asked, President Jing, should I bring some samples and custom products with us? Jingshu considered it. But today's your wedding night. Mu Xiaoxian smiled. It's fine, I won't miss the wedding night. The groom's face instantly turned red. Ahem. Jingshu noticed how much Mu Xiaoxian had changed these past few years and nodded. All right, come along. Mu Xiaoxian squeezed the groom's hand and whispered in his ear, Honey, I'll be back tonight. Wait for me, clean and ready. The groom's ears turned bright red, but he tried to act calm. I'll wait for you, Xiaoxian. And so, the 3 of them left together. Their classmates watched, chatting animatedly. I used to think Mu Xiaoxian was marrying up, but today it looks like she's the strong one in the relationship. She didn't used to be like this. A few classmates who worked at the Stone Garden whispered, You don't know. Xiaoxian was bullied a lot when she first started at Stone Garden, but she stood up for herself and became this strong. Honestly, Xiaoxuan's position is higher. She's the factory director, after all. And I bet those air-purifying branches aren't cheap. Definitely not. No one else in the country can do it. Only Jingshu's factory has those black branches that work. Even Sumari's rich friends are coming for them. What do you think? Although the classmates were disappointed, there was really nothing they could do. Honestly, I wish we could have gone along and seen for ourselves. Aren't you curious about what kind of lives Sumali's friends are living in the apocalypse? Forget it. Your husband takes you out every day to look at those gold bangles you can't afford. What's the point, other than making yourself jealous? Jingshu hadn't expected that when Sumali said they were going somewhere, it would be so far away. She'd thought it would just be somewhere within Nanhai City. In her mind, aside from the areas cleared by the local government, there weren't really any other nice, bustling places left in Nanhai. Where else would the rich kids even go to have fun? But she never imagined it would be on a private island beach over 100 kilometers away. The Green Giant ran for over an hour straight before they finally arrived. This was a famous private-themed resort hotel from before the apocalypse. Jingshu had only ever seen it on social media, the kind of place where a single night would cost tens of thousands. The moment the Green Giant set foot on the private island, it was obvious that all the mud, rotting corpses, bugs, and decaying moss had been thoroughly cleared away. Just stepping onto the expensive, man-made beach, Jingshu could tell this place had cost a fortune to build. Sumali took off her shoes, feeling the warm sand beneath her feet as she lifted her princess dress and said, This is a themed resort hotel specially built by the rich kids from the capital. It's only been cleaned up in the last 3 months, restored to almost how it was before the apocalypse. The land itself wasn't expensive, but cleaning and restoring it was a huge effort. Some parts were so damaged they had to be rebuilt from scratch. The resort was surrounded by dark, ancient-looking plants, separating it from the outside world. Beyond the wall was the grim, damp, and dark apocalypse. Inside, it was lush and beautiful, a stunning private island. Soft lights glowed, and aside from the faint greenish air, everything, the fake coconut trees, the elegant pavilions, the hotel circling the pool, and the clear, warm artificial lake on the beach, looked peaceful and lovely, as if time itself had stilled. There were private security guards on the island, and Sumali was a diamond member, which was the only reason they could get in. Of course, the most breathtaking feature was the infinity pool in front of them, wrapping around the resort hotel, its shimmering water making it feel as if the entire hotel was floating in the ocean. Just this pool of clean water alone must have cost tens of millions of virtual currency to build. Sumali dipped her hand in the pool. Heated to 26 degrees, way bigger than the pool at my house. "Want to go for a swim?" Jingshu shook her head. "Let's talk business first." Sumali nodded. "Sure." As you can see, this private island has a great environment and the best facilities. There's even more fun stuff inside. Come on, I'll show you around. You know, before the apocalypse, lots of rich people would fly their private jets here to enjoy themselves. But now, well, haha. Jingshu was puzzled. What about now? Isn't it still pretty luxurious? I bet it could attract wealthy people from all over the country. Honestly, with a place like this, I'd love to bring my family here for a vacation. Jingshu was a nouveau riche, someone who'd gone from poor to rich overnight. She'd never really experienced the true lifestyle of the wealthy. Even after the apocalypse, when she had money and supplies, her mindset was still, "I used to be happy with one meat pie, now I can have 10. She didn't understand that while a farmer might think being rich means eating 3 meat pies a meal, an emperor's life was on a whole different level. If you're not in that circle, you can't even imagine it. So, she couldn't play the way the real rich did. Just look at this. After the apocalypse, they'd still managed to create such a luxurious resort. If she could take a hot shower or soak in a hot spring here, she couldn't even imagine how happy her family would be. That's why Jingshu didn't bother asking how much it cost to come here. Money, to her now, was just a string of numbers. It's the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to live a little better if they could? Besides, playing at a place like this was something she'd never even dreamed of before the apocalypse. Sumali giggled. But now? Who's coming? They were unlucky. Just as they reopened, the next disaster hit. The air is so foul you want to puke the moment you take off your gas mask. Who would want to come? Who's in the mood to play? Jingshu raised her eyebrows. Oh, so this urgent trip was about business? Sumali coughed lightly. Shoo, you get what I mean? Jingshu made an okay gesture. She understood. After listening to their conversation, Mu Xiaoxian, who'd been feeling nervous and out of place as a country girl in a luxury hotel, suddenly straightened her back and felt much more confident. So, these people actually needed something from them. Under a pavilion, there was a barbecue party, someone playing guitar and singing, some grilling food, others swimming in the pool. The aroma of grilled meat drifted over, and Jingshu caught the scent of a seasoning unique to the Rubik's Cube space. Oh, so they're old customers. Miss Molly, you're so late. I thought you'd be arriving by helicopter. Molly, you're late. 3 drinks is punishment. We've been waiting for you forever. Come on, try this new beer I just got. A luxury batch with a special flavor. 1 keg costs 10,000 virtual coins. Give it a try. In her mind, Jingshu tagged them. Big clients. Easy marks. Sumali patted Jingshu, signaling her to bring over the milk beer. Then, with a little humph, she personally placed it on the long barbecue table in the pavilion. Don't say I came empty-handed. I brought something good for everyone to try. There were a bunch of things that looked like soda cans, but with nothing written on them. Someone asked, Mary, what's this? A drink. Don't tell me it's expired soda? We actually kept some pre-apocalypse drinks ourselves. This looks like it was just made, though. Sue Mary gave a smug snort, popped open a can with a hiss, and a rich, fermented aroma wafted out. She took a sip, smacked her lips, and looked satisfied. The other rich young men quickly grabbed cans, opened them, and took a taste. Their eyes lit up instantly. This tastes a bit like fruit beer, but there's a strong milky flavor too. It's like drinking fermented milk, but not quite like yogurt. It's good. The aftertaste lingers. It's mellow and sweet. The alcohol content is about 4%, a little lower than regular beer. This is good stuff. Want to trade for supplies? I've got a lot of frozen goods. These rich kids knew their stuff. They had picky palates. The taste might not be absolutely top tier, but in this post-apocalyptic world, it was definitely one of a kind. Compared to regular beer, the rich girls especially loved this milk beer. Novelty was something they always chased. Sue Mary was pleased. It was good they recognized quality. She said, "This isn't for sale. My friend made this milk beer herself with a secret recipe, just for us to drink. She's Jing Shu, the major shareholder of the National Beer Factory. You all know her, right?" As she spoke, she introduced Jing Shu to everyone. Whoa, she set up her own production line just to make this. That's some serious wealth. Jing Shu smiled and greeted everyone. She understood what Sue Mary was doing. Bringing out the milk beer and mentioning the beer factory was all about building her reputation. Clothes make the man, and a good background opens doors. Without a strong, impressive background, you'd always be a step below these people, and in business, they might even try to use their power to pressure you. Sure enough, after Sue Mary's introduction, the rich young men and ladies all greeted Jing Shu warmly. Some of the young men were still puzzled about why Sue Mary had brought the beer factory shareholder here. Someone even joked, "Mary, are you here to drum up business for our resort hotel? Once our private island gets more guests, we could order some of this luxury beer to sell." Sue Mary snorted disdainfully, "Keep dreaming. Shu's Beer Factory is a nationwide sensation. The pre-orders are lined up past the Great Wall. Even the luxury limited editions are almost all reserved. I brought Shu here to talk about the air purifying branches. She's the owner of the dark plants and the one who submitted the branches to the Imperial Capital Research Institute." Now everyone took a serious look at Jing Shu. Who would have thought she had so many identities? Sue Mary pulled Jing Shu over to a beach chair, crossed her legs, and sipped her milk beer as she spoke casually. "I know exactly what you're all thinking. You, from the Zhang family, your dad works at the Imperial Capital Research Institute. I know you want him to use his position to requisition the branches, claiming it's for the good of the country, and then sneak a few branches over here for yourselves." Ahem. The Zhang family's young master lowered his head. That's not true. But if an official document really did come down, it might actually work. He'd tried to ask about it, but his dad had smacked him with a note, telling him to drop the idea. This person was a protege of Elder Zhou. Sue Mary continued, "Don't even think about buying them out or using other tricks. Our boss in the South Sea is from the Imperial Capital, and he's got this factory covered. Just trade supplies or use virtual currency, and don't try any funny business. We're all friends here." A few people looked thoroughly deflated. If it was that madman from the Imperial Capital, then there was no way around it. Fine, they'd just have to buy honestly. Now, both sides were negotiating as equals, but Jing Shu's position was even higher, so the talks went smoothly. For the corners and less important spots, just use the leftover bits. For the main areas, use the branches, no more of those little cuttings. Right. These things have to be replaced every month or they stop working. It wasn't that they didn't want to replace them more often, it was just too expensive. The private island was pretty big, and the young men wanted to go big or go home. As long as it was within the resort's grounds, the beach, the pool, there couldn't be any unpleasant smells. To cover the whole area would cost a lot of virtual currency and supplies. In the end, both sides were happy with the deal. Jing Shu became the resort's supreme VIP. From now on, she could come here for free. Swim, use all the hot springs, baths, hotel facilities, and entertainment, and bring her whole family and friends, all for free. Also, the branches would be supplied at a 30% discount. Of course, the resort itself was free, but food wasn't included. Not that Jingshu cared for their food anyway. She planned to bring her whole family here for the new year in a few days. With the hotel business settled, it was time for personal deals. Mu Xiaoxian brought out her hand-carved themed pendants, which were a big hit, each sold for 16,000 virtual coins, with over 60 ordered, plus a few other miscellaneous items. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Su Mary tugged at Jingshu. "Shu, come on, let's go swimming." Jingshu checked the time. If she hurried, she could still make it back for the meeting. Just as she hesitated, a scream shattered the cheerful mood. What the hell is this disgusting thing? Help! One of the young men had a big, brown, fish-like creature with a huge mouth stuck to his foot. No matter how he shook it, it wouldn't come off. A few people tried to pull it off, but the guy just howled in pain. Quite a few security guards rushed over, all looking eager to prove their loyalty, but clearly at a loss for what to do. The young master's foot was covered in blood, the fish clamped down and refusing to let go no matter what. The scene was utter chaos. What do we do? Hurry up and call a private doctor. Help! It hurts so much, I'm dying here. Jingshu glanced at the time. Well, with all this going on, there was no way she'd make it back. She dialed Zhang Yicheng with one hand while pulling out a dagger with the other, her voice steady. "Yeah, I won't be able to make it to the meeting on time. You guys take detailed minutes and send them to me later. As for the documents, just email me the electronic versions, and I'll sign them." As she spoke, her hand came down in one swift motion, slicing off the entire fish body. The fish's head was still fiercely clamped onto the flesh, refusing to let go. The fish body fell with a smack, landing right on a wealthy heiress. Worse yet, the body was still thrashing wildly, its spiny fins scraping bloody marks on her skin, prompting another round of screams. Su Mali shrugged and jogged over to catch up. Jingshu hung up and handed her phone to Su Mali. "Hold this for me." "Sure thing." Su Mali took the phone eagerly, eyes sparkling. She loved how calm and badass Jingshu always was, like there was nothing in the world she couldn't handle. It was just too cool. With a dagger in one hand and the fish head pinned down with the other, Jingshu made quick, precise cuts, slicing the fish into 4 or 5 pieces. Strangely, even after being chopped up, the fish's head was still moving, its eyes twitching and jumping. The young masters were nearly scared out of their wits. In the end, only 2 rows of deep, shark-like teeth remained embedded in the flesh, still biting down relentlessly. Everyone around gasped. They'd never seen such a terrifying fish. Jingshu said, "Do you want me to just pull it out or use anesthesia?" Anesthesia is 10,000 virtual coins per use. Bandaging and hemostatic medicine is another 10,000 per use. The young master didn't hesitate, wailing anesthesia. "Give me the most expensive one you've got." Jingshu opened her black case, took out an anesthetic spray, and gave him 2 quick spritzes. The young master immediately stopped screaming. Jingshu then used tweezers to carefully extract the gear-like teeth, one by one. With a clink, she dropped them into a glass container. Weirdly, the teeth inside the container were still moving. Once all the teeth were out, the young master's leg was a bloody mess. Jingshu cleaned the wound with alcohol, applied hemostatic medicine, and the bleeding stopped instantly. She wrapped it up with a bandage, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jingshu solemnly packed the dark brown fish pieces into another glass container. Clang, clang. Even chopped into so many pieces, the fish was still thrashing inside. It was downright horrifying. Jingshu packed up her case. Thank you, the young master exhaled. "You're pretty professional, aren't you?" Su Mali snorted. "You'll be needing Jingshu's help again, trust me. She's been the capital's top medicinal supplier these past few years, and she's also the vice president of our Wuching Pharmacists Association." Everyone looked at Jingshu with even more respect. "How long will it take for my wound to heal? Is the fish poisonous?" Jingshu nodded. "You won't need to change the dressing. It'll heal in 3 days. There's no poison, I already checked. But if you're worried, you can have your doctor look at it again when you get home. And no need. I trust you." The young master said he didn't need to, but in his heart, he was already planning to get it checked anyway. Jingshu didn't say anything. The reason she was so confident was because she knew this fish would be part of the upcoming apocalypse. She just hadn't expected it to show up this early. After paying, the group nervously told the security guards, "Go hire another 100 people to do a thorough search of the area. See if there are any more of these monsters. And get a private doctor on standby. What if another guest gets bitten?" Yeah, how could something like this show up here? Once it bites, you can't even pull it off. And even after being chopped to pieces, it's still moving. Is it immortal or something? What if we run into more of these freaky fish? They don't seem to be afraid of anything. Jingshu glanced silently at the barbecue stall. The young master from earlier was drinking a Coke, and some had spilled onto the sand. She figured that must have attracted the mutant lungfish. That's right, this thing was a mutated African lungfish, known for its incredible resilience. After the apocalypse, species all over the world began mutating, evolving to survive in the new world. Lungfish can survive in the desert for 4 years without food or water. After the apocalypse, they'd hibernate for years before emerging as one of the most formidable species around. Even the corpse worms in the sea became their food. After all, this was a species ruthless enough to eat its own kind, able to survive both underwater and on land, with 2 different respiratory systems. Jingshu explained, no matter what kind of fish it is, they're usually attracted to sweet and fishy smells. It was probably your Coke that drew it here. If you want to prevent this, I'd suggest using strong, pungent perfumes or something spicy with chili. They'll keep these fish away. The young master and the ladies all nodded. As expected of the Pharmacists Association president, so knowledgeable. Sumali blinked. Ashu, does that mean if these fish become a plague in the future, you'll have to make chili-scented perfume? What would that even smell like? Chili-scented perfume. Leave it to Sumali to come up with that. But actually, it wasn't a bad idea. In fact, one of the reasons Wuching moved back after a year or 2 was because they discovered dark energy there. Another reason was that the South Sea not only had tornadoes and huge waves, but also washed countless lungfish ashore. For the lungfish, it was practically paradise. The young masters all thought Somali was just joking. After all, the fish had only appeared once. There probably wouldn't be many more, and it might just be a rare occurrence. In any case, let's thoroughly check the island. We can't let any more of these monsters show up. Miss Jing, could you stay here for a while? If anyone gets bitten again, we'll need your help. Jingshu nodded and agreed to swim with Somali for a bit. She was actually quite relaxed, since the lungfish seemed to be an isolated case, probably washed ashore by the waves. But over in Africa, these things were probably spreading like crazy. The lungfish might be expanding from Africa to the rest of the world. Too bad they hadn't run into any when they came from the Middle East. Sure enough, after searching the whole area, they didn't find a second one. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They'd just finished building this resort hotel and had only recently solved the air quality issues. It had taken a ton of effort to get this place up and running. If a bunch of monsters showed up now, well, the young masters really wouldn't know what to say. Jingshu finally relaxed and swam with Somali for a while. Ashu, did you forget your swimsuit? If you did, you can wear one of mine. As she spoke, Somali pulled out a whole row of swimsuits she'd prepared in advance. Which one do you want to wear? Jingshu's mouth twitched. Every single one was a figure-hugging bikini. With her flat chest, she probably couldn't even hold up those 2 little pieces. She snapped her fingers. No need, I have plenty in the Hulk. With that, she took out a black, elegant lace swim dress, which actually covered more than a regular dress. Somali looked a bit disappointed. The 2 changed into their swimsuits. Somali showed off in the pool, switching between all kinds of strokes: backstroke, butterfly, breaststroke, freestyle. Fast, graceful, and cool. Jingshu lay on a giant inflatable duck, surrounded by milk tea, fruit, snacks, and treats, drifting along comfortably with the breeze. The South Sea was warm and humid. Floating in the water like this felt wonderful. Somali would swim over now and then for a sip of milk tea or a snack, sometimes splashing Jingshu with water. Everything was peaceful and idyllic. They played until late, then soaked in a hot spring in their private bathroom. Somali sighed. Why aren't there any bathhouse Andes here? I'd love to try that out. As a northerner, Jingshu had never experienced that. She hesitated. You've been scrubbed by an Andy before? Somali shook her head. It's always been the maids, but they're too gentle. I've heard the bathhouse aunties really go at it, scrubbing so hard they can rub out long strips of dead skin, and the service is super attentive. If it's a man getting scrubbed, they'll even lift you up. Jingshu's jaw dropped. Huh? Lift you up? Service that good? Somali grinned. Next time, I'll bring the maids and we can all get scrubbed together. Ahem. No, that's okay. Jingshu quickly refused. Somali looked a little disappointed, and the two went their separate ways. The next day, Jingshu woke up naturally and called another meeting. Zhang Yicheng shrugged helplessly. That's our President Jing, all right. What else could he do? He just had to keep working like a horse, coordinating everything. Third Aunt Jing had already taken a helicopter to her factory, and Uncle's family had also set off. There was still a week until the new year. Third Aunt should be able to make it back, but Uncle's family would have to spend the holiday away from home. Wu Yuei had also left early. She was constantly being urged to organize the wedding banquet, busy from morning till night. She acted like she was swamped, but she knew she couldn't dodge it for long. By New Year's, there would have to be a decision. Jingshu couldn't help but wonder, you and your advisor have been together for years. Aren't you happy? Wu Yuei rolled her eyes. Not only am I happy, I'm very comfortable. Jingshu, what kind of wild words are those? Is that something I should be hearing? She froze for half a second, then said, so wouldn't getting married be nice? Oh. Or do you not want to take responsibility? Wu Yuei sighed. It's way more fun not being married, so much freedom. Once you're married, Grandma used to nag about marriage. What do you think she'll nag about next? Having kids. And I don't want to have kids. Jingshu got it. Oh, you're afraid of the pain? Wu Yuei shrugged. You think I'm afraid of pain? Jingshu remembered when the apocalypse first started, and Lin Yi, that psycho, had skinned her. He wanted to see her fear, but Wu Yuei just said, oh, wanna add some salt? Might taste pretty good. So Wu Yuei was a bit of a psycho herself. She asked, then why don't you want kids? Wu Yuei sighed. If I have kids, I'll have to be responsible. I'm still a kid myself. Shoo, why doesn't Grandma nag you? Why? How about you hurry up and find someone to distract her? Jingshu patted Wu Yuei. Sorry, cousin, but the family's hopes rest on your shoulders. Thinking of this, Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. Outsiders all thought Wu Yuei and her advisor, Chu Zhuohua, since Chu Zhuohua was high status, handsome, rich, and influential even in the apocalypse, and now a guest professor at several research institutes. Wu Yuei must be the one who took the initiative and loved more deeply. But in reality, it was Chu Zhuohua who was always following her around, eager to get married, begging for hugs, and loving her even more. What are you laughing at? A calm and gentle voice sounded in the room. Jingshu put away her smile and shook her head. It's nothing, just remembered something funny. Junbo raised an eyebrow. So you skipped several important meetings, even the town council meeting, just because you remembered something funny? And now she was standing in front of him laughing? Jingshu rolled her eyes. Of course not. I have something important to discuss with you. As she spoke, she took out a glass container from a black box. Inside was a lungfish that had been dissected at the themed hotel yesterday. With a thud, she placed it on the table. Amazingly, the chopped-up lungfish inside the glass container was still wriggling, not quite dead yet. Its tiny teeth seemed to still be searching for food, and its eyes were still moving. The scene was undoubtedly bizarre and disgusting. But Junbo, rather intrigued, picked it up and examined it. He even poked it a few times with a steel pen, only to be attacked in return. What is this? A new species, he asked, his expression growing serious. Jingshu nodded and briefly recounted what had happened yesterday, then added, if I'm not mistaken, This should be one of those dark mutant lungfish from Africa. They're rampant over there now. If you check international news, you should be able to find reports about them. Junbo frowned, immediately took some photos, and made a call to have someone verify her story. He then asked if this really is the same species that's overrunning Africa, and it's managed to breed or migrate here from their waters. That could be a big problem. But since you searched yesterday and didn't find any more, maybe this one just ended up here by coincidence. Jing Shu nodded. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But you know, when you see one cockroach, there are probably already a billion eggs somewhere. Junbo tapped his fingers on the table, frowning in thought. Before long, his phone rang. The information he received confirmed her story. He opened the images and documents his staff had sent and reviewed them with Jing Shu. He said, "The situation in Africa is very serious. The lungfish are everywhere. On the one hand, their presence has eased the food shortage, but on the other, the average life expectancy there has dropped from 30 to 25 years. These things might be poisonous to eat." Jing Shu nodded. They've probably developed some mild toxicity as part of their evolution to survive. But if they start to overrun the South China Sea and the waves wash them ashore, with their tendency to bite at anything like rabid dogs, it'll be impossible for the public to defend themselves. In her previous life, these creatures killed a lot of people. The lack of early warning caused widespread panic, and people along the coast began to migrate en masse. This time, since she'd discovered it early, she was determined to take preventive measures. Junbo nodded. I understand what you're getting at. I'll dispatch professional marine teams and corpse bug fishing crews to monitor the situation regularly and take preventive action. If we really can't contain it, then we may have to abandon the South China Sea. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. That didn't sound right. Given his usual profit-first mindset, and with the South China Sea thriving and logistics more convenient than ever, there's no way he'd give it up so easily unless... She looked up and asked, "Is there news from Wuching?" That would explain why he was willing to talk about abandoning the area. There must be even greater interests at stake. Junbo nodded. The person you asked us to find. There's a lead. They might still be alive, or maybe alive, but not really alive. What do you mean? We've detected signs of life in that area, but we can't get in. Something is blocking us out. I've sent experts to investigate. It could be a new spatial boundary point, Junbo said, his tone tinged with excitement. The bad news is that a large area around it is sealed off. The good news is, the bigger the area, the more concentrated the energy inside. We might be about to unearth something incredible. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Just as she thought. In her previous life, Wuching had also discovered a huge energy source. But this time, thanks to her, it was happening a year and a half earlier, and the disaster in the South China Sea was also being predicted a year in advance. Maybe, this time, things really would be different. It must be a new energy source. If Wuching really does find a large amount of new energy, things will be much better for us. If there are any difficulties, I can apply to join the exploration team. Junbo narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, and nodded. All right. After that, Junbo handed the glass container over to the lab for research, focusing on whether it could be eaten, how to eat it, whether it could be used in medicine, and how to prevent it from biting people. In the days that followed, Jing Shu's life returned to its usual routine. She became a slacker again. It was the apocalypse, after all. She deserved to enjoy herself. To hell with work. Anyway, the factory was up and running, and she'd already assigned people to all the departments. She took 5 days off and worked 2 days a week. On her workdays, she'd go around to the various factories to check in, sign documents, approve things, and make decisions. The fermented corpse bug factory was the least of her worries, since there was no business pressure. All they had to do each day was put clean corpse bugs into dozens of fermentation pools and monitor the fermentation process. Every month, some of the product was shipped out, and the surplus was supplied to the brewery. The brewery and detergent factory were both under the town government's management, so she didn't have to worry about them. The only thing that required her attention was the issue of black eggs branches. Now, in her space, several large plots of spiritual farmland were being wasted, and with the spiritual spring nourishing them, Black Egg had already grown to the point of blocking out the sky. It's really amazing how much it can grow. Black Egg can now reach every single block in the entire cube space. It's already mastered harvesting vegetables, replanting seeds, automatically organizing the space, and it can even help deliver piglets now. Actually, when it comes to livestock giving birth in the space, it's pretty easy. Black Egg just has to keep an eye on things and toss in some extra food. But don't underestimate these little chores. One minute this vegetable is ripe, the next that patch needs replanting, then a cow is about to give birth, or the rabbits have multiplied too much and are crowding the space. All these little things take up hours of Jing Shu's day. But after Black Egg came along, she instantly felt so much more relaxed. She even had time to practice using her space abilities, which were improving at a crazy pace every day. She felt like she'd be able to level up again soon. Now, the only thing she was waiting for was a breakthrough with her energy. But where would that opportunity come from? Sweetie, now that it's almost New Year's, where should we go for fun? Our ranch actually gets a 7-day holiday. Well, unpaid, of course, Dad Jing said. Yeah, honey, it's rare for us to come all the way from Wuching to the South Sea. Back when we lived in the Northwest, going from one city to another was 1,000 kilometers, but here in the South Sea, cities are just a few dozen kilometers apart, Mom Jing added. She had barely left Wuching before. Even though she'd seen some scenery during their migration, back then, with all the uncertainty about the future and the fear of the apocalypse, who could really relax? Now the whole family had settled down, with a big house in the South Sea, and work was going well. Except for her boss, Old Nyo, she basically ran the whole department. Even so, she was starting to feel a bit out of her depth. Every day she wondered, am I really cut out for this position? Especially with a boss like Old Nyo, high EQ, great with people, well-connected, talented, and just so capable, Mom Jing felt even more insecure. The leadership was competent, the business side was strong, the whole Wuching department was well-managed, and the staff were hardworking, loyal, and capable. So why did she feel like she was just muddling through? But then, whenever Old Nyo ran into trouble, like issues with employee benefits, agricultural seeds, or poor air quality affecting seedlings, Mom Jing was surprised to find that, for her, these weren't problems at all. Other departments had to queue up to order red threadworms, synthetic meat, or other foods. When she went, she got the green channel. She could easily sign contracts with the beer factory or the detergent plant, sometimes just by saying hello, and those precious purified branch contracts would be delivered right to her. When others went to the pharmacy association to get medicines or apply for supplies, they'd get the cold shoulder. When she went, they'd serve her tea, and everything would be sorted out while she waited on the sofa. There were plenty more examples like that. Suddenly, Mom Jing realized. Maybe this position really was meant for her, because she had such a wonderful daughter. People would ask her why she didn't push her daughter to get married. Nonsense. Her daughter was already perfect. If she got married, she'd be too perfect. There had to be at least one thing missing, so the rest of life could be even more harmonious. The new year was approaching. People in Wuching were a bit better off than last year, having survived another year. The South Sea had a strong New Year's atmosphere too. Every household, if they saved a little, could still buy some New Year's goods, synthetic meat, cigarettes, beer, giant meat, and so on. But this year, a new food trend had emerged. Some clever person mixed giant meat with red threadworm meat and a bit of synthetic meat to make smoked sausages. A small section cost only 2 virtual coins, more filling and cheaper than synthetic meat, but tastier than giant meat or red threadworm meat. With the new year coming up, it became hugely popular. Grandma Jing was making sausages and cured meats again, and Grandpa Jing was smoking chickens, ducks, and geese, all of which were hung up on the battleship Jing Shu brought back. With what Jing Shu had made before, it was quite a sight. So, this year, why don't we go out and have some fun? Let's take the battleship and tour the nearby cities. Sounds good. The The Jing family had almost finished preparing their New Year's goods, but they were still busy. Grandma and Grandpa Jing were running to the battleship at the dock every day, remodeling parts of it, adding more cabinets and shelves. Jing Shu suggested converting one of the storage rooms into a supermarket-style area. First, she wanted to experience what it was like to shop in a supermarket during the apocalypse. Second, at home, everything was stacked together by category, all neatly packed and unopened, but every time she went in, it was just a giant warehouse. But it was really inconvenient to get things. So why not set aside a 100-square-meter area on the battleship and turn it into a supermarket? All the long-lasting daily necessities and supplies could be neatly displayed. Then, whenever someone needed something, they could just go in and grab it. When supplies ran low, they'd restock. It would be like having a transfer station. Before, it was just a warehouse. Now, you could actually shop in the supermarket. Wu Yuei gave her a thumbs up. Shu, you're really bold, suggesting something like this. Sorting out all the supplies into a supermarket is going to be a ton of work. Mom Jing secretly loved the idea of shopping in a supermarket, but she didn't dare agree out loud. Dad Jing, always doting on his daughter, chimed in, "It might be a lot of work at first, but it'll be really convenient later on." His voice trailed off. Grandma Jing's expression grew fiercer and fiercer. She scolded with her hands on her hips. "Isn't this just making a fuss over nothing? Every day it's something new. Can't people get any rest around here?" Though she was complaining, her next words took a sharp turn. "Old man, go help keep an eye on things, tidy up the shelves or whatever." Honestly, these people are never at ease. In the end, it's us old bones who have to clean up the mess. Wu Yuei was dumbfounded. She agreed that easily? Jing Shu grinned. "I'm strong, I'll do the heavy lifting. Actually, my company just happens to have a batch of supermarket shelves we can use. But Grandpa, I'll need your help to clear out some space in the ship's lounge. We should also discuss where to put the supermarket so it's convenient for everyone." After a family discussion, they decided to set up the supermarket opposite the swimming pool, where there was a large empty corridor. It was close to the living room and everyone's bedrooms, making it convenient. They'd make it an open-style supermarket for supplies, restocking the shelves every 2 months. And so, it was settled. The closer it got to the new year, the busier the Jing family became. Even Jing Shu got swept up in the hustle and bustle. Business was booming at year's end. People who usually scrimped and saved would splurge a little during this time of year. So, several of Jing Shu's factories spent a few days discussing the holiday schedule, with each department launching into heated debates. For example, the sales department argued, "We've worked hard all year. Even though the official holiday is just New Year's Day, shouldn't we get at least half a day extra? We should all watch the Spring Festival Gala together on New Year's Eve." The HR department shot back, "Oh, so you just say holiday, and we all get time off? Who's going to pay the wages? And during the holiday, someone still has to be on duty. How do we handle that?" Then the Labor Protection Department chimed in, "If we're taking time off, does that mean our budget gets cut? What about the holiday gifts and benefits? You can't dock our department's budget." At that point, the cafeteria staff spoke up. "I don't care what you all argue about, but the New Year's Eve reunion dinner needs to be up to the usual standard. We need dumplings, and for Lantern Festival, we need money for Tangwan." Jing Shu's head was spinning from all the bickering, so she just let them argue. Not only did one factory staff argue, she gathered representatives from all her factories, cramming them into a 500-square-meter hall to draft their plans. Then she set aside a whole day for a meeting. After a full day of debate, with the help of her 2 top secretaries, Zhang Yicheng and Old Wang, they finally reached an agreement. Jing Shu looked over the final plan and thought, "Hey, not bad." She signed her name, another day of being a hands-off boss. After wrapping up the factory matters, Jing Shu attended a few events. Then she heard from Jun Bao that the authorities were taking the energy discovery in Wuching very seriously, sending 2 expert teams with armed escorts. Jing Shu found it odd. Normally, they'd send just 1 team, a PhD leading some students and researchers. Why 2 teams this time? Jun Bao smiled faintly, his eyes revealing something inscrutable. Maybe everyone wants a piece of the pie. So, let them all go. He spoke lightly. But Jingshu could tell he was up to something. She realized the higher-ups were competing, each wanting to plant their own people. Whoever extracted the energy would have more say in the matter. It was like when Elder Zhou took Jingshu's team out to sea and discovered several types of dark energy, so Elder Zhou had the right to speak and distribute those resources. All right. That's fine, more people, more power. Maybe they'll discover something sooner. Jingshu shrugged. Honestly, she didn't care that much. In her previous life, they discovered it without her anyway. Jun Bao nodded. Both teams have brought some people with special abilities. They're using the law of energy conservation, borrowing other dark energies to get in. If there's no news in half a month, the situation will escalate and the authorities will send in even more powerful experts. Oh. Well, if they can release some energy news, that'd be best. That was normal. There were several places across the country with energy, and everyone was still figuring things out. Jun Bao sighed. After all these years, he still had to be direct with Jingshu. Hints didn't work on her. So he just said it plainly. Get ready. In a month or two, they might send another team of PhDs and special ability users. Jingshu was taken aback. You're sure these two teams can't handle it? She had been a little interested, but she'd just gotten back from the Middle East and was exhausted, and now that two teams had already been sent, surely they'd manage. Once they succeeded, she could just trade some of her own energy for the new type. Then she could upgrade her Rubik's Cube space without lifting a finger. How convenient. Jun Bao said nothing. Jingshu understood. She thought about it. Resting another month or two wouldn't hurt, and who knows, maybe they'd succeed by then. So she agreed for now. Jun Bao then brought up the lungfish situation, casually mentioning that several countries near Africa had discovered this species, which was spreading at an alarming rate. He'd already reported it to the authorities. So, what do you think about preventing a lungfish invasion? Any invasive species poses huge risks and challenges for China, but also opportunities. Oh, so now she needed to submit a proposal too. What does that mean? Oh, does it mean she still has to submit a proposal? But honestly, Jun Bao really did ask the right person about this. Jingshu thought for a moment. If they could withstand this kind of major natural disaster in the coming year, more people in Huaxia would survive, and the economy would recover a bit. Most importantly, the people who had just migrated to Wuqing wouldn't have to move back again. To be honest, as a border city, Wuqing's climate wasn't great, and it was too far from the central cities. Sure, it had some resources, but it just couldn't compare to the advantages of the South Sea area: convenient transportation, easy logistics, and a warm, pleasant climate. Of course, the drawbacks were obvious too. It's by the sea, but the ocean didn't have abundant food resources, and there were terrifying creatures like lungfish that could kill people. The South Sea was resource-poor, with no dark energy as a pillar industry, and so on. In just a moment, Jingshu thought through all of this, then nodded. I understand. Then she walked away looking worried. Jun Bao, so, did she really get it? The next day, Jingshu gathered all the top executives at the factory for a 2-year planning meeting. When it came to selling dreams, Jingshu had to admit, her subordinates were actually even better at it than she was. They rattled off all kinds of future plans and ideas, listing them out one by one, talking a mile a minute. Jingshu stopped everyone, then took out the information on the African lungfish. The 500-person conference hall instantly fell silent. Then everyone's eyes lit up. President Jing, did you discover a new species again? Can we eat this thing? Are we going to open a lungfish factory in the future? That's awesome. Haha, our subsidiary companies are about to get another edition. I get it. This year we need to strengthen our knowledge of aquaculture and train 10% of people to switch to lungfish-related jobs. Next year, we'll start hiring. Jingshu, heh. Then, Jingshu poured a bucket of cold water over everyone, explaining in detail just how terrifying this creature was. Anyone else wouldn't know as much about this thing as Jingshu did, not even Africans themselves. But that's because she was reborn. She even boldly predicted, telling everyone, when you see one cockroach, there are already millions of eggs. Everyone understands the threat of dark species invasions. Take the green algae incident in Hoard City, for example. You all know about that, right? Green algae, in the second and third years of the apocalypse, was still considered food. You could buy a lot with just one virtual coin. It tasted a bit like kelp or seaweed, not nutritious, but it filled you up. Later, Hoard cities started mass-producing it and selling it nationwide. They even shipped some to Wuchang. But in the past 2 years, the green algae mutated into a new species, expanding hundreds of times in size, soaking up all the water in Hoard's rivers like a sponge. Now, in Hoard City, forget about eating green algae. The whole city is covered by this new species, blanketed under enormous seaweed-like growths. You can't even cut it with a knife, let alone eat it. If the government hadn't cut off the water supply and sent in new humans to deal with it, it would have spread to many more cities. Never underestimate any species in the apocalypse, even those that once seemed weak and harmless. Now, the people of Hoard have been relocated and scattered across a dozen cities, while Hoard itself has been sealed off as an experimental base. The giant seaweed is as tough as wood, can't be used as fuel, can't be eaten, what good is it? Seeing everyone's grave expressions, Jingshu nodded. She might not know how to sell big dreams, but she could do the opposite, exaggerate the sense of crisis and get everyone motivated. After explaining everything she knew about the lungfish, she assigned a task. Everyone needs to write a proposal of 3,000 to 10,000 words. If lungfish become the main disaster in the South Sea over the next 2 years, what should we do? Where do we start with prevention? What preparations should we make? And how can lungfish be made valuable? Can we eat them, use them, do something with them, etc.? Huh? 3,000 words? I couldn't even write a 400-word essay in elementary school. My thesis was all copied. Isn't this a bit too hard? Jingshu continued, each month, the 3 best proposals will be selected, and the authors will be rewarded with a 10 kilograms bag of Northeast long-grain rice, a 2L bottle of peanut oil, a 5 kilograms bag of flour, and so on. If anyone's plan is actually implemented, they'll get chocolate, brown sugar, and similar treats. Oh, and the top 30 shortlisted entries will each get 50 g of dried black fungus and other dried goods. Everyone who participates gets a handful of soybeans. By the way, is anyone thinking of giving up? Someone just said it was too hard, right? All the executives and employees swallowed hard, then shook their heads in unison. 3,000 words is too little. If I don't write at least 10,000, I'd feel bad for that handful of soybeans. Hehehe, my daughter's great at writing essays. Can I have her ghostwrite for me? I think 10,000 words is too little. Can I write up to 20,000 on my own? The competition was on, let the games begin. Jingshu was very satisfied. Hey, with so many capable employees, why should she rack her brains alone? Even if there weren't any good solutions in her previous life, this time she still had a whole year. With a year to prepare and prevent, she wasn't alone anymore. She had all of Wuchang behind her and even national support. Maybe this time, things would turn out completely different from her previous life. Boss, can foreigners participate? Suddenly, a bald guy raised his hand. As soon as Jingshu saw him, she thought, oh, it's my little electric prince. Looks like this kid's got some ideas, huh? Could it be he wants to use his electric powers? She nodded. Of course you can. You can record in plain language or even just share your ideas if you have any. After giving these instructions, Jingshu felt optimistic about the future. Just like that, with everyone busy as ever, the apocalypse entered a brand new year. On New Year's Eve, Jingshu attended a few factory parties, playing the part of the smiling figurehead for a while. In the days leading up to it, there had been endless arguments among the staff about whether or not to work on New Year's Eve. Should they get the day off? How should pay and benefits be calculated? And so on. After all, even during the new year, these factories couldn't just stop. Whether it was beer or cigarettes, demand was sky-high. So, some clever folks came up with an idea: no day off on New Year's Eve. Everything proceeded as a normal workday, But in the afternoon, there were parties, company performances, raffles, buffets, and TV watching. After all that, everyone still had to go back to work. But honestly, all the employees were pretty satisfied. After all, they got a paid half-day off, free food, free lodging, entertainment, and holiday bonuses. Take the food, for example, synthetic meat, freshly made starchy sausages, all unlimited. Everyone also got 3 big Schuin pineapples, laundry detergent, a pack of cigarettes, and a can of beer. With gifts like these, they didn't even mind working late into the night. The finance and HR departments were happy, the labor and welfare department was happy, everyone was happy. So Jingshu was happy too. The big canteens in the factories were decorated with red banners and Chinese knots, Happy New Year signs everywhere, giving off a strong festive vibe. On stage, some people played saxophone, some sang solos, others did group performances. Anyone who participated got 2 factory buffet vouchers as a reward. And now, let's invite President Jing to draw the raffle. First prize is 10 gin of soybeans. Second prize is 5 gin of rice. Zhang Yiqing announced excitedly. Jing Shu, dressed low-key in sportswear and a baseball cap, went on stage and drew 5 lucky winners, livening up the atmosphere. Then, Zhang Yiqing pulled off a huge red cloth, revealing a mountain of year-end prizes, neatly stacked cigarettes, laundry detergent, beer, and more. He made sure Jing Shu stood in the middle of the supplies, handing out prizes to a few employees while the reporters snapped photos. No doubt, tomorrow's headlines would feature President Jing generously handing out year-end bonuses to employees. Seriously, in the apocalypse, who else could give out such impressive year-end gifts? With that, Jing Shu's work for the day was finally done. She patted Zhang Yicheng on the shoulder. "I'm leaving this to you. Once everyone's eaten and watched the Spring Festival Gala, make sure everything stays safe. Watch out for anyone trying to slack off or outsiders trying to steal." She emphasized, "It's the new year. Don't cause me any trouble, okay?" Zhang Yicheng immediately replied, "Don't worry, President Jing. I guarantee you won't get a single work call from me during the holiday." "Good. After the new year, you're getting a raise and a bonus." Jing Shu rode the Green Giant, handling affairs from other factories along the way, pharmaceuticals, red threadworm factory, garment factory, you name it. After rushing around, she finally made it to the docks and boarded her super mothership. She was about to get on board when she took a few steps back, noticing a small boat tied to the back of the ship. This feels oddly familiar. When Jing Shu boarded, her whole family was already waiting for her. "You're not usually this busy, so why is it only today?" Grandma Jing grumbled, but still handed her a big bowl. Jing Shu grinned. "Thanks, Grandma. Have we started eating yet?" Every year at 8 p.m., when the Spring Festival Gala began, the family would start their reunion dinner, eating and watching the show together in a lively atmosphere. It was now 8:30 p.m. "Not yet, we were waiting for you. Come on, Xiaochu is here today too." "Oh, so Wu Yui's mentor, Xu Zhuohua, was here as well. Looks like even during the new year, he'd be joining them on their journey. So that boat at the back must be his?" Third aunt was back too, and Big Aunt's whole family had come as well. She and Xiao Lian had swapped shifts, so they didn't go to the factory today, but they'd have to head back after dinner. After all, even during the new year, work resumed the next day. Eldest uncle was away this year, which was a bit of a shame. The big living room was filled with more than 20 people, but it didn't feel crowded at all. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting," Jing Shu said, raising her drink in apology. "It's New Year's, no need for that." And so, the Jing family's reunion feast officially began. The whole ship started moving slowly. Outside, it was pitch black, the water crawling with countless writhing corpse worms, but inside, it was warm and lively. Laughter from the Spring Festival Gala filled the air, and the whole family was together. What a wonderful feeling. This year's gala actually featured the most popular acts from online auditions. And you know what? Not only did the production costs drop by 1,000-fold, the entertainment value shot up by dozens of times. Not a single boring moment. Those comedy sketches were absolutely hilarious, full of clever jokes. If only there were live comments scrolling across the screen, it would be even more fun. Wu Yuai said, "This has to be a spring festival gala run by Gen Z. Looks like even the gala is finally getting a makeover." Grandma Jing clicked her tongue. "Us old folks just don't like watching this stuff. What are they even talking about? We can't keep up with you young people." Jing Shu replied, "Grandma, these days the Spring Festival Gala just shows the videos with the most votes and likes. If you see something you like, just give it a like." Still, there were a few standout acts among the older performers. The next few acts were all for the elderly, and only then did Grandma Jing start watching with a big smile. Jing Shu said, "Honestly, I like the programs for the elderly too." Wu Yuai chimed in, "Me too." Xu Zhuohua added, "I like that you like them." Jing Shu, showered with this public display of affection, "Let's just eat." This year, the Jing family's New Year's Eve dinner was, as always, nothing fancy. With so many people, and everyone having a big appetite, there was no such thing as presentation. The big table was covered with huge serving bowls, each piled high with food. The sight left Auntie's family, who rarely came home for dinner, completely stunned. Xiao Lian swallowed hard. For the abundance year after year dish, most families would have one fish, but the Jing family had several fish stacked high. The braised pig's trotters came in a huge bowl. 8 treasure rice is usually served in a small inverted bowl, but here it was a whole basin. Abalone, prawns, scallops, crabs, everything was served in giant bowls. Each ingredient was precious on its own, but piled up so casually in big bowls, it somehow gave off the vibe of a communal canteen meal. What was up with that? Eat more, girl. Xiao Lian kept piling food onto the kids' plates. After all, this only happens once a year. Jing Shu also dug in with gusto. She never cared about eating gracefully. They ate all the way until midnight, when the Spring Festival Gala ended and dinner was finished. Suddenly, there was a series of booming sounds outside, and the whole family rushed out onto the deck. Jing Shu thought there might be some fireworks to watch, but it turned out to be 12 ceremonial cannon shots fired by the town government. The whole South China Sea could probably hear it. Well, at least they got to hear some New Year's fireworks. Too bad that before the apocalypse, Jing Shu never thought to stock up on fireworks or party poppers. You can't eat those or use them for anything, so what's the point of hoarding them? Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a few more sounds rang out in the sky. Jing Shu's eyes widened. Damn, there really were fireworks? Even if it was just the simplest kind of skyrockets. She looked over and saw they were being set off from a small boat nearby. Then came more toothy, colorful fireworks shooting into the dark night, surprisingly beautiful. Xu Zhuohua cleared his throat lightly. Had nothing better to do, so I whipped up some homemade fireworks. Hope everyone enjoys them. Grandma and Grandpa Jing both praised Xu Zhuohua with big smiles. Wu Yuai actually blushed a little. Jing Shu stroked her chin and wondered, is there anything this mentor of mine can't do? If he traveled back to ancient times, he'd probably end up ruling the country. After watching the homemade fireworks, it was time for the family to hand out red envelopes. Jing Shu received red envelopes from her grandparents. Grandpa Jing had personally crafted an exquisite red puzzle box, one that could be opened and closed without screws. Inside were 2 gold ingots he'd made himself, plus New Year's money from her parents and other elders. In the Jing family, if you're unmarried, you're still considered a baby and get New Year's money. Jing Shu, in turn, gave her niece a few bags of candy and 100 virtual coins. After everyone had finished the red envelope ritual, Jing Shu had the Hulk send Auntie's family back to the factory. Then those who needed to sleep went to bed, and those who wanted to party kept partying. The battleship continued on, beginning a 7-day holiday cruise. On the first day of the new year, they ate dumplings. Jing Shu was a bit disappointed she didn't get to sleep in, but after breakfast, she went back to her room for a nap. By noon, they should reach their first stop, Macau. Beep, beep, beep. Jing Shu lay on her huge bed. The battleship was steady, but she could still feel a bit of rocking. She crossed her legs, playing with a Rubik's cube, the clicking sounds filling the room. Every now and then, she'd search her space for something to eat. A piece of cake, some watermelon juice, coconut milk, or maybe an ice cream if she felt like it. Oh right, the Haagen-Dazs ice cream she'd hoarded back in the day was almost gone. She was thinking of making some new ice cream herself, but without the right tech or skills, it probably wouldn't taste very good. In the bedroom, the fat chicken lay in its nest, eyes half closed, everything peaceful and quiet. Until the phone rang. Annoying. On New Year's Day, no less. And she had to answer it. Jingshu's mood instantly soured. Seriously? She'd been working like a dog these past few days, taking care of everything in advance just to have a good holiday. She'd even planned for every possible mishap and made sure all the blame could be shifted if needed. And yet, on the very first day of the new year, she still got a call? And it was an unknown number? In the apocalypse, there's no telemarketers or renovation scammers anymore. Hello, who's this? The moment she picked up, Jingshu's voice became calm and friendly, not a trace of irritation. Inside, though, she was screaming. But on the surface, she was the picture of composure. This better be something important, she thought. Girl, it's me. You took the battleship out to sea. Old Joe's voice came through. Jingshu, huh? Old Joe? Didn't she just wish him a happy new year this morning? She paused, then quickly said, yeah, that's right, Old Joe. What's up? It's the new year, so I'm just out traveling a bit. Oh, it's fine. Your warship has already been registered, and it's equipped with a signal locator, so the maritime authorities will definitely receive the information. As it happens, there's a task I need to assign you. Old Joe started explaining in detail. After listening, Jingshu coughed lightly. So, you want me to patrol the sea while I'm traveling? And quietly do some research on the coastal cities. Old Joe grunted in agreement. Exactly. The organization will give you an official identity. If you run into any issues, you can handle them first and then report back. There will be people to cooperate with you. Of course, if nothing happens, just enjoy yourself. With an official identity, you'll probably have more fun out there. Just write a report for each city and you can get reimbursed. How does that sound? This is amazing, absolutely perfect. Isn't this just going out to eat, drink, and have fun under the guise of an official mission? Great, that's wonderful. Thank you to the organization for your trust and care. I'll definitely work hard and contribute to the organization's development. Old Joe's voice came through. All right, I'll leave this to you then. We were going to send an ability user anyway, and since you're heading out to sea, we'll entrust it to you. Don't worry, things are peaceful lately, nothing's going to happen. Old Joe, come on. Don't jinx it. Don't set up a flag like that. Now that you've said nothing's going to happen, something is definitely going to happen. Jingshu hung up, feeling utterly resigned. Then she pulled out her phone and used an app to do a quick fortune reading. Excellent luck, a great day for travel. Everything will go smoothly. All right. I'll believe it. Jingshu yawned and patted her fat chicken. Let's go, time to find someone and get to work. Since this involves writing reports and such, she'd definitely need a secretary. She headed down to the third lower deck of the warship. To operate the whole ship, you'd need at least dozens of people, most of whom were soldiers from the cigarette factory. Mom, we're eating so well for New Year's. Yesterday we had 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian, and today we're having dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. Our boss's grandma made them herself, must have wrapped thousands, and everyone can eat their fill. It's real pork, real cabbage, and look at this dumpling skin, so white and tender. Xinxing took a big bite of a plump, white dumpling, savoring the flavor. His mother looked at him with satisfaction. Then you should work hard for your boss. In times like these, having such good food and a good job is rare. Xinxing was still wolfing down dumplings when suddenly the loudspeaker blared. The boss was looking for someone who could write reports that would impress the higher-ups and who could go undercover with her to expose black markets. Xinxing's eyes lit up. Hey, Mom, I've got work again. I can't talk now. The boss wants someone who can write stories and reports. Time to put my old skills to use. Jingshu vaguely remembered the tall young man in front of her, about 1.9 meters, always eating, always smiling a bit foolishly. But she hadn't expected that he'd be so talented at writing reports and flattering the higher-ups. Xing, right? Your reports are impressive. Would you be interested in being my secretary? Jingshu looked at the young man, who had managed to write a well-argued, 2,000-word report in just half an hour. A real talent. Xing scratched his head and grinned. Boss, just call me Xing. From now on, I'm your personal secretary and bodyguard. Whatever you need, just say the word. Jingshu wanted to pat his shoulder, but he was too tall, so she settled for patting his back. Good, work hard. Pack your things and come upstairs. You've got a new office starting today. Got it. Xing moved his things to the warship and set up a small office. 2 hours later, the warship arrived at its first stop, Macau. At the same time, Xing had already handed in a handwritten report on this sea area. Jingshu had only provided 300 words of data, but her new secretary had managed to turn it into a 3,000-word report, padding it out by 2,000 words, and doing it with real skill. Nice work. Come on, let's go check out the Macau market. Here are your credentials. Only show them if something happens. Jingshu gave him instructions. Xing nodded vigorously, eyes shining. The boss is amazing, coming to inspect the market in a warship. This must be a super important mission. The higher-ups must really value this. Don't worry, he'd definitely work hard. Work. Half an hour later, Xing found himself unable to say the words, work hard, anymore. Hey, sir, are these almond cookies really made with almonds? Oh, made by dark creatures, huh? Oh, Portuguese noodles, 888 yuan a bowl? What, you sell authentic crab congee here? Let's go, let's go. We have to try this. It's rare to find real crab these days. Jingshu's whole family was quickly scattered by the shops lining the street in Macau. In the end, they decided to try the crab congee first. It was a so-called century-old shop, and its dilapidated, old-fashioned decor showed it had been run down for decades at least. There weren't many people inside. Jingshu's whole family, along with Secretary Xing, each ordered a bowl of crab congee. The crab congee truly lived up to its reputation as a culinary delight. Jingshu took a sip, savoring the taste. It combined the essence of water crab, roe crab, and meat crab. The rich aroma of crab filled the air, and the springy texture of the crab meat was simply intoxicating. The rich flavor of crab roe lingered on the palate, and when paired with the specially made oyster porridge, the combination was simply perfect, making everyone's taste buds dance with delight. So fragrant. After the meal, the whole family agreed it was delicious. How much was it? Jingshu asked. The down-to-earth proprietress wiped her hands and grinned. Altogether, that's 188,000 virtual coins. What? Are you robbing us? Grandma Jing jumped up in shock. Usually, even at big banquets, she'd only spend about 100 virtual coins. But this meal, 188,000. Why not just go rob a bank? Jingshu tapped the price list. Doesn't it say here that a bowl is 888 virtual coins? Look, there's a line of small print underneath. It says that's for dead crab. Jingshu crouched down to check. Damn, the text was ant-sized. She'd thought it was just a comma. No wonder she thought 888 was too cheap for such delicious porridge. But wasn't this a scam? The proprietress started calculating again. You didn't specify whether you wanted dead or a live crab. Seeing you all dressed so well and looking so well off, I used live crab. Right now, a live crab goes for over 10,000 each, and you ate quite a few. That's the price. She pulled out the live crab price list. Everything is clearly marked. Grandma Jing was already rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight, but Jingshu quickly pulled her back. The proprietress stood at the door, hands on her hips, and shouted, "What's wrong? Trying to eat and not pay? This is the luxury shopping street. These are the prices. If you don't pay, I'll call the authorities." Other shopkeepers poked their heads out to watch. At this moment, Chuzhuahua stood up and said, "It's fine, Grandma. Live ingredients are expensive these days. I'll pay." Then he whispered to Grandma Jing, "Don't worry, I'll file a complaint later and get 10 times the money back." Jingshu. Grandma Jing coughed and let it go. Jingshu covered her face, then said, "It's fine, brother-in-law. We're on a business trip. Everything will be reimbursed. Proprietress, your porridge is delicious. Pack up 20 more servings for us. I'll transfer the money." The proprietress looked at them in disbelief. Had she just run into a bunch of rich fools? She quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll use all live crab. It'll be delicious." After collecting the money and packing up the extra orders, the proprietress waved them off at the door. "Come again, valued guests." She even winked at the onlookers, as if to say she'd just fleeced some fat sheep. Jingshu's mom asked, "Sweetie, will the company really reimburse this? This meal alone cost over 300,000 virtual coins." Jingshu smiled. "If it were less, maybe not. But the more it is, the more likely they'll reimburse it." The whole family was baffled, but Jingshu said nothing more. She just had Aishing record video evidence for the report. It was just some porridge, not even enough to count as an appetizer. They went to a few more places, and as if some signal had gone out, prices everywhere suddenly skyrocketed. Everything was outrageously expensive. Jingshu didn't refuse anyone, eating and buying as she pleased, quickly becoming the flashiest rich lady on the luxury street. At any time, the last thing you should test is human nature. Show the slightest weakness and you'll get slaughtered. But just as Xin Xing was padding out his report, he realized that wasn't always the case. This noodle shop, for example, was a time-honored brand. The noodle master sat astride a thick bamboo pole, kneading dough made with only duck eggs. No water at all, pounding it for 2 hours to achieve the perfect elasticity. The noodles were thin, and when paired with the broth, incredibly flavorful. Each person got a huge bowl, topped with special shrimp roe and spices, and served with a rich, savory shrimp soup. Slurp, slurp asterisk. The sound of noodles being slurped filled the air. This was a completely different style from traditional thick noodles, Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles, Wuqing mixed noodles, or Chongqing noodles. These noodles were thin yet chewy, with an unexpectedly soft texture, creating a delightful contrast in the mouth. The fresh, salty, and umami flavors of seafood and duck egg blended together, leaving a lingering aftertaste. They were so good that Jingshu alone ate 7 or 8 bowls. One bowl is 388 virtual coins. "That's 13,000 in total," said the owner. Jingshu was surprised finally, an honest person. The owner was a man in his 40s, while his wife was busy helping their son with online classes in the back, chaos ensuing. The boy's mom chased him with a slipper, while the boy, crying, ran into Jingshu's arms and asked, "Big sister, did I get this question wrong?" Jingshu looked at the fill-in-the-blank question. The boy had written, "Instead of us working hard ourselves, we might as well trouble our parents." Heat wasted, his life for nothing, forgot to betray his friends. Jingshu burst out laughing. "Kid, you're a real character." The owner's wife gave an embarrassed smile. "You little rascal, get over here or I'll feed you belt-fried noodles." The boy hid pitifully behind Jingshu. Jingshu laughed and said, "Boss, your noodles are amazing. We'll take everything you've got, raw noodles and sauce too. Name your price." "Huh?" The couple was first overjoyed, then hesitant. "We still have several bags left, it's a lot." Jingshu smiled. "The more, the better." The couple started packing and tallying up the price. Even with all those big bags of noodles, it only came to just over 300,000 virtual coins. Grandma Jing, who'd seen her share of the world, actually thought, "Hey, that's not a bad deal. What's going on?" The middle-aged uncle hesitated for a moment before saying, "You all drew too much attention on this street today. You'd better head back early and definitely stay away from the casinos." The boss lady also hesitated, then pulled out her phone and said, "Actually, everyone in the group chat is talking about it. They say a big fat sheep showed up today, and we can fleece them however we want. The casino must have heard about it too, so you all should be careful." Hearing this, Jingshu actually got even more excited. What was going on at the casino? Something big? She agreed out loud, but then asked, "Is there anywhere else good to eat around here?" The boss lady pointed not far away and said, "That's the biggest Dolao hot pot restaurant around here. The prices are reasonable, the food is great, and it's an old, reputable place." "All right, let's go then." Jingshu led her family over to try the Dolao hot pot. Sure enough, the boss lady's recommendation was popular. The place was packed. The mid-tier option only cost 88 virtual coins for a full meal, while the high-end option was unlimited for 888 coins and up. Grandma Jing looked at the line and asked, "What exactly is Dolao? Is it some kind of bean dish? It doesn't look that tasty to me." Wu Yuai laughed and explained, "Here, Dolao is a play on words. It means to scoop up good fortune, wealth, luck, family, friendship, everything. And it's basically hot pot with all kinds of ingredients." Grandpa Jing puffed on his dry tobacco and nodded. "Well, then we have to try it today. Good omen." Beep beep beep. Jingshu got a message. She glanced down. It was from Sue Molly. "What are you doing? Why aren't you grabbing the red envelopes I sent in the group chat? Hurry up. Once you grab it, I'll grab mine." Jingshu. Could she say she really didn't care? What could she even do with a few fractions of a virtual coin? Even though she thought that, Jingshu still grabbed Sue Molly's New Year's red envelope in the class group chat. 0.1 virtual coins. Jingshu, just as I thought. The next second, Sue Molly grabbed one too. 499 virtual coins. Jingshu, just as I thought. Ding dong, you received a red envelope. It was a private one from Sue Molly. Jingshu opened it, 500 virtual coins. Sue Molly, haha, why is your luck always so bad every year? Here, Happy New Year. Jingshu, Happy New Year. Look, we're in Macau about to eat Dolao. It's pretty crowded, we're waiting in line. What about you? Sue Molly, that looks so good. I'm in Zhuhai for business, it's so close, just a few dozen kilometers. Wait for me, I'll be right over. It really was pretty close. Jingshu replied, all right, we'll walk around nearby to kill some time. Since there were a lot of people, the family decided to take a stroll in the area. Grandma Jing said, who would have thought, even in the apocalypse, there are still people who can afford this. Chu Zhuhua commented, less than 5% of people can afford it. This street must be a rich area. Jingshu took the chance to ask a Xing, did you finish writing the report? A Xing nodded vigorously. It's done. I used the account they gave us when I paid just now. Good job. As they were talking, the whole family was ushered into a high-end club where they were served free tea, water, and snacks. Grandma Jing asked 3 times, these snacks are free, right? And the water too. The waitress smiled and nodded. Yes, they're free. Only then did Grandma Jing start eating. The almond cookies were a local specialty, crispy and fragrant. Jing's mom loved them and asked the waitress, do you sell these? How much are they? The waitress smiled, we don't sell them. Everything in our club is free. Please help yourself. Jing's dad coughed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why is all this free? At that moment, the waitress pulled out a sign. Because everyone who enters our club is automatically charged an entry fee of 8,888 virtual coins. All food and drinks inside are free. The whole family was caught off guard. Jingshu pursed her lips. I knew it. Well, getting scammed is just part of going out, yeah, right? Just then, a handsome young waiter brought out another sign. Since you're already here and it's New Year's, why not try your luck with a draw? Whatever discount you draw is the discount you get. Each draw is 88 virtual coins. As long as you don't hit black, you can keep drawing, and you might even get your whole bill for free. Here are the rules. Grandma Jing eyed him suspiciously. The rules are that simple? Is this for real? The waiter nodded. It's all written in black and white. So Grandma Jing tried her luck. The waiter clapped. Wow, ma'am, you're amazing. You got a 60% discount. Your whole bill today is 40% off. Want to try again? Grandma Jing snorted. You think I don't know? This is classic bait and switch. I'm an old lady, but I know how to avoid scams. I'm not drawing again. Jingshu stifled a laugh. Grandma really was something else. But hadn't they already fallen into the trap? The waiter grinned and gave her a thumbs up. You're really sharp, ma'am. Want to try a different game? This time, whatever prize you draw, you get. There's a 10% chance of hitting a bomb, but everything else is free. After hearing the rules, Grandma Jing agreed to try once for 88 virtual coins. There were lots of prizes, so she nodded. All right, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The waiter brought out a big spinning wheel. This time, when Grandma Jing spun, the pointer stopped, and the waiter put on an exaggerated expression. Wow, ma'am, your luck is off the charts. You won second prize, 100,000 virtual coins and chips. Would you like to exchange them for virtual coins? Jing Shu thought. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is definitely about to happen. Grandma Jing was surprised. Wow, I'm really this lucky? I didn't expect that. All right then, let's exchange them. The staff member looked troubled. To exchange chips, you have to play a few rounds first before you can convert them into virtual currency. Another staff member brought over a box of chips and smiled. Ma'am, these are your prized chips from the lottery. Just play a few games, and then you can exchange them for virtual currency. So, before they knew it, the whole family had entered this huge arcade. And honestly, it was pretty lively inside. The lights were bright, and there were plenty of people wandering around with drinks, stopping at different games to place bets. All in all, it seemed like a legit place. But when the family realized what was happening, after just a few casual games, not only did their chips not increase, they were almost all gone. Grandma Jing caught on too. Hey, they say it's free to play, but isn't this just a roundabout way of scamming us? Dad Jing coughed. Maybe we should stop. We haven't really lost anything anyway. Places like this are full of traps. Grandma Jing put her hands on her hips. Who says we haven't lost anything? We had 100,000 virtual coins, and now not only are they gone, we each have to pay some kind of entrance fee. Isn't this just a scam? Aishing, who was always ready to stir the pot, asked, Boss, since we're using the company account, should we keep playing? Jing Shu rubbed her chin, a bit uncertain. Meals and lodging were reimbursed, but what about gambling? Would that be reimbursed too? Just as she was thinking about it, her phone rang. She answered, and Sue Mary's voice came through. Shu, where are you? I've already arrived. There's a line outside the hot pot place you mentioned. Jing Shu grinned, an idea forming. Mary, come over here. I'll take you somewhere fun, and we'll go eat hot pot afterward. 3 minutes later, a slightly confused Sue Mary found them. She was wearing a bright red princess dress and high heels, with 2 bodyguard-looking types behind her, instantly catching the attention of the staff. Shu, you guys are playing this? My dad never let me play these kinds of games. Sue Mary hesitated, but was clearly intrigued. Jing Shu coughed and smiled. We're just playing for fun, warming up. You can play for us, it doesn't count as you playing. Yay, okay. But F you, Ada, you two better not go blabbing when we get back. I didn't spend a cent, win or lose, it's not on me. Sue Mary cleared her throat, then clung to Jing Shu's arm. Come on, come on. I've never played this before, only seen it on TV. Tell me how it works. A staff member suggested, why don't you start with the simplest game, guessing big or small? Jing Shu handed Sue Mary the last of the family's chips. Here, go ahead, bet on whatever you want. With a slap, Sue Mary put her chips on triple. She grinned, I heard that triple is the best, so I'll bet on that. A couple of people nearby shook their heads and placed their own bets. The dealer started shaking the dice with one hand, signaling everyone to place their final bets. The staff almost burst out laughing, but held it in and nodded. Of course you can, but the odds of winning are extremely, extremely low, so low that. Before she could finish, the dealer opened the dice cup, triple. Staff. Yay! I won. All the chips on the table are mine, right? Even the houses. Even the dealer was stunned. He'd just given the dice a casual shake, didn't use any tricks, and got triple? Was he really that good? He didn't even know it himself. The staff member's face twitched. We'll have to pay you extra, haha, you're really lucky. In the blink of an eye, all the chips they'd lost before were won back in one go. After that, Sue Mary was taken to try all sorts of strange games, but without exception, her luck was off the charts. In just half an hour, she'd won 2 million virtual coins. Even though the casino's daily turnover was in the tens of millions, 2 million was still a lot. Even in games that required serious skill, she somehow managed to win a few rounds. The staff's hands were starting to shake. He anxiously checked the time, just 5 more minutes, and the professional dealer would be here. By then, no matter how much this group had won, they'd have to cough up 10 times as much. Oh, I'm dizzy and starving. Shoo, let's go eat. I'm about to faint. Sue Mary's face was a bit pale. Jingshu thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we've won enough. Time to quit while we're ahead. She gathered up a pile of chips and asked, can we exchange these for virtual coins now? The staff's face darkened. There's a rule for first-time lottery chips. You can only cash out 60%. The remaining 40% can only be withdrawn after you come back and play again. Or you could play a bit longer. In 3 hours, you can withdraw it all. Normally, most people would stay for the remaining 40%, or at least play a bit longer. But Jingshu wasn't most people. Oh, then just give me the 60%. Keep the other 40% for me. I'll come back for it when I'm in the mood. Jingshu said, giving a meaningful look. Aishing, did you note that down? This is all part of their scheme. In the end, the staff had no choice but to give them over 1.2 million virtual coins. The whole family headed to the hot pot place, where a big private room was just opening up, and they enjoyed a great meal. Just as Jingshu and her family left, the casino's real top dealer arrived, only to find the staff looking miserable. They left 2 minutes ago. I couldn't stop them. Dealer, there goes your bonus this month. Staff member, sob, is it ever easy for her? She clung to the doorway, watching the crowd disappear, gritted her teeth, and then pulled up all the surveillance footage, every angle, no blind spots, for the real head dealer to review. Then she asked, hopefully so? Did they cheat? There were people at the casino who knew how to cheat, but usually they wouldn't actually do it. The dealer frowned and shook her head. No. If anyone wanted to cheat here, they'd have to touch the cards, but those girls were clearly newbies. There's no way they could cheat without making contact. They were just lucky, that's all. All right then. My bonus, The staff member walked away, dejected. Only then did the dealer, who had rushed over from the main floor, make a call. Yes, it was pure luck. Her luck is off the charts. She might just be the person you're looking for. Okay, got it. Today was truly a satisfying day. They ate their fill, had a great time, and spent money freely. As outsiders, it was normal to get ripped off. But all that changed after they met Sue Mary. After finishing their hot pot, Sue Mary led Grandma Jing, Grandpa Jing, and the whole family to places only locals would know about. Come on, Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Auntie, I'll take you to some great spots. The places Sue Mary brought them to were businesses owned by local tycoons, all in mid to high-end areas. Even in the apocalypse, the crowds never stopped. In this mall, before the apocalypse, they used to give out free Häagen-Dazs and coffee. Now, they give out cornbread and sour plum juice. This is a new wife cake they developed after the apocalypse. They say if you eat it, you'll get a wife. If you want a husband, eat the husband cake. Grandma Jing tried a wife cake in disbelief. She didn't know what it was made of, didn't taste like much, kind of like dry rations, but it was crispy and crunchy, actually pretty good. The key is, this is really free? No catch? Grandma Jing asked. She'd been scammed here before, so she was wary. Sue Mary giggled. It really is free here, but only a small amount per person per day. This shop used to give out umbrellas, that one gave out cups. No tricks, so it's always crowded and has a great reputation. Jingshu nodded and gave Aishing a look. Take note of all this. Every place has its scams, but there are good places too. Don't generalize from a few bad apples. Grandpa Jing munched on a wife cake, smacking his lips. That's odd, though. Why do they give out free stuff every day and still haven't gone out of business? It's the apocalypse, aren't they losing money? And why don't more people come get the freebies? At this point, Mentor Wu Yuai chimed in. Grandpa, it's because this is a mid to high-end area. The people living nearby can still afford to eat well even in the apocalypse. They'll come for the free food, but they can also afford to shop. As for those who really can't get enough to eat, they wouldn't walk 10+ kilometers just for a little free food. They have to work to survive. Also, this is what we call the information cocoon. Only the target customer group, people who've been here, know about the free food. Poorer folks don't dare shop here, so they don't know which stores give out freebies. With that explanation, Grandpa Jing finally understood. Grandma Jing glared at him. Just eat, would you? You never stop talking. If Mary hadn't brought us here, we wouldn't have known either. We'd have just gotten scammed at the casino. Jing Shu fell into thought. Mentor Chu Zhuohua was right. Coming here, even if it was just for the free food and all the little giveaways, there really were a lot of interesting things. Expensive, cheap, the Jing family bought a whole bunch. Chu Zhuohua directly bought Wu Yuai all sorts of bags, clothes, and perfumes. Even though Wu Yuai didn't seem that interested, Chu Zhuohua secretly whispered to her, "I want to see you wear this. Could you wear it for me, just once? Please. This one would really suit your fair skin, and it looks good for carrying documents too." Wu Yuai replied expressionlessly, "Have you been watching too many short videos? Want to carry my bag for me in public? Mentor, could you please not be so childish? You're so handsome, but carrying a women's bag, it's just such a crime against fashion." Chu Zhuohua's gaze turned dangerous. Mentor. Wu Yuai slapped her own face and immediately changed her tune. "Zhuohua, let's not be childish, okay? Be good." "Nope." Wu Yuai. "Fine." So, Chu Zhuohua picked out a few bags that used to cost hundreds of thousands before the apocalypse, but now could be bought for just a few hundred virtual coins, and happily slung them over her shoulder. Jing Shu, forced to listen to their public display of affection the whole time. Speechless. Why does her hearing have to be so good? Why does she have to hear all of this? What a curse. Anyway, this place was really fun to shop around. On the ship. "Mary, you'll sleep in this room tonight." It was late, so Jing Shu arranged for Su Mary to stay in the room next to her master bedroom. Su Mary was wearing Jing Shu's pajamas, which were almost bursting at the front, making Jing Shu speechless. Su Mary held Jing Shu's hand, reluctant to let go. Shu, can I sleep with you tonight?" "No, I toss and turn in my sleep." Jing Shu ruthlessly refused, pushing Su Mary into the bedroom. "Go to bed early. We'll reach Hong Kong tomorrow. One more day of fun, then we'll go our separate ways." "All right," Su Molly agreed pitifully, then added. "But, Shu, I really don't want to be apart from you. Can't we spend New Year's together? If only we could just stay on the ship forever." Then MMPH. "Why are you covering my mouth?" Halfway through her sentence, Su Molly's mouth was covered. Su Molly, stop talking nonsense. Don't jinx us, don't make random wishes, okay? Jing Shu was instantly exasperated. Why does she always have to jinx things like this? If what she said actually came true, Jing Shu didn't even want to imagine what would happen. Su Molly blinked. "I was just saying, it's not like it'll really come true. My good friend, my bestie, hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll be in Hong Kong, and we can have a great day out. I've never been to Hong Kong before, I've always wanted to visit." Su Molly blinked again, not understanding why Ashu was so scared of her random comments, but she yawned and said, "All right, I hope we have a wonderful day tomorrow in Hong Kong. But I still don't want to be apart from you." And with that, Su Molly fell asleep. Jing Shu, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. She was genuinely worried that Su Molly's wishful thinking might actually affect the area. So, in the middle of the night, she had everyone stay on alert and dispatched over 100,000 mud merfolk to search the surrounding sea. Okay, nothing dangerous out there, unless the sun falls out of the sky or something. After all the checks were done, she looked at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. Jing Shu hurriedly collapsed into bed. The next morning, when she was woken up, she had dark circles under her eyes and was yawning nonstop. Su Molly, on the other hand, looked perfectly refreshed. Early in the morning, Grandma Jing was already chopping up meat for the filling, making egg, chive, and shrimp stuffed buns. Of course, she also added abalone, sea cucumber, and king crab to the mix. Jingshu looked resentfully at Su Molly, who was happily eating with oil all over her mouth. She'd slept well and eaten well, while Jingshu had been up all night worrying because of one offhand comment. "Happy New Year, Daddy." "I'm not coming home today, I'm with Jingshu." "Yeah, her family's breakfast is amazing." "Hee hee, okay. Su Molly waved her phone and said to Grandma Jing, "Grandma, my dad says he feels bad for imposing on you. He'll send you 100 cubic meters of gas and fuel later." Grandma Jing scolded her, "Child, why are you so polite?" But her smile only grew warmer. It wasn't about the gas or fuel, but because she felt that Jingshu's friends really valued her. They'd been hosted today, and the family was already offering gifts in return. After breakfast, they docked at the pier. Of course, with a warship this size, they normally wouldn't be allowed to dock. But as a competent secretary, Xing had already prepared all the paperwork, paid the docking fees, and completed all the procedures. So everyone was able to go ashore smoothly. Jingshu didn't know why, but she had a strong premonition. Still, she kept reassuring herself. "I'm just overthinking it. Everything's safe. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Even if the sun falls out of the sky today, I'm still going to enjoy Hong Kong to the fullest." With that mindset, Jingshu led her family on a day of eating and sightseeing. But halfway through, Xing came running over in a hurry. "What is it now? Did something happen again?" Jingshu smacked her forehead. Of course, fate just wouldn't let her have a peaceful day. "Seriously, can't we just have one day without any drama?" "Well, no, nothing like that." Xing didn't understand why his boss was so jumpy. He grinned and said, "It's good news, boss. Remember the meal we had yesterday? All the money's been refunded to our account. It's like we ate for free." Jingshu checked the account. Sure enough, except for the 2 honest noodle shops, every other merchant, even the virtual currency for the water park and that extra 40%, had all been refunded. "What's going on?" Jingshu immediately called Elder Zhou. The phone rang and Elder Zhou answered distractedly. "What's up?" Jingshu explained the situation. Elder Zhou replied, "Oh, I'm not really sure. Just spend whatever you need. It's all covered by the local township government. They get the reports in advance anyway. So it's probably the Macau township government who refunded you." Jingshu was stunned for a second, then almost blurted out, "Damn, Elder Zhou, you're really something." No wonder the refund came so fast. Yesterday, those mall people really messed with the wrong person, didn't they? "All right, thank you, Elder Zhou. That's all I needed." Jingshu was about to hang up, but Elder Zhou asked, "Jing girl, you really haven't run into any trouble by the sea over there?" Elder Zhou asked. Jingshu, "Damn, Elder Zhou, I'm having a perfectly good time here. Don't jinx me." Jingshu replied cautiously, "Elder Zhou, I really haven't run into any trouble." "What kind of trouble are you talking about? Could you give me a hint?" Elder Zhou said, "Oh, never mind then. It's highly classified, can't say more. If you haven't run into anything, then forget it." Jingshu. After hanging up the phone, Jingshu couldn't help but wonder just what on earth is going on that requires such a high level of secrecy. It can't be anything good, can it? But honestly, there really didn't seem to be anything wrong. Forget it, no need to scare myself. That afternoon, Jingshu took her whole family out to truly enjoy a wonderful day in Hong Kong. Now that she had both money and influence, it felt like the whole world had become a better place. Although none of her family had ever visited before the apocalypse, coming here after the end of the world didn't seem so bad either. To be honest, even after the apocalypse, there are still so many people here. The living spaces are just way too cramped. Well, that just shows how good our country's policies are. That's the only way so many people could survive even after the apocalypse. But the food here really is great, just a bit expensive. This perfume isn't bad either, but a bottle costs 20,000 virtual coins. You have to fight to get one, Jingshu grumbled as she bought more than a dozen bottles. Since these were limited editions from before the apocalypse and from a centuries-old luxury brand that never went out of style, Jingshu found the scent delightful and decided to buy a bunch. Not for her own use, but to study how to replicate the scent and add it to her air-purifying branches, then sell them at a high price. Besides that, Jingshu also tried some of the local specialties, some she liked, some she didn't. Sue Mary commented, "Back in the day, this tea restaurant used to be all you can eat. It was a bit pricey, but you could have whatever you wanted. Now, they don't do buffets anymore." Grandma Jing's mouth twitched. Trying to run a buffet in the apocalypse? They'd go bankrupt for sure. Especially if they ran into a girl like Jingshu, they'd be out of business on the first day. Still, there was a lot of food, and it really was expensive. After all, ingredients were incredibly scarce now. Not great value for money, but if it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not really a problem. As long as we eat well and have fun, that's all that matters. That was Jingshu's final verdict. After all, even in the apocalypse, money could solve 99% of your troubles. The whole family also went to some famous spots, checked in, and toured the old buildings. Honestly, the place had this unique vibe, both upscale and rundown at the same time. Since time was tight, everyone rushed around the city like a group of retirees on a sightseeing tour, with Sue Mary as their guide. She'd explain what each place used to be before the apocalypse, how it had changed, and what it was like now. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at how unpredictable life could be. By the end of the day, Jingshu was on edge, but thankfully, everything went smoothly. Great, another safe day. 3 days left of vacation. On to the next destination. It was time to say goodbye to Sue Mary again. "I really don't want to leave you all," Sue Mary burped, tears almost spilling from her mouth. Traveling with Shu meant eating well, playing well, and sleeping well. Boo-hoo, she really didn't want to go. "Mary, we'll see each other next time. Let's chat when you get home. Bye." Jingshu waved quickly as Sue Mary's family helicopter came to pick her up. As long as Sue Mary went home obediently, Jingshu felt the rest of the trip would go smoothly. Reluctantly, Sue Mary boarded the helicopter. And then, Jingshu had just returned to the warship, ready to set sail for their next stop, when, Boss, bad news. The whole city's under lockdown, no one allowed in or out." A Xing came running, face ashen. "We're stuck." With a smack, Jingshu slapped her own forehead. "Ugh, damn it. In the end, you just can't escape fate, can you? What on earth happened this time?" Sue Mary's helicopter couldn't leave either. She blinked and got out again. Shu, maybe, possibly, I'll have to trouble you again tonight." Actually, by the time A Xing was pulling up the latest news, Jingshu already knew what was going on. Sirens and gunshots were sounding all over the place, mixed with screams. Even the docks had descended into chaos. Jingshu snapped her fingers, and the Hulk, in its slime form, grabbed a few culprits from the sewers. They were a few octopuses, each over a meter long. They looked similar to ordinary octopuses, except their bodies were covered in red spots. Normally, an octopus's tentacles were only a few dozen centimeters, but these ones had tentacles over 1.5 meters long, absolutely outrageous. Jingshu had just caught a few when more gunshots rang out from the police station at the docks. When they rushed over, they saw a local police officer being strangled around the neck and head by a giant octopus, while the other officers kept firing their guns. Some people tried to pull the tentacles off, others tried to cut them with knives, but the octopus's body was as tough as rubber bands, impossible to cut through. The whole scene was utter chaos. "Are these octopuses?" Sue Mary asked. "They look like it, but they could be a new species," Jingshu nodded, snapping her fingers. The Hulk turned into a puddle of slime, completely enveloping the octopus from behind, wrapping it up bit by bit until it was compressed into a basketball-sized ball. Only then was the octopus subdued. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our colleague would have died," said one of the officers in Cantonese. Jingshu looked at Sue Mary. Sue Mary immediately translated. Jingshu replied, "You're welcome. I just want to ask, how long have these octopuses been appearing? Are there a lot of them? Why did the whole city go into lockdown only today? Spit it out. Are you guys deliberately declaring lockdowns only when I'm around, just to keep me from leaving? You don't do it earlier or later, just today. My vacation, arg." The police thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, it all started just yesterday over in Shazhou. We didn't do anything, but the higher-ups are taking this very seriously. As they were talking, Jingshu's phone rang. It was Elder Zhou. Jingshu's mouth twitched as she answered, Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou's voice came through, tinged with amusement. What a coincidence, huh? Something just had to happen right where you showed up. We've been tracking this thing for ages and couldn't find it, but look at that, soon as you arrive, it turns up. Jingshu is speechless. So, Elder Zhou, can you finally tell me what's going on? What's with these octopuses? To be honest, in her previous life, Jingshu had never even heard of such a thing as these octopuses. If they were edible, there's no way she wouldn't know. If they weren't, but posed a threat to China, she'd definitely have heard about it too. But for some reason, they never appeared in her ordinary world. Was it because her status was too low in her previous life? Elder Zhou sighed. They're experimental specimens that escaped from the lab. It's all highly classified. What the heck, they can escape from a lab? Jingshu couldn't help but ask, if these octopuses are kept in a sealed place, they can still escape? She didn't buy it. Was it staff negligence or something? No, that's exactly why I'm telling you about this. These octopuses managed to get hold of the unlocking device even though they were locked up and released all the octopuses in the aquarium. They all escaped. There are about 3,000 of them. For real? Jingshu is stunned. Elder Zhou continued, that's why it's top secret. There's surveillance footage and everything. Since you've already discovered them, I'm authorizing you to handle this. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Jingshu, seriously? So I still can't escape fate. Jingshu asked another very important question. Are these things edible? If these octopuses ruined her vacation, then they could pay for it with their lives. She wanted sashimi, barbecue, teppanyaki, even takoyaki. Slurp. Elder Zhou. They can be eaten, but their rate of evolution is terrifying. Their intelligence has evolved to a scary degree. So be careful when you catch them. They'll try every trick to escape. Even in an airtight place, you have to be careful. Jingshu, no worries, I'll just put them in my space. I don't believe they can dig their way out of that. At that moment, 2 octopuses were struggling under the green giant's wrapping, stretching out countless tentacles trying to escape. But the green giant, being made of slime, kept morphing one moment a basketball, the next a spiky ball, then an octopus shape, changing forms but never letting them go. After talking with Elder Zhou for a while, Jingshu got the gist of the situation. So these octopuses have replicated Octopus Bro's pheromone DNA? Doesn't that make them almost human? Jingshu was shocked. No wonder these octopuses were so smart. Octopus Bro was a giant octopus ability user she'd encountered in the Middle East. After being transported back, he was repeatedly experimented on. Originally, the researchers wanted to replicate Octopus Bro's massive body, make the octopuses bigger and more prolific so that in the apocalypse, everyone could afford to eat octopus. But unexpectedly, while the octopuses did become bigger and bred more, they also became much smarter and managed to escape from the lab overnight. These experimental octopuses are extremely important. They carry critical NDA pheromones and can't be allowed to leak out. In fact, because they're afraid of being eaten, they've even evolved toxins in a short time. If we can't recover them and let these dark octopuses develop out there, who knows what kind of disaster they might cause in the future. If humans try to catch and eat them, it'll be one dead for every one eaten. Elder Zhou kept rambling on about the dangers. Jingshu just twitched her lips. These octopuses didn't look like prey at all, each one was a giant, more like they'd be hunting humans. Definitely a headache. All right, Elder Zhou, I got it. I'll try to resolve this as soon as possible, contributing to the organization and solving its problems. Elder Zhou nodded. Also, there's a specialist in octopuses heading to Hong Kong to assist you. I'm sending the official assignment documents to you now, keep an eye out. Having received her orders, what could Jingshu do? Just get to work. She checked the time, 11 p.m. Well, looks like there's no sleep for me tonight. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, you all rest on the battleship for now. We'll play here again tomorrow. I've just gotten a last-minute assignment, so we might have to stay here a couple more days. Jingxu woke up her whole family, who were about to go to bed. After notifying them, Jingxu saw Su Molly blinking at her. Ashu, this sounds so exciting. Let's go catch octopuses together. Can we eat them too? Su Molly said excitedly. Jingxu. She really didn't want to bring Su Molly along. Su Molly coughed lightly. Ashu, you don't speak the language here, you know. Fine, let's go, my dear translator. Jingxu, along with Su Molly and Xing, rode on the green giant and headed straight for the highest command center in the area. After she presented her documents, she was led inside a tall building. At this moment, the phones were ringing off the hook. Not with calls about octopus attacks needing rescue, but about different districts being invaded by octopuses, and then desperate, starving citizens rushing up, trying to tear off a piece of meat. When they failed, some even tried to bite directly. The result? They got poisoned. Jingxu. This wasn't quite what she had expected. I've said it already, these are precious experimental specimens. They absolutely cannot be killed. Do you know how much it would cost to lose even one? How much genetic data would be lost? Also, I am in full charge of this incident. All of you must follow my orders. Huang Xiaoxiao declared arrogantly, arms crossed over her chest. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to speak like this here. This place was too special. But after the apocalypse, nearly half of the food here depended on aid from Huaxia, and in recent years, they'd all been living at the mercy of the mainland. So, Huang Xiaoxiao had nothing but contempt for these people who ate food from the motherland, but still looked down on the mainland. But if we don't kill the octopuses, we usually can't capture them. They're too strong. Within 3 minutes, they can suffocate a person. We have to save people first. Arguments broke out in the conference room. Just then, the door opened and Jingxu walked in with her group, spotting several rows of local high-ranking officials and the director. The police officer who led them in saluted the director and announced, "This is Jingxu, the newly appointed highest commander sent from the mainland." The director, a tall, thin, bespectacled middle-aged man, glanced at the documents, smiled, and handed them to Huang Xiaoxiao. "It seems the mainland has sent a new person in charge. Why don't you two discuss among yourselves who's really in charge and then come talk to us?" Huang Xiaoxiao frowned, read the documents, shot Jingxu a look, rolled her eyes, and walked over. "Miss Jing, is it? Hello, I'm Huang Xiaoxiao, special ability user and adjunct professor at the Imperial Capital Official Laboratory. I've been in charge of the lab's octopuses from the very beginning. I know their habits and abilities better than anyone, and I even have special powers to quickly subdue and capture them. But according to your file, you don't seem to have any abilities, do you?" Jingxu looked at Huang Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in a sharp business suit, though she looked a bit haggard, probably hadn't slept in days. Now that she'd found her target, she seemed eager to redeem herself. Jingxu smiled. "I may not be an ability user, but I've been appointed as the person in charge of this incident. Elder Zhou said I have full authority here, and you're here to assist me. So, you understand what that means?" "I don't understand." Huang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, rolled her eyes again, clearly infuriated. "Why does HQ keep dumping problems on me? Now they've parachuted in someone who can't do anything? You're just an ordinary person. How are you supposed to capture the lab's octopuses? 3,000 octopuses have escaped and are flooding out of the sewers. Time is critical. Do you even understand how serious this is?" Jingxu raised an eyebrow. She couldn't understand where this sense of superiority came from. Just because she was an ordinary person? As if ordinary people were useless. She shrugged. "So, what's your plan to catch 3,000 octopuses?" When it came to her area of expertise, Huang Xiaoxiao straightened up. "Naturally, we need everyone, civilians and police, to cooperate. Whenever one is spotted, I'll go and capture it. Don't worry, I have special powers and can catch them quickly. But I have one condition. The octopuses can't be killed. We spent months replicating their DNA information." Before Huang Xiaoxiao could finish, Su Molly pulled out a huge skewer of takoyaki, the delicious aroma wafting through the room, and offered one to her. Why don't you try one first? See if it's good. Huang Xiaoxiao stared at the familiar, dozens of centimeters long tentacle, dotted with red spots. Her expression cracked, mouth agape in disbelief. Aya. You. Jing Shu snatched the takoyaki, took a big bite. The bouncy octopus tentacle and the delicious sauce, better than shoe leather, blended perfectly, with onions for extra flavor and a hint of cumin and pepper salt. The charred exterior, the rich oil bursting from the octopus leg in her mouth. Damn, this was just too delicious. Jing Shu took several bites and had only gotten through a tenth of the tentacle. This thing was huge and so satisfying, truly the ultimate food. As for the poison. Raw, yes, it was toxic, but Elder Zhou said once it was cooked, it was fragrant. He hadn't lied. After finishing, Jing Shu said, "Looks like Ms. Huang Xiaoxiao doesn't like this kind of octopus. Don't give her any, what a waste. Give one to the police instead." Su Molly handed a small skewer of octopus to the director. "Would you like to try one?" At this moment, the entire conference room was dead silent. No one even dared to breathe. Impressive. You two are seriously too gutsy. Are all mainlanders this badass? Just a minute ago, they'd been scolded by the official from the capital, heads bowed, repeatedly warned not to kill the precious experimental subjects. But in the next second, another official from the mainland had grilled up a batch of takoyaki and even asked if anyone wanted some. The director smiled, took the takoyaki, ate a couple of bites, and nodded. In awkward Mandarin, he said, "Delicious. It'd be perfect if it were a little less spicy." Jing Shu smiled slightly. This director was quite an interesting character. "You. How dare you kill the octopus and even grill it to eat? I'm going to file a complaint against you." Huang Xiaoxiao was shaking with rage. Jing Shu replied, "All right, Ms. Huang Xiaoxiao, if you have an issue, go ahead and file your complaint. But for now, the higher-ups have already given me full authority, so you'll have to follow my lead. My stance is that the lives of our citizens come above all else. But from the looks of it, it seems we can't work together. So, I'll use my method to catch the octopuses, and you use yours. In the end, let's see who catches more." Huang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "I'm calling to complain about you right now. Just you wait." She started dialing on the spot. Jing Shu just shrugged. Huang Xiaoxiao spent a full 3 minutes on the phone, but in the end, hung up looking dejected, glaring hatefully at Jing Shu. She couldn't understand why the higher-ups trusted her so much, and even said if she didn't agree, she could just go home. They'd hand the whole thing over to this ordinary person? Fine, you want to bet? Let's make it interesting. Whoever loses has to kneel and apologize, withdraw completely from this assignment, and take full responsibility for everything that happens. In other words, you show up, do the work, but it's all for nothing, no overtime pay, no credit, and you take the blame. Huang Xiaoxiao was clearly scheming. She was here to redeem herself for past mistakes. Jing Shu chuckled and nodded. "All right, since you put it that way, let's add one more condition. The loser has to let an octopus latch onto them for 3 minutes. Let them get a taste of what suffocating to death really feels like. Deal." Huang Xiaoxiao was full of confidence. After all, she was a special ability user. Just as they finished their bet, shouts erupted outside. "Something's wrong. Someone outside is being attacked by an octopus." A giant octopus came out of nowhere and grabbed Uncle Lu. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she immediately dashed out. This was in a shared workspace with hundreds of people. The area was already dimly lit, and now a giant octopus had appeared. Uncle Lu was being smothered, unable to breathe, stumbling into things as he struggled. The octopus had wrapped its entire body and tentacles tightly around him, even shoving several large tentacles into his mouth to suck out the food from his stomach. Ordinary octopuses eat whatever they can find. But the ones in the lab had developed picky appetites, or rather, after being injected with the NDA gene, they'd gotten used to eating food already digested by humans. Their favorite was directly absorbing what humans had eaten. That's why they'd started attacking people on a large scale. In just one day, the octopuses had evolved rapidly. They'd learned how to avoid being killed by humans, how to make people hesitate to attack them. Some octopuses even shoved their whole bodies down people's throats and into their stomachs, making them impossible to shoot. At this critical moment, a liquid shot out from Huang Xiaoxiao's hand, hitting the octopus. Instantly, the octopus shriveled up, twitched a couple of times, and stopped moving. Huang Xiaoxiao looked smugly at Jing Shu. My ability is the perfect counter to these octopuses. It's a natural anesthetic. I can catch them in a flash. Others rushed to help Uncle Lu, comforting him. Some people even came over to thank Huang Xiaoxiao. To be fair, Huang Xiaoxiao's ability was indeed impressive. As a professor-level expert with a built-in anesthetic power, she was truly outstanding. Jing Shu noticed a twisted scar on Huang Xiaoxiao's hand, as if something had been implanted there. After having the octopus sealed in a box, Huang Xiaoxiao turned and asked, "Aren't you going to catch octopuses? What are you doing here?" Jing Shu shrugged. "I'm just an ordinary person. What could I possibly do? I've already called for backup. Why don't you just admit defeat now?" Huang Xiaoxiao shook her head and immediately started asking where else there were giant octopuses, then rushed off to the scene. After Huang Xiaoxiao left, Jing Shu and Su Mali sat in the office, drinking coffee and eating takoyaki. Jing Shu even sent the Hulk out to fetch a takoyaki maker, along with cabbage and egg batter, and started making fresh octopus balls right there. With Huang Xiaoxiao gone, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed considerably. Jing Shu and the director continued their whole communication with obstacles routine. Basically, each said their own thing, neither really answering the other. "Miss Jing Shu, I've heard that factional struggles are intense over on the mainland. You and Miss Huang aren't from the same faction, are you?" Jing Shu nodded. "She's an ability user. I'm just a regular person." "Miss Jing Shu, Miss Huang said you cooked the octopus into takoyaki instead of keeping it alive. What will you do if she files a complaint?" "Jing Shu, can't you just say whether these octopus takoyaki are tasty or not and be done with it?" "Miss Jing Shu, do you need any manpower or information to help catch the octopuses? Over 100 places have already been attacked by them." "Jing Shu, my people have already caught all the live and dead octopuses. The citizens' safety was secured immediately, so don't worry." "Everyone." Jing Shu only ate half of the octopus. Just one octopus tentacle made over a dozen pots of takoyaki, and every single ball had a huge, bouncy piece of tentacle inside, chewy and delicious. She saved the rest to bring home for her family. Su Mali talked a big game, but by 1 a.m., she was already dozing off on Jing Shu's shoulder, mouth still munching on takoyaki. Even in her sleep, she was blowing little bubbles, sometimes big, sometimes small. Jing Shu thought for a moment, then took a short video and sent it to Su Mali. Hopefully, when Su Mali woke up the next day, she'd get a good laugh or die of embarrassment. The chief was someone who could really sit still. He stayed in his office the whole night. After Jing Shu finished eating, she dozed off on the sofa. The police station was busy all night. Jing Shu." Jing Shu was woken up by Su Mali's high-pitched shout. She rubbed her eyes groggily. "What's wrong?" Su Mali opened the video and pointed at it. You. Ha ha. Jing Shu burst out laughing. "Sorry, it was just too funny." While Jing Shu and Su Mali were goofing around, a cold voice came from outside. "Let's see if you can still laugh later." "Miss Jing Shu, don't tell me you spent the whole night here eating and drinking." It was Huang Xiaoxiao's cold, mocking voice. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked exhausted. "Ha ha. Of course I can still laugh. But you, Miss Huang, you'd better laugh now, because you might not be able to later," Jing Shu replied. Huang Xiaoxiao was panting, gritting her teeth, and after holding it in for a while, she muttered something in her dialect about making Jing Shu kneel before her later. The chief finally got up from his seat and said with a smile, "Let's go have some breakfast. I'm sure you two haven't tried the local specialties yet." Since the chief had spoken, neither of them wanted to keep bickering. Besides, they were both hungry, so they followed him to a private restaurant outside. As for why they didn't eat in the canteen, well, probably because the food there was nothing to write home about. Apparently, this was a famous old spot called Mong Kok Tea Restaurant. The decor was like a street-side eatery, but it was always packed. Many customers even brought bodyguards and servants. The chief winced as he ordered some delicious dim sum. When plates of shrimp dumplings, barbecue pork buns, chicken feet, pan-fried radish and taro cakes, honey egg crisps, and more arrived. One meal cost a month's salary. Who could understand the pain? But he had to grit his teeth and eat, hoping these two mainlanders would resolve the crisis soon. "Miss Huang, Miss Jing, are you enjoying the food?" the chief asked. Huang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Your food here is a bit weird." Honestly, she couldn't get used to the taste. Jing Shu immediately pulled all the untouched food in front of Huang Xiaoxiao over and gave it to Su Molly. "If you don't like it, don't force yourself." "Molly, you can have it." Su Molly's eyes lit up. "Awesome, all her favorites." "You." Just then, there was another commotion in the crowd. A giant octopus appeared again. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and she rushed off to handle it. Soon, she returned, proudly strutting like a peacock. "If you want to safely transport these octopuses back, you'll need my tranquilizer. Otherwise, no matter how you lock them up, they'll escape." Before she finished, the entire table of food had been wiped clean. "Why didn't you save me any?" Huang Xiaoxiao nearly exploded. Jing Shu coughed. "Well, you said you didn't like it, so we helped you out. Besides, don't you have work to do?" Fine, Jing Shu, I'll remember this. To tell you the truth, I caught over 100 last night. You're definitely going to lose this time." Huang Xiaoxiao snorted. "Who cares about the food here? Once she gets credit for her work, she'll apply to eat a whole octopus herself." Just thinking about how Jing Shu grilled a whole octopus last night made her heart ache. She could barely breathe. She was determined to make Jing Shu kneel and apologize to her. Huang Xiaoxiao stormed off. The chief watched her leave, shrugged, and joked, "Aren't you going to catch more octopuses? Looks like you're going to lose." Jing Shu just smiled and changed the subject. "Chief, haven't you noticed there are a lot fewer police calls now?" "Really?" The chief leaned in and sniffed. "Miss Jing, I noticed last night you're not wearing a mask, but there's no smell on you." Jing Shu's lips curled up slightly. He finally noticed. She took out a black egg-shaped ornament she'd prepared in advance. One day later, Huang Xiaoxiao was so exhausted she hadn't even had a sip of water. She collapsed on the sofa, panting, and asked the other officers, "Really no more calls?" "That's impossible. Really none. It's been an hour since the last call." She looked at the chief's empty office, stunned. "Where are the chief and Jing Shu?" "They went to a banquet." "What?" She'd worked herself to the bone-catching octopuses, and these two actually went to a banquet? Gritting her teeth, she said, "Let's go. I want to see exactly what kind of banquet they're attending." A luxurious banquet hall in a high-rise building by the beach. "A pleasure doing business with you, Boss Jing." "A pleasure doing business with you, Brother F.A." Jing Shu had just signed a regional distributor contract with Brother F.A. She hadn't expected that a simple trip would end up with her closing several business deals. The director was sipping a rare red wine, taking tiny sips as if he couldn't bear to drink too much. He was extremely satisfied. Who would have thought that just making an introduction would earn him a sponsored spot for one of Brother F.A.'s purifiers? Meanwhile, Jing Shu's family was seated at a round table, enjoying a lavish meal, something they never imagined they'd have while away from home. Who would have thought someone would treat them to such a luxurious feast? In short, everyone was very pleased. Well, almost everyone. Suddenly, the doors to the banquet hall burst open. Huang Xiaoxiao stormed in. She saw someone playing the violin in the distance, and the table was covered with dishes she couldn't even name, but just by looking at them, she knew they were expensive. The director was all smiles, Jing Shu was smiling too, and the group was chatting and laughing. Huang Xiaoxiao was so furious she felt like she could explode. With a loud bang, she slammed her hand on the table. "Do you people even realize what you're doing? Do you know there are still over 2,800 octopuses loose out there? Do you know how many people died just today? Who is it that said public safety comes first? Yet here you are, feasting and drinking, not caring at all about the octopuses that escaped from the lab. I just don't get it." How could the higher-ups put a degenerate like you in charge of this incident? Typical. Ordinary people are just ordinary people. You have no idea how much responsibility ability users bear, what the cost is for us. Do you even know what I've had to sacrifice to use my powers and get things done? The more Huang Xiaoxiao spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, as if she wanted to pour out all her suffering, things ordinary people could never understand about what ability users endure. Ridiculous. And here they were, eating and drinking. Brother Fa, Jing Shu's family, and everyone else just stared in shock at the woman who had barged in. The director looked awkward. He didn't dare offend Huang Xiaoxiao, so he could only turn to Jing Shu. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and asked, "Miss Huang, after 2 days of hard work, how many octopuses did you catch?" Huang Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest. "Over 200. I worked day and night, paid the price, and saved more than 200 lives. Sure, a few dozen died, but I caught every octopus I came across." Jing Shu replied, "Oh, so after all that effort and using your powers, you only caught a bit over 200? Looks like this job isn't for you. Maybe it's time to step down and let someone else take over." "What do you mean by that?" Huang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. She loved to roll her eyes so much that Jing Shu wondered if they might fall out. Clap, clap, clap. Jing Shu clapped her hands. A group of green giants rolled in from outside and lined up. Then, each green giant opened the top of its head, and in an instant, countless octopuses poured out. So many octopuses. In that moment, everyone at the table, Brother Fa, Jing Shu's family, Huang Xiaoxiao, the director, stared wide-eyed in shock. Grandma Jing grabbed her shoe sole and shouted, "Old man, hurry up and catch the octopuses. They're delicious." Jing's mom frantically slapped Jing's dad. "Quick, quick, quick. They're getting away. Don't let them escape. They're so tasty." Jing Shu's family was excited because they saw a feast. The director and the others were simply terrified. But in the next second, all the octopuses that had just crawled out were enveloped in green slime and couldn't move an inch. The green goo slowly lifted the octopuses up, and the green giants looked like giant trees covered in a dense mass of octopuses. Jing Shu said, "Have you counted them? There are only about 2,500 here. You caught over 200, so that means there are maybe 200 or so still out there, which will be hard to find." The director swallowed hard. So, when Miss Jing said there were fewer calls to the police, this is what she meant? When did she catch all these? Huang Xiaoxiao's mouth hung open in disbelief. She stared at the scene, unable to close her mouth. How could you have so many? How did you catch them? No, you didn't catch them. Was it these slime creatures? How do you have these slime creatures? Right, these slime creatures are new post-apocalyptic species. According to the rules, you're supposed to hand them over. Jing Shu dug in her ear. Whatever the case, Miss Huang, a bet's a bet. Even if you find the last 200 or so, you've already lost. Why not fulfill your end of the wager now? No, you cheated. This was supposed to be a bet between the two of us. Why did you get others to help you? Huang Xiaoxiao shook her head wildly, her heart sinking. She was starting to understand why the higher-ups had put an ordinary person in charge. Jing Shu smiled helplessly. "I made it very clear at the time. I'm just an ordinary person, so all I could do was call for help. I called these new post-apocalyptic species for help. You didn't object at the time, so that counts as agreeing. So, are you saying you don't want to keep your promise? No, it doesn't count. You cheated. Our bet is invalid. Why should I be the only one working myself to death to catch octopuses while you just sit back and reap the rewards? If you'd told me earlier you had that trick up your sleeve, would I have even made that bet with you? You did it on purpose. I'm not going to honor the bet. None of this counts." Jing Shu chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't keep your word, so I recorded everything in advance. Now let's carry out the first part of the bet. Kneel down and apologize." "No, Jing Shu, you can't do this. You can't make me do this in front of so many people." Before she could finish, a green giant came over, forcefully twisted Huang Xiaoxiao's arms, and made her kneel and apologize. Huang Xiaoxiao struggled wildly, cursing under her breath, glaring at Jing Shu with such hatred it was as if her fury could burn Jing Shu alive. Unfortunately, Jingshu just smiled the whole time, completely unmoved. Since you made a bet, you have to honor it. Unless you're so powerful that I can't touch you. The director smiled, choosing not to get involved. Meanwhile, Brother Efe's expression didn't change, but inside he was in turmoil. He glanced cautiously at the director, growing even more wary of these mainlanders. Then, Jingshu snapped her fingers, and an octopus was placed on top of Huang Xiaoxiao's head, latching onto her completely. To prevent Huang Xiaoxiao from releasing any anesthetic, Jingshu had the green giant completely restrain her hands. Countless suckers sealed off her eyes and nose, and a huge tentacle was stuffed into her mouth. MMMPH. Huang Xiaoxiao fought desperately, but it was useless. She could only breathe a little through her mouth, but even that was blocked by the tentacle jammed down her throat. Ugh. 3 minutes of this torment left her suffocating, teetering on the edge of life and death. The feeling of not being able to breathe was pure agony. When the octopus was finally removed, Huang Xiaoxiao's face was covered in tears and snot as she gasped for air, sobbing uncontrollably. You're not afraid I'll report you to the higher-ups? What you're doing is illegal. I'm telling you, I have powerful connections. You're finished. Don't worry, Miss Huang. I may not have connections, but I have recordings and evidence. We're just carrying out the terms of our bet. Besides, I was the one who completed the mission and caught all the octopuses. Who do you think the higher-ups will side with? Jingshu smiled slightly and continued, by the way, suffocating doesn't feel so good, does it? That night, you said the experimental octopus was too valuable to kill. But if you were the one being swallowed by an octopus, and everyone else thought the octopus's life was more important than yours, would you be okay with that? Huang Xiaoxiao's face was a mess of snot and tears. She glared at Jingshu and sneered, "How can you compare me to ordinary people? I'm a PhD in the research lab, a rare talent in the apocalypse." Oh? Looks like you still haven't realized your mistake. Jingshu snapped her fingers again, and the octopus was brought back, once more smothering Huang Xiaoxiao. This time, she was suffocated for a minute at a time, with only 4 or 5 seconds to breathe in between. The sensation of dying and then being brought back was worse than death itself. In her extreme agony, she lost all control of her bodily functions. At that moment, Huang Xiaoxiao had only one thought: survive. She just wanted to live. The pain was unbearable. Was she about to die? I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Sob, please, stop torturing me. I'm going to die. If this keeps up, I really will die. Huang Xiaoxiao was gasping for breath. Her lungs felt like they were about to explode, and she was a complete mess, having soiled herself and filling the whole room with a foul stench. Jingshu withdrew the octopus and smiled calmly. It seems Miss Huang is no longer fit for this mission. You'd better hurry back to the mainland and stop embarrassing yourself here. I'll take over the rest of the mission from now on. Huang Xiaoxiao was already terrified out of her wits by Jingshu. Her legs trembling, she ran off without looking back, haunted by the image of Jingshu's devilish smile. She was afraid that if she didn't run fast enough, Jingshu really would kill her and just report it as an accident. Ahem. Looks like dinner's over, the director coughed, his gaze at Jingshu growing deeper and his smile more polite. Shall we call it a night? Jingshu nodded. Sorry, I lost my temper a bit just now. Let's end it here for today. Jingshu had survived in the apocalypse for a long time, but it was rare for someone like Huang Xiaoxiao to actually make her lose her temper. She wasn't made of clay. If someone pointed at her nose and rolled their eyes, of course she'd get angry. Luckily, the banquet was already over. Otherwise, it would have been a shame to waste such a good meal. Jingshu took her family back to the ship, exhausted and just wanting to collapse into bed and sleep. Grandma Jing coughed lightly and started to say that maybe it was a bit much to treat someone so harshly, but before she could finish, Su Molly recounted what had happened that day. Grandma Jing immediately changed her tune, grumbling, "People like that deserve it." Serves her right. Anyway, it's late. Everyone wash up and get some sleep. The elderly went to bed early, so the 2 old folks yawned and turned in. But for the younger ones, the night was just beginning. Wu Yui followed her mentor onto a small boat for who knows what. Jing Shu's mom, with a face mask on, was multitasking, dieting, and binge-watching dramas, looking completely relaxed. Jing Shu's dad started sorting through the family supplies. Heaven as my witness, the idea of setting up a little supermarket in the living room hallway for supplies was Jing Shu's suggestion, and it was Grandma Jing who made the final decision. But why is it always the honest folks who end up doing all the work in the end? Isn't this just bullying the honest ones? During the new year these past few days, everyone's been thinking, hey, arranging everything to look like a supermarket is actually pretty great. It really is satisfying to use things and just grab what you need. Snacks, daily necessities, toilet paper, all sorts of dried goods and ingredients. Even Mom Jing's face masks were displayed there. It's definitely convenient to use, especially for Jing Shu. She'd grab several packs of cola, chips, and spicy sticks at a time and go through a pack of tissues every day. But restocking? That's a pain. After restocking, there's still the pool to feed. That's right, the pool had successfully been turned into an aquaculture zone, filled with all kinds of fish, shrimp, and crabs. Sometimes, little crayfish or crabs would even crawl out. Dad Jing had to clean up every day. All in all, it was a tale of endless hardship and tears. Meanwhile, Jing Shu was already yawning and heading off to bed. Even though the Hulk had been doing most of the work these days, she hadn't slept much either, having to split her attention to handle some special incidents. Sue Molly was both excited and a little melancholy. There are only 200 left. We'll catch them all by tomorrow. Does that mean it'll finally open MMPH? Sue Molly's mouth was quickly covered. Jing Shu pleaded, sis, you're my dear sister, I'm begging you. Please stop talking. Sleep with me tonight and don't overthink it, okay? Seriously, can you stop jinxing things? I can't take it anymore. Sue Molly. Okay. That night finally passed without incident. Overnight, the Hulk nearly turned the whole place upside down, but still didn't catch them all. There were probably a few dozen, maybe 100, that slipped through the net. These octopuses were really clever. Once they realized so many of their companions had been caught, they went into full hiding mode. Jing Shu searched everywhere she could think of, sewers, garbage dumps, even combed through the residential buildings, but no matter how thoroughly she looked, she couldn't find any more. Hong Kong is so big, and trying to find a handful of octopuses hiding who knows where was just impossible. But it was enough to complete the mission. Just as Jing Shu finished reporting the situation to Old Zhou, she got a call from Jun Bao. Jing Shu glanced at the time. Damn, they're making me go back to work before the holidays even over? There's still a whole day left until the 7th. She grumbled inwardly, but as soon as she picked up the phone, she put on her best smile, switching expressions in record time. Jun Bao didn't waste words and got straight to the point, that Dr. Huang from the Imperial Research Institute. Was it you who got her removed? Jing Shu. Oh, he's talking about Huang Xiaoxiao. Yeah, she'd just gotten her removed last night and had only just finished reporting it. How the hell did he find out so fast? Jing Shu replied, wasn't me. She just wasn't up to the job, liked to talk big, and had no respect for life. In the end, she had to honor her bet and withdraw from the mission. Jun Bao asked again, so you're heading to the capital to hand in the mission now? Jing Shu nodded. This batch of specimens is important, and the octopus evolution is tricky, so I'll deliver them myself. Headquarters is sending a special plane to pick me up. All right, sorry to trouble you. By the way, there's an opening at the Imperial Research Institute now. I'd like to get one of our lab's doctors in there. Jing Shu immediately understood why Jun Bao was calling and said, no problem. After all, that lab worked on giant meat and synthetic meat, and she still owned 5% of the shares. Now that she'd gotten someone out, it was the perfect chance to put her own person in. Not bad at all. Okay, I'll have Dr. Liu wait for you in the capital to sign the new lab documents. The call ended. Jing Shu was a bit slow to react. After a while, it dawned on her, was Jun Bao hinting that he'd put someone in and give her a little benefit in return? Jing Shu waited until noon. The Hulk caught 2 more octopuses, and then the officials from the capital arrived to pick her up, so she had to leave. But she still left the Hulk behind to keep searching. This batch of octopuses was for the higher-ups. But any more octopuses found after the order was fulfilled would be ownerless. Heh. A rumbling sound echoed. A small plane landed on the battleship. Grandma Jing's whole family, hair blown wild by the wind, stared wide-eyed as a plane actually landed on their ship. It was pretty damn impressive. Grandma Jing said, "Goodness, so this runway on our ship really is for planes. Your grandpa and I were just thinking it was a waste, all bare like that. We wanted to plant vegetables on it." Grandpa, puffing on his cigarette, said, "We almost turned it into a greenhouse. Maybe we shouldn't change it after all." Jingshu sighed, "Grandpa, Grandma, just change it. The runway really is a waste. We don't even use it once a year." As she spoke, more than a dozen fully armed people got off the plane. Leading them was Tank, whom Jingshu knew well. He grinned and said, "Jingjia, there's work again." Jingshu patted the big guy. "Have some water and something to eat, then let's get going. Let's try to finish the handover before the afternoon." "All right." Grandma Jing brought out chive pancakes, lots of chives, little dough. These days, flour was precious, but chives and eggs were abundant in the Jing household. Tank called out to everyone, "Don't be shy, guys. Sister Jing is just that generous. As long as we complete this escort mission properly, that's all that matters." Thank you. "All right, we won't stand on ceremony then." Didn't expect to get such good food while out on a mission. After eating and drinking their fill, the green giants loaded up the packaged octopus onto the plane. Jingshu gave a few instructions to Grandma Jing, told Aishing to take everyone out for another day of sightseeing, and said she'd be back by tomorrow at the latest. Jingshu spotted Sumeri. Sumeri was just about to speak. Jingshu quickly covered her mouth. "Come on, Mary, let's take a stroll around the imperial capital. But you can't talk, and definitely no jinxing things." Sumeri. Even though she couldn't talk, honestly, this wasn't so bad. She silently hoped everything would go smoothly today. Sure enough, without Sumeri making any strange comments or wishes, everything went off without a hitch. Even the itinerary was unusually smooth. To top it off, right at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, she ran into Dr. Liu, the very person Jun Bao had mentioned. Dr. Liu was a man in his 40s, with messy hair and a clear academic air about him. He didn't say much to Jingshu, just handed her a document for a 15% share in the lab and asked her to sign. Jingshu. When she refused, Dr. Liu just stood at the door in silence. Jingshu coughed awkwardly and signed in the end. Just like that, she'd somehow acquired another odd asset. Dr. Liu then accompanied her into the research institute to hand over the octopus. Without missing a beat, he went straight to work. Talk about efficiency. Jingshu had actually prepared some small gifts for the lab staff, hoping they'd look after Dr. Liu, since he was now one of her own. She worried he might be given a hard time as the new guy. But she needn't have worried, Dr. Liu was tough and taciturn, and within just half an hour, his skills had already won over many people. That put Jingshu's mind at ease. However, when the head of the research institute saw that the containers used to transport the octopus were made by the green giants, his eyes lit up. About that sticky liquid of yours. Not for sale, not for sale. In the end, Jingshu practically dragged the green giants out of there, feeling like the researchers were more interested in the green giants than the octopus. With the mission complete, Jingshu felt a lot more relaxed. She and Sumeri wandered around the imperial capital, soaking in the atmosphere and sampling the local food. Come on, let's get some doji, fermented mung bean drink. I know a great place, it's amazing. Sumeri pulled Jingshu along. But even though Jingshu could eat stinky tofu with gusto, she really couldn't get used to doji. It tasted like sour, sweaty socks. And to make it worse, people dipped fried dough sticks in it. In the end, Jingshu just couldn't drink it. She had to admit, Sumeri was not only saintly at heart, but also incredibly tolerant when it came to food. No wonder she was so broad-minded, both in heart and in figure. Tank happily accepted everything, too. As a true native of the imperial capital, he loved this stuff. Sister Jing, looks like we might have another mission coming up soon, and this time we'll be working with Jin Nantian. Jing Shu nodded. Must be a pretty big mission then. They wouldn't send Jin Nantian otherwise. Tink shrugged. Who knows? All I know is things are in an uproar up top. They were going to send just one team, but now several teams are fighting to go. The various factions are butting heads. Oh. Jing Shu wasn't interested. Unless it was about dark energy, nothing else really caught her attention these days. Back in her previous life, this was the year when the air was thick with the smell of rotten eggs, and everyone was on the verge of throwing up every day. But at least there was food to eat, people were happier, and life was safer. It was a rare period of stability. In this life, she even had air purifiers and had mass-produced masks and respirators. In such a smooth-sailing disaster year, it would be a shame not to just slack off and enjoy being a salted fish. She really just wanted to rest for a year or so and prepare for any future disasters. Tank coughed mysteriously. Sister Jing, don't you know? One of the teams fighting to go is led by your own witching leader, Jun Bao. So, there's a good chance we'll be working together again. Huh, what? Jing Shu looked up in surprise. The gossip had come back to her. Our leader is fighting for a spot too? He hasn't seemed troubled by anything lately. Jing Shu frowned. Suddenly, she remembered a few things Jun Bao had said to her before the new year. That tyrant, he always spoke in riddles. Why couldn't he just say things directly instead of dropping hints all the time? Jing Shu thought for a moment and said, I think I know what it's about. If it's really that, then we might be in for some trouble. In the end, she didn't even enjoy her meal, her mind filled with all sorts of random thoughts. That night, at midnight, Tank escorted Jing Shu and Su Mary back to the battleship by plane. Her anxious heart finally settled. This vacation, she'd ended up playing for 3 days and working for 4, and might have to work another 7 or 8 days straight. What a mess. She'd even made her parents take extra days off. By the time Jing Shu and her family returned to the South Sea, the New Year's atmosphere had already faded, and everyone was finally getting back to their normal lives. As for Su Molly, she could only sigh and head out to do business again. There was no helping it. She had a trillion yuan inheritance waiting at home. If she didn't even understand how the operation worked now, there'd be no way for her to survive in this messed-up world in the future. Jing Shu took 2 days off work and enjoyed a good rest at home. Only then did her mood start to brighten again. As for Jun Bao, she decided to put that matter aside for now. As long as he didn't contact her, she could keep lazing around for a few more days. Meanwhile, her space now contained over a dozen octopuses from the lab survivors that had slipped through the net that day. She kept them in a separate 2 cubic meter tank, added some spiritual spring water, and planned to breed them. I just feel like old Joe and the lab people weren't telling the whole truth. Maybe these octopuses have some other use? Anyway, I'll breed them first and see if they turn out to be useful later. If they turned out to be useful, she'd hit the jackpot. If not, impossible. Worst case, she'd just make octopus balls every day. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the Jing family gathered as usual. Grandma Jing personally made tangyuan and fried tangyuan balls, while Chuzhuahua made firecrackers and fireworks. With March fast approaching, the New Year festivities were officially over, and the apocalypse was entering what was, relatively speaking, a more stable year. At least, that's how Jing Shu saw it. Even though the year was filled with the stench of rotten eggs and foul air, it wasn't as nerve-wracking as the previous years, with earthquakes and floods happening every other day. For ordinary people, it was a rare year of peace. For Jing Shu, it was a year of pure joy. Life should be this beautiful, Jing Shu mused as she practiced with her Rubik's Cube. She could solve it with her eyes closed now, though she wondered when her cube space would level up again. The last time she'd gone to work was a week ago, when she went to the township office to receive her reward. For her contributions in handling the octopus incident and saving hundreds, if not thousands, of lives, she was awarded a second-class merit and 50,000 contribution points. As for the octopuses she'd rescued from the lab, they'd successfully bred a whole batch of baby octopuses. And believe it or not, these DNA-replicated octopuses laid hundreds of thousands of eggs in one batch, hatching tens of thousands of baby octopuses. Jingshu studied them for a few days before losing interest, since they didn't seem all that special. She figured that once this batch grew up, she'd just eat them. The problem was, these octopuses loved to squirt ink everywhere, and the ink might even be toxic. She couldn't keep these special octopuses with her other fish. And she wasn't exactly short on toxins these days. But just as Jingshu was planning to set aside some time to make a batch of octopus balls, well, she suddenly had no time at all. Rustle. Flip. In the office, the sound of pages turning filled the air, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. Junbao frowned, veins bulging on his forehead. Finally, after rubbing his temples for a while, he called Jingshu over from home. Jingshu arrived, looking completely confused, as if to say, "What's going on?" Junbao pushed a box containing hundreds of documents toward her. "These are all proposals for dealing with the lungfish. They all sound great." Jingshu nodded. So Junbao called her over to deal with the lungfish issue? She couldn't help but hum in agreement. Of course these proposals were good. They'd cost her a lot of rice, flour, and oil to collect, after all. Right? I think these ideas are great too. Some are a bit out there, but overall, they're really good, Jingshu agreed. Junbao coughed lightly. But before sending them over, shouldn't you have filtered some of them out? Like, maybe weed out the really bizarre ones? He'd been sitting here for an hour and still hadn't finished reading. Just the paperwork for the South Sea region alone was in the thousands. Was he supposed to do nothing but sign documents all day? Jingshu nodded seriously. These are already the top 100 proposals I filtered out. I think they're all pretty good. She'd received thousands of proposals from her various factories. Being able to narrow it down to 100 was already a feat. Junbao sighed. All right, I get it. Regarding the lungfish issue, I'm planning to set up a special task force with an initial investment of 10 million virtual coins for research, maintenance, and defense. The department will have around 300 people. What do you think? Junbao was taking this very seriously. The future of Wuqing's people in the South Sea depended on it. But for now, nothing had happened yet. There was too little information, too few data points, and he didn't have the time to devote himself fully to it. So, a special task force was necessary. Jingshu's eyes lit up and she nodded. But I think 10 million virtual coins definitely won't be enough. And if we're going to research lungfish, we'll need to set up a proper lab. That's a huge expense. Plus, we'll need other departments, like a collection team to go to ASIN and the outer seas to gather lungfish data, and a prevention team to use chemical and physical methods to guard against lungfish coming ashore and hurting people. Junbao narrowed his eyes, giving Jingshu a strange look. Actually, he'd always had a suspicion. Whenever Jingshu talked about these things, she'd use words like maybe or possibly, but deep down, he sensed she was absolutely certain these things would happen. Just like 10 years ago, before the respiratory virus outbreak, when no one knew how to defend against it or what medicine to take, she somehow seemed to have a clear path to follow, as if she'd experienced it before. If that was the case, who do you think should be in charge of the task force? Of course, anyone could do it, but there's no way the person in charge can be me. Isn't this just blatantly looking for a scapegoat? If something goes wrong, you have to take the fall. If things go right, well, that's just expected. Who would want a thankless job like this? Jingshu thought for a moment, glancing at Junbao, her mind racing through possible scapegoats. The second and third in command of Wuqing were out of the question. They were already busy with production and all sorts of other messy affairs. The fourth in command was now old Nyo, her mother's boss, who also didn't have time for this. Anyone lower in rank wouldn't have the authority. Damn it. Does this mean she really has to take on this responsibility herself? Usually, she was fine with giving advice and delegating tasks, but if she had to handle this every day, where would she find the time? But with this mess on her hands, who else could she shove it onto? Just as Jing Shu's eyes darted around, searching for a solution, fate intervened. Jean Baba came over, all excited. "Uncle, the sow is pregnant." I don't know what Jing Shu fed them last time, but after she did, they actually got pregnant. Haha, we're finally going to have pork to eat. He'd barely finished his announcement when he noticed Jing Shu and Jun Bao both staring at him, their expressions unreadable. Jean Baba coughed awkwardly, rubbed his cheek, and his smile faded. Sorry, did I interrupt something important? Should I go?" In the past, Jean Baba hadn't been the least bit afraid of Jing Shu. In fact, he'd even looked down on her a little. But after everything that had happened, especially after the landslide, when Jing Shu not only saved his life, but also led him to a life of good food and drink, his attitude had changed. And ever since he'd seen Jing Shu's ruthless side, he'd always felt a bit nervous around her. "Come back," Jun Bao waved him over. Jean Baba stopped, glancing uneasily at the two of them. Had he just interrupted some big secret? Jing Shu stroked her chin, sizing Jean Baba up. He was in his 20s now, still without a proper job, but his father was Jin Tianxi, the former leader of Wuqing. His father's health had failed, so he'd stepped down to recover, leaving his brother-in-law, Jun Bao, in charge. Of course, the Jun family had plenty of influence in the capital too. Word was they'd been demoted to Wuqing after falling out of favor. So, even though Jean Baba himself was pretty useless, his parents had strong backing, and his uncle had plenty of clout. Most importantly, he himself was useless. That made him the perfect natural-born scapegoat. Jun Bao looked at Jean Baba and thought, he's my sister's only child, already grown, yet he spends his days breeding pigs. And after all this time, he still hadn't succeeded. If not for Jing Shu, those black pigs probably wouldn't have bred at all. This just goes to show, following the right person is crucial. Jing Shu clearly didn't want to be the person in charge, so it was essential to push forward someone who'd listen to her, take her instructions, and just sign off on things. A perfect scapegoat. And the head of this special task force didn't need any real qualifications. If things went south, Jun Bao could always step in and clean up. But if things went well, at least his nephew could use this as a stepping stone to a position within the family's system. The two of them reached the same conclusion in an instant. Jing Shu said, "I think Xiaoba is pretty good. He's suitable in every way. At least he's dumb enough not to meddle. The ones who know a little are the most dangerous. They always want to interfere." Jun Bao nodded. "This kid needs some training anyway. Let's do it. He'll be the official head of this project, just needs to sign off on things. You'll actually be in charge behind the scenes." Jing Shu thought about it. She had her scapegoat, but she still needed someone to actually get things done. That way, her makeshift team would be complete. So she said, "Then I'd like to appoint Zhang Yichang as project director. The town government will handle HR and recruitment. Let's have all the positions filled within 3 days." Jun Bao replied, "No problem. Do it your way. I'll assign one of my secretaries to provide guidance and official documents." This was basically like having an imperial eunuch deliver the emperor's edict. With someone from the top overseeing things, no one would dare make trouble. With her makeshift team assembled, Jing Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now she could go back to being a salted fish for a while. How wonderful. Jean Baba. Wait, what did you guys just say? How did coming over to share some good news suddenly make me the person in charge? Jean Baba protested. Can I say something? What exactly do you want me to do? I don't know how to do anything. All he wanted was to be a carefree salted fish. He was a young master, living the good life. Why should he have to be in charge of anything? It just didn't sound right. Jun Bao looked up, his expression calm. Don't say anything. As the person in charge, you don't have to do anything, just sign your name and be the mascot. Everything else will be handled by others. Jean Baba swallowed his words. Boo-hoo, does he have no rights at all? Then he saw himself added to a group chat, Lungfish Prevention Project Department, and his title was changed to Chief Signatory. The second person added was Zhang Yichang, and then 4 or 5 more people joined one after another. Jean Baba tried to sneak away and complain to his mom, but as soon as he finished telling her, she gave him a beating and said that if he couldn't even do this mascot job, she'd come take over herself, and what that meant was obvious. Jean Baba, life is tough. Can a guy just be a happy salted fish in the apocalypse? Wait a minute, being the project leader's mascot isn't a bad gig either. Since he's in charge of this project, doesn't that mean he can bring in a few friends? Not for anything else, just to have a witness, right? Think about when China landed on the moon, they even brought 2 big loudspeakers along. Otherwise, how would anyone know whether China really landed on the moon or just photoshopped it like the Americans? So, you see, having witnesses is important. With that in mind, Jean Baba posted a screenshot of the project in his alumni group and tagged everyone, looking for a secretary. Mainly someone to sign documents and keep their opinions to themselves. Whoa, Baba. What big move is happening in Wuching again? What's this lungfish project? How's the pay? Jean Baba forwarded Jing Shu's salary spreadsheet to the group, instantly causing a huge stir. Several group chats exploded with excitement, and Jean Baba's private messages almost blew up. Everyone was eager to be Jean Baba's personal secretary. As for Jing Shu, she didn't bother with Jean Baba anymore. She happily started recruiting people and preparing to hand over her work, completely unaware that a dangerous gaze had fallen upon her. When she sensed it, she immediately saw Jun Bao. Let's leave it at that for now. If there's nothing else, I'll just head back to eat and work. Jing Shu asked. Ahem. Jun Bao coughed. Actually, I called you here today for something else. Otherwise, for such a minor matter, a phone call would have sufficed, no need to call her in person. Jing Shu thought, here we go again. What do you need from me this time? Can't I just get a break? But on the surface, she smiled politely. Go ahead. Jun Bao's expression turned serious. I didn't tell you earlier because things weren't confirmed yet. Now it's basically set, so I'm giving you a heads up. Pack your things and get ready for a mission to Wuching. Jing Shu? Do you even realize what you're saying? Do you know how far Wuching is? It's 4,400 kilometers away, across the entire country. Last time, it took months to migrate from there. Are you serious? Wait. Wuching? You want me to go to Wuching? Jun Bao continued, you brought this up in the first place, so you're qualified to participate. Remember that comrade Xia you wanted to find? He disappeared somewhere in Wuching. Experts have found a way in, but a team went in over a month ago and still hasn't come out. That suggests the dark energy inside is terrifyingly strong. This has already caused quite a stir in the capital. Several factions want to get involved and grab a share. But since this is Wuching's dark energy site, it should be handled by Wuching. Anyway, I managed to secure a few spots for you. Comrade Xia Jiangwo, was Granny Xia's missing youngest son, and he's still alive in Wuching. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. She never expected that the dark energy source, which in her previous life wouldn't be discovered for another 2 years, would be found early because of her. And most importantly, she'd be the one to develop it. It felt like destiny. Jing Shu almost wanted to grab Jun Bao's hand in excitement. With the discovery of dark energy, she'd be willing to go to Wuching, or even Siberia. So she nodded eagerly. I'm in. Absolutely. When do we leave? What's the situation? Jun Bao explained the general situation. Although things inside were chaotic and bloody, with several factions eager to send their own people to get a piece of the action and some mining rights, the gist was, after some negotiation, considering the difficulty of the mission, 2 survey teams will be sent. One team represents a coalition from the capital, with dozens of people, researchers, PhDs, ability users, and members from various factions. This capital team is quite a mixed bag. You'll see for yourself. As for the other team, that's the faction behind Jun Bao, which more or less represents Wuching. Half the team is from Wuching, the other half from the capital. The key is, whichever team discovers and cracks the dark energy first will get the mining rights for Wuching's dark energy, Jun Bao said seriously. If you let the other team solve it first, then Wuching's own energy base will be handed over to outsiders. Jing Shu's expression turned serious. Only now did she realize how precious the spots Junbao had secured were. In her previous life, she had no idea who discovered the dark energy. She was just an ordinary person struggling to survive. But this time, everything was different. Jingshu said earnestly, "Don't worry. I won't let you down." Junbao nodded. "Dear best. The energy site is highly reactive and dangerous. A lot of people have gone missing. I suspect that person you know might have some answers. Try to find him when you get inside. If not, make sure to bring enough food and supplies. If neither team cracks it within 2 months, the capital will send in a new group. But by then, Wuqing wouldn't have much to do with it anymore. That's why this opportunity was so rare." Still, he didn't want to put too much pressure on her. Jingshu nodded. "Don't worry. To be fair, I've cracked dark energy so many times, I've got a decent ability to protect myself." Junbao handed her the preliminary team list. "Take a look and see if there's anyone you don't get along with. If so, we can swap them out before we set off. Otherwise, grudges could get in the way of cooperation." For this mission, he'd specifically requested people Jingshu knew to minimize conflict and maximize teamwork. Jingshu glanced at the list and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, did you pick only people I know for this team?" The lead researcher this time was actually Chu Zhuohua. The research team even included Wu Yuai and 3 other students. As for the combat force, those with abilities, it was Jin Nantian. Tink. These were all teammates she'd worked with before. From Wuqing's side, Hao Yunlai was joining. But what really surprised Jingshu was that the logistics lead was De Huangya. Of course, De Huangya himself wasn't exactly the scholarly or martial type. He was more of a mood setter, but his zombie squad, led by Situ Xiaoya, would handle logistics. This was actually something Elder Zhou and Junbao had discussed. They figured De Huangya's zombie team had a real advantage. They didn't need to eat, didn't feel pain, and could survive in extreme conditions. A logistics team like this could work hard, save a ton on resources, and was physically much stronger than ordinary people, perfect for dangerous missions. The strategist leading the team was Yang Yang. The rest were people Jingshu wasn't too familiar with. All in all, this lineup was top tier in every way: brains, brawn, and supplies, all covered. Everything was set, perfect. Junbao raised an eyebrow. "Well, anything else you want to add?" Jingshu thought for a moment. The team was already stacked, but some things were a bit superstitious. Maybe she should bring Sumali along? But she wasn't sure if Sumali would be able to come. Lately, her dad had given her a lot of tasks, and she was pretty busy. Besides, her dad probably wouldn't let his precious daughter go on such a dangerous mission. So Jingshu shook her head. "There are 1 or 2 people I'm not sure will come." Junbao considered it. If Jingshu wanted to bring them, they must be useful. If it's just for regular logistics support, adding a couple more is no problem. That pretty much wrapped up the discussion. But it wasn't like they could leave immediately. There was still coordination and planning to do, so they had about a week. In the meantime, get the lungfish project sorted. Once we enter the special energy zone, there won't be any signal. Jingshu, huh? No wonder Junbao so quickly agreed not to make her the team leader. He was waiting for this. So even after traveling thousands of miles, she still had to worry about these things? Fine, for the sake of energy, for the sake of upgrading her cube space. The team was set. In a couple of days, they'd have a video conference, then all meet up in Wuqing. So there was still a lot to prepare. Junbao set up a group chat called Wuqing New Energy Mission Group, added her and some other members, and sent her on her way. The group chat immediately became lively. De Huangya's username was Xiangxi Corpse Handler. As soon as he joined, he sent a smiley face. Hee. Hello everyone, I'm the Corpse Handler from Xiangxi. Hope we can all work well together on this mission. Hey, looks like there are a lot of old friends here. Situ Xiaoya, hello everyone. Smile. I'm in charge of logistics this time. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Chu Zhuohua, hello everyone. I'm the lead researcher for this mission. Our team has about 5 people. Please do your best to keep us safe. Red envelopes, red envelopes. With that, he sent out a bunch of huge red envelopes, each one containing thousands of virtual coins. The whole group chat exploded. "Thank you, boss. I don't usually like experts, but I'll definitely protect you." After grabbing the red envelopes, everyone introduced themselves. "Tank, hey everyone, good to see you again. I'm on the combat team this time. If there's any danger, just call me." The target is actually witching this time. Honestly, I'm excited. Xiangxi Corp's handler, I'm even more excited than you. Before the apocalypse, I always wanted to visit Wuqing, but never had the money. Now the state is covering food, lodging, and even picking us up. Finally, I get to see it. At Jingshu, I heard Wuqing is your hometown, so you'd better show us around. As everyone introduced themselves, most turned out to be Jingshu's old acquaintances, with only a few she didn't know. Seeing someone at her, Jingshu chimed in, "Wuqing is my hometown. Don't worry, I'll be your host when we get there. But let's finish the mission first." Xiangxi Corp's handler, hee of course. Situ Xiaoya said he appreciated your hospitality last time, so this time he's bringing you some local specialties. As more people joined, the group chat was soon flooded with messages. At this moment, Yang at everyone in the group chat. "Attention, everyone. There's just over a week left to prepare. This time, make sure to bring plenty of warm clothing." The temperature in Wuqing is around -30 degrees Celsius, and in more extreme areas, it can reach -40. Corpse handler from Western Hunan, what the heck? Seriously? Won't people freeze to death? Suddenly, our previous trip to the Middle East doesn't seem so bad. Sure, it was 30 or 40 degrees, but at least you won't die from the heat. But Wuqing? You could actually freeze to death there. Jingshu. Why do you think all of us from Wuqing migrated to the South China Sea? 2 years ago, the lowest temperature in Wuqing already broke -60 degrees. Jin Nantian, excuse me, what exactly should we bring? The whole group chat was shocked. Even Jin Nantian, who rarely ever spoke, was suddenly active. You can imagine, -30 degrees is simply unimaginable for people from the south. Yang, I'll put together a supplies checklist and send it to everyone in a bit. Jingshu realized Yang's reminder was spot on. She needed to prepare more things too. With Wuqing's extreme weather, all kinds of unexpected things could happen. She'd better ask her grandparents at home what else she should bring. Seeing that it was still early, she went to get Jin Baba up and handed him over to Zhang Yicheng. There wasn't much time left, so they might as well get to work right away. Having the person in charge nearby meant she could sign off on things and recruit people anytime, anywhere. Jingshu needed to wrap up the lungfish project within the next week, so she could focus on the new energy project in Wuqing with peace of mind. It was both a headache and exciting. Jingshu's 2 top secretaries finally met again. Both of them were carrying thermoses and snack boxes, and had even prepared a variety of drinks and teas for Boss Jing. Zhang Yicheng looked provocatively at Secretary Wang, pulled out his new job assignment, and chuckled. The lungfish project, first round of investment, is over 10 million virtual coins, recruiting over 300 people. And the new office is right in the town government building. It's so impressive. The next second, Secretary Wang let out a little laugh too. He pulled out a message and showed off the name of a mission group. "The boss is taking me to Wuqing on a business trip this time. I hear it's for some top secret mission. TSK. Just look at the people in that group. They're all big shots." It was like sparks were flying between the two of them until Jingshu came down from the green giant with Jin Baba. The 2 secretaries helped each other straighten their clothes, looking as harmonious as could be. Jingshu handed Jin Baba over to Zhang Yicheng, along with a stack of documents. "Before I leave, I need to get everything for the lungfish project in order. Use this list to call in everyone who's confirmed for the job for a meeting. Also, transfer some people into the new department. Those who are transferred will get double benefits. They'll keep their original base salary and welfare, plus all the benefits of the lungfish project department." Zhang Yicheng's eyes lit up. Originally, he'd thought he'd have to work hard to entice people into the new department, maybe even make empty promises. But now, There was no need for that at all. Got it. Zhang Yicheng took Jin Baba to round up people, while Jing Shu sat down in the conference room with Secretary Wang to discuss things. This trip is a bit rushed. Your main task is to coordinate with this logistics manager in the group, Situ Xiaoya. He's in charge of all our supplies this time. Understood. Secretary Wang was extremely professional and attentive. As he took notes, he started asking questions. Boss Jing, are we driving in with our supplies, or is there another way? Is there a limit to how much we can bring? Wuching is mountainous with treacherous roads. If off-road vehicles can't get through, we might have to use motorcycles, or even go on foot. Jing Shu nodded, thinking it over. If they brought too much and had to climb mountains or face other obstacles halfway, the supplies would be wasted. Her green giant could handle all kinds of terrain, but the problem was, the green giant had to transport her things openly. If anything was discovered, well, the green giant was her backup plan, her ace in the hole, and private items couldn't be used for official business. It would be hard to explain if something happened. So Jing Shu said, let's apply to bring in off-road vehicles first. I'll also request to bring some gastropod bugs. Xiaowei's bugs were great for both hauling cargo and combat. And if they really ran out of food, they could always chop off the 36 bug legs and eat them. Secretary Wang nodded. Got it. So we'll bring warm clothing, tents, outdoor survival gear, and alcohol fuel. Jing Shu and Secretary Wang discussed for half an hour. Some items needed to be applied for, approved, and distributed. After all, this was a mission and support supplies were included. Some things Jing Shu's own factories already produced, so she could apply to bring them and get reimbursed later. The logistics team's main job was to bring enough food, ensure everyone had enough to eat, drink, and a place to stay, and also bring 2 doctors and some medicine. However, the higher-ups had assigned the medical team to another group, so they'd be sharing the medical team. No big deal. So all Jing Shu needed to do was request some medical supplies. She made a list for Secretary Wang and told him to pick up the medicine from the Wuching Pharmaceutical Association and get reimbursed later. By the time Secretary Wang had almost finished discussing things, Zhang Yicheng finally came back with Jin Baba and the first batch of the Lungfish Project's makeshift team. There were people here in charge of recruitment, finances, business development, setting targets and plans, as well as research staff and so on. The meeting room was almost packed, filled with a lively crowd. Jing Shu didn't waste any time on pleasantries. She knew most of the people here. Only a handful were from Junbao's township government, like a few from the finance and procurement departments. After all, the funding was coming from the township. Our Lungfish Project Department is a brand new team, established to prepare for potential disasters in the coming years. The township has already allocated an initial budget of 10 million virtual coins. As for salaries and benefits, does anyone have any concerns? Jing Shu asked. Everyone shook their heads. Are you kidding? Even though we're just seconded here, we're all getting double pay. Who could possibly complain? Everyone was more than satisfied. Jing Shu nodded. Since everyone's happy, I hope you'll all put your best effort into the work ahead. Previously, I held a contest about possible uses for lungfish, and we selected over 100 articles, each with great ideas. Now, it's time to put those ideas into practice, one by one. Some people started to look uneasy. Huh. Damn, I actually submitted one of those articles. I only wrote mine to win some rice, you know. I just made stuff up. Seriously. Who could have guessed? A lot of people just scribbled something down, not even sure what to write, racking their brains to come up with some offbeat ideas, most of it nonsense. But now, the new department was actually going to implement all that random stuff? Was this a joke? How absurd could this get? And yet, Jing Shu was clearly serious. In fact, some experiments really were that outlandish. To be honest, in her previous life, everyone in Wuching had been terrified by the lungfish, and in the end, they'd had to migrate back to the city. This time around, Jing Shu wanted to change things. She also believed that lungfish actually represented a huge opportunity. Even red threadworms and corpse-eating bugs had their uses back then. Surely these mutated lungfish couldn't be entirely useless? Oh, right. Jingshu marked a few documents with an X and said, "Let's save these for last and focus on the more promising ideas first." Besides researching lungfish as a food source, let's think boldly. We can explore other directions too. In fact, I think some of the articles are excellent. We can not only study the natural enemies of lungfish, but also investigate what species the lungfish themselves prey on. Jingshu addressed the heads of the research teams. Finding uses for lungfish and making the most of waste was really the main task for the researchers. To that end, Junbao had specially seconded several experts from various fields. The specialists from these fields nodded. We'll divide into 6 groups, each focusing on a different aspect of lungfish: food, daily use, medicine, genetics, and biological evolution. Jingshu didn't really understand the highly technical stuff, but it all sounded impressive enough. Anyway, she'd leave the professional work to the professionals. However, it was clear these researchers weren't all on the same page. The food expert spoke up. "If we can figure out a safe and practical way to eat lungfish, China might never face a food shortage again. I suggest assigning more people to our group. This is a major project." The genetics expert countered, "No matter what, we need to do blood and biological tests first. Otherwise, we won't even know what the lungfish are made of. If you give us more people, we can fully decode this new species' genes, which will make it easy to determine safe ways to eat it, and we can also provide comprehensive data for the medicine group." The daily use expert chimed in. "Honestly, in this post-apocalyptic world, there are plenty of research projects that go nowhere despite huge investments. The key issue now is that these new species have completely mutated genes and structures. If you want to study them, you have to start from scratch. Why not focus on how lungfish might be used in everyday life? Ridiculous. Food and genetics are the main directions. Even medicine has potential, but daily use? That's the least useful. Most of those articles are about eating lungfish. How many are about using them for something else? What else could you do with lungfish? Use them as fuel? Make clothes out of fish bones? Toilet paper? If you can't eat or drink them, maybe you can live in them or use them for transport. Or as quilts. Or building material. 10 people is plenty for daily use research. My food research team needs at least 30. My genetics team needs at least 35. The daily use expert felt a bit outgunned, since they'd need genetic data to support their work anyway, so he stayed quiet. Each group wanted as many members as possible, but the number of people and the budget were fixed, so everyone was trying to get more resources for themselves. As the experts started arguing, the other departments stayed silent. Only the finance and procurement teams frowned. If the headcount increased, so would the budget. Just then, Jingshu suddenly slapped the table, and the entire hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Jingshu. Jingshu pointed at the genetics expert who had just spoken. "What did you say earlier? Repeat it." Everyone looked at the genetics expert again, a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Although the experts had just been arguing fiercely, in reality, they all knew who the real boss was, the one whose word counted. Never mind that the official person in charge was that young guy. It was obvious he was just here to pad his resume or take the blame. If things went well, he'd have a nice record. If not, his family would help smooth things over. Everyone only recognized Jingshu as the real power behind the department. The genetics expert coughed and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I said, our department needs more people?" Jingshu shook her head. The sentence before that. "You said the lungfish could be used as a blanket or to build houses." The expert replied awkwardly, That was just me talking nonsense. I really can't think of any practical use for lungfish in daily life." Jingshu snapped her fingers. "Thank you. You've given me a huge inspiration. Your department gets 10 more people as a reward for that comment." Expert, huh? Everyone was baffled, but they all looked at the genetics expert with envy. This boss was a bit different from the rumors, wasn't she? Jingshu looked a little excited. To be honest, in her previous life, she really hadn't figured out any use for lungfish. By the time they'd migrated back to Wuching, she'd heard that lungfish were still wreaking havoc along the coasts. The main problem was that they were just too resilient, impossible to kill off. Eating them was too costly, with all the detoxifying and processing needed, and the meat didn't even taste good. The worst part was that they could survive both in water and on land, and would occasionally jump out and eat people, sometimes even leaping out of toilets to attack. Just imagine, you're using the bathroom and have to worry about a lungfish suddenly popping out and taking a bite out of you. You never knew where they'd come from, just suddenly leaping out and chomping down. Just thinking about it made her wince. So, if you couldn't fight them, you just had to avoid them. These fish only came onto land when there were too many of them in the ocean, so as long as you stayed away from the coast, you'd be fine. But Jingshu only learned later that there were so many lungfish that some people actually caught them, sewed their mouths shut, and used them as consumables. Consumables for what? Well, at the start of next year, there would be tornadoes, and the huge waves would toss a ton of lungfish onto the shore, causing an outbreak. But once the tornadoes stopped, acid rain would start falling. That acid rain was extremely corrosive, no one knew what was in it, but it would eat through everything. Stone, metal, soft or hard, nothing was spared. Even the most corrosion-resistant materials, carbon fiber, stainless steel, PTFE, could only last about half a year under the acid rain. A brief exposure wouldn't kill you, but after a few hours, your skin would be gone. Some people said, hey, just stay inside during the acid rain. The problem was, after 10 days or half a month, the acid rain would eat through your house too. By then, every usable material had to be used to reinforce the buildings. The apocalypse had lasted 7 or 8 years, and the buildings were still standing, but after a month of acid rain, almost all structures were completely eaten away. So, some people started patching their houses with lungfish, sewing them together and fixing them onto the walls. Some even made umbrellas out of lungfish for going outside. Sure, they were a bit heavy, but surprisingly, lungfish were pretty resistant to acid rain. Maybe it was their strong vitality, they'd repair themselves as the acid rain fell. Ordinary building materials would be gone in a month, but if you covered your house densely with lungfish, it could last at least half a year. Unfortunately, by the time people figured this out, the acid rain was almost over, and everything else had already been corroded away. With nothing left to resist the acid rain and lungfish overrunning the coast, people just thought, why not try fixing them to the house? And to everyone's surprise, it actually worked pretty well. Jingshu stroked her chin. The reason she only remembered this now after the expert's reminder was because in her previous life, they'd already migrated back to Wuching, where there were no lungfish, so no one ever thought to use them on the walls. It was only near the end of the acid rain, when she saw the news, that she learned about this. So, if they didn't migrate back to Wuching this time, could lungfish actually be used to defend against acid rain? Wait, some distant memory surfaced. She vaguely remembered hearing that the rampant green algae in Haiyuan City finally found a use too. The whole city was nearly swallowed by giant algae. Later, people used lasers to cut the algae into ropes, which were then used to sew up the lungfish. Lungfish like to bite, but if you sewed their mouths shut, they couldn't do much harm, just like tying up a crab. Once you restrained it, it couldn't move. When the acid rain came, you'd fix the lungfish to the house with their tails up and mouths down, so the ropes wouldn't get corroded, and then cover them with mud, perfect acid rain defense. Once the lungfish were almost corroded away, you'd just catch another batch and slap them on the wall again. Wait a minute. There's still more than a year and a half before the acid rain arrives. Isn't it a bit early to start preparing now? But then again, maybe it's not too early. After all, if we wait until the acid rain actually starts falling, wouldn't that be a bit too late? So, back to the point, when the lungfish outbreak happens, Jingshu asks everyone to preemptively sew up the lungfish and embed them into their own houses. There has to be a reason for it, right? Otherwise, why would anyone put such a dangerous thing on their house for no reason? Some people would be lying in bed at night and see pairs of eyes staring at them. Wouldn't that be creepy? Wouldn't they be scared? And what if someone has trypophobia? That would be a total disaster. Whoever came up with such a crazy idea, what kind of genius are they? If, one day, the idea of building houses with lungfish really catches on and everyone does it before the acid rain arrives, there has to be a reason, right? First of all, building houses benefits everyone, so people would be willing to use lungfish for construction. Secondly, since lungfish are flooding the coastal areas, could we transport them inland and sell them? That could be another source of income. Jingshu was lost in thought, and no one else dared to interrupt. They had no idea what was going on in her mind. At that moment, Jean Baba coughed and said, can we get on with the meeting? If there's anything else you need from me, let's get it over with. After signing the documents, Jean Baba still had to go back and take care of his pregnant black pig. That pig was precious now. Whether they'd get to eat black pork next year depended entirely on how many piglets she had. Last time, Jingshu's pig had over a dozen piglets in one litter. If his pig gave birth too, would he also get a dozen black pigs next year? Jean Baba broke the silence. Jingshu snapped out of her thoughts and said to the genetics expert, "Your reminder was spot on. These lungfish really can be used to build houses." What? Seriously? Jingshu then turned to the daily operations expert and said, "I'll assign you 30 more people. Your main task is to research whether, if there's a lungfish outbreak, we can use them for construction. You all know about oyster shell houses, right? In coastal areas like Fujian, when oysters are abundant, people build houses out of oyster shells. They last for ages, stay warm in winter and cool in summer, and are economical and practical. If we sew up the mouths of lungfish and embed them in mud, we could save a lot of building materials. It's the apocalypse now. There's no cement or steel. If another disaster comes along and destroys our houses, shouldn't we be prepared in advance?" Jingshu rambled on for a while, and everyone's expressions grew increasingly odd. At that moment, everyone was thinking the same thing. Even if lungfish flood the place, what's the point of building houses with them? It's not like we can't use other materials. No matter how weird everyone looked, the daily operations expert just laughed and said, "Don't worry, we'll make sure to follow through on this. We'll research the benefits of using lungfish as a primary building material." After discussing the research direction, there were a few other major points. For example, if the lungfish outbreak gets out of hand, there needs to be a dedicated epidemic prevention department to protect ordinary people and ensure their safety. A sample collection department was also set up, specially approved by Junbao, to collect samples from hundreds of miles around the South China Sea and monitor the development of the lungfish situation, reporting updates as needed. According to the latest reports, the lungfish outbreak in India has already become a disaster. In that river named after the periodic table, lungfish keep pouring out. At first, people were happy to pick up fish to eat, but once these lungfish started viciously biting people, chaos broke out. It'll take at least another 6 months for the lungfish to reach us from those waters, so we still have plenty of time to prepare. But for now, it seems they have no way to deal with the lungfish over there. Their approach is basically to do nothing. Many civilians have already moved away from water sources. Still, a lot of people in India have caught lungfish to eat, so at least they've had a few good meals in recent years. Oh my God, aren't lungfish poisonous? Don't they get sick from eating them? They're starving, who cares about poison? Besides, the average life expectancy over there is only about 30 years. It's not like they'll live much longer anyway. The meeting was wrapping up, and Jingshu had almost finished assigning everyone their tasks. Zhang Yicheng, as her deputy, summed things up. President Jing is right. Research requires bold ideas and careful verification. Since President Jing will be on a business trip soon, I hope everyone can achieve some breakthrough results during this time. As long as lungfish are useful, no matter how much they flood, they won't survive in China. Let's figure out how to put them to good use. All right, meeting adjourned. With the lungfish task force set up, funding and personnel in place, and Zhang Yicheng coordinating everything, plus regular updates from each department, Jingshu finally felt a lot more relaxed. For now, things were just moving through the process, waiting for time to work its magic. She would step in to make key decisions as needed. Now it was finally time to go home and tell everyone she was heading back to Wuching. At the Jing family dinner table, the whole family was gathered for dinner. Tonight's meal was simple home cooking, using up some of the ingredients that had been flooding the market lately. There were just too many shrimp, so Grandma Jing made a bunch of shrimp balls, shrimp paste, and shrimp dumplings. So dinner was basically a big pot stew, filled with all sorts of surplus ingredients. You could call it a seafood and fish noodle soup, served with hot beef patties. As they ate, Jingshu explained what was going on. What? You have another mission? And this time you're going back to Wuching? Girl, you've only been home for a few months. I swear, you spend half the year out on missions. Grandma Jing complained, clearly unhappy. Jingshu grinned. Grandma, it's not just me this time. Cousin is coming too. Grandma Jing's voice shot up an octave. What? It's one thing for you to go on missions, but why are you dragging Wu Yuai along? She just got married a few days ago, and now she's off with you. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew what she meant. Wasn't she just waiting for a great-grandchild? Sure enough, after nagging about marriage comes nagging about babies, first the first child, then the second. Jingshu cleared her throat. Grandma, my cousin's husband is going too. In fact, he's leading the team this time. He's a research PhD, and this is a mission assigned by the state. Plus, the rewards for this mission are really generous. If we do well, there'll be commendations and all sorts of tangible benefits. Jingshu rattled off the details. Grandma Jing's stern face melted into a smile. A man should make his mark in the world. Even in the apocalypse, he should accomplish something. Since Zhuohua is leading the team, I feel much better. She turned to Chu Zhuohua and smiled. You're a good kid. With you there, I'm at ease. The world outside isn't safe these days, so please look after these two girls while you're out. Chu Zhuohua smiled politely. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll take good care of UAI and my little cousin. We'll have a special plane and a team of professionals to protect us. Some of them even have special abilities. As he spoke, he glanced thoughtfully at Jingshu. He'd long suspected that the Jing family's comfortable life in the apocalypse had a lot to do with this cousin, UAI. Over time, it became clear she had many mysterious qualities. He'd guessed Jingshu had some sort of special ability, but he hadn't realized just how well she'd hidden it. All her records were sealed. If he didn't have special clearance, he wouldn't have found out at all. The family's pampered little princess was actually an S-class ability user. So, in reality, it was this little cousin who would be protecting them on this trip. He was very curious about what Jingshu's ability actually was. Grandpa Jing smacked his lips, and after Grandma Jing had made her decision, he asked, So you're all heading to Wuching this time. Do your best to serve the country and complete your mission. But Wuching is cold now, what do you need to bring? Wu Yuai and Chu Zhuohua didn't have much experience, so Jingshu thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, let's just prepare the same kit as last time I went out. But we can't bring too much. Since we're flying this time, Green Giant Grandpa can't carry as much. Jingshu decided to bring some green giants along anyway. As for the mudfish, she'd left some in Wuching already. If not, she could always catalyze some more once she got there. In any case, her top priority was keeping herself safe. She'd already gotten approval to bring some of Xiaowei's gastropods, so there might even be an extra plane just for transporting the bugs. She wasn't sure yet if Gutu or Wenjun would go along, but Xiaowei definitely couldn't make the trip. Grandpa Jing nodded. All right, we'll get things ready for you. Bring extra alcohol fuel, make sure you have enough food, clothes, and drinks. Grandma Jing hurriedly took a couple more bites and stood up. No, I need to prepare more food for you to take on the road. It's not like home out there. You can't just cook whenever you want. I'll fry up some noodles for you, so you can make porridge in the morning, and I'll make all kinds of meat pies. Grandpa can smoke some ham and duck for you to take. Oh, and you should bring a fat chicken, so you can have fresh eggs on the road. Yuai likes milk. Should we bring a goat too? Wu Yuai was overwhelmed by all the love. Usually an anime-obsessed girl, she actually felt her nose sting a little. She grabbed Grandma Jing's hand. Grandma, we still have more than a week before we leave. There's plenty of time, you can take it slow. But a goat? I don't think we can bring a goat, can we? Bringing a chicken on a mission was already pushing it, but a goat just for fresh milk? That seemed a bit over the top. Jingshu thought for a moment. Actually, we have 2 pregnant ewes right now. We can bring one along. In special environments, animals are even more sensitive. Anyway, we're part of the research team. With Dr. Chuzhuahua leading the way, they could bring whatever they wanted. Jingshu wasn't about to make things hard for herself. All right then. So the family started discussing what to bring on the trip: the upgraded plus portable toilet, a tabletop hot pot, portable stove cards, a modified luxury tent, and so on. In the end, they realized they were bringing quite a lot of stuff. The discussion went on late into the night. Everyone was enthusiastically talking, as if this trip was a vacation rather than a mission. The next day, when Jingshu went to look for Sumali, she found out Sumali had gone out again. Well, all she could do was leave her a message. Jingshu, I have a mission here. We need to go to the secret realm in Witching. They've discovered a new source of dark energy there. It'll take about half a month to a month. Everything's covered: food, lodging, and fun. Plus, you can use the opportunity to expand your business. If this new energy can somehow link up with your family's oil and natural gas, it could be extremely valuable. It's a bit dangerous, but don't worry, I'll protect you. Wanna come? Sumali, what? A thrilling and exciting mission to Wuching? Of course I wanna go. By the way, what exactly am I supposed to do there? Jingshu thought for a moment and replied, your main job is to liven up the atmosphere. Sumali. Well, that's not so bad. She knew herself well enough. She'd always been incredibly lucky since she was a child, always able to turn danger into safety and have things go her way. So if Ashu was inviting her, it must be to increase their chances of success. If someone as calm and reliable as Ashu needed her to boost the odds, then this mission must be anything but simple. But more importantly, Ashu needed her. How could she possibly refuse? After a while, Sumali replied again, I'll go ask my dad. But, well, he usually doesn't let me go on adventures. If he agrees, that'd be great, but don't worry, Ashu, I'll definitely find a way to go. When Jingshu heard this, she knew Sumali's dad probably wouldn't let her go. After all, she was such a precious daughter, heiress to billions in virtual currency and the entire oil and mineral empire. Why risk it all on an adventure? So Jingshu said, Molly, if you want to go, you have to get Uncle's permission. You can't sneak out. I'll have to ask him myself too. If you can't make it, that's fine, I'll send you pictures. Sumali, don't worry, I'll definitely get my dad's approval. Jingshu didn't think much more about it. After telling Sumali, 5 days passed without any news, so Jingshu assumed things had fallen through on Sumali's end and didn't ask again. In fact, she didn't have time to follow up. She'd been running around like a spinning top these days, barely having time to practice her Rubik's Cube. The whole family was taking this trip very seriously. After all, it wasn't just Jingshu going, she was bringing Wu Yuei and Chuzhuahua, the most junior members of the Jing family. Grandma Jing spent every day preparing all sorts of convenient foods. Pickled vegetables of every kind, all packed in jars, plus homemade beef sauce, pork floss, spicy dried rabbit, pork jerky, smoked chicken and duck, and so on. To ensure a balanced diet, Grandma Jing even transplanted some homegrown chives, garlic, green onions, spinach, etc. into cardboard box planters, so they could pick them fresh as needed. Very thoughtful. As for seafood, Wu Yuei actually preferred marinated raw seafood, but Grandma Jing insisted they couldn't eat raw food while traveling to avoid getting sick. So she made all kinds of spicy and garlic-flavored vacuum-packed seafood instead. Breakfast options were also plentiful, but the Jing family was used to drinking milk tea with thick milk skin and butter. Sometimes they'd have soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Jingshu always had to have fried eggs and sausages, so they'd just bring a fat chicken and a pan to cook on the spot. As Grandma Jing was packing, she couldn't help but sigh, if only we could bring a fridge with us. Meanwhile, Chuzhuahua was already stunned by the Jing family's extravagance. Was this a mission or a vacation? He quietly asked, "Is your cousin always like this when she goes out?" Wu Yuei shook her head. "Not really." Xu Zhuohua coughed. "Then, isn't this a bit much?" "Feels a little over the top." He was a bit overwhelmed by the hospitality. Wu Yuei rolled her eyes. "Didn't you hear Jing Shu say, because we're flying this time, we can't bring too much stuff. This is already the pared-down version. Last time she went abroad, she brought a whole shipload of things." Xu Zhuohua, so this is the pared-down version? While Grandma Jing handled the food, Grandpa Jing was in charge of clothes and supplies. The climate over there wasn't great, so they needed to bring plenty of warm things and fuel. He had his work cut out for him. Jing Shu was busy organizing her own things and also managing the team supplies, having Secretary Wang submit endless requests for all sorts of necessities, food, lodging, everything. In the end, as expected, they were bringing way too much stuff. Secretary Wang said, "President Jing, we've gone a bit over our planned supplies. Should we cut back?" Actually, a lot of things could be stored in the space. But since Xu Zhuohua was coming this time, everything that needed to be visible had to be there. Jing Shu replied directly, "No need. Everything we're bringing is essential. I have a small plane that can carry some extra stuff. We'll just bring it along." Secretary Wang, "As expected of you, President Jing." "All right, everything that needed to be prepared is ready, and the other friends in the group are just about set as well. Even the lungfish department is running smoothly. The project team has been established, all the staff have been recruited, and to conduct more experiments, some members have already gone out to collect a large number of lungfish as test subjects." On the night before departure, Su Mali suddenly showed up at the door with a simple backpack. When Jing Shu opened the door and saw her, she was almost shocked speechless. Su Mali was panting heavily. "I'm exhausted." Shu, I finally made it, didn't I?" Jing Shu glanced at the time, it was 1 a.m. If she'd come any later, it would already be morning. Jing Shu said, "Yeah, you made it." "So, did your dad let you come?" Su Mali nodded happily. "Of course. This time, my dad specifically told me to come. He said this is an opportunity for us, and that I had to be here no matter what. So I crammed 2 months of work into 5 days just so I could make it." She looked like she was waiting for praise. Jing Shu, she eyed Su Mali suspiciously. "Really? Isn't your dad the last person who'd let you take risks?" Su Mali helped herself to a cup, filled it with water, and gulped it down before saying, "That's true, but I told him this time the dark new energy is related to petroleum, and it concerns the Su family's status and future development. I even got him to ask a fortune teller for a reading. Guess what happened?" Jing Shu played along. "What happened?" Su Mali tilted her head back. The fortune teller said I was right and insisted I must go this time, saying there's a great opportunity waiting for me. So, here I am." Jing Shu, so whether you can go out or not depends on a fortune telling. We're in the modern era now, aren't we supposed to be done with superstitions? Well, all right then. Get some sleep early. We have to leave early tomorrow and should arrive in Wuching by the afternoon. Oh, and you'll be sleeping in the guest room. Jing Shu didn't have much else to say. With Su Mali coming along, this expedition to the secret realm should go smoothly. But still, is the dark new energy really related to petroleum? If it truly becomes the world's 5th major energy source, that would be revolutionary. Well, that's fine. No need to rush. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Jing Shu was still groggy when someone started banging on her door. She checked the time, damn, it was only 4:30 a.m. Time to get up already? It felt like she'd only just put her head on the pillow, and now she had to get up. Back in Wuching, people would still be out having fun at this hour, since it didn't get dark until 11 p.m. But here in the South Sea, the elderly really did get up this early. Jing Shu quickly washed up and sat at the breakfast table in a daze, eating like an emotionless 8-to-8 office worker. Before a journey, you're supposed to eat dumplings for good luck and family unity, so breakfast was dumplings with red oil and garlic dipping sauces, and a variety of fillings. Jing Shu's mom and dad were also yawning, eating dumplings with sleepy faces. Su Mali, on the other hand, was full of energy. downing a big cup of mocha cream coffee to perk herself up. "Grandma, your dumplings are really delicious," Sumali said sweetly. "Eat as much as you like, dear," Grandma Jing replied. She'd been startled to see Sumali come out of the guest room that morning, but since she and Jingshu had always been close and were heading out together, she couldn't help but remind them to look out for each other. Sumali said, "Grandma, I'll be away for a while, so the custom-made snacks at home won't get eaten. I've arranged for someone to deliver them here, so please remember to accept them." "You're such a thoughtful child," Grandma Jing said, holding Sumali's hand reluctantly before they left. She really was a considerate girl. After breakfast, Jingshu took Wu Yuei, Chu Zhuohua, and Sumali to the temporary airport in the South Sea on the Green Giant. 2 large planes and Jingshu's private jet were already waiting there. Hao Yunlai, Secretary Wang, and 4 of Chu Zhuohua's students were already there, and Secretary Wang had transported all the supplies they'd applied for over the past few days onto the planes. On another plane, there was a full load of gastropods. These would be their main mode of transportation for this trip, since Wuching is mountainous and cars wouldn't be much use inside. Secretary Wang hurried over with documents in hand. "Director Jing, everything is ready. There will be people to pick us up in Wuching, and the other team members will arrive there this afternoon. Once both teams have assembled, we'll have a meeting and officially enter Wuching's energy barrier tomorrow." Jingshu nodded. "Good job. Is everyone ready?" "Ready," came the chorus. Sumali shouted the loudest. Hao Yunlai looked half asleep. Secretary Wang was the most enthusiastic, and Chu Zhuohua's students exchanged glances, whispering, "Is this our team leader? Wasn't our mentor supposed to be in charge?" Chu Zhuohua cleared his throat and formally introduced Jingshu to the students. "This is the special ability user responsible for our safety. Please make sure to follow all of Jingshu's instructions." The students immediately straightened up, their voices much more respectful. After all, when it comes to someone who can protect your life, you'd better give them your brightest smile. With that, the team from Nanhai was finally assembled. Strategist Yang Yang, researcher Chu Zhuohua and several students, and the ability users Jingshu and Hao Yunlai. Sumali wasn't included in the ability user classification, and then there was Secretary Wang, the chief steward, who brought along some regular logistics staff to coordinate everything. The rest of the special ability user team was departing from the imperial capital. From Nanhai, 3 planes took off, while 2 planes departed from the imperial capital. Though those also carried another team, as well as Jin Nantian and Tank. Both groups arrived in Wuching at almost exactly the same time. After a smooth 5.5-hour flight, they landed safely in Wuching without even the slightest turbulence. At last, the group from Nanhai reached the Wuching landing site. Jingshu took a deep breath. Cold, so cold. The temperature here was now more than -20 degrees Celsius. Although that was much warmer than a year and a half ago, after spending time in the Middle East and Nanhai, where it was 20 or 30 degrees above zero, even up to 40, the contrast was jarring. All around was a vast expanse of white, gray snow drifting down, and the air was heavily polluted. As Jingshu's plane landed, the planes from the imperial capital had also touched down, but there seemed to be some kind of dispute going on over there. De Huangya, bundled up in a green army coat and shivering from the cold, rolled his eyes as he drank from his thermos. Around him stood a group of zombie humans in short sleeves. Situ Xiaoya, face pale and expressionless, watched the noisy crowd in front of him, snowflakes settling on his face. These young people nowadays, they just can't stand any hardship. What's wrong with a little hard work? Taking on a bit more is a blessing. Besides, we're all one big team. You're from logistics too, so what's the problem with helping us unload some equipment? Huang Xiaoxiao, wrapped in an old down jacket and shivering, complained about the freezing weather. Exactly. This damned cold is killing us, and you zombie humans aren't even afraid of the cold. You'd rather just stand there than help us unload? That's pretty nasty of you, isn't it? Or are you just afraid we'll beat you to discovering the secret of the energy source inside? A group of people surrounded De Huangya and the zombie humans, pressing them hard, but De Huangya and his crew just treated them like buzzing mosquitoes. When they saw Jingshu finally arrive, they grinned and waved. Jingshu squeezed through the crowd and asked, "What's going on? Why is everyone blocking the way? Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance? What, lost your spot as a researcher but still managed to tag along? Must have some powerful connections, huh?" Jingshu looked at her old acquaintance, Huang Xiaoxiao, the very same person who lost a bet catching octopuses in Hong Kong and got squeezed out of her job. Jingshu hadn't expected to run into her nemesis here of all places. Huang Xiaoxiao was equally surprised to see Jingshu here. "Why are you everywhere? How did you get to join the witching mission?" She'd only gotten this spot because her uncle was a postdoctoral researcher, and he'd been sent here due to factional ties to work on the witching new energy project. Jingshu smirked. "My family's from witching, so why wouldn't I be here?" "What? Didn't you learn your lesson in Hong Kong? Now you want to start bossing people around again?" Huang Xiaoxiao bit her lip and glared at De Huangya and Situ Xiaoya, the zombie humans. As if you country bumpkins could ever crack the new energy source. Her uncle had already gotten his hands on top-secret information, and they were 30% of the way to a breakthrough. "We're leaving." Huang Xiaoxiao, a little embarrassed, led her people away, heading off to find other ability users in her team to help move the equipment. This time, they'd brought a huge amount of stuff, almost 2 whole planes worth. There were all kinds of weapons, advanced instruments, even specialized equipment for the new energy source, food supplies, and vehicles, everything packed to the brim. Her uncle had already sworn an oath to secure the rights to exploit witching's new energy source. "Xiao, why are you leaving? Didn't you say Team 2 should help with the unloading? It's so cold, you can't expect us researchers to do it ourselves, can you?" Seeing Huang Xiaoxiao leave, the other researchers hesitated for a moment before following her. De Huangya, still wrapped in his army coat, chuckled. No need to stoop to their level. Just a bunch of petty people acting all high and mighty because they got some good stuff from the imperial capital. Situ Xiaoya said, "Where's the stuff? Let's go unload it." Jingshu clapped her hands. "You just need to keep an eye on things. The gastropods will help with the heavy lifting. Everything needs to go in, and there's an inventory list you'll need to check with Secretary Wang." Situ Xiaoya nodded and led the team to start checking supplies. Jingshu then asked De Huangya, "Where are the other ability users from our team?" De Huangya sipped from his thermos and sighed. Didn't Jin Nantian take them off to settle things? On the plane, the 2 teams' ability users were already giving each other dirty looks, but they didn't fight. As soon as we landed, they went off somewhere to have it out. Jingshu was speechless. She hadn't expected someone as steady as Jin Nantian to go along with such childish behavior. But she did a quick head count. Jin Nantian's group is smaller. They won't get bullied, will they? As she spoke, 2 groups approached from the distance. One was Jin Nantian, Tank, and a few other teammates, looking a bit disheveled. But even though the other group had more people, they looked even worse for wear. Everyone had bruised faces, some even sporting cuts and a bit of blood, but it was clear that Jin Nantian had held back. Jingshu nodded. With someone like Jin Nantian, one of China's top-tier powerhouses, he'd never be at a disadvantage, no matter where he was. Jin Nantian arrived with his people, gave Jingshu a slight nod, and said, "It's settled. We can go to the meeting now." Jingshu gave him a thumbs up. Yang and the others are already waiting. Jin Nantian didn't say anything more, nor did he mention the conflict that had just occurred. He simply led his team silently to the meeting room where the 2 teams would gather. By now, Wuqing was already blanketed in heavy snow. Half the city was buried under ice and snow. The meeting room was set up in an underground air raid shelter. Because of the low temperatures, a coal stove was burning in the room. The postdocs from Team 1 were already sitting expressionlessly at the head of the table. Just then, Team 1's ability users returned, looking disheveled and clearly defeated. In contrast, Jin Nantian's group only had rumpled clothes. Dr. Huang's face darkened at the sight. In a corner, Hao Yulai was expertly tending to sweet potatoes roasting on the stove, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma. When Jingshu arrived, He picked out the biggest, softest sweet potato from the pile and handed it over. Have a sweet potato, just finished roasting. Jingshu took it, broke it in half, and handed a piece to Su Molly, who was eyeing it hungrily. Hungry? Have some roasted sweet potato to tide you over. Su Molly nodded vigorously, took a bite, and nodded again. This sweet potato is really sweet. Hao Yunlai handed out more roasted sweet potatoes to his own team, even giving one to De Huangya, who had just come back from hauling supplies. Yang Yang peeled his sweet potato, marveling at how Jingshu's family grew them. Not only were they soft and fragrant, but even the skins were roasted to a crispy, delicious perfection. He munched as he picked up the mic and cleared his throat. Ahem, is everyone here? If so, let's start the meeting. Ow, still a bit hot. Tink was slurping his sweet potato noisily. Everyone's here, everyone's here. Jin Nantian hesitated for a second, then took a sweet potato and started eating it slowly. Chu Zhuohua, looking like she was enjoying the show, handed most of her sweet potato to Wu Yuai, keeping only a small piece for herself. She nibbled and watched the expressions of the people across the table. Dr. Huang's group glared in anger, their stomachs growling and mouths watering with envy. Dr. Huang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was obvious the room was split into two camps, Team 1 from the capital and Team 2 from Nanhai. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao slammed the table. If we're having a meeting, let's have a proper meeting. How can you eat during it? Don't you have any respect? Tink grinned. Where's the rule that says you can't eat? We've been flying all day without food. What's wrong with grabbing a bite? Yeah, if you want, you can eat too. Who wants to? It's just a couple of lousy sweet potatoes, not like it's some gourmet feast. Then why are you drooling? The two teams started bickering. Dr. Huang waved his hand. Let's just start. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Tomorrow we enter the site. Yang Yang opened the PowerPoint and began. Let's go over the general plan for our two teams and some key points. We have 3 main objectives for this joint operation. First, to rescue those trapped in the secret realm, the first group who accidentally entered, as well as the Wuching rescue team that followed. Second, to locate the new dark energy source inside. Third, to find a way to break the seal. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Yang Yang continued, since our teams have different philosophies, we can act separately once inside the secret realm. However, we must report our locations to each other daily. If anyone encounters a life-threatening situation, they can call for help, and the other team must assist as much as they can. Of course, if a team is rescued, they forfeit the right to exploit or claim ownership of the new energy source. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads again. Yang Yang finished his last bite of sweet potato, licked his fingers, and said, inside, fair competition is allowed. The rules and regulations were given before departure, so I won't repeat them. One more thing. If anyone is caught sabotaging or harming their own teammates, according to higher orders, Chief Jin Nantian has the authority to deal with it directly. Seeing everyone had no objections, Yang Yang nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's share the supplies and equipment we're bringing in, so we can swap if needed. He had barely finished speaking when PFFFFT, an enormous fart echoed through the room. Everyone immediately pinched their noses and looked toward the source. A foul stench spread. It was a young man from Team 1, sitting in the corner. As everyone glared at him, he let out another round of farts. The young man, freckles dotting his now red face, said, I can't help it. Isn't it normal to fart? Who says you can't fart during a meeting? If you can, go ahead and fart too. Perfect. He'd turned the tables. The people on Huang Xiaoxiao's side sat up straight, looking quite proud of themselves. What, so you guys can eat during meetings, but our people can't even fart. Farting is only human, you know. You can't hold it in forever. Besides, our team member here has a special ability. It comes with a side effect. He farts a lot. We hope everyone can be a bit more understanding. Someone from Huang Xiaoxiao's side spoke up, pinching their nose as they did. Tank, clearly annoyed, added, this guy's nickname is Weasel. Apparently, He ate something strange before, and now there's a chunk of dark energy fused in his body. The result? He digests food at lightning speed and farts thousands of times a day. But he's actually an A-rank ability user. What his ability is exactly, though, is classified. After hearing this, everyone on Jing Shu's side looked speechlessly at the young man nicknamed Weasel. Were there really such bizarre abilities in this world? Jing Shu, while asking questions, signaled for the green giant outside to come in. If he farts so much every day, how come he hasn't been doing it until now? Tank covered his mouth and replied, the higher-ups made a special airbag for him to collect his farts, but he deliberately took it off to gross us out. So that's how it is. That's a pretty ruthless move, hurting the enemy 1,000 times, but at a cost to yourself too. In just a few minutes, the meeting room was filled with the stench of green smoke bomb farts. Normally, the cold weather in Wuching would have masked the smell a bit, but this young man's farts were just too powerful. Even Huang Xiaoxiao's team had to wear layer upon layer of masks, forcing themselves to smile through it. Jing Shu's green giant arrived, and she took out a batch of new masks. These masks not only filtered out toxic gases, but also released a pleasant scent. She had Xiao Wang hand them out to everyone on her team. Secretary Wang, ever the savvy operator, deliberately announced, "This is the latest Purifier Plus developed by President Jing. Give it a try. If it can't get rid of the stink in the air, it's free." When it was Weasel's turn, Secretary Wang handed him one too, smiling as he said, "You must be used to your own stink by now, huh? It's probably been bothering you for ages. You're a potential customer too, so here, have a complimentary one." Weasel hesitated. Sometimes, when he needed to unleash his biochemical farts, no matter what gas mask he wore, the smell would still get through. If this really worked, maybe he could give it a shot? As he hesitated, he found himself already holding the mask. Huang Xiaoxiao snorted from the side, "No way. Weasel's farts are like this year's natural disasters, powered by dark energy. There's no way you can purify them." Before she could finish, Weasel's muffled voice came through. "With this mask on, there's really no smell. There's even a faint fragrance." Everyone stared at him in disbelief. "Seriously?" Weasel nodded. "Seriously. Once you put it on, you can't smell a thing. If I could wear this on missions, then he could let loose without worry." No one knew how many times he'd almost passed out from his own farts. Yang Yang coughed. "Ahem, let's continue the meeting. Both sides, please report what equipment you've brought." The meeting had to go on, but the members of Team 1 were getting restless. Before, Team 2 had to endure the stench with them. But now, with their fancy new purifiers, it was just Team 1 left to suffer. For a moment, everyone in Team 1 felt like they'd shot themselves in the foot. Dr. Huang snorted, "Well, what are you waiting for?" Only then did Weasel put on his fart-collecting bag, but the smell still lingered in the meeting room, refusing to dissipate. Ugh. Huang Xiaoxiao was about to throw up. She glared at Jing Shu, thinking, how does this woman have everything, like some kind of magic bag? The meeting continued. Team 1's logistics captain began reporting on the supplies they'd brought. "We have over 20 specially modified armored vehicles, each operated by a special ability user, allowing them to traverse any kind of terrain. So it's only natural that we've brought a lot of supplies this time." The logistics captain was quite proud. In the secret realm, it all came down to equipment and gear. He continued, "The armored vehicles will protect our researchers from harm. We also have a logistics team to guarantee 5 months' worth of supplies for our group, plus an excellent medical team." He didn't hide any details about their supplies and equipment, only keeping the ability users' powers confidential. He even listed the weapons they brought. He was especially proud to introduce their research equipment. "This time, we've brought the latest gear worth 300 million virtual coins. It can detect any dark energy point within 3 kilometers, collect samples, and even analyze them." Jing Shu summed it up. Lots of supplies, lots of weapons, lots of equipment, heavy logistics, not very mobile, but armored like a turtle shell. Their gear was so complete, they could handle almost any problem or difficulty they might encounter. With their team of ability users, they could basically solve anything. No wonder they were the nation's top research team. Dr. Huang nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Our Team 1's top priority is stability, playing it safe. As for taking risks, we'll leave that to you young people. If you run into any life-threatening danger, you can always give up your mining rights and come to us for help. Don't worry, I'm a generous person, I'll definitely save you." He spoke as if the outcome had already been decided before anything had even started. But to be fair, Dr. Huang and his team really did have the ability to be this arrogant. With their setup, even a missile might not be able to take them down. Extreme weather? They had every piece of equipment imaginable. Even when publicly provoked, Chu Zhuohua didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, she smiled and nodded, "Then I'll be counting on you, Senior Huang. But you'd better be careful not to trip up yourself. If you do, don't come begging us clumsy youngsters for rescue." Dr. Huang snorted, "Relax. If even we can't handle it, there's no point in asking for help. You lot would probably fail even faster than us." Once the first team finished reporting their equipment and supplies, everyone gained a clearer picture. Food, resources, weapons, nothing was lacking. Even if they got trapped, they'd definitely survive until rescue arrived. In short, this mission seemed almost risk-free. They tried to suppress their smiles as they listened to what the second team had brought. After all, the second team was just a ragtag bunch from Nanhai, the original witching group. They couldn't even scrape together a proper team. Jun Bao had pieced them together from his own faction. Sure enough, when Yang Yang started reading out the second team's supplies, our second team didn't bring any heavy weapons. Everyone is carrying light arms, and as for equipment, it's all standard issue. Food and other supplies are sufficient. He paused here. Then, he announced a number even he found unbelievable, enough to last 10 years. Yang. Everyone else. Members of the second team. Hehehe, even if we get trapped in there, at least we'll never run out of food. Someone from the first team asked, "Wait, what exactly did you bring? Why so much food and supplies?" "Yeah, aren't we going to look for dark energy? At most, it'll take a month or 2. If things go badly, the higher-ups will send a rescue team." "You brought 10 years' worth of supplies? Are you nuts?" Yang coughed. "Actually, it's not just food. We brought about 300 giant gastropod bugs. These bugs are also our main mode of transportation for this mission. If we really run out of food, theoretically, we can keep eating the bugs' legs. They grow back as fast as you eat them." Haha, did you hear that? Their transportation is bugs. Can those things even be used as vehicles? I heard they're giant bugs, so maybe? Are they as slow as turtles? But you have to admit, bugs are resource efficient. They only need a bundle of grass per 100 kilometers. But it's freezing. We've got heaters in our vehicles. They'll freeze to death riding bugs. Wuching is so cold. Yeah, poor things. The tank crew looked at them with sympathetic eyes. They had no idea about Jing Shu's arrangements. Was Jing Shu the kind of person who'd let herself freeze? As Yang continued reporting, the numbers got more and more outrageous. In summary, the second team, aside from not bringing research equipment or weapons, was fully stocked with every kind of survival and emergency supply imaginable. The first team, on the other hand, had brought all the latest gear and vehicles. To ensure a steady energy supply, they even brought generators, diesel engines, and a tanker full of fuel. The second team looked like they'd traveled back in time. Not only did their scientists prefer manual calculations, but even their vehicles were bugs. Still, jokes aside, what kind of logistics supplies did the second team bring? Why do they get 3 meals a day plus snacks? And all sorts of food. Are they here for a vacation? Their meals sound amazing. Doesn't matter. With their setup, there's no way they'll crack the secrets inside. After both teams finished reporting their supplies, Yang pulled out a map and started planning routes. Since we're near the Tian Shan Mountains, we might have to cross some tough terrain. The last 2 teams disappeared even though they had enough supplies, so something must have happened. Our teams should try different routes. Dr. Huang pointed to a straight path. We have more supplies and vehicles, so it's hard for us to go over mountains. We'll take the direct route. Xu Zhuohua pointed to a winding path. Then we'll take the other route. With the routes decided, they went over precautions and divided responsibilities. The meeting ended. Jing Shu hadn't slept well all day. After eating, she went to catch up on sleep, leaving the rest to Xiao Wang. She trusted him completely. Before entering the Tianshan Mountains, where it would get even colder, Xiao Wang handed out thick, warm coats made at Jing Shu's clothing factory, plus emergency rescue kits for everyone. The next morning, snow was falling and it was minus 25 degrees Celsius. The two massive teams assembled. On one side, dozens of armored vehicles, packed with advanced equipment, radiating a sense of security. On the other, a bizarre bug convoy, hundreds of giant gastropods. Some were loaded with luggage and equipment, others had tents strapped to their backs, with all sorts of things tied on top. All in all, they looked like refugees who'd gone backpacking in XE for months, prepared for anything. On one side, there was technology. On the other, it was like the age of cavemen. Inside the green giant train car, Su Molly poked at some roasting potatoes and sweet potatoes as she said, "Ah, Shu, are we really about to enter that legendary secret realm? Where's the entrance? Isn't there supposed to be some kind of ritual or something?" Jing Shu was making milk tea, yawning as she stroked the soft, fluffy feathers of fat chicken. "What ritual? We're already at the entrance, aren't we? Honestly, I'm still not used to being back in Wuching. I even had a bit of insomnia. Over in the South Sea, the oxygen level was so high I could fall asleep as soon as I lay down." Su Molly shrugged. "I've never even known what insomnia is. You know those people everyone online envies? The ones with super thick hair, fair skin, who take a minute in the bathroom and fall asleep in 2. I've got all of that." Jing Shu rolled her eyes. "Please, just stop." As they chatted, the walkie-talkie crackled with various voices. "This is the first team ability user squad. We've checked for all potential dangers, preparations are complete, ready to move out. Second squad is ready, we can depart." The two teams finally began to move. Armored vehicles rumbled forward, pressing the snow flat and firm beneath them. The other team's lead bug was a massive gastropod, with Gu2 sitting atop it, leading the insect squad onward. Soon, the armored vehicles overtook the second team's bug convoy at a steady 40 kilometers per hour. The bugs, meanwhile, burrowed unhurriedly into the bottomless snow, not too fast, but not exactly slow either. Su Molly was a bit disappointed. She blinked and stared outside for a long while, but aside from the endless, gray, snow-covered mountains, there was nothing to see. "So this is entering the secret realm?" Su Molly asked. "There's no warning, no sign, nothing? Aren't we still in the same place we slept last night?" Jing Shu nodded. "For convenience, we landed right near the energy point. People from Wuching don't dare come close, so as long as we keep moving forward, we'll enter a new magnetic field. Don't believe me? Check your phone signal." Su Molly checked, and sure enough, there was no signal at all. She could hardly believe it. The legendary secret realm, the new world's rift, and they'd just strolled right in? She really wanted to say, "That's it? Seriously, that's it?" Still not giving up, she asked, "So are we going to run into any thrilling dangers next? Or is there any potential threat?" Jing Shu looked around at the nothingness, just snow and mountains, and shook her head. "We'll probably have to travel for 2 days to reach the heart of the secret realm." Su Molly's curiosity hadn't faded. After the first team moved out of sight, both teams reported their positions every 3 hours using their own satellite signals. 3 hours later, the first team had covered about 150 kilometers, while Jing Shu's team had only gone 90. By noon, the bugs stopped. Logistics Officer C2 Xue set up the tents, and Master Liang, the amazing cook, served everyone steaming bowls of scallion oil noodles. The ingredients were simple, but the scallions, fried in pork fat and topped with a splash of soy sauce, poured over coarse noodles, everyone ate until they were sweating. Even the zombie people, who didn't technically need to eat, had some anyway. After all, just because they didn't need food didn't mean they should miss out on the perks. Jin Nantian quietly ate 2 big bowls, while the 3 new ability users who'd come with him were already completely won over by the food. I thought the captain had a special thing for Jingshu, but I guess I was wrong. So that's why he turned down an overseas assignment for this one. I mean, just look at this food, amazing. Man, this is even better than what I ate before the apocalypse. While everyone was eating lunch, Yang held a bowl of noodles in one hand and knocked on the table with the other. All right, everyone quiet down for a quick meeting. We've now entered the witching new energy entrance. Each department, pay attention to your responsibilities and report everything you're in charge of daily. If anything seems off, speak up early. Because even the smallest detail can determine how dangerous this place is. Danger often hides where things seem safe. Out here, where everything looks calm and harmless, anything could be a threat. Logistics, why don't you report on your work and anything you found? Big Yellow Teeth let out a satisfied burp. He always said, as long as you follow Jingshu, you'll never go hungry. He cleared his throat. All supplies are normal. The sheep, rabbits, and chickens we brought are all fine. We check and count everything twice a day as per protocol. Oh, and I don't know if it's just because it's so cold, but I keep needing to use the bathroom. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Yang nodded. Wuching is colder than other places. After 3 hours in, the temperature dropped another 3 degrees Celsius. Drink plenty of warm water. Cold weather makes you need the bathroom more. Jin Nantian stood up, grabbed a handful of snow from outside the tent, and let it melt into cold water in his hand. He said calmly, our team has been patrolling the surrounding area, always keeping scouts 2 kilometers out. Everything seems normal, but I have a feeling. Our bodies aren't functioning normally. Yang frowned. What do you mean by not functioning normally? Jin Nantian considered for a moment before replying, my ability is particularly sensitive to spatial perception. I constantly feel like I'm not in the same place as before, like I'm standing on cotton, or there's a sense of dizziness. The others shook their heads, not feeling anything unusual, but Jingshu seemed thoughtful. She felt that Jin Nantian was probably right, because she also felt a bit dizzy. Jin Nantian continued, and look at this snow melt, it's black. Yang said, that's because the world's been polluted. The first year it was all dust, and it's never been clean since. Especially here in Wuching, the snow is always dirty. Jin Nantian thought for a moment. Really? It just seems odd to me. Jingshu picked up a handful of snow, kneading it in her hand. What do you think is strange about it? Jin Nantian brought the snow close to his mouth and licked it. Jingshu exclaimed, aren't you afraid it's poisonous? Jin Nantian shrugged. It's fine. But this snowmelt doesn't taste like snowmelt. I can't quite describe the flavor, but it's different. At that moment, Chu Zhuohua walked over and snapped his fingers. Xiaozhang, go collect some snow samples. Test them in several different forms and run some experiments on a few rabbits. After Jin Nantian pointed out these 2 oddities, it was Chu Zhuohua's turn to speak. As the lead researcher on the Dark Energy project, he shared his thoughts. The reason it's called dark energy is because of its peculiar properties. Just coming into contact with it can trigger all sorts of strange phenomena. The range of this energy in Wuching is vast. If we can't find its source on the surface, then it must be right around us, just hidden from view. But just because we haven't found it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What I want to say is, wherever dark energy appears, it often brings about an overabundance of some organism or substance. If it's just ordinary creatures, that's one thing. But if there's something wrong with the snow in these mountains, everyone's expression turned serious. Chu Zhuohua's meaning was clear. The dark energy in Wuching was definitely abundant, but what kind of strange abilities or effects it had, and where exactly it was concentrated. If the entire mountain range's snow was affected, then it would be a huge problem and very dangerous. So when Jin Nantian mentioned something was wrong with the snowmelt, Chu Zhuohua immediately began research. Chu Zhuohua smiled. But let's not worry too much. With everyone's abilities, I'm confident we'll be able to survive safely here. Things won't be that bad. Everyone agreed, after all, the people here were the top talents in the country. After lunch and the meeting, They packed up the tents and continued forward. After another 4 hours, it would be time to set up camp again. The bug team moved on. Sue Molly was wrapped up in the green giant's blanket, munching on chips. She exhaled a breath of white air. Shu, am I imagining things, or is it getting colder and colder? Jing Shu checked the thermometer. You're not imagining it. The temperature's already dropped to minus 33 degrees. Just burning the stove isn't enough. We need to turn on the heating. What? There's heating in here. Sue Molly's jaw nearly dropped. Jing Shu nodded. Grandpa installed water pipes inside the green giant before we left. They're connected to the stove, so the pipes are always hot like underfloor heating. We do have an air conditioner, but it's not as comfortable as this. Plus, the water circulation system had the added benefit of providing hot water for other uses at night, so nothing was wasted. Soon, the whole green giant was warm and cozy. Sue Molly sighed in contentment. This is so nice, just like being at home. You really are something, Shu. Jing Shu grunted in agreement and turned on the walkie-talkie. Go to, Xiao Wang, keep an eye on the temperature. It's getting too low, turn on all the underfloor heating. Roger that. Jing Shu's second team traveled another 100 kilometers or so before stopping for the night to rest and collect samples from the surrounding area. Unexpectedly, they ran into the first team's armored convoy. Xiao Wang's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Looks like the first team ran into trouble and had to stop. Chu Zhuohua said, perfect, let's go share some information. Sue Molly bundled up in a thick down jacket, and Jing Shu, equally wrapped up like a dumpling, went to see what was going on. Huang Xiaoxiao sneezed several times, yelling at the logistics crew, how did all the cars break down at once? Dr. Huang, it's not our fault. The fuel's the problem. Who would have thought so many bugs would come out of the gasoline? They got stuck in the engines, so of course we broke down. Achoo. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was red from the cold. I don't care. What are we supposed to do now? What else? Fix them and filter the fuel again. So the first team started repairing the vehicles. Everyone was bundled up in down jackets, military coats, and blankets, stomping their feet to keep warm. It was freezing. Seeing Jing Shu's group looking on with a hint of schadenfreude, Huang Xiaoxiao snorted, what are you looking at? Our cars will be fixed soon. As for you, sitting on those bugs must be like sitting in an icebox, right? But then she saw them open up their tents, with pots of fragrant lamb soup simmering away and a bonfire burning nearby. Rich, aromatic lamb soup, with chunks of bread soaking in it, one bite, and the flavor was incredible. Huang Xiaoxiao could hardly believe what she was seeing. What the heck? These people were eating so well? The aroma of that soup was simply mouth-watering. In a place this cold, especially in this godforsaken wasteland, if you could have a steaming bowl of rich, tender mutton soup, that would be pure bliss. The members of Team 1 were sniffling as they caught whiffs of the delicious smell, swallowing their saliva over and over. Huang Xiaoxiao asked, what are we having for dinner? It's so late already. Look, the others have already started eating. The logistics crew just shrugged. We can't cook. All the vehicles have fuel issues, so there's no electricity. All we have are compressed biscuits and water. Once the cars are fixed, we can have some pan-fried synthetic meat. So, in the freezing snow, one group was eating compressed biscuits and drinking water, while the other was soaking bread in fragrant mutton soup. Normally, without a comparison, there's no harm. Team 1 often ate compressed biscuits too. Honestly, in the apocalypse, that was already pretty decent food. But now, seeing the so-called poor Team 2 eating even better than them, and with such an amazing smell. After finishing their biscuits with blank expressions, Team 1 actually felt even hungrier. They'd planned to set off as soon as the vehicles were fixed, but by midnight, the repairs still weren't done. The armored vehicles were all high-tech, with air conditioning and all sorts of amenities, but everything depended on gasoline. Of course, to prepare for emergencies, they'd brought generators to keep the vehicles running. But who the hell could have predicted that, with everything ready, the fuel would be the problem? They couldn't even generate electricity. Huang Xiaoxiao's uncle was getting older, and the constant shift between cold and hot made him come down with a fever and a cold. The inside of the car was like an ice cave, so they had to use an emergency vehicle converted to run on natural gas for heating. But those emergency supplies were limited, enough for just a few vehicles. Once they ran out, there'd be nothing left. And this was only the first day of the journey, and they were already dipping into their reserves. It was not a good feeling. Jingshu had already taken a nap, but she could still hear the commotion outside. She opened the window of the Green Giant and saw Huang Xiaoxiao standing there with her hands on her hips, yelling at people. And she wasn't yelling at just anyone, she was yelling at Secretary Xiao Wang. Jingshu couldn't let that slide. Next to her, Su Molly was sleeping so soundly she was almost drooling. Jingshu didn't disturb her. Instead, she bundled up in a thick cotton coat and down jacket, got out of the Green Giant, and walked a few dozen meters to the space between the two teams. She saw Xiao Wang smiling politely, looking every bit the cultured, well-mannered gentleman, but his words were perfunctory to the extreme. "Sorry, dear, but we only have so many tents in Team 2. If we squeeze in with you, our people won't sleep well and it'll affect the mission." "Yes, dear, there's really nothing I can do about it. No matter what you say, it won't change anything, sweetheart." Meanwhile, the cook was yawning, hugging a bug, and nearly falling asleep, completely ignoring Huang Xiaoxiao's frantic ranting, acting as if he hadn't heard or didn't know anything. Huang Xiaoxiao angrily pointed at Jingshu. "Is it you? Are you the one refusing on purpose? We're all here to complete the mission together, and now our vehicles are broken, the fuel's gone bad, and it's freezing cold. Are you just going to stand by and watch our people freeze to death out here?" "Oh. So that's what this was about." Jingshu was a little surprised and asked, "How long have you been fixing it? Still not done? That can't be right, can it?" Huang Xiaoxiao was annoyed. "Those useless idiots. Every time they say the car's fixed, but as soon as we use the fuel, it breaks down again. They say it's a fuel problem. No matter how many times they filter it, it still doesn't work." Jingshu thought to herself, so the problem is with those bugs in the gasoline? Huang Xiaoxiao continued, "We're not asking for charity. What do you want in exchange? We'll trade for some of your tents with floor heating." Of course, Huang Xiaoxiao's team had brought tents and all sorts of gear, but the problem was, in this god-awful weather, nearly -40 degrees, just sleeping in a regular tent outside would be a death sentence. The cars were already freezing inside, the gasoline was useless, and they couldn't even generate electricity. So, the oldest kind of fuel stove turned out to be the most practical. The worst part was, Huang Xiaoxiao had originally looked down on Team 2 for bringing those tents. She'd thought that in this kind of cold, sleeping in a tent would be suicide. But then one of her researchers, who was friends with someone on the other team, went inside and found out that their tents were warm and cozy, with floor heating and little stoves. You could even boil water and roast potatoes and sweet potatoes on the stove. Hearing all this made her both envious and bitter. She'd thought they were bumpkins, but it turned out they were loaded. Jingshu considered for a moment. "All right, don't say we're being heartless. You can sleep in our tents, 100 contribution points per person. If you're willing, just transfer the points to our team. If not..." Jingshu pointed at the dead tree branches in the distance. "Go chop some wood or scavenge for fuel yourselves." What? 100 contribution points? Why don't you just rob us?" Huang Xiaoxiao fumed, but Jingshu was unmoved. She stomped her foot. Fine, Jingshu, just you wait. Don't let me catch you slipping up." The natural gas would last a few more days, so tonight everyone would have to huddle inside. Once the cars were fixed and the fuel filtered, they wouldn't have to beg anymore. Jingshu slept until 10 o'clock. By then, breakfast at the second camp was ready. Chef Liang had made spicy hot and sour soup. The aroma was simply incredible, wafting for miles. A bowl of hot and sour soup, some fragrant pan-fried synthetic meat, and a whole grain pancake wrapped around fresh veggies. Absolutely delicious. Meanwhile, the people from the first team were starting to get restless. "When are our vehicles going to be fixed?" Huang Xiaoxiao gnawed on a rock-hard, dry compressed biscuit, took a sip of icy water, and shivered. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car door. Dr. Huang, Dr. Chu from the second team is calling us for a meeting. Meeting, what's with all these meetings? Who do they think they are? Why are we having a meeting so early in the morning? When are our vehicles going to be fixed? Huang Xiaoxiao grumbled irritably. Someone chimed in, they're in a big tent, and it's really warm in there. Huang Xiaoxiao's ears perked up. In that case, call everyone over so we can warm up too. Bring my uncle along. So, Huang Xiaoxiao led her group over to the tent to mooch some warmth. Honestly, comparing people just makes you angry. Their own team had brought all the luxury equipment. By rights, they should be in their armored vehicles, enjoying the cozy heating, working on research with all sorts of gear, poring over maps. Wasn't that what researchers were supposed to do? But now? The vehicles were broken down. It was a freezing winter. She hadn't slept all night. Her uncle had fallen ill, and she was left to hold everything together. Even the ability users had no good solutions. The second team's big tent was pitched under a huge boulder on the snowy mountain, sheltered from the wind. Inside, the stove was burning, and every member of the second team was cradling a bowl of steaming, fragrant soup. Dozens from the first team crowded in, making the tent a bit cramped. Everyone sat in a circle on the ground. Huang Xiaoxiao asked, "Did you guys discover something?" Xu Zhuohua handed over 2 reports. "We did find something. Take a look." Huang Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Would the second team really be so generous as to share their research findings? But as soon as she read the test report, her face darkened. She passed the report around to the rest of the first team. Xu Zhuohua sighed. At first glance, the snowmelt looks fine. But who would have thought it's actually full of insect eggs? Normally, nothing would happen, but for some reason, it reacts with petroleum-based fuels. So anywhere you burn fuel, those bugs will appear. The whole tent fell silent for a moment, then a chorus of exclamations broke out. "Dr. Chu, what did you say? The snow is actually insect eggs? Are you serious? Damn, I got too hot last night and even ate a bit of snow. Am I going to get parasitized? No way, right? The whole place is covered in snow. Don't tell me it's all insect eggs? Don't scare me." Jing Shu and Su Mali both swallowed hard. Yesterday, Su Mali had been bored while traveling and played with the snow, making snowballs. Now, thinking about how she'd been molding insect eggs with her hands, she felt sick. Jing Shu, on the other hand, wasn't scared. She was genuinely excited inside. Holy crap, if all this snow is insect eggs, and if they hatch and are related to new energy sources, how much would that be worth? This could be huge. Xu Zhuohua nodded gravely. Yes. We collected samples from several kilometers around. All the snow melt, after a special activation process, hatches bugs. We haven't figured out yet if these bugs are related to the dark new energy. Regardless, the challenges ahead will be tough. What we know for sure is that petroleum-based fuels trigger the hatching. As for other conditions, we're still not sure. But this is basically a ticking time bomb. We'll need a few days to study the bugs' characteristics and weaknesses after they mature, and to assess how much of a threat they pose to us. Su Mali was frozen in place. Even her soup didn't taste good anymore. Jing Shu patted her and whispered, "Exciting, isn't it? Thrilling, right?" Su Mali was on the verge of tears. Shu, this is too much excitement. If all the snow is bugs, I'm really scared." Unlike the first team shock, the second team's faces were even more grim, because they quickly realized the terrifying implication. So, if gasoline triggers the hatching, there's no way to filter it out of our fuel? That means our vehicles can't run. Aren't your armored vehicles advanced? Can't they run on electricity? But you still need electricity, right? Generators need fuel too. At this point, Wuyui pulled out another report. Yesterday, I caught some of the bugs from the fuel. I found that they grow very quickly in fuel. They seem to love it, maybe even feed on it. But after studying them, I found they can't reproduce. So where are all these eggs coming from? Everyone looked up at the sky. From the snow falling from the sky? With a smack, Huang Xiaoxiao slapped the report in her hand. Right now, we need to discuss how our first team is going to move forward. They'd really underestimated the situation. If they couldn't use fuel, the first team would have to abandon all their vehicles and equipment and proceed on foot. Wouldn't that mean going from a team as rich as a small nation to a bunch of beggars overnight? The faces of everyone in Team 1 were dark with frustration. If there was ever a case of man proposes, God disposes, this was it. No matter how well-prepared Team 1 was, no matter how fancy their equipment, this place was so bizarre that their fuel was completely useless. They'd anticipated thousands of possible problems, but never imagined they'd run into something like this. Shouldn't we try to figure something out? We have to bring our armored vehicles. Maybe there's another way? If only we had electricity. Exactly. There's all sorts of expensive equipment in our vehicles. Without it, how are we supposed to analyze the dark energy? And if we don't have the vehicles, what about our food, water, and weapons? Are we supposed to just leave everything behind? The members of Team 1 began a heated discussion. Xu Zhuhua knocked on the table. That's exactly why we called you here. You have 1 hour to decide what you're going to do. Either stay here and try to solve the fuel problem, or move forward and go deeper with us. In 1 hour, our team is moving on. If you want to talk about cooperation after that, it'll be too late. Of course, we won't just leave you to die. But don't expect us to come back and rescue you after we've already set out. Team 1 gritted their teeth. The situation was crystal clear. They could stay here and keep researching, hoping to find a way to use fuel. Maybe spend 10 days or so on it, by which time Team 2 would probably have solved the problem already. Or, they could abandon their equipment and weapons and go with Team 2. But from then on, Team 2 would be calling the shots, and Team 1 might not have much say in uncovering the secrets of this place. Just then, Dr. Huang, who'd been carried in, struggled to sit up and coughed weakly. Let's split up. I'll stay behind and work on getting the armored vehicles running in these conditions. Xiao, you take some people and go with Team 2. As for compensation, take our newest equipment and weapons. Use whatever you want. Or if there's anything else you want, just take it. How about that? Huang Xiao gritted her teeth. Isn't that just letting them take advantage of us? Yang and Xu Zhuhua exchanged glances, as if considering something. At that moment, Jin Nantian said, "We don't need your weapons, but you can take whatever other supplies you want." Xu Zhuhua nodded and turned to Jing Shu. "You decide what we should take. After all, we'll need the bugs or the green giants to carry it." The members of Team 2 nodded. They all relied on the bugs for transport. Without them, they'd be worse off than Team 1. Jing Shu nodded as well. If there's a chance to get some perks, why not take it? She waved her hand, and Xiao Wang produced a price list. All right, but you'll need to pay contribution points for food, shelter, and other necessities. If you're not willing, you're free to explore on your own and not follow us. Huang Xiao grabbed the handwritten list and read it aloud. Meals, 20 contribution points each. Water, 10 points per day. Sleeping, 100 points per night. Extra living supplies and rescue services are extra. In short, everything costs money, well, contribution points. Their daily minimum for this mission was only 200 contribution points. So they'd have to spend all of it just to get by? Huang Xiao snapped. Aren't you going too far? We already said you could take whatever you want from us. Why do we still have to pay contribution points just to come along? Jing Shu shrugged. Then just bring your own supplies and don't use ours. Food and water are precious these days, and cooked food is even more valuable. Or you could bring your own fuel. Wasn't that obvious? The whole reason they wanted to go with Team 2 was because they had ways to make do with primitive resources. Team 1 hadn't brought gasoline, just coal and natural gas, but in this hellish weather, even an Iron Man would freeze to death. Without proper insulation, survival was impossible. Huang Xiaoxiao's uncle coughed again. Contribution points are a small matter. Let's focus on the bigger picture. And so, the matter was settled. Team 1 split into 2 groups. One stayed behind to try to find a way to use fuel, since their heavily armed vehicles and supplies couldn't move without it. The other group, led by Huang Xiao, took some equipment and supplies and joined Team 2 to continue forward. Since they could take things, of course they picked the most valuable. Jingshu chose a set of equipment from an armored vehicle and a supply truck. Huang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. You can't even drive those vehicles. Why take them? Jingshu snapped her fingers, and some gastropod bugs and green giants easily lifted the two vehicles and carried them away. If you didn't look closely, you'd think the armored vehicles were moving on their own. Huang Xiaoxiao's jaw dropped. You can do that? Once Jingshu finished picking out supplies, the main group packed up and moved on, while Jin Nantian led people to scout the surrounding area. The walkie-talkies crackled with regular updates from the various teams, which was both reassuring and comforting. Huang Xiaoxiao's group of 8, 2 researchers, 3 ability users, and 3 logistics staff, crowded into a tent strapped to the backs of 2 bugs and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit bumpy, like riding a horse, but the tent was warm and cozy, with thick blankets, a sealed heater, and even underfloor heating. Pulling back the flap, they could see the gray, snowy mountains outside and the bug convoy marching on. After spending a whole day in the freezing cold, a tent with a heater and access to hot water had become incredibly precious. They'd heard before that Wuching was cold, supposedly -40 or even -50 degrees, but those were just numbers. Back in the imperial capital, even -20 was enough to freeze your hands off. Now, they couldn't imagine how the people of Wuching managed to survive in weather colder than -50 degrees. Huang Xiaoxiao took a cup of hot water from the stove and gulped it down, feeling life return to her body. It was just too cold outside. She muttered, once we crack the energy source of this snowy mountain, we'll show them. The others chimed in, yeah, charging us so many contribution points for just a little water. So, what are we supposed to do now? Yeah, what could they do? There were only 8 of them. Were they supposed to fight the entire second team for supplies? Honestly, their boss had sent them here to keep an eye on things. Everyone knew it, even if no one said it out loud. Huang Xiaoxiao frowned. We really need to think this through. We have to make ourselves useful. She spent the whole afternoon scheming, looking all fired up, when suddenly, the crawler vehicle stopped so abruptly that everyone nearly fell over. Just as they were about to complain, the walkie-talkie crackled. Dinner time. Everybody come down, set up camp, and eat. Outside the tent, Master Liang from logistics had already prepared dinner. Simple cornmeal porridge with fried eggs, and some kind of flatbread with scallions and a sprinkle of sesame seeds. The smell alone was enough to make their mouths water. And the best part? All you could eat. Everyone got a huge bowl of cornmeal porridge. Who knew how long it had been simmering, but it was thick, fragrant, and sweet, with a smooth texture, no need to chew at all. 10 contribution points for this meal. It didn't seem that expensive after all. By the time the 8 of them realized it, Huang Xiaoxiao was already on her 3rd bowl, wiping cornmeal from the corner of her mouth and nearly licking her fingers. One of the ability users licked his bowl and asked, so, are we still going through with our plan? Maybe we should wait and see a bit longer? After all, they should at least enjoy a few more meals like this. All right, no rush. Huang Xiaoxiao patted her stomach. In all the years since the apocalypse, she hadn't eaten anything this tasty. It wasn't that the ingredients were precious, but the cook had managed to turn simple food into something so delicious. It was truly impressive. This second team was really full of hidden talents. Burp asterisk. That night, everyone in the second team slept unusually well. The tent was warm, their bellies were full. It didn't feel like they were out on a mission at all, more like they were on vacation. When they woke up naturally the next morning, there was another hearty breakfast waiting. There was even pineapple from Xuan, just a small piece, but its sweet and sour taste was refreshing. There was also unlimited soy milk and tofu pudding, with both sweet and savory options, and even spicy pickled vegetables, so everyone's regional preferences were covered. No north-south breakfast wars here. So, Huang Xiaoxiao's plan got postponed again. There was no helping it. The food here was just too good. Days passed 10, 15, and Huang Xiaoxiao had even gained 3 pounds. This can't go on. We have to start the plan, or we'll all go soft. Huang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. But today, the rabbit they used for the experiment died. They said they're making spicy rabbit stew tonight. Spicy rabbit stew? Gulp. Huang Xiaoxiao felt a pang in her chest. Why did the second team eat so well? She closed her eyes. Fine, but this is the last time. That evening, the aroma of spicy rabbit stew perked everyone up. They'd been traveling for over 10 days, surrounded by endless snow and mountains, not a building in sight. If it weren't for the food keeping their spirits up, they'd have died of boredom long ago. At the same time, they could see that the second team was about to reach the true heart of the mountains, while the first team was still stuck at the starting point. The difference was staggering. No matter what, they had to act tonight. This smells amazing. I know, right? Who knew spicy rabbit stew could taste this good? The sauce with rice is just perfect. I feel like I haven't eaten anything this delicious in decades. No, this is the best food I've ever had. As they chatted about the food, completely forgetting their original purpose, Yang spoke up. Ahem, let's have a meeting while we eat. Everyone kept their heads down, slurping up rabbit stew. Sure, go ahead. We're all bored out of our minds. When are we finally going to reach the heart of the mountains? The experienced one piped up. Are we stuck in some kind of endless loop again? No matter how far we go, we never get out of the secret realm. Yang's eyes were watering from the spice. After 2 sips of rabbit soup, he finally said, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is the path we've been taking is real. There's no endless loop in these mountains, so we won't get lost. And the bad news? The bad news is, although we've been walking the right path and haven't gotten lost, this place is basically a map that's been magnified dozens of times. So we'll probably be walking for a long time. Yang sighed. Back when they were stuck in a looping path and couldn't get out, at least there were ways to break the cycle. But now, they just had to trudge along through a map that was dozens of times larger than normal. I was just thinking, at the pace we've been going these past few days, we must have walked thousands of kilometers by now. If that's true, we'd have crossed all of China, but we still haven't even made it out of the Tian Shan Mountains. So this is what the world's interlayer is like? Isn't it way too huge? So, how much longer do we have to keep walking? Yang nodded at Tank, who'd asked the question. Good question. The problem is, I have no idea how much longer we'll have to walk, either. Everyone. It felt like he'd said a whole lot of nothing. Yang cleared his throat again. But right now, we have a serious problem. The rabbit died, you all know that, right? No kidding. Everyone looked at the rabbit in the pot and nodded. If the rabbit hadn't died, they wouldn't even have anything to eat. And the rabbit sure smelled good. Yang licked his fingers and continued, but do you all know how the rabbit died? Everyone shook their heads. Yang said seriously, gas poisoning. Air poisoning. What? As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly lost their appetite for the rabbit meat in their hands. You mean there's toxic gas here? What are we supposed to do? Yang sighed. Right now, the air has too much oxygen, and it's mixed with methane, carbon monoxide, and other gases. For now, it's not a big problem for us humans, but soon, not only will the rabbits die, the goats and the cow we brought along will die too. What? So does that mean we'll have mutton and beef next? Oh, come on, is this really the time to be thinking about that? There's poison in the air. Yang shrugged. It's not exactly poison. Sigh, looks like you guys still don't realize how serious this is. Everyone nodded. Just hearing about it, it was hard to grasp how bad the situation was. So Yang said, let me put it another way. We're currently in an environment with an extremely high concentration of natural gas. And the weird thing is, the oxygen content is also super high. If you don't know what that means, let me ask you. You all have gas tanks at home, right? You know what happens when a gas tank explodes? You know how natural gas ignites instantly? You know oxygen feeds combustion, right? The more Yang spoke, the more serious everyone's expressions became. Finally, someone caught on. So, what you're saying is, we're basically inside a gigantic gas tank right now, is that it? Yang snapped his fingers. Exactly. We're inside a gas tank. For now, things are relatively stable, but look at this. He struck a match. And then whoosh! The match flared up like an explosion, instantly bursting into a 1-meter fireball. Yang tossed it away. Keep in mind, they were in the snowy mountains at -50 degrees Celsius, yet the match burned like crazy, and in the air, it formed a bizarre chain of fire. Balls of fire crackled and burned in the air, occasionally exploding. Boom! A huge bang. One of the fireballs exploded several meters away, blasting a deep hole in the snow. From inside, swarms of tiny black bugs crawled out, wriggling everywhere. The whole snowy mountain world seemed to come alive, and in this eerily silent environment, it was even more unsettling. What the hell is going on? The amount of natural gas in the air is insane. I've been smelling gas for days now. Holy crap, this is terrifying. Yang nodded. That's the situation you're seeing now. On the bright side, we've found a massive energy source. At least Wuching probably won't be short on energy in the future. But the higher-ups will definitely reserve 90% of the mining rights for future generations. The bad news is we're inside a gas tank. It's extremely dangerous. One wrong move and we could blow up. And the deeper we go, the higher the concentration gets. So today we'll rest, cook all the raw food, and from now on, no more open flames. As Yang was saying all this, Jingshu's expression turned odd. Inside a gas tank, scary? Definitely. So, out of fear, she summoned her cube space to see if there was anything useful. And guess what? She discovered a huge secret. She found that her cube space could simulate a vacuum. Within its range, she could instantly suck up all the air. She wasn't sure what use these gases would be, but as a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, she did know one thing. Without oxygen, fire can't burn. So in an emergency, she could instantly create a vacuum around herself to stop any fire or explosion, keeping herself safe. But hey, she was curious what she could do with all these gases, so she planned to collect more. Maybe they'd come in handy? However, Jingshu glanced at Sumali. This new energy source might really be connected to fuel and petroleum. Sumali was probably going to make another fortune this time. No matter how you looked at it, the cube space had surprised her once again. Even trapped inside this gas tank, Jingshu now had some means to protect herself. Jingshu had even run specific experiments. She ignited gas around herself, and when she drew all the air out in the midst of the blazing fire, the flames around her naturally disappeared. Of course, this cube space couldn't absorb air from the outside world, but it could take in air from here. There was no doubt about it. It had to be related to the dark new energy. So, there must be a large amount of new energy in these snowy mountains, and it was somehow connected to oil and natural gas. After Yang finished discussing this matter, he brought up the situation with the first team. As things stand, petroleum-based fuels are unusable. Your first team is still at the entrance. What are your plans? Everyone turned to look at the members of the first squad. The spicy rabbit cubes in Huang Xiaoxiao's hand suddenly lost their flavor. Of course, they had a plan. Their original idea was to make sure the second team didn't get their hands on anything, to sabotage the second team's plans and buy time, so their own team could win the mining rights. But now, that plan seemed laughable, because it looked like no matter what, fuel couldn't be used here. So, the first team had to either abandon their armored vehicles and travel light, or stay put with the vehicles and try to figure something out. But here's the problem. If they abandoned the vehicles, they'd have no equipment to crack the new energy issue. So, the first team was basically at a dead end. Huang Xiaoxiao and her teammates exchanged uneasy glances. She finally coughed and said, "We have some ability users in our team who can pull the armored vehicles. It's slower, but they've already taken another route." The second team gasped. Wasn't this just treating people like beasts of burden? But then again, weren't they all still working diligently at the end of the world? Weren't they beasts of burden too? Any sense of superiority vanished in an instant. Yang nodded. You can all see the situation now. Our lives are in danger at any moment. Don't try to trip each other up, or we could all be wiped out. Huang Xiaoxiao forced a smile. Of course. We should all work together now. We definitely won't do anything bad. There were only a dozen or so rabbits, and with so many people sharing, even licking their fingers, no one got much, though they did eat a lot of rice mixed with the sauce. After dinner, they set up camp. Huang Xiaoxiao led her team back to their small tent. Dr. Huang, are we still going through with the plan? Still go through with it after all this? I don't think it's possible anymore. But for now, the second team probably can't crack the new energy problem either. Let's wait and see. Sigh, what's there to see? In half a month, I've spent over 2,000 contribution points, more than I earn in a month of work. Tell me about it. But the food here is just too good. I really can't bear to leave. Let's just forget about that plan. Huang Xiaoxiao frowned and sighed. Right now, we're all in the same boat as the second team. If they go down, so do we. I've already contacted my uncle and told him to hurry over. The rest, we'll wait until he gets here. Things had already spiraled beyond Huang Xiaoxiao's control, completely different from what she'd expected. She couldn't shake her unease. Let's just hope nothing bad happens. No sooner had she spoken than the snowy mountain outside began to shake, the whole ground trembling violently. Quick, go see what's happening. In fact, there was no need for any ability users to go out and check. The whole earth was shaking. When Huang Xiaoxiao opened the tent, she saw a shocking sight. The snowy mountain looked like a merciless giant mouth, swallowing everything around it. The snow on the mountain tumbled down in an avalanche, rolling furiously. In just a few dozen seconds, everything in sight was buried. A piercing alarm sounded. It all happened too fast. Jingxu was still in her pajamas, having a late-night snack with Su Molly inside the Hulk's body, getting ready for bed. Just a second ago, Su Molly had sighed, "Ah Shu, I hope this time everything goes smoothly, that we find that comrade Xie you mentioned, and uncover the key information here." She had barely finished speaking when the avalanche struck. The overwhelming snow instantly buried the Hulk. Jingxu's hand, which was on her space, loosened for a couple of seconds. She could have absorbed all the snow covering them into her space, which would have saved the Hulk. But her space would be exposed. After all, there were other ability users like Jin Nantian nearby. Jin Nanshan's surroundings glowed, and he and the other ability users formed a line, protecting everyone in a vacuum. It looked dangerous, but in reality, they were bearing the brunt of the pressure. Thinking it over, Jingxu had the Hulk cover even more ground, letting the avalanche swallow them completely. Everything around seemed to be sinking. It was as if these gluttonous jaws were sending them somewhere strange. Underground. After the snow melted, she could hear the sound of running water. Then, Jingxu heard some voices. Looks like the monthly avalanche has sent another batch of people down. Could this be the second rescue team from Witching? Oh no, we're screwed. This second rescue team came here for nothing. Looks like we're all going to be trapped down here together. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know if they brought enough supplies. We're all starving to death. As one weak voice after another echoed through the darkness, Jingxu's mind was racing. Wait, what? No way. Seriously? Not even the wildest scriptwriter would dare write something like this. Could this really be the army from Witching that got trapped here months ago? And they just stumbled upon them without even trying? Does Su Molly have a magic mouth or something? This is literally the definition of search high and low only to find it effortlessly. Jingxu and her team had been searching for ages with no luck, and it turns out these people were buried right beneath their feet. No wonder they couldn't find them. As the rumbling died down, a strange, squelching sound of sticky slime echoed around them, and then everything fell silent. The team gradually recovered from their shock. Jingxu switched on her high-powered flashlight, instantly illuminating the pitch-black cave. Around them, the cave walls revealed shadowy figures whose faces couldn't be made out, only pairs of eyes and big white teeth flashing when they smiled. Their bodies and faces were covered in a thick, black, foul-smelling grime, as if they'd been swimming in coal tar. Whoa, that scared the hell out of me. Su Molly almost mistook them for monsters. What the heck is up with these people? The crowd started to get restless again. Jin Nantian withdrew his powers and stepped forward, steady as ever. What's going on? Did we just stumble upon the people trapped from Witching? Jingxu nodded. The good news is, we've probably found the people we were looking for. The bad news is, it looks like we're trapped too. Anyway, let's settle down and figure out what's going on. The others couldn't see clearly in the darkness, but Jingshu could see everything, and damn. She patted the green giant, passing on a message. The green giant transformed into a tall utility pole, holding the flashlight high above to shine light from above. Only then did everyone get a clear look at their surroundings, and they all gasped. If the outside world was an endless, hopeless expanse of snowy mountains, then this place was a cramped, suffocating cave. The walls were slick and covered in pitch-black, nauseating goo. The people surviving here looked like they'd been dredged out of an oil spill, completely black from head to toe. Is this the heart of the dark energy zone? Did we just stumble right into the innermost area? This is amazing. That was way too easy. Is all this black stuff dark energy? Does that mean we've struck it rich? Wait, did you all forget? The snowy mountains outside are full of insect eggs. If this is the core, doesn't that mean everything here is also insect eggs? While everyone was arguing, Jingshu took out a flatbread and handed it to the unlucky survivors. All right, tell us. Who are you? Where is this place, and what's going on? Seeing the unfamiliar bread, the group snatched it up and devoured it hungrily. We're doomed. We're all going to die here. None of us will make it out alive. Are you the rescue team sent to save us? It's no use. No matter how many come, no one gets out. We're all trapped here for life. Jin Nantian frowned. Tell us what's going on first. Leave the rest to us. Jingshu chimed in. Start from the beginning. Tell us everything you know. 2 more pieces of bread for each of you. The easygoing mood among the yellow-toothed survivors vanished instantly. Clearly, there was a lot more to this story. Their eyes lit up at the mention of more food. One man, so black you could only see his eyes and teeth, took a few big bites of bread before finally speaking. We're original residents of Wuching. Back during the Great Migration 2 years ago, our village, Kingshui, joined the move to Wuching. But just as we were about to leave, the dried-up Qingshui River suddenly flooded with black water. We got trapped, but luckily we had enough food and survived 2 days on our rooftops. Another quickly continued. That's when Brother Xia and 2 others from above came to rescue us. The flood receded, and we thought we were saved. But then the ground collapsed and swallowed us up. We thought we were dead, but we ended up here in this cave. The first man added, this cave is hell. It's wet, reeks of black water and sticky stuff everywhere. We thought we'd die here, but every month, a bunch of stuff tumbles in, sometimes garbage, sometimes weird animals or rotting things, and sometimes even people. Yeah, after we survived here for a few months, another rescue team dropped in. Yeah, 3 months ago, yet another rescue team showed up. Jingshu frowned. Even if stuff falls in every month, how do you survive? Do you just eat the garbage? One of them grinned sheepishly, then scraped a lump of black stuff off the wall. Stuff only falls in once a month. There's barely anything to eat. When we're starving, we eat whatever we can find, even this stuff. For water, we drink the black water on the ground. We're so hungry, we'll eat anything. What? Eat this black stuff? You're saying this is edible. Come on, what's the difference between eating this and eating shit? Jingshu's teammates were all shocked. Sure, after so many years of the apocalypse, they'd seen their share of hardship, people eating bugs, corpse worms, even maggots bred in dung. But at least those things, with enough sauce, could be choked down. But this lump of what looked like rotting, stinking acidic sludge. Jingshu's lips twitched. If she had to describe it, it was like half-digested vomit straight from the stomach. Well, whatever, it's the apocalypse. Nothing's off the table anymore. The man just grinned. When you're starving to death, this is the only thing you can eat. If you ever get that hungry, you'll eat even more than we do. Besides, well, you'll see in a few days. He didn't explain what he meant, but Jingshu frowned, realizing this cave might not be as simple as she'd thought. She'd wanted to pat the young man on the shoulder, but seeing the black, sticky goo all over him, she changed her mind and handed him a flatbread instead. Don't worry, our rescue team is here now. You won't have to eat this stuff anymore. By the way, what are your names? One of the men wolfed down the bread, shaking his head and muttering, "Not enough. No matter how much, it's never enough." Another man shot his clueless companion a look, then smiled at them. "Just call me Ailiong, and he's Aishan." Jin Nantian, seeing they'd gotten the gist of the situation, said, "Take us to where you live. We'd like to meet this brother Xie you mentioned." Big Yellowteeth directed Situ Xiue and the others to gather up their scattered supplies. He patted his chest and said, "Good thing when we fell down here, all our supplies came with us. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble." Everyone nodded in agreement. After seeing what months in this place had done to people half human, half ghost, they all shuddered. If their supplies hadn't fallen with them, things would have been dire. They loaded up the supplies, along with the giant gastropod Jing Shu had brought and her personal asset, the green giant. Jing Shu quietly took stock. This was why she could stay so calm and confident. With all these supplies, dead or alive, even without a water source, they could last everyone 8 or 10 years. And that was just the supplies out in the open, not counting what she had in her space. Ailiong and Aishan climbed onto the giant gastropod, both stunned. Ailiong stroked the massive creature, practically drooling. "Wow, can you eat this thing? You guys brought so much stuff. This could feed us for months. Kid, with all this, we could eat for 10 years, no problem." "Months? Even if everyone here was a glutton, we couldn't finish it all," Big Yellowteeth said, clicking his tongue and handing them water bottles. Both men gulped. Ailiong grabbed the water and chugged it, nearly bursting into tears. "It's been so long since we've had clean water. But you should drink it quickly otherwise." Aishan, lips cracked and dry, hugged his bottle but didn't drink. He said coolly, "We're not gluttons, but these supplies might not last as long as you think. In a few days, you'll understand." "It's hard to explain." Jing Shu frowned. Soon enough, she understood what Ailiong and Aishan meant about the supplies not lasting long. A dank, rotten kerosene smell filled the cave, the rocks oozing black grease here and there. It was cramped and suffocating, the air so thin it was hard to breathe. Drip, drip. Some black, unknown liquid dripped onto Jing Shu, sticky and slick, like the saliva of some monster, utterly disgusting. Without a word, Jing Shu put on her raincoat. She was about to hand one to Sumali, only to realize Sumali was perfectly clean. Jing Shu, Why was she even worried about Sumali? "Look, up ahead, that's our Chishui village base," Ailiong called. Everyone looked and their faces darkened. Honestly, the journey here had already been enough to make them sick with the harsh living conditions. They'd hoped the base would be better, but it turned out to be like an ant nest, twisting, cramped, and packed with people in every hole. From a distance, it looked like people soaking in a pool of slime. Ugh. You actually sleep in there? How do you even go to the bathroom in a place this cramped? There can't be a toilet in here, right? Even Jin Nantian and Tank, who had been calm until now, couldn't help their eyes twitching. They'd seen rough conditions before, but nothing like this. Ailiong, however, shouted excitedly, waking the cave's zombie-like inhabitants, the rescue team's here. They brought tons of food. "Get up, everyone." His shout roused everyone in the cave. Some looked dazed, some confused, but a few jumped up and ran over. In no time, over 100 people, looking like they'd been dredged from an oil well, crowded around, their numb, hopeless eyes finally showing a glimmer of life. Jin Nantian gave Jing Shu a look. She nodded and told Big Yellowteeth, "You handle settling these survivors. They haven't eaten properly in a long time, so start with something easy to digest. As for daily supplies, use your judgment. But remember, our supplies are our last resort, keep a close eye on them. To prevent theft or looting." Big Yellowteeth grinned. "Leave it to me. Don't worry, I know all about how a bowl of rice can cause trouble. 1 bowl, 1 point, if you don't have points, you owe me." They could pay it back slowly later, there were plenty of ways to do that. After all, in this apocalypse, there was no such thing as a free lunch. You had to squeeze out every last bit of value. Hearing that the food wasn't free, everyone finally relaxed. If the food really had been given out for nothing, they would have suspected some kind of plot. So, Big Yellow Teeth quickly took out his little notebook, recording exactly how much was given out, who took how much, and how many points they owed. With that, there would be more free labor in the future. The atmosphere was lively, almost like New Year's. Big Yellow Teeth took charge of settling the refugees, while Jun Nantian, Jing Shu, and the others, led by Ailiang and Aishan, continued deeper into the heart of the area. The further they went, the thicker the viscous liquid became, almost pouring down like rain. Tank, the tall guy, looked especially cramped in such a narrow space. He hunched over, covering his mouth, and asked, "It smells so bad in here." "It's clearly better outside. Why is Brother Xia all the way in here?" And the deeper we go, the more it feels like something's being sucked out of me. Ailiang's eyes glinted with a strange light. Because Brother Xia is different from the rest. Don't be surprised when you see him. And you're right, if you stay here long, it really does feel like all your strength and energy are being drained. We just ate an hour ago, but now I'm already hungry again. This place was truly bizarre. The usually silent Aishan added, "It's like you can never get full." The group exchanged glances, understanding passing silently between them. So it was true, Brother Xia must have mutated, gained some special ability, and was forced to stay in this dark, damp place. But never full? Jing Shu frowned, deep in thought. Beep 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 beep. Everyone turned to look at the device on Tank's back. The numbers on the display were climbing rapidly, until a string of characters appeared and it finally stopped. Holy crap, the dark new energy here is off the charts? It's really maxed out? Am I seeing this right? We've been searching for days and couldn't find any dark energy, and now it's just overflowing everywhere around us? In fact, even without anyone saying anything or Tank's device, Jing Shu had felt it as soon as she entered. The space itself seemed to be rejoicing. Who would have thought? We searched high and low up there, worked ourselves to the bone, and found nothing. Turns out, all the dark energy was hidden down here. Their pace quickened, despite the darkness, dampness, and nauseating stench. Even Tank didn't mind anymore. Soon, they reached Brother Xia's location. At the deepest part below, there was a pool filled with smoking black sludge, the stench so strong it stung their eyes. It was a massive pool. Behind the pool was a deep, seemingly endless cesspit. It looked like a sea of oil. Bubbles gurgled up from the sticky pool. And in the pool, a man was lying. At first glance, he looked like a man taking a bath, only his upper body exposed, leaning back in the pool with his head tilted up, lost in thought. Su Mali muttered, "He doesn't look that different." But to be able to stay in a pool this foul, that's impressive. Tank's device had already been switched off. It had maxed out and couldn't register anything as soon as they entered. Jin Nantian narrowed his eyes at the pool of black sludge, his usually cool voice tinged with excitement. "What's in these pools must be the dark new energy, right?" Everyone nodded excitedly. It was obvious. Jing Shu could feel the excited molecules in her body. Even breathing seemed to fill her with endless dark energy. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. This place was saturated with dark energy to a terrifying degree. The power of her spatial ability was stirring, eager to absorb energy and level up. She'd been wondering why the people of Witching had migrated all the way to the South Sea, settled so well, and then, despite the acid rain and even tornadoes by the coast, decided to move all the way back to Wuching. In this life, she'd put so much effort into her plans in the South Sea, thinking that even with acid rain and other disasters, they could manage. But now, she suddenly understood why the tyrant in her previous life had moved everyone back. There was a whole mountain of gold hidden beneath Wuching. Why wouldn't you come back to guard it? With so much dark new energy, it seemed the entire underground coal and oil reserves had mutated into new energy. Goodness, the people of Witching had gone from refugees to instant oil tycoons. Well, maybe not quite. If everyone really was that rich, why did she have such a hard time in her previous life? And with so much new energy discovered, this was unlike anything before. Most of it must have been carved up back then. What was coming next would probably be another bloody struggle. Still, discovering so much new energy was a huge boon. First, they had to get through the current crisis. All our hard work has paid off. This is amazing. We've found so much new energy. We've more than completed our mission. Haha, our group really hit the jackpot. The other team hasn't even made it in yet. They're still stuck outside. Thinking of this, everyone had mixed feelings. The other team had come in fully armed with equipment, acting like Wuching's new energy was already in their pockets, so confident and superior. But now, well, it had been 2 months and they were still stuck outside. They must be going crazy out there by now. Brother Xia, wake up. Rescue's here. We're saved. And they brought tons of food. Rumble. The man opened his eyes as if turning over. The movement sent black liquid splashing out of the pool. Rescue finally came? I thought I'd be lying here forever. The man turned around, as if he'd just woken up. His eyes weren't fully open yet, and he squinted, trying to get a closer look at his rescuers. He could only hope that this time, he wouldn't be disappointed. He looks like a perfectly normal person, Jing Shu started to say, but her words caught in her throat. From behind the pool, he had seemed like a normal person. But as the man drew closer and taller, everyone realized something was off. The man only had half a body left? Only his head and chest remained. Where was the rest of him? Su Mali let out a scream. Is he even human? How can someone survive with only half a body? How is he alive in the water like that? Aoyang scratched his head. Don't be scared. Our brother Xia is just a tiny bit different. A tiny bit? Other than having a head, you could say nothing else about him is human. The man coughed. Who said I only have half a body? Isn't all this in the pool my body too? As if to prove his point, blobs of black, sticky goo gathered together, forming the shape of a body, even thoughtfully shaping a hand. But the hand just stuck together and wouldn't separate. Sorry, this hand doesn't really listen to me. As you can see, it's a bit difficult for me to do anything right now. The man gave an awkward smile, easing the tense atmosphere. Well, at least most of the new humans have bodies. Even if Xiaowei's lower half is insectoid, it's still a body. But this guy? His whole body is made of black goo? Trying to be Venom? Except he doesn't have Venom's powers, he's more like a big pile of slug slime. Comrade, are you Xia Jiangwo, the one who went missing 2 years ago? Jing Shu asked directly. No matter what kind of energy was here, she had another purpose for coming, to help Grandma Xia find her missing youngest son. The man's expression flickered, and then he grew excited. Yes, that's me. Are you here to rescue me? Someone still remembers Xia Jiangwo? I heard everyone in Wuching had already relocated to the South Sea. How come someone still remembers me? Is someone looking for me? Xia Jiangwo had a vague guess, but he didn't dare hope. He couldn't believe his own family, just honest, ordinary people with no power or influence, could have sent a rescue team just for him. Yes, your mother found us and asked us to look for you. A few months ago, the rescue team we sent disappeared nearby. You're lucky because we discovered a large amount of dark energy here. This time our rescue team is stronger than ever. We're not just here to save everyone trapped, but also to investigate the underground dark energy. Jing Shu briefly explained the situation. In her previous life, Wuching wouldn't have been excavated for another year or two, and Xia Jiangwo would have suffered much longer. But this time, her early intervention had changed everything. My mother found you? She's still alive? Where is she now? Wait, you said my mother found you. Xia Jiangwo scrutinized Jing Shu in the crowd. He could sense that this woman was extraordinary. Maybe others couldn't feel it, but he could. She had the most intense dark energy of anyone here, like a black hole sucking in the surrounding darkness. He hesitated. My mother is just an ordinary person. How could she know people like you? My grandma and your mother are from the same village. They grew up together. Jing Shu then gave the name of the village, her grandma's name, and described how Grandma Xia's family was doing in the South Sea, as well as the coincidence that led her to send a rescue team to Wuching, which then disappeared. Xia Jiangwo immediately believed her. I know Anding. She and my mother were always together when we were kids. That's great, they're all alive, that's wonderful. So it matches up, that's good. Jing Shu nodded at Zhen Nantian. Jin Nantian let out a long breath. With this unpredictable mutant settled, the rest would be much easier. Comrade Xia, your family is living well in the South Sea. Please cooperate with us so we can all leave this place together. Xia Zhangwo hesitated for a moment. I just have one last question. You've seen what I look like now. Will the authorities dissect me for research? What will you do with me once I get out? Before the rescue team came, he just wanted someone to save him. He didn't want to stay in this dark, hopeless place. But now that the team was actually here, and so powerful, clearly interested in the dark energy in his body, he wasn't sure what to expect. Jin Nantian gestured for Jing Shu to answer. It was clear Xia Zhangwo trusted her more than anyone else, since they had some connection. Jing Shu smiled. If I tell you too much now, you'll just be suspicious. Let me show you some photos and videos of me and my new human friends. Oh, by the way, new humans is the official term for people who have mutated after fusing with dark energy. She sent over some pictures and videos of herself, Xiao Wei, Zheng Lang, and others. These are all new humans? So I'm not the only one. Xia Zhangwo instantly relaxed. Jing Shu nodded. Don't worry. The authorities are very lenient with new humans who are loyal to the country. If you join, you'll even get an official position. If you have other plans, they won't make things difficult for you either. All right, I'll cooperate. But I don't think getting out of here will be that easy. Xia Zhangwo seemed to come alive again. Before, he'd just been numb, waiting to die. But now that he knew his family was alive and he wouldn't be dissected, he was much more motivated to survive, even if his appearance might scare them. But nothing was more important than letting his family know he was alive. Yang took out a map and pointed to the center of the mountain range. We were originally in the Tian Shan Mountains, but an avalanche swept us and everything else down here. So we're underground now? Based on your experience, do you have any ideas about our current location? Did you ever try to escape? Xia Zhangwo studied the map and said, from what I've seen after being here so long, this place has a dragon's turn once a month. Everything above gets sent down, like the place is eating, then digests it quickly. That's the only time there's something like an exit. The rest of the time, it's like a sealed stomach, no way out at all. So you're saying the only exit is during the monthly dragon's turn? At least that's how it feels to me. I've tried before during normal times, but there's never even the slightest chance. Only during the monthly Earth Dragon's turn does a huge hole appear at the very top. But that hole is at least 200 or 300 meters above us. There's no way we can climb up there, and even if we did, the Earth Dragon's movement would shake us right back down. Jing Shu frowned, feeling that things were getting tricky. If they could just climb up and wait at the exit in advance, it would be simple. But according to Xia Zhangwo, even if they climbed up ahead of time, when the Earth Dragon turned, everything would be sent tumbling back down. Unless they could rush out in the exact instant the hole opened. Big Yellow Teeth exclaimed, so you mean, we'd have to fly out the moment that hole opens? If we don't make it, we'll just get thrown back down again. Xia Zhangwo nodded, even offering a helpful analogy, exactly. If you think of this place as a monster, then we're in its stomach, being digested. It's pitch dark, filled with black slime, and no matter where you are, stomach acid drips everywhere. Our only chance is once a month, when the monster eats, then we can try to escape through its mouth. With that explanation, everyone immediately understood a lot more. Yang pondered, quickly sketching out a diagram based on Xia Zhangwo's description. If it's just 1 or 2 people, maybe it's possible to get out in that instant. But we have hundreds of people, plus tons of supplies and equipment. There's no way we can all fly out at once. Tank scratched his head. Then maybe the captain and a few others could go first and call for help? Yang rolled his eyes. Call for help from who? They're already the top force in China. Are they supposed to call in the main army? Should we blow up this dark energy, or just send more people to die? Remember what our mission is. Big Yellow Teeth smacked Tank on the head. You big lug, all brawn and no brains. If the captain gets out, who's he going to ask for help? Another team scientist? Hand over all our resources to them? Don't forget, our main goal here is to figure out this black dark energy and recover it. Tank finally understood. There were plenty of factions outside, all watching and waiting for news so they could swoop in and take a share. If they couldn't complete the mission, the dark energy of witching might end up divided among others. Jingshu rested her chin on her hand, pointing at Yang Yang's drawing, and suddenly said, "Since you're comparing this thing to a monster that eats every month and then dumps out a bunch of stuff, well, if it eats so much, it's gotta poop, right? Why don't we just escape through its butt?" Silence. Everyone was stunned for 3 seconds. Yang Yang looked at Jingshu with a complicated expression. "As expected of you, Jingshu." Ahem. Xia Jiangwo coughed a few times. "Well, you're not wrong. As long as we can get out, it doesn't really matter where. But I've been here a long time and I've never seen this thing poop or expel any waste. This place is a completely sealed stomach." Jingshu. "Maybe there is a way out, you just haven't noticed it. Since we're here, let's look for it. We'll make this Plan B. Plan A is to try and get out through the hole above, and Plan B is to find this so-called exit for waste." Yang Yang nodded. "Sounds good. And let's add a Plan C. Figure out what this dark energy is for. Chew, that'll be your main job. If we understand its purpose, maybe we'll see things from a new angle." Chu Zhuohua and his team, along with Huang Xiaoxiao's group, were still outside. It wasn't that they didn't want to come in, but as soon as they saw the black slime at the entrance, they got excited and started running experiments. For researchers, nothing is more thrilling than an entire cave full of dark energy. It was probably for the best they didn't come in, or else Xia Jiangwo might have seen them get even more crazed with excitement. With these 3 plans, Yang Yang began to flesh out the details and assign tasks. "Well, since Plan B was your idea, Jingshu, you'll be in charge of it. Whether you find anything or not, it's worth a try. If you do find a way out, even better," Yang Yang said, looking at Jingshu. Jingshu. "Fine, if you want me to look, I'll look. Worst case, I'll just dig a way out myself." Yang Yang continued, "By the way, Aliang and Aishan said the huge amount of supplies we brought isn't enough to eat. Is it because of this special environment? Does everyone's appetite increase 100-fold? We all ate before coming down, but now I'm already feeling hungry." Xia Jiangwo replied seriously, "That's the weird thing about this place, and why I call it a stomach. Anything that gets rolled in here is digested at a speed you can see with your own eyes. No matter how much you bring, it'll dissolve and eventually disappear into the air, including everyone inside. No matter how much they eat, they're never full. The food in their bodies just vanishes. You'll always feel hungry here. If you don't consume the black slime, even your body will quickly lose function." Aliang and Aishan nodded. "Exactly. No matter what we eat, we're starving. But weirdly, as long as we eat that snot-like stuff, we can survive." "They?" Yang Yang caught Xia Jiangwo's wording. "They eat it, but you don't?" Xia Jiangwo paused, then nodded. "Yeah, I don't eat it. I'm not hungry." "Strange, isn't it? Hiss. Why is everyone else hungry except you? Why don't you need to eat? Isn't there something off about this?" Everyone turned to look at Xia Jiangwo. It really was strange. Why was it that everyone else was starving, but he wasn't? What made him different from everyone else? Oh right, actually, he was different in every way. Yang Yang frowned and stepped forward, beckoning him over. "Comrade Xia, come a bit closer. Is it because your body is made of slime that you don't feel hungry at all? You've been here for so long, have you really not eaten anything?" Xia Jiangwo struggled to move to the edge of the pool. To be precise, it was the mass of slime that pushed his head to the shore. What the heck kind of bizarre phenomenon was this? Jingshu and Su Mali's jaws dropped. Su Mali whispered, "Why do I get the feeling he can control all the water in this pool, or rather, all the black slime? Could it be that the whole pool is actually his body?" Jingshu nodded. "That's not a bad way to put it. Actually, I'm more interested in whether, as long as you produce slime and put it in the pool, it becomes part of Comrade Xia's body." Hey, with that question, everyone became curious. Jingshu walked to the pool, pinched off a bit of snot-like slime. It was cold, but also burning hot, and quietly stored a bit in her space. Xia Jiangwo reached the edge of the pool, also pondering the question. "I think as long as the slime is connected, It's all part of my body. But I've been trapped here for so long, I've never left, and I really can't leave. Now he finally understood how Sun Wukong felt, trapped under 5 Elements Mountain, forced to stay in a dark, sunless place, unable to eat or drink. He was really about to go crazy. Yang Yang inspected Xia Jiangwo's body, the massive slime being a part of him. Looks like we'll need to come up with a plan D. Comrade Xia's body is a big problem. We'll have to figure out a way to move him. His body is so huge. Jin Nantian nodded. True, but this plan D can be combined with the energy transport plan. After all, we can basically confirm now that Comrade Xia's body is a massive energy entity. Yang Yang looked at De Huangya. You'll be in charge of logistics and transport. Command the bugs and zombie squads to figure out a way to move Comrade Xia as well. De Huangya scratched his chin. That's really not easy. If you want to transport a dead object, that's simple. We just pack it up in boxes or drag it in pieces. But you're talking about moving a whole pool of slime, what, tens of thousands of tons. 1 cubic meter of water is a ton. And this slime is even denser, 1 cubic meter might be more than a ton. And this pool is over 100 meters wide, who knows how deep. Even if we have a bunch of bugs drag it onto trucks, if we move it in pieces, maybe, but moving the whole thing at once? That's tough. Very tough. Seriously tough. Never thought the thing stumping us now isn't just how to escape, but also Comrade Xia's problem. Everyone discussed with worried faces. Xia Jiangwo forced a smile. If you can't think of a way, it's fine. You all go ahead, I won't starve to death here, and I can't die either. I can wait for your rescue. After all, I've been stuck here so long, never taken a single step out. It's fine, really. Wait, I have something to say. Jing Shu raised her hand, looking at the group in front of her, speechless. What is it? Jing Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm saying, can't we just cancel this plan D? Huh? Why? Jing Shu took a deep breath. Okay, Comrade Xia is alive, and yes, his body is huge, I admit. But aren't you all forgetting something? Forgetting what? Everyone was confused. Jing Shu simply grabbed Xia Jiangwo, and under everyone's stunned gaze, she stretched Xia Jiangwo into a long column, then somehow cut off the slime below. With a splat, part of the slime fell back into the black pool. And Xia Jiangwo was now completely separated from the slime, carried to the shore looking utterly bewildered, and a lot shorter. But he instinctively stood up, looking just like a normal person. Xia Jiangwo. Everyone else. Jing Shu muttered, huh? Stuck here for so long, never took a step out, couldn't get out anyway. Xia Jiangwo. Jing Shu, well, now you're out, aren't you? Isn't this great? Brother Xia, see if you can use your slime to move forward, or try moving around. Immediately, Xia Jiangwo's face lit up with joy. He tried controlling his now much lighter body, and the slime gradually formed countless tentacles, slowly crawling along the ground. He's moving. He's moving. Su Mali looked amazed. It's just like a snail crawling. Everyone else blushed, especially Yang Yang, who smacked his own forehead. Sorry, we've never encountered this before, so we just assumed the new human body was completely fused with dark energy and couldn't be separated. After all, neither Xiao Wei nor Zhang Lang could separate their mutated bodies from the dark energy. De Huangya looked curious. Shu, how were you so confident you could separate him just now? What if cutting the connection hurt him? Jing Shu rolled her eyes. I'm not blind. If cutting the connection hurt Brother Xia, I'd have just put him back. Actually, I already experimented. When I took some slime away, Xia Jiangwo didn't react, so I knew it was fine. De Huangya gave her a thumbs up. Well, anyway, you solved a huge problem for us. The fact that Xia Jiangwo's body could be separated from the energy slime pool was great news. But just as Xia Jiangwo was getting used to his lighter body, he suddenly looked both excited and bewildered. I'm hungry. I'm actually hungry. I want to eat. I almost forgot what hunger felt like. Can I go out and get something to eat? Jing Shu's mouth twitched. Sure, you don't have to leave to eat here, but after being trapped for so long, it's totally understandable that Xia Jiangwo is desperate to get out. Jin Nantian nodded. Since Comrade Xia can get out on his own, let's head out and grab something to eat, then discuss things further. He pointed at a few members of the squad and added, but someone still needs to guard the energy pool. We'll do shifts, 2 people per group, for hours each. No one in the special squad objected. After all, the most important thing they'd come for was this energy pool right in front of them. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Logistics Big Yellow Teeth also arranged a duty roster, letting Xiao Yi and the villagers take turns keeping watch along the road and here. Jingshu left a few little tricks behind before following the crowd out. She really didn't want to come back to this damned place. Even after just a short while, she was drenched and sticky all over. Even with some protective rain gear, it still felt weird. All in all, whether it was living in stomach acid or in a place full of mucus, neither was exactly pleasant. At least outside the nest was better than inside, more open, less oppressive. At first, Xia Jiangwo could only crawl out at a snail's pace, but after making it through the dark tunnel, he sped up a lot, almost as fast as an old man walking. That was some serious progress. Give him a few days of practice, and maybe he'd be moving at a normal person's pace. Once outside, Xia Jiangwo couldn't help but rub his eyes in shock. Was this really the hellhole he'd been trapped in for so long? Was this still the stinking ditch where everyone used to just lie around waiting to die? What did he miss? What was he seeing? He saw people who used to just lie there waiting for death now transformed into energetic young men, each gnawing on a few blackened biscuits while working with tools. The place that used to be a stinking cesspit full of garbage was now much cleaner. On the left, someone had even thoughtfully built a makeshift toilet by the tunnel. On the right, what used to be a dark, complicated nest had been dug out into an open area, now divided into several zones with neat rows of tents set up. And further out, there were all sorts of supplies and giant bugs. In short, the place had gone from looking like a refugee camp to something much more livable, a huge upgrade. Chu Zhuohua and a few students, including Wu Yui, were bent over, digging and studying the energy beneath the ground. When they saw Jing Shu and the others come out, plus a strange new person, their eyes lit up and they rushed over. So, what did you find in there? Yang Yang gave a quick rundown, including the bit about food being digested abnormally fast. Chu Zhuohua's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xia Jiangwo, who, feeling nearly devoured by her gaze, shuffled behind Jing Shu. Jing Shu. All right, let's eat first. I'll have Chef Liang bring out the food he prepared earlier, no need to light a fire. Who knew if it was even safe to cook here? What if something exploded? Jing Shu valued her life. When it came to eating, the whole team was reverent and serious. They couldn't light a fire, but they couldn't just make do with random food either. For now, they'd just have a simple meal. Let's eat quickly, then we can get back to business. So, Xia Jiangwo was brought to the dining hall, really just a bigger tent. As soon as he sat down, a basin was slammed down in front of him, and a ladle of red chili oil was poured in. Xia Jiangwo's eyes grew wider and wider. Dried tofu, dried fish, pickled eggplant, mashed potatoes, pickled cucumbers. These were foods you'd never expect to see in the apocalypse, yet here they were, right in his bowl. Then, each person got a piece of naan, freshly baked by Chef Liang. Time to eat. Everyone dipped their rock-hard naan into the spicy chili oil soup, letting it soak until soft, then took a bite with the cold, spicy mix of eggplant and mashed potatoes, fragrant and spicy. Especially the naan, soft on the outside, crispy inside, salty and crunchy, soaked in chili oil with the veggies, so delicious it was dizzying. Xia Jiangwo was anxious. He knew you can't eat hot tofu if you're in a hurry, but he didn't have any hands. Halfway through the meal, everyone. They'd forgotten about Xia Jiangwo. Jing Shu gave an awkward smile. Need some help? Xia Jiangwo tried to form a cylinder to wrap around the spoon and bring it to his mouth. It was hard, but he managed. He shook his head. No need. I can't rely on help forever. I have to get used to this. Life is like chess, I'm just a pawn. My moves are slow, but I never retreat. He put on an air of, I may be disabled, but my spirit is strong. I may be broken, but my will is unyielding. A bit tragic, but also with a touch of poetic flair. Jing Shu. She patted Xia Jiangwo and said, "Brother Xia, don't sell yourself short. Once you get the hang of this energy, you'll be able to eat with 3 hands for hands, even 7, 8, 9, 10 legs. You'll be faster than anyone here, and everyone will be jealous. So don't get all melodramatic." Xia Jiangwo blinked, as if a whole new world had opened up. Damn, that actually sounded pretty awesome. Big Yellow Teeth glanced at the supplies they'd just used up and frowned. If we have to stay in here and keep up our strength, we'll need to eat constantly. Even if we don't, according to what they said, we'll just get digested by the stomach anyway. Shouldn't we rethink our food distribution strategy? Jing Shu nodded. Better to be eaten by us than digested by the stomach. Jing Shu was in charge of the supplies, and in fact, most of the things she'd brought from the South Sea were meant to pay off her debts. So when it came to how these resources should be used, Jing Shu had the final say. So when she said they should eat them, no one objected. Jing Shu continued, "But first, we need to figure out exactly what we brought with us, what items will be consumed quickly, and which will last longer. Based on the rate of consumption, how long can we hold out? Once we have that clear, we'll start by eating up the foods that spoil fastest, no limits, and save the long-lasting stuff for last." Xu Zhuhua knocked on the table. "Let's split the research team into 3 groups. Yuai, you, and I will analyze the dark energy. Xiao Zhang, you take 2 people and check the consumption rate of our supplies. Xiao Wang, you're in charge of coming up with the optimal order for using our resources." "Yes, mentor." Wu Yuai replied, "Got it." She glanced at her cousin and quietly let out a breath. Hopefully no one else noticed the mentor's little scheme. With all the tasks assigned, and since they needed to find a way out, Jing Shu sent out a team of green giants and a team of gastropods to start digging. Dig everywhere. Dig wherever they could, see what they found. If they managed to dig a way out, that would be a huge win. Otherwise, what were these creatures doing here anyway? Just lying around doing nothing? There were already 2 freeloaders, her and Su Molly, lying around in here. After dinner, Jing Shu sent the teams out. Since there was no sense of time in this pitch-dark place, they had to go by their own schedule, and it was about time to rest. So the team started getting ready for sleep. Each department left someone on night watch, and the rest went back to their tents to sleep. Jing Shu and Su Molly lay in the Green Giant's luxury carriage. Jing Shu even took a bath, washing off all the slime, and with the Green Giant blocking the green goo from outside, she finally felt alive again. Man, what a day. Let's get some sleep, Molly. We've got a lot to do tomorrow. Su Molly mumbled. Today was really intense. You don't think anything dangerous will happen in the stomach again, do you? Before she could finish, Jing Shu quickly covered her mouth. Shu, don't jinx it. Those people who got lost and the rescue teams have been living here peacefully for ages. Nothing bad ever happened. There's no way we'd show up and suddenly something goes wrong, right? Su Molly nodded. True. Let's sleep. I'm exhausted. Me too. Are you asleep? Nope. What time is it? It's 3 in the morning. Jing Shu and Su Molly both sat up, staring at each other wide-eyed. This is weird. Something's off. Why can't I sleep? I never have insomnia. Something's definitely wrong. So Jing Shu opened the Green Giant's door and stepped outside, only to discover the problem. Damn, nobody else was asleep either. What a coincidence, you're not sleeping either. Nope, I've been trying for ages and just can't fall asleep. Maybe it's just being here that's making me insomniac. Same here. Normally I'm out the moment my head hits the pillow. In the corner, Tank, seeing that everyone else was awake, felt relieved. Thank goodness, I thought I had some terminal illness and couldn't sleep. Turns out nobody can. 5 minutes later, in the meeting room, everyone's eyes were wide open and round. Yang Yang, sporting dark circles, asked, I'm pretty sure I never have insomnia. Something's definitely off in here. Maybe the research team can look into why none of us can sleep. Jin Nantian leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking unusually serious. Not being able to sleep was a big problem. This was just too strange. Jing Shu raised her hand. Should we ask the original residents who've been here a long time? When we arrived, they were sleeping soundly. Xu Zhuohua frowned. The weird thing is, they're not sleeping tonight either, except for Xia Zhengwo, who's already gone back to the pool and is fast asleep. Actually, after eating, Xia Zhengwo was still hungry and tired, so he went straight back to the pool to catch up on sleep, just like always. So they called over 2 representatives of the original residents, Liang and Shan, whose eyes were as wide as saucers, with no sign of sleepiness. Big Yellow Teeth asked them, "That's odd. Do you guys usually not need to sleep? Or is it that, living underground with no time or light, you just eat when you're hungry and sleep when you're tired, with no sense of time at all?" Liang scratched his head. "I dunno. Before, we never had anything to eat, so we'd just lie around in the cave all day, eat some slime when we got hungry, and sleep when we weren't. Honestly, it felt like we spent most of the day sleeping." Yeah. So what's going on today? Why can't we sleep after a full meal?" Shan was puzzled too. Jingshu chimed in sharply, right? Could it be that you guys have never actually been full before, so you spent all day sleeping, but today you ate too much, so now you can't sleep? The local refugees had spent hours today clearing out all the nearby caves, basically eating nonstop for hours and making who knows how many worm cakes. Hey, you might be onto something. We each ate several big bowls today, way more than usual. Maybe we're just too full to sleep. Big Yellow Teeth said. Xu Zhuohua immediately had his assistant bring over some syringes. "How about we draw some blood and check everyone's hormone levels?" He looked at Jing Shu. "You first." Jing Shu shook her head quickly. "No way, I'm scared of needles. Get someone else. Besides, that's a doctor's job. Do you even know how to test for that?" No way was she letting them draw her blood. She'd already given plenty for the red thread worms, and now that the dark energy detectors were getting more advanced, if Xu Zhuohua found anything strange in her blood, that'd be a huge problem. "I'm not a doctor, but I know a bit of everything. Testing people or objects, it's all the same," Xu Zhuohua said regretfully, then just drew blood from a few others at random. Jing Shu. What a madman. So, what should everyone do if they can't sleep? What else? Get to work. Sleep when you're tired. Before the meeting ended, Yang reminded everyone, please keep track of your food intake, bathroom times and amounts, total exercise, and sleep hours. This data is really important for understanding our current predicament and the properties of this dark energy. Reported at the daily meeting. Okay, no problem. Got it. And so, the whole rescue team got back to work, efficiently carrying out the 3 new plans. 3 days passed just like that. A full 3 days. For the rescue team and all the native refugees, life had become a never-ending cycle. Eat until full, work, get hungry, eat again, then work some more. Repeat ad infinitum. It wasn't that they didn't want to sleep, they just couldn't. It was as if they'd suddenly lost the ability altogether. Now, in the entire underground nest, even if it wasn't completely hollowed out, at least from the entrance to the very bottom, where Xia Zhengwo used to sleep in his pool, hundreds of meters had been dug out, forming a wide, unobstructed road. The old ant nest-like tunnels had all been flattened. In short, all the work that could be done was done, but still, no one could sleep. It was extremely bizarre. At the meeting, everyone sat there with dark circles under their eyes, looking like a bunch of pandas. Even though they couldn't sleep, they were all exhausted. Some even tried to force themselves to sleep, closing their eyes and trying to hypnotize themselves for 8 hours straight, but it was no use. Yang felt like she was alive in body, but already dead in spirit. Seriously, who can go 3 days and nights without sleep? They were all about to collapse, but no matter what, they just couldn't doze off. It was driving everyone crazy. Jing Shu carefully hid in a corner, not wanting anyone to notice anything unusual. She had faint dark circles on her face too, but those were drawn on with eyebrow pencil, because after she and Sue Mary snacked inside the green giant using food from her space, and drank some spiritual spring water, she could sleep again. And she slept really well. So, at this point, the truth was practically staring everyone in the face. Their inability to sleep was definitely related to the dark energy. But until the truth was fully uncovered, she couldn't reveal the existence of this spiritual spring. After all, not being able to sleep for a few days wasn't exactly a life-or-death crisis. There was no need for her to bring out the spiritual spring to solve it. She couldn't just hand out food and fruit from her space every day either. That would only mask the problem, not solve it. Jingshu and Su Mary hid quietly in the corner, listening to Yang Yang's excited voice. I think we've finally found the reason we can't sleep. Big yellow teeth's eye bags were about to droop into his mouth. He said weakly, well, spit it out already. Tell us. If we don't sleep soon, we're really going to drop dead. At this point, Big Yellow Teeth looked a bit enviously at the zombie people like Situshioya. Look at these new humans, they don't need to eat, sleep, or even breathe. They're so energetic and everyone envies their abilities. The only price is that they have to drink his bodily fluids every day. Yang Yang gestured for Chu Zhuohua to explain. Chu Zhuohua stood up with 2 assistants and explained, after 3 days of research, experiments, and comparisons, we've discovered that if you want to sleep, it's actually quite simple. You just need to eat the mucus that drips down from above. Outside the tent, the sound of dripping could be heard nonstop. Over the past few days, everyone had dug through all the partitions of the stomach, turning what was once a honeycomb nest into a big open space. Before, the mucus would drip from the walls, but now it came straight down from above. Chu Zhuohua continued, the people trapped here before had nothing to eat, so they ate the mucus, and that's why they could sleep. But ever since we arrived and started providing unlimited food and water, those people stopped eating the mucus. Well, of course, if you have bread, water, and extra snacks every day, who'd still eat that snotty mucus? So now, those people can't sleep either. And as for us, none of us have eaten the mucus since we got here, so none of us can sleep. Xia Zhangwo is the only exception, since the mucus is part of his own body. Everyone was shocked and started talking at once. So, if we want to sleep, we have to eat that mucus? How much do we have to eat? That snot looks pretty gross. Would a small piece be enough? Do we have to eat it every day? Is it harmful to our bodies? Chu Zhuohua signaled for everyone to quiet down. I drew blood from a few people, and without exception, everyone's melatonin, the hormone that makes us sleep, is being absorbed by the stomach. This stomach not only absorbs that, but also quickly takes up water and a signaling molecule released after we metabolize food. So, whatever we eat, it's basically being absorbed by the stomach. So if you want to sleep now, I suggest just digging up a fist-sized chunk of mucus from the ground. My 2 students have already tried it and had no problems. This mucus isn't really a dark energy entity, just a byproduct of it. And if there were any problems, the refugees who've been here so long would have had issues by now. In fact, I did a random check on a few of them. They're skinny, but actually pretty healthy. Of course, Chu Zhuohua wasn't a doctor. His so-called checkup was just his own crazy standard. So now everyone faced a choice. Eat the snot and you can sleep. Don't eat it and you can't. So, to eat or not to eat? Eat. Yang Yang's mouth twitched. Professor Chu, while you're researching dark energy, could you also look into extracting it? Or maybe make it into an injectable? I really can't bring myself to eat it with my mouth. Chu Zhuohua smiled slightly. No time. Look, my students are thoughtful. They dug up the cleanest mucus, guaranteed no feces mixed in. So everyone started eating the mucus. Some just tossed it straight into their mouths, others swallowed with their eyes closed. Chu Zhuohua and Wu Yuai chewed slowly for a while and even described the taste in detail. It's a bit sticky and kind of salty. If it were sweeter, it'd taste just like rice cake. This stuff is rich in dark elements. Eating it should be good for you, right? Maybe I'll make it a regular meal. Good point. Everyone else. Jingshu, you 2 really are something else. Hey, Jingjia, aren't you going to eat? Someone asked, and everyone turned to look at Jingshu hiding in the corner. Jingshu, thanks a lot, you still noticed me. Jingshu smiled. I'll go back and dissolve it in water, add some sugar, maybe it'll taste better. Big Yellow Teeth, who just swallowed a huge chunk, then his eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll use it to make tea from now on. Maybe if you brew it, the taste won't be so weird. Yang Yang felt sleepiness coming on and quickly said, "All right, let's report on our situations and then hurry up and get some sleep." The research team immediately picked up their pens and paper to start taking notes. What were they recording? Naturally, they were documenting everyone's physical condition, including every detail about eating, drinking, and bodily functions. Privacy? Forget about it. When your life is hanging by a thread, who cares about privacy when it comes to eating and going to the bathroom? Besides, this was just like a doctor making daily rounds. Hey, have you eaten today? Have you pooped? Are your bowel movements normal? Pretty much the same thing. Everyone reported their status. Some people ate more, some drank more, others ate and drank less. But without exception, no matter how much anyone ate, nobody had pooped. Well, looks like we're all constipated again. If everyone's constipated, then so am I. Guess it doesn't matter. Believe it or not, Jing Shu and Su Molly were in the same boat. Even sneaking extra food in private, they were still constipated. So where did all the poop go? Xu Zhuohua commented from the side, maybe everything we eat is being completely digested by our stomachs, so there's nothing left to eliminate. He wasn't a doctor, so he hadn't studied this much. Big Yellow Teeth slapped the table. You know, that makes sense. If eating or not eating is all the same, why bother wasting so many supplies? Come to think of it, that actually sounded pretty reasonable. But we can't not eat, we'll be hungry. Yeah, I can't stand being hungry. As the head of logistics in charge of food and drink, Big Yellow Teeth felt a pang every time he saw the supplies being consumed so quickly. Then just eat the mucus. It won't kill you. You guys are eating dozens or even hundreds of pounds of food every day, but nothing comes out. What a waste. Yang Yang cleared his throat and looked at Xu Zhuohua. Have you calculated our supply consumption? We still have a lot, but if it keeps disappearing this fast, we'll need to save some for emergencies. We'll need our strength if something happens. Right now, eating food gave them energy. If they only ate mucus, they could survive, but they'd be half dead. Yang Yang had to plan ahead for their escape. Xu Zhuohua nodded. In the past few days, all the food types that existed before the apocalypse have been disappearing rapidly, no matter if they're exposed to air, sealed, or even vacuum-packed in cans. It's like something is devouring them. In about 5 days, they'll probably all be gone. But the new post-apocalypse foods like red threadworm cakes, green algae, and giantized meat are disappearing much more slowly. We can probably store those for another month or so. And the giant food bugs we brought with us, they haven't been consumed at all. The good news is, these gastropods can survive on mucus. That really was fantastic news. Yang Yang nodded as well. The gastropods are our trump card. Even if all our supplies are gone, as long as the bugs are alive, we'll have the strength to fight and uncover the secrets of this place. Jing Shu fell into thought. So, all foods without energy were vanishing quickly, while those with energy disappeared much more slowly. And the fruits and vegetables in her space, infused with spiritual spring water, probably wouldn't disappear, or at least would vanish extremely slowly. That really was good news. Bringing the gastropods along had been the right choice too. Even if everyone was trapped here with nothing left, as long as they had the bugs, they could feed them mucus and eat the bugs' legs. A cycle that could keep them alive indefinitely. Of course, we have another serious problem. Our water supply is running out even faster than food. At this rate, we'll be out in 10 days to 2 weeks, Xu Zhuohua added grimly. Before coming here, the logistics team had prepared plenty of water, just in case. But there's some good news. Mucus can substitute for water. As long as you drink enough, it shouldn't be a problem. We've tested it. Adding mucus to the water greatly slows down evaporation. It just tastes a bit off, so it's up to you. Everyone. So, in the end, we can avoid eating mucus 3 times a day? After all the reports, Yang Yang summed up, here's the situation. For food, I suggest we eat the stuff that's disappearing fastest over the next few days. For water, Use it as normal, and when it's gone, switch to mucus. Or we can start mixing in mucus now. What do you all think? Let's add some mucus. If I have to choose between drinking weird-tasting water for a month and drinking straight mucus for a month, I'll take the former. Me too. Same here. So, it was unanimously decided, add mucus to slow down water evaporation. From today, they'd eat the foods that were vanishing first. These were the tastiest and rarest foods. Pre-apocalypse foods were truly precious. So delicious, unbelievably delicious. I can't even imagine eating naan every meal, with chili powder and mashed potatoes on the side. It's like a dream. I can't bear to eat it, sob sob. We've only got a couple days left. Let's enjoy our last suppers. If I can eat food like this again in my life, I'd be willing to die right now. If I can have meat today, I'd even join the national team, work 10 hours a day, get 6 insurances and 2 funds, 30,000 virtual coins a month, and 8 days off. I'd do it. You guys sure know how to dream. The whole rescue team enjoyed their last few days of good food, and even the trapped refugees got to eat some fine flour. But once the fine flour was gone, it was back to coarse grains. The good days lasted only 3 to 5 days before the rescue team's fine flour was all used up. After that, only red threadworm cakes and giantized meat were left. Yet, they still hadn't found a way out. The tunnel the green giants were digging had hit a snag. But the good news was, Chihuahua's team had made a major breakthrough. Aya, just tell us what you found already. Why keep us in suspense like this? Look how anxious you've got us. Yeah, exactly. As for those who aren't here, once we know, we can just go tell them later. It's not a big deal. We're all stuck here anyway. It's not like anyone can run off to the ends of the earth. After Da Huangya finished speaking, he took a sip of the thick 8-treasure goji chrysanthemum tea from his thermos. He really had no choice. If other people drank less, at most they'd just pee less. But for him, if he drank less, he'd produce less bodily fluid and sweat less, and without the antidote, Situ Xiaoya and the others would die. He'd had a rough couple of days, forcing himself to drink as much water as possible, just hoping to store up more of his bodily fluids before the water ran out, so he could use them as antidote for the villagers. But Chihuahua looked serious, insisting on waiting until everyone was present before saying anything. And that included Xia Jiangwo, who was still sleeping. Ever since Xia Jiangwo realized he didn't have to stay stuck in the slime pool, he'd been cutting himself off from the slime now and then, turning into a slime man and wandering around, playing everywhere. On Jingshu's suggestion, he'd even started learning new skills. These skills included, but weren't limited to, stuffing food into his mouth with 6 hands, moving quickly with 100 legs, and even bouncing himself away in a crisis. Springing himself out with a duong, then turning into a water ball to slam into the ground and make a quick escape. There were definite upsides. He was improving fast. But there were downsides too. As long as Xia Jiangwo wasn't in the slime pool, his energy consumption was astonishing. He was always tired, thirsty, and hungry. It was as if the slime pool provided him with endless energy and nutrients, but once he left it, he could barely survive for long. Now, after playing himself to exhaustion, he'd gone back to the slime pool to recharge and sleep. The rescue team was still calling for him to get up, so everyone was waiting for Xia Jiangwo. Still, everyone was curious. Why did this news have to wait for Xia Jiangwo? After a while, Xia Jiangwo rolled over as a big ball. He'd wrapped his head in slime and rolled himself over. This method of travel was fast, mindless, and effortless. The downside was it left him dizzy and disoriented. So when Xia Jiangwo sat down, he was still seeing stars, his head spinning. Now, when everyone looked at Xia Jiangwo, there was no more pity in their eyes. They weren't thinking, look, how pitiful, he's just a head and half a body. Instead, their eyes were full of admiration and envy. Damn, look at this guy. He's absolutely unstoppable. What a genius, coming up with all these crazy ideas. What they didn't know was that all of this was thanks to Jingshu's guidance behind the scenes. When it came to digging out potential abilities, Jingshu was a real expert. All right, everyone's here. You can tell us now, Yang Yang said. Everyone looked at Chu Zhuohua with excitement and anticipation. Following this research team had been the right call. They might be weak and lacking in combat ability, but they sure had brains. Chu Zhuohua nodded, finally taking out the analysis report and saying, "Through energy analysis and millions of AI simulations, we've finally figured out a few uses for this dark energy. For now, we're defining the black slime as a replication energy source." Replication energy source? So you mean this black slime can infinitely replicate other dark energies? Wouldn't that make us rich? In this post-apocalyptic world with no energy resources, if they could really replicate any other color energy infinitely then. Everyone's eyes lit up. But Chu Zhuohua shook his head. It's not infinite replication. Over the past few days, we've discovered something interesting. Let me explain, and maybe you'll understand. This involves some technical knowledge, but I'll try to put it simply. You all know about dimensional spaces, right? Some people looked confused, others thoughtful. Jing Shu's eyelid twitched. As expected, this time they'd entered a dimensional space. Last time, Jing Shu had entered a 7-dimensional space, and even her spatial spring had almost frozen. The 7th dimension represented time. So, what was it this time? Chu Zhuohua continued. If our readings are correct, this should be an 8-dimensional space. An 8-dimensional space is extremely complex. Even though Chu Zhuohua explained for a while, judging by the mostly blank and innocent looks, it was clear that hardly anyone understood what this meant. De Huangya was especially dissatisfied. He'd listened for ages and still didn't get it. "Professor, can you make it even simpler? Just tell us what good or bad this thing can do for us, that's all." Jing Shu coughed lightly and explained, to put it as simply as possible. When you enter this 8-dimensional space, it's as if there are a dozen versions of you in here at once. That's why we get hungry so fast and can't ever eat our fill, because as soon as we come in, it's like a dozen people are consuming together. Whoa, seriously? That's scary? So I'm not just me, but a bunch of me? And they all consume just like I do. Jing Shu nodded. We've been to 7-dimensional, 6-dimensional, and 5-dimensional spaces before. Each dimension represents different energies and abilities. I think what Professor Chu means by replication is that any energy or object that comes here is instantly replicated a dozen times over. Damn, that's terrifying. Wait, if things are replicated, then where are all those other versions of me? Why can't I see them? And all the supplies we brought, does that mean they're multiplied a dozen times too? Chu Zhuohua replied coolly, "Of course you can't see them. We exist in 3-dimensional space, so we can only see 3-dimensional things. We can't see things from other dimensions. What you see now is just what your mind can comprehend and perceive." After Chu Zhuohua finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Jing Shu. "You seem to know a lot about this, don't you? Could it be?" "I'm not, I didn't. Don't overthink it." Jing Shu denied 3 times in a row. This mentor was great in every way, except she was way too curious. Wu Yui, at least, knew how to respect boundaries, but Chu Zhuohua always looked at her with a half-smile, sizing her up. She never said anything outright, but it always felt a bit strange. Chu Zhuohua smiled. I understand. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Jing Shu." De Huangya jumped back in alarm and exaggeratedly asked, "So, you mean, right now, there are more than a dozen versions of me around me? But I can't see them?" Chu Zhuohua nodded calmly. "If you want to think of it that way, you're not wrong. You could also think of them as invisible ghosts or unseen energy bodies." Hiss. Everyone gasped. That sounded pretty creepy. It took a while for everyone to accept the fact that in this 8-dimensional space, even though they were themselves, there were actually many versions of themselves around, constantly consuming their own energy. Chu Zhuohua continued, "So, one of the uses of this dark energy is that it can convert non-living matter into energy forms that we can see. For example, in our recent experiments, we used food, dark energy, and post-apocalyptic species as test subjects." As she spoke, she displayed the results. For example, this naan bread from before the apocalypse, just a little bit of the new energy can replicate 12 identical pieces of naan. Wu Yui added from the side, to be precise, when the non enters the 8-dimensional space, it manifests as 12 identical versions of itself. The black slime energy simply converts the energy within the non so that we can see it. These 12 nons have always existed, we just couldn't see them before. Now, by using the energy conversion, consuming the black slime, we can see the other replicated nons. Oh, with that explanation, everyone understood. Except for De Huangya, who was still a bit confused. Ugh, so basically, this black energy can copy a dozen identical things, right? That's what you mean. Yeah, that's right. It's the same with the red threadworm cakes, though because of their density and properties, only 10 copies were made. Of course, the most valuable thing is that we managed to replicate the same red and green energies. However, the energy consumed for each replication is different. In general, the higher the dimensional space, the more black slime is consumed. Yang Yang's eyes were shining. So, you're saying this stuff can copy anything except living things? Doesn't that mean we can solve our shortages of all kinds of energy? This is amazing. We've been desperate for a universal energy source like this. Xu Zhuohua nodded. I think it's a good idea to call the black slime the universal black new energy from now on. Jing Shu was already drooling inside. Wow, this stuff is incredible. If it can copy any kind of energy, does that mean it could copy her spiritual spring too? After all these years in the apocalypse, she'd worked hard to upgrade her cube space, expanding it hundreds of times, but the spiritual spring inside, though it had grown, was still limited, and it got used up quickly. If this universal new energy could copy the spiritual spring, that would be amazing. Besides that, this dark new energy has another property that's really worth noting. Since it's basically a universal converter, we accidentally discovered that it can be used as electricity, heat, and so on. It's incredibly versatile. De Huangya was getting impatient. Professor, just tell us what it's good for. Don't use all that technical jargon. We don't get it. Wu Yui explained, basically, it's an all-purpose energy source. It can replace oil as fuel for cars, be converted into natural gas for cooking, or be turned into electricity to power everything. In short, it can be converted into almost any energy source on the market, and the conversion rate is the highest among all the data we've seen. Xu Zhuohua nodded. So, when we tested it, 1 gram of black slime could be converted into 10 times more fuel or electricity than anything else. Next best is non-energy bodies, and the least cost-effective are other dark energies. So, you should think carefully about how to use this energy in the future. I suggest converting it into fuel energy, since oil and natural gas are non-renewable, but with this universal black new energy, China could have dozens of times more reserves. Everyone gasped in shock. This was incredible. Jing Shu and Su Mali exchanged glances. Jing Shu quietly asked Su Mali, before you left, what did that fortune teller you saw say? I forgot. Su Mali replied, didn't he tell me to come along? He said this time, the new dark energy discovery would be related to fuel. He told me to come and sign the contract first. Hiss. Hey, when we get back, can you have him do a reading for me too? Jing Shu thought this fortune teller was really accurate. How did he know everything? This was just too amazing. Jing Shu looked at Su Mali with envy, jealousy, and even a bit of resentment. So this is what it means to be the terrifyingly lucky child of destiny? Back to the main topic. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Just the fact that our country could suddenly have dozens of times more storage capacity. I believe everyone here understands what that means and how significant it is. Back before the apocalypse, our country would buy minerals and oil from other countries whenever we could, stockpiling as much as possible. Why? Wasn't it all for the sake of future generations? So, in fact, based on China's current reserves of various energy sources, we already rank among the top in the world. But now, with this kind of storage capacity, someone is saying that this black goo can multiply all of China's energy reserves by several dozen times. Jing Shu swallowed hard. For a moment, her mind was spinning. Should this universal black goo be converted into fuel, or would it be better to turn it into her spiritual spring water? There were just too many options. No wonder. In my previous life, even when everyone from Wuching fled all the way to the South Sea, planning to abandon Wuching entirely, as soon as this dark new energy was discovered in Wuching, everyone moved right back. Jingshu realized she had underestimated the importance of this new energy source in Wuching to the entire country. This is a good thing, a fantastic thing. With this new energy, what can't we do? We'll never have to worry about power shortages or lack of resources again. Everyone was in high spirits. Yang said, "It really is great news, like winning a 500 billion lottery. The money is right in front of us, but it's locked in a vault. If we can't find a way to access it, it's as good as useless." Everyone. Their excitement was instantly doused with cold water. He had a point. Xu Zhuohua nodded. "That's why this is a big deal. I called everyone here because you all have a right to know, especially Comrade Xie. This matter is actually closely related to you." Everyone looked at Xie Jiangwo. "Xie Jiangwo, huh? Me? What does this have to do with him?" Xu Zhuohua said seriously, "You might not be able to go back." "What?" Xie Jiangwo was stunned for a second, then immediately asked anxiously, "Why? Can't I just leave the goo behind and move around on my own? I've tested it these past few days. If I'm gone for a long time, I just bring more goo with me. If it's a short time, it doesn't affect me at all. If we all go out together, as long as there's goo nearby, I'm totally fine. How could I not be able to go back?" His elderly mother was still waiting for him, his family too. If he couldn't go back, what was the point of his existence in this world? No matter how powerful this goo was or how much fuel it could produce, it wasn't what he wanted. Xu Zhuohua said, "Now, this brings me to my second point. We've discovered that there may be an energy crystal inside your body, Comrade Xie. This is a highly concentrated and dense energy that, after reaching a critical point, has formed a stable high-energy crystal. Only in the special environment of this 8-dimensional space, working together, can such easy and simple energy conversion happen." Big Yellow Fong didn't understand a word. Tank scratched his head. This was way too deep. He and Big Yellow Fong exchanged glances and saw the same blank look in each other's eyes. But the others more or less understood, especially Jingshu. She frowned, realizing things were more complicated than she'd thought. "So that's why Xie Jiangwo stayed here in her previous life?" Yang asked. "So, if we want everything to function normally and keep converting energy, both the stomach space and Xie Jiangwo have to be here? If we tried to set up a conversion plant somewhere else, it wouldn't work." Xu Zhuohua nodded. "The key is this fixed 8-dimensional space, what we call the stomach. To replicate anything, it has to enter the stomach, and only through a stable energy structure can it be converted. This is different from other dark energies, which can be used anytime, anywhere as long as you have the energy. I think this is the biggest drawback of this universal converter." "Well, there's another reason for the people of Wuching to move back. The source plant can't be relocated." Seeing Xie Jiangwo wilt like a frostbitten eggplant, Jingshu quickly said, "But I think we can put this issue aside for now. As long as we figure out how to use this 8-dimensional space, we won't have to rely on Brother Xie anymore. He can go wherever he wants and it won't affect anything. If we really need him, we could just take a small piece of the crystal from his body and keep it here to keep things running. For now, let's update our plans accordingly." Xie Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jingshu gratefully. That's right, even if they needed his thing to make it work, he could slack off a bit. He didn't have to be trapped here forever. If they could just cut out a piece of his crystal, he'd be free, and he'd definitely go for that. Yang said, "The research team has really made a huge discovery. From now on, besides looking for a way out, we need to add 2 more plans. First, we need to figure out how big the stomach is, how much usable black goo is inside, and how much fuel and dark energy we can expect to convert. Second, we need to keep exploring other functions and the formation process of the black goo. That might help us master this place, and maybe there's a switch somewhere that will let us come and go freely. After all, if we have to come in this undignified way every time and leave through a waste outlet just as embarrassingly, well, that's not ideal." It'd be best if we could open a proper passage. Chu Zhuohua looked at Xie Jiangwo, his gaze deep and meaningful. He said softly, I think the secret to all of this might lie with Comrade Xie. So, how about letting me study your body in detail? Xie Jiangwo staggered backward, retreating in a panic as he shook his head. Don't come any closer. Even a man as tough as Xie Jiangwo was terrified by the look in Chu Zhuohua's eyes. He ducked behind Jing Shu, thinking that out of everyone present, maybe only she could save him. Chu Zhuohua's gaze shifted to Jing Shu, his eyes crinkling in a smile that seemed to say, What's wrong? Do you want to be my next research subject too? Jing Shu. Better you than me. If he's busy researching you, he won't have time for me. With heartfelt sincerity, Jing Shu pulled Xie Jiangwo out from behind her and said righteously, Brother Xie, Professor Chu's eyes might look a bit scary, but he's not a bad person. What he's doing now is to help us escape. Only by understanding this black slime better do we have a chance of getting out. Don't worry, I promise you won't get dissected. Just cooperate with him a bit. Here, I've got some good stuff for you. You can pass the time while being studied. Eat, drink, play, and the time will fly by. Xie Jiangwo. In the end, Xie Jiangwo was dragged off by Chu Zhuohua for research, but Jing Shu gave him plenty of goodies. Xie Jiangwo used to love playing chess and listening to Peking opera, so Jing Shu generously handed him a fully charged tablet loaded with everything he could want. He'd been trapped here so long his phone was long gone, and boredom was killing him. Now, with all these entertainment options, happiness suddenly returned. Sure, playing chess against the computer was a bit dull, but with a dozen chess apps of varying difficulty, Xie Jiangwo was completely absorbed in the chess world, even as Chu Zhuohua was slicing and dicing. Chu Zhuohua gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. I swear, you're like a post-apocalyptic Doraemon. How is it that, no matter where or when, you always have exactly what's needed? How do you do it? How? Simple. Jing Shu had prepared for the apocalypse in advance and downloaded everything she could find online. Jing Shu didn't even flinch. Well, I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'm going to look for another way out. After the meeting, everyone went back to their own tasks. With only red threadworms and giant mutant meat left for food, even the talented Chef Liang was struggling to make a meal out of nothing. He tried his best to make something tasty out of apocalypse rations, but what kind of flavor could you get from rubbery meat? Even the dipping sauce that made Shu Sol's taste good had long since evaporated. As everyone complained about the food quality plummeting, the hard-working Chef Liang could only experiment with ways to make the gastropod meat at least somewhat edible. But there was another problem. You still couldn't light a fire inside the stomach. Chef Liang held a chunk of worm leg inside. Maybe the only option is sashimi? But the team's dwindling food supplies and miserable meals were the least of Jing Shu and Su Molly's worries. Jing Shu would occasionally pull out spicy beef jerky, cold spicy rabbit, or all sorts of dried fish, taking excellent care of herself. She and Su Molly had developed a tacit understanding. Jing Shu provided the food, Su Molly opened her mouth. One didn't say what she was eating, the other didn't ask. Just eat, that's all that mattered. And so, more than 20 days passed. But everyone was growing more anxious by the day. Even the native survivors were on edge, no longer daring to sleep for 24 hours at a stretch. Instead, they'd wake up every so often, waiting for the stomach to eat again. Waiting for the rescue team, hoping they'd find a way out. Life was better now, with worm cakes and giant meat every day, and if you worked, you could even get worm sashimi. But there was less and less work to do. Over the past days, the rescue team had turned the entire stomach upside down, digging everywhere. If, 20 days ago, this place was like a stinking underground ant nest, now it was a giant, filled-in pit like a massive West Lake. That's right, the rescue team had really been working hard, digging everywhere from the outside in. The ground beneath the stomach was a soft, sandy, stinking sludge, not the same as the slime. It was soft to the touch, but hardened under pressure, almost like a non-Newtonian fluid. According to Chu Zhuohua's research, this was a kind of filtration mesh, absorbing everything and converting it into the black slime. After all this digging, they finally had concrete numbers. 90% of the black slime was in the giant pool behind Xia Jiangwo. The pool was deep, like a clam with only its tip exposed. Everything else was hidden below. This was good news, and everyone was excited. Such a huge reserve of black slime, more than any dark energy they'd ever found. So, we need to change our plan. There's no way we can transport all this black slime out. If we do get out, we'll only take a portion. The most important thing is to find a way in and out freely. If they could find a way to come and go as they pleased, they wouldn't be trapped anymore. It'd be like coming home and taking their own things. Everyone nodded. That made sense. Jin Nantian, who rarely spoke, said, "There are 3 days left until the stomach eats again. We have to do everything we can to find the secret this time. Since the plans changed, I propose to lead 2 people and, at the moment the stomach opens, go out first and mark the spot." They had to figure out how the stomach ate. If he could find a fixed entrance and prepare. Before Jin Nantian could finish, the entire stomach began to shake. An earthquake? The non-Newtonian ground heaved up and down like a giant waterbed, bouncing wildly, but when it hit people, it landed with a heavy thud. Xia Jiangwo recognized the feeling immediately. No, the stomach is eating again. It's just that this time, without the old mesh nest to cushion it, it feels like an earthquake. Is the stomach about to feed? Doesn't it only happen once a month? Isn't there still several days left? Yeah, how could it be early? I've been here for so long, and the stomach's feeding is as regular as a period, never early, never late. Everyone started to panic and lose their composure. It wasn't that the stomach feeding itself was particularly dangerous, but this time, it was tied to everyone's chance to escape. If they missed this opportunity, they'd have to wait another month. But just as the meeting had started and no one was ready, it began, just like that. Jin Nantian led 2 people and quickly climbed to the top of the stomach, moving at a frightening speed, leaving only a single sentence behind. "We're going to look for a way out. If we don't come back within a day, it means we've made it out. When that happens, follow the plan." Okay. Jin Nantian hurriedly led his team upward. Luckily, the logistics department had already prepared 2 backpacks for them, packed with essential survival supplies. Otherwise, if they really made it out and ended up back on the snowy mountain, they might actually starve or freeze to death. "Hey, wait. Take my green giant and this creature with you." Jingshu rushed over, stuffing a few soft things into the bag. Jin Nantian didn't even look back, just kept going. Let's hope they succeed. When she was sent down by the stomach, it felt like the whole world around her had collapsed. Everything she'd left above was sent down with her, so now there was no signal from up there at all. But if Jin Nantian could make it back up and take her things with him, at least Jingshu would have eyes up there. By sensing their location, maybe she could find a way out. While everyone else was panicking, running around like headless chickens, and the whole stomach was churning like a blender, Jingshu, quietly, was up to something big. On the surface, it looked like Jingshu had done nothing in the months she'd been here, just idly passing the days. In reality, she really hadn't done much except, every day when she went to see Xia Jiangwo, she would secretly swipe some of the mucus. Because the mucus pool was so huge, Jingshu could sneak away several tons a day and no one noticed, not even Xia Jiangwo. As a result, Jingshu's storage space was almost full of mucus. But when she tried to study it, she discovered that her space was actually absorbing the mucus like crazy, and the energy for upgrading was getting thicker and more condensed, almost crystallizing. But here's where things got weird. Didn't Jingshu want to improve? Didn't she want her Rubik's Cube space to upgrade? She wanted it so badly. So every day, she eagerly poured more black mucus in, like stoking a fire under a pot of water, trying to make it boil. Now, the pot was steaming, little bubbles rising from the bottom, looking like it was about to boil, but it just wouldn't. That's what was happening with Jingshu's space and the mucus. She had enough of it, but something was still missing, so it just wouldn't upgrade. Was the fire not hot enough? Not enough energy? Was something important missing? Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Jingshu went for broke. She scraped up all the non-Newtonian fluid from underground, the pool under Xie Jiangwo, and everything on the surrounding walls, and stuffed it all into the last bit of her space. For some reason, maybe a circuit was completed or something, Jing Shu suddenly got excited. It's reacting. There's a reaction. The space is responding. After she'd stuffed every substance from the stomach inside, it was like everything started running automatically. Jing Shu finally felt the energy as if a switch had been flipped, injecting fresh upgrade energy into her space. But before she could finish her research, the ground stopped shaking, and the next thing she heard was a chaotic mess of screams and arguments. What's happening outside? Jing Shu left Xie Jiangwo's pool and rushed toward the commotion. This area had become a giant pit, originally used to store the garbage dumped in after the stomach's feeding. There was no need to manage or process it, because no matter what was sent in after a month, nothing would be left. Usually, the original inhabitants would wait here, hoping that every month, something edible might be sent down. But today, besides the usual mess, the pit was suddenly full of people. Huang Xiaoxiao, leading a few team members, almost burst into tears and ran over, crying out, "Uncle, uncle, you finally made it down. I've been waiting so long for you." When Jing Shu arrived, she saw Huang Xiaoxiao standing tall, directing to Huangya and the others. "Professor Wang is here too. Hurry up and set up some tents for my uncle and the others, and get them some food." Professor Huang's eyes were shining with excitement, his face full of joy. "That can wait." "Xiao, are you saying this is our target this time, the new energy base? Or is this the 8-dimensional space? In that case, let Professor Chu come out and share the research data you've gathered this month. You've all done very well. I'll recommend you for credit for discovering the dark new energy. But from here on, I'll be taking over this project." Well, so that's what was going on, Jing Shu thought. It turned out the entire other team had arrived as well, and they'd been swept in and delivered here by the stomach. But it seemed this Professor Huang still hadn't figured out the situation, coming in and acting so arrogant right off the bat. And as for this Ms. Huang Xiaoxiao, after a month of suffering, apparently she still hadn't had enough. As soon as Professor Huang spoke, everyone on Jing Shu's team darkened their expressions. Trying to snatch the fruits of someone else's labor the moment you arrive, who'd be willing to accept that? Clearly, Professor Huang still didn't understand the real situation here. After Professor Huang finished speaking, there was a few seconds of silence, and then everyone just went back to what they were doing. The local residents were mostly rummaging around to see if there was anything useful or edible left. They were already quite used to scavenging through trash by now. As for Big Yellow Teeth, he led people to tidy up and pile the salvageable things in designated spots. After the recent earthquake and all the tumbling around like a washing machine, their own supplies and tents were scattered everywhere. Professor Huang frowned. What's going on? He was just about to lose his temper when his assistants and students immediately started sucking up. Did you hear what Professor Huang said? Where's your leader? Where's the commander of Team 2? Where's Chu Zhuhua? Where is he? Tell him to come here. Hey, you from logistics? I remember you. You're in charge of logistics, right? Go get your team leader and have him report the situation to Professor Huang. Big Yellow Teeth pointed at himself. Me? You're talking to me. Who else would I be talking to? Is this how you treat your superiors? From now on, Professor Huang is in charge here, got it. A bunch of people surrounded Big Yellow Teeth. Situ Xiaoya squeezed in with a group of zombie-like people, expressionless. What, you want to start something? The two sides squared off, and the atmosphere was ready to explode at any second. Just then, Jing Shu arrived. She took one look at the scene and sighed. Sigh, Jin Nantian had only been gone for a minute, and already she missed him. Without Jin Nantian's strength to keep things under control, wouldn't Professor Huang's people run wild? Jing Shu thought back carefully. This team seemed to have brought a few ability users, right? What were their abilities again? Even as she pondered, Jing Shu squeezed through the crowd and started cleaning up the mess. Why are you giving logistics a hard time? If you have something to say it to me. For now, I'm in charge here. Oh, and you just said Professor Huang is taking over? Jingshu sat atop the green giant, not bothering to get down, looking down at the people soaked in black mud. The contrast was stark. Professor Huang's group had been swept down along with all sorts of messy debris, covered in sticky black slime, looking like they'd just crawled out of a black swamp. Meanwhile, Jingshu sat calmly on the clean green giant, spotless from head to toe. Huang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, whispered a complaint to her uncle, then lifted her proud swan neck, well, a neck full of mud, and declared haughtily, "That's right. My uncle is the most senior and highest-ranking researcher here. Now that he's arrived, naturally, he's taking over everything." She felt secretly pleased. "Jingshu, after how you treated me this past month, just wait, I'll pay you back double." Jingshu crossed her arms, half smiling. "All right, whatever you say. If you want to take over, go ahead. I'm just curious, how exactly does Professor Huang plan to take over?" Huang Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips. "Of course, it means a complete takeover. All your supplies must be handed over for unified distribution. That includes your tents, your food, your water, your research results." Huang Xiaoxiao had suffered enough these days. The locals could at least eat meat and work, but Jingshu's group was too much. Even a single red threadworm meat patty cost 10 points, and giant meat was 20 points. She'd been forced to sign thousands of IOUs. She was going to get it all back. Enough with the nonsense. What's the point of taking over all that? Professor Huang wiped the black mud from his face, impatient. Women, long hair, short sense. What matters now is the dark energy. Where's Chuzhuhua? Get him to see me now. Jingshu looked at Professor Huang, who still hadn't figured out the situation, shook her head, and decided not to play along anymore. She said directly, "Since both teams are here now, let's just have a meeting together. We'll meet outside the tent up ahead. If your team wants to come, come. If not, go play in the mud." Then she turned to Big Yellow Teeth. "Let everyone know we're having a meeting." Big Yellow Teeth grinned, showing his yellow teeth. "All right." Jingshu turned and rode off on the green giant, leaving the others stunned. She dares talk to Professor Huang like that? Even Jin Nantian wouldn't dare talk to Professor Huang like that. This woman must be tired of living. Guys, aren't we going to teach her a lesson? Bro, don't forget Jin Nantian is still around. She's just relying on Jin Nantian. If it weren't for him, we'd have had them all pinned to the ground long ago. Even Professor Huang stared in disbelief at Jingshu's back, unable to process what had just happened. He was a leader sent down from above. How could this woman dare act like this? Did she want to ruin her future? Just wait. When we get back, I'll have her stripped of all her positions. Huang Xiaoxiao stomped her foot and snorted coldly. See? She's always been this arrogant and overbearing. A student asked, "So, Professor, what do we do now?" "What do we do? What else? Go to that place and find Chuzhuhua." Professor Huang snapped. "Chuzhuhua isn't so unreasonable. He's easier to talk to. These people have been stuck here so long, they've all grown wings." Grumbling, Professor Huang's group got up, not even bothering to clean themselves off, and headed straight for the tent Jingshu had indicated. At this point, after more than a month, the two teams finally reunited. On this historic day, they held a meeting that was, in the grand scheme of things, rather insignificant. Yang was the first to clap and announce, "Let me share some good news. After confirmation, Jin Nantian has successfully made it out of the stomach with 2 others. They've escaped. Now all we have to do is wait for the next time the stomach opens, confirm the drop point." Professor Huang's people were a bit confused, but everyone understood one thing. "You mean to say, your team leader, Jin Nantian, isn't here right now?" He actually made it out and took 2 ability users with him. Jingshu stretched her wrists. Is the war of words finally over? The members of Team 1 all had eager, ecstatic looks in their eyes. If the powerhouse Jin Nantian was no longer here, wouldn't that mean they could do whatever they wanted? No more tiptoeing around? Last time they butted heads, if it hadn't been for Jin Nantian suppressing everyone, Team 1 would have already beaten the others into submission. Yang was quite displeased with Team 1's constant interruptions, but still nodded. "Yes, we've been trapped in this stomach for a month. Now that Jin Nantion has led 2 ability users to break through and escape, that's good news for us. It means that even if we're stuck in this 8-dimensional space, it doesn't mean we can't get out. If even one person can escape, then we all have a chance. Then we can focus on figuring out how to extract this new energy source. Clap, 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 asterisk. Professor Huang was the first to applaud. He wiped his face clean, stood up, and said kindly to Yang Yang and the members of Team 2, "First, I really appreciate your abilities. Second, I want to thank all of you for your hard work. If our country didn't have talents like you, we wouldn't be so strong today." Professor Huang was waiting for Yang Yang and his group to say things like, "You're too kind, this is our duty," or "It's all thanks to your guidance," the usual polite formalities. After all, in this kind of environment, rank is everything. No matter what you really think, you still have to say the right things on the surface. But who would have thought? Yang Yang and his country bumpkin crew acted as if they didn't get the hint at all. They just nodded blandly and went right back to their meeting. They completely ignored him. Professor Huang took a deep breath. His niece was right, these people really have no respect for their elders and are utterly brazen. He suppressed his anger, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's put other things aside for now. Both our teams are serving the country. Now that we've found the new energy source, shouldn't we share our data?" Yang Yang was interrupted again and was starting to get annoyed, but still said, "Fine. Since Professor Huang wants to share data, why don't you start by telling us what your team has achieved this past month? Any discoveries?" Professor Huang's mouth twitched. Their achievements this month? What achievements? They'd been driving expensive vehicles and equipment around the snowy mountains, only for everything to break down and get infested by some kind of black bugs. At first, the ability users pushed the vehicles, but as food ran out, they had to abandon everything and beg for help. If it weren't for one ability user in the team who could produce food, they probably would have starved to death. Just when they thought they were doomed to die in the Tian Shan Mountains, the world flipped upside down and they were inexplicably transported here. Professor Huang sighed. "We did make some discoveries, but compared to the dark new energy, they're insignificant. Now that we've all fallen into the lair of this dark energy, we should help each other and thoroughly research it. What do you think, Brother Chu?" Professor Huang turned his gaze to the always silent Chu Zhuohua and added, "Or are you planning to keep the data to yourself? Don't forget, even if you make a breakthrough, the data still has to go through me in the end. After all, you're half a rank below me." Chu Zhuohua lazily glanced at Jing Shu, who gave him an okay gesture. Only then did Chu Zhuohua straighten up, patting his forehead. My brain really isn't working." He looked apologetically at Professor Huang. "Sorry, Brother Huang, I'm really not that smart. I've been here a month and haven't figured out anything, except that the stuff in this black mire is the dark new energy. That's all I know." "What? You've been here a month and haven't figured out anything?" The other researchers from Team 1 didn't believe it for a second, especially Huang Xiaoxiao, who stepped forward and said, "They're lying. Every time they have a meeting, they're all secretive. I heard them talking outside about some universal energy converter, black energy in the 8-dimensional space, and how its reserves could multiply our country's energy supply dozens of times. I heard it all." As soon as she said this, all the members of Team 1 started breathing heavily, not to mention Professor Huang and the other researchers. They knew exactly what this meant. If they were the ones to submit this discovery, then the rights to exploit it would go to their backers. Just imagine the profits involved. One thing was certain, whatever energy source was here, it belonged to the country, no question. But who would get to extract and manage it? That was a huge deal. Give the extraction rights to Wuqing? With how backward and poor that place is, could they even handle it? Professor Huang couldn't hold back anymore and said urgently, "In that case, Brother Chu, stop playing dumb. It's not just your team that discovered the energy source, our team did too. Let's split the extraction rights 50-50. Now take me to see the energy data." Chu Zhuohua didn't move or say anything, but Wu Yui spoke up. "Yes, we've researched a few things, but those results belong to Team 2. If you want them, go to your own research. This place is huge and there's plenty of time. Why do you have to take ours?" Is eating someone else's leftovers really that tasty? If we could do the research ourselves, would we need anything from you country bumpkins? Our equipment got left in the Tian Shan Mountains. What's wrong with borrowing your results now? Professor Huang, looks like Team 2 doesn't know what's good for them. Maybe we should teach them a lesson. Seeing both sides about to come to blows, Jingshu stretched her wrists. The war of words was finally over, and it was her turn. Hey. Researchers shouldn't be fighting each other. Whose hands are itching for a fight? Come on, let's take it outside and settle it there. Don't wreck the tents we just set up. Who was it just now who was whining about wanting to fight? The members of Team 1 glanced at each other. Originally, they just wanted to take advantage of Jin Nantian's absence to come out and intimidate the other side. After all, without Jin Nantian, who on their side could put up a fight? That guy with the dark circles and the messy curls who looks like he could fall asleep any second? Or maybe that big guy who claims to be the strongest tank in the country. The members of Team 1 all smirked mischievously and stepped forward, rolling their wrists and ankles. All right then, let's go outside and spar a bit. But just so you know, our abilities aren't exactly safe. If you get hurt, don't blame us. No problem. Just don't come running back crying when it's over, someone from Team 2 replied. Jingshu smiled slightly and was about to head out when the tank behind her thumped his chest. You can't have a fight without me. Just because our team's missing the boss doesn't mean anyone can treat us like pushovers. Hao Yunlai yawned and silently followed behind Jingshu. He'd eaten his fill. Now it was time to get to work. Even the other ability users under Jin Nantian hesitated for just 2 seconds before quietly following Jingshu as well. Jingshu looked at the pair. A man and a woman, a bit surprised. She remembered the man. His name was Xiao Tian, and his ability was a strong attack type, but he was slow, so he'd been left behind. The woman was called Zhang Shishir, who usually blended in like an invisible person, and had never shown any particular ability. Zhang Shishir hurriedly said, "Before the boss left, he told us to listen to you." All right then, let's go. Jingshu led both Team 2 and Team 1's people outside. Let's head out a bit farther. Things might get loud, and I don't want to scare the others, hehe. One of Team 1's members, a man with a strange body shape always hidden under a robe, let out a weird, creepy laugh. Sure, wherever you say, Jingshu said as she walked, eyeing the group and pointing at a shy-looking man. I remember you. Aren't you the one who farts a lot? The man, codename Weasel, gave an embarrassed smile. That's me. The air-purifying mask you gave me last time worked great. I can't even smell my own farts anymore. The two teams walked until they reached a deserted spot and finally stopped. All right, let's do it here. Are we doing a team brawl or a gang up? Don't blame us for bullying Team 2. You're the ones with fewer people. The man under the robe finally took it off. Jingshu looked at him expectantly. What kind of mysterious ability user would he be in this apocalypse? Then Jingshu's eyes widened. It was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a full head of dyed white hair. Honestly, he was kind of handsome, but there was nothing unusual about him at all. What do you think? Surprised by my looks? Am I cool or what? The white-haired boy looked smug, clearly satisfied at seeing Team 2's shocked faces. No, you just look like a normal person. Why do you always wear that black robe? Hehe, my codename is Water Dragon. The white-haired boy flicked his hair, trying to look cool. Jin Nantian's ability totally counters mine. Now that he's gone, let's see how cocky you Team 2 folks can be. I say, hand over your research results and save yourselves a beating, or you'll be lying on the ground for days. Yeah, you 3 oddballs actually dare to fight us? You probably don't even know what our abilities are. I don't even need to use my ability to beat them till they're bawling for their moms. You sure talk a lot, Hao Yunlai chuckled quietly. Just as his smile faded and he stepped forward, Jingshu stopped him. Jingshu rested her chin on her hand and said seriously, I want to run an experiment. Wait till I'm done before you guys go. Oh ho, look at this one, wants to experiment on us? Guys, let's teach this big talker a lesson first. The white-haired boy grinned so wide it almost reached the back of his head. Just then, the mud around them started to bubble and buzz, and the air seemed to ignite. Around the man codenamed Weasel, multicolored gases began to appear, spreading rapidly like ink in water. There were even streaks of lightning in the air. Every member of Team 1 was showing off their abilities, determined to flatten Jing Shu's group. Meanwhile, Hao Yunlai and Tank both looked absolutely shocked, excited, and expectant. Mirror is finally revealing her true strength. Who would have thought? After all these years, Mirror had never shown any ability at all. Was she finally going to show her hand today? Zhang Shishir and Xiao Tian were also curious. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight? What's with the experiment? And why did Tank look so happy? Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Every member of Team 1 suddenly opened their mouths wide in shock, their faces turning bright red with disbelief. All the abilities they'd just displayed vanished without a trace, as if they'd never existed. The white-haired youth codenamed Water Dragon looked like he was being strangled by fate itself, unable to breathe. He clutched his throat, trying to gulp in air, but it was useless. He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, buddy, fighting is one thing, but can you at least give us some air?" All of Team 1's faces were flushed red, grasping at the air as if grabbing something invisible. Some even fell painfully to their knees. "Air, give us some air. Buddy, you're playing dirty." Tank and the others stared, dumbfounded, at Team 1, some kneeling, some collapsed on the ground, some standing and hunched over in pain. What had Jing Shu done? Yeah, what exactly did Jing Shu do? Jing Shu had indeed done something. She had already experimented many times in this 8-dimensional space. Ever since she learned that fire couldn't be used here because the air was full of fuel and might explode at the slightest spark, she'd been considering the idea of extracting all the air. In fact, that's exactly what Jing Shu did. Of course, she couldn't literally vacuum all the air out, that would be impossible. But hidden from everyone's sight, her Rubik's Cube space hovered above everyone's heads. This was the first time Jing Shu had manifested her Rubik's Cube space in a way that allowed her to utilize it like this. Around each person, within about a cubic meter, she could remove the air wherever her space was present. All the air was sucked into the Rubik's Cube space, which acted like a giant sponge, constantly compressing and absorbing it. However, what Jing Shu could do was limited to the areas where her space was manifested, and she had to keep extracting the air into her space continuously. The moment she stopped, the surrounding air would quickly rush back in. That's why the members of Team 1 were all clutching their throats, desperately trying to breathe, but there was simply no air. Just think about it. Everyone came out here for a fight, but before anyone even made a move, you sucked away all the air around them. How were they supposed to fight? Despicable. Shameless. Unfair. Each of their faces turned bright red, as if they were about to suffocate. Stop, stop. I give up. Give me some air. I feel like I'm going to die. Me too. I'm dying. I quit. Jing Shu looked on with satisfaction. The spatial experiment was a success. This move was very effective. In fact, when her space leveled up again in the future, she might even be able to arrange the space at will and retrieve items without having to physically touch them. That's not very fair, is it? Jing Shu said loudly. Weren't you the ones who wanted to gang up on me? How come it's over before it even started? What about the matter inside? The white dragon man looked as if fate itself was strangling him, his face flushed and his tongue hanging out. Whatever you say goes, it's all up to you. Whatever you say, that's what it is. We're not fighting anymore. Just give us some air, please, friend. These people from Team 2 were simply unscrupulous. They'd thought only Jin Nantian was crazy, but now there was someone who wouldn't even let them have air to fight. At least Jin Nantian fought fair and gave people a chance to strike back, but this woman, she didn't give them any chance at all. Jing Shu smiled at the others. And you? What do you say? We'll listen to you, whatever you say. Seeing that everyone looked like they were about to suffocate, Jing Shu snapped her fingers and withdrew the space that had been covering their heads. The moment the space disappeared, air rushed in, and everyone collapsed to the ground, gulping in huge breaths. It had only been 30 seconds, but they really felt like they were about to die. All right, let's go. Jingxu waved her hand, ignoring the excited looks from Tank and Hao Yunlai, and started heading back. She still had a ton of things to do. Besides, the two little creatures following Jin Nantian had finally reacted. Now, she could even sense exactly where those two little things were. Maybe, finally, they'd found the way out. So Jingxu walked quickly. Tank and Hao Yunlai hurried to catch up. Zhang Shi and Xiao Tian exchanged glances, swallowed nervously, then looked over at the group of proud sons of heaven collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, snot and drool running down their faces. The two of them were utterly shocked. So this is why our boss is so polite to Jingxu? I always thought. I never imagined Jingxu was this powerful. Think about it, our boss, who's prouder than anyone, wouldn't take a liking to someone ordinary, right? Jingxu quickly returned to the conference room. Both teams were anxiously awaiting the outcome of the showdown. After all, in this godforsaken place, positions and titles were meaningless. Whoever killed whom, whoever took the treasure and reported back, who would know on the outside? To put it bluntly, it all depended on which side was stronger. Huang Xiaoxiao was a bit worried, but Professor Huang was quite confident. The abilities users assigned to him this time were the cream of the crop in China. Without Jin Nantian, the other side shouldn't be a problem. Chu Zhuohua kept rubbing his fingers, his face expressionless, but he was actually very curious. Jingxu, who'd always kept a low profile, would finally have to reveal her strength. With so many opponents, could she really handle them? They figured it would take at least an hour to resolve things, but to their surprise, both teams had only been gone a few minutes, barely any time at all, when they saw the green giant running back from afar. Professor Huang frowned. Why are you the only one back? Where are the others? Jingxu waved her hand. They're sitting on the ground back there. They'll need a while to recover before they can come back. What kind of fight needs recovery time? Professor Huang didn't believe that Team 1, with so many people, could lose to just a few, and not only lose, but be defeated so badly in just a few minutes. In fact, Jingxu didn't need to say anything more. A few minutes later, the abilities users from Team 1 returned, each looking as wilted as an eggplant after a beating, utterly disheveled, as if they'd suffered some inhuman torment. Professor Huang stood up to check on them, then slumped back into his seat. Yang coughed lightly. Well, the result seems obvious. Professor Huang, do you have anything to say? Professor Huang was about to speak, but Yang smiled. Very good. Seems Professor Huang has nothing to add. All right, let's continue our meeting. At this moment, Jingxu raised her hand. I'd like to say something. History has always been written by the victors. All the more so now, when Jingxu had just won the right to speak for the entire team, let alone giving her a voice. At this point, if Jingxu wanted to go to the heavens, Yang would have to find a way to send her up there. So, with a beaming smile, Yang said, "Please, go ahead. Please, our distinguished VIP, speak your mind." Jingxu said seriously, "I want to go to the sky." Yang, everyone. Yang's mouth twitched. Well, that might be a bit difficult. What do you mean, you want to go to the sky? Or did you discover something? See? When I really want to go to the sky, you're not so happy about it. Jingxu silently complained about Yang's attitude, then said earnestly, I want to do an experiment, and I'll need your cooperation, because I think I might have found a way out. As soon as she said this, everyone became serious. Even Chu Zhuohua sat up straight. How do you want us to cooperate? Meanwhile, De Huangya excitedly asked, so it's true, the way out is in the sky, right? I knew it. The path Jin Nantian took to leave from up there might be our only exit. Don't get ahead of yourself. We still don't know what's going on. Let's wait for Jingxu to finish her experiment first. The meeting was abandoned on the spot, and Team 2 immediately got busy, leaving Professor Huang and his group dumbfounded. What's going on? Just because that woman said one thing, everyone dropped everything? Huang Xiaoxiao sighed, Uncle, what should we do now? Professor Huang took a deep breath, his stomach growling with hunger. Man cannot live without food. Go borrow some food from Team 2. Since we're already inside the energy core, things should be stable from here on out. Even if Team 2 discovers something, they'll still need us in the end. Huang Xiaoxiao blinked. Uncle, if you're hungry, why not just eat the slime on the ground? If you think it's dirty, we can scoop some from the pool. Professor Huang frowned. How can you eat that stuff? It's like snot. Exactly. When I fell down earlier, I accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls. It's salty and sticky, just like snot. It got stuck in my throat and nearly choked me to death. You can eat snot, but how could Professor Huang eat something so filthy? He's not young anymore. Team 2 still has so many supplies, let's just borrow some. We'll pay them back tenfold later. The group chattered away, unable to accept the idea of eating the dark, sticky slime. Huang Xiaoxiao just chuckled, picked up a glob of slime, and stuffed it into her mouth. She closed her eyes, swallowed, and was done with her daily nutrition. Then she said, "You're just not hungry enough. Right now, a single bug biscuit from Team 2 costs 100 contribution points, and a cup of water is 50. If you want to borrow, go ahead. Oh, and I forgot to mention. In this 8-dimensional space, if you don't eat the slime, you won't be able to sleep. Everyone in Team 2 is eating the slime too." In the first few days, Huang Xiaoxiao could still borrow food, but now she could eat the slime smoothly. It was so convenient, no need to spend so many contribution points on bug biscuits, which she couldn't even earn in a single trip. Hiss, this is daylight robbery. One bug biscuit costs that much? We only earn a few thousand contribution points per trip, and that's not even enough for one meal. Professor, aren't you going to do something? They have so much food, how can they be so selfish? What's wrong with sharing a little? Yeah, Professor, you're too old to eat this. Before they could finish, Professor Huang grabbed a handful of slime and, with a grimace, swallowed it in one gulp. It replenishes both water and salt. Eat up, everyone, hurry. Once you're done, we'll discuss business. Everyone else. Well, if even Professor Huang is eating it, what excuse do we have? Still, the professor is ruthless. While Professor Huang's group quietly discussed what to do, Jingshu's side was bustling with activity as they carried out the experiment. In less than half an hour, they'd built a human ladder as Jingshu requested, with the green giant and the gastropods at the bottom, and the zombie people like Xiaoyi forming the second layer. In the end, Jingshu managed to reach the top of the stomach. Not long ago, Jin Nantian had left with 2 others through a huge opening that appeared right here. Jingshu fiddled around at the top of the stomach for a while before finishing the experiment. Everyone watched her nervously, even Chu Zhuohua asked expectantly, well, is the exit at the very top? Can we make a hole there? What's the main material up there? Jingshu was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Looks like I was right. The very top is the entrance, but it's not the exit. Huh? What do you mean? Jingshu scratched her head, unsure how to explain. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She picked up a plastic bag, filled it with air, and tied it shut. Look at this bag. Normally, the knot is on top, right? The opening is facing up. Everyone nodded. Jingshu continued, but in reality, it's placed upside down. Only when you need air do you flip it over and open the mouth. Most of the time, when there's no air, it's placed upside down. De Huangya. Why can't he understand this? But Yang Yang got it. He flipped the plastic bag upside down, with the opening facing down and the sealed end up, and said, "You mean, our sky right now is actually the bottom, the butt of the stomach? And the ground we're standing on is where food enters? Every time it eats, the whole thing flips over." Jingshu looked at Yang Yang with relief. Thank goodness Yang Yang was in this team, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You're right, that's exactly what I meant. With that, the others more or less understood, especially De Huangya. If you'd said it like that earlier, I would have gotten it right away. So, you mean we still have to get out from above, right? Jingshu, you get it? You don't get it at all. Expressionless, Jingshu pointed to the ground. Since the stomach is inverted, we can only get out from underground. De Huangya snorted, clearly unconvinced. Then you should have just said so. We could have just gone underground instead of explaining all that stuff we didn't understand. Actually, there were quite a few people in the team who were still confused, but now everyone got it. Anyway, the plan was to dig out from underground. In fact, Jingshu hadn't thought of this inversion issue before. The reason she experimented was because she sensed the two little ones with Zhen Nantian. They'd clearly left from above, so why was she now sensing them underground? When she tried to break through the sky, she felt the two little ones getting farther and farther away, which meant that if they wanted to reach Jin Nanshan's location, they'd have to start from underground. Yang Yang clapped her hands. All right, now that we've confirmed the location, let's figure out how to dig an exit underground. We'll make a channel for the stomach, like a retention needle, but we have to be careful not to damage anything in the 8-dimensional space, or we'll risk losing energy. With the direction set, the next step was to make a plan. First, we need to ensure the safety and stability of the entire 8-dimensional space. Professor Chu, I'll leave that to you. Second, how and where to dig. That's up to Captain Jingshu. But lately, we've been digging everywhere and haven't broken through anywhere. We need to figure out where the problem is, Yang Yang said thoughtfully. Over the past month, everyone had been digging with all their might. Who knew how much of that fluid they'd excavated, but they just couldn't reach the bottom. On this matter, Situ Xiaoya had the most to say. Our logistics team has been digging 24 hours a day, and the deepest we've gotten is a few dozen meters. But any deeper, the surrounding pressure increases and the fluid acts like quicksand, filling everything back in automatically. It's like a bottomless pit. You just can't reach the end, and even if you dig out the fluid, it fills up again on its own. This was the biggest problem so far. Unlike regular ground, where a hole stays a hole, here, whatever you dig just flows back in, like water. And the deeper you dig, the greater the pressure. Chu Zhuohua suggested we can use fixed equipment to build a tunnel. Bring over all the non-degradable plastics and other garbage from the dump to reinforce the tunnel. For every meter we dig, we reinforce a meter. As long as we keep going, whether it's 10 meters, 100 meters, or more, we'll eventually break through. Yang Yang turned to Jingshu. Anything to add? Jingshu thought for a moment. Nothing for now. I'll have the Hulk and the gastropods help. Let's start digging from the dump. Jingshu's plan was also to dig downwards. As long as they kept digging and reinforcing the fluid, they'd eventually break through the stomach. But she had a feeling things wouldn't be that simple. She felt like she was missing something. The entire second team threw themselves into the work. A few days ago, they'd still been rationing food, but now, not only were they working themselves, they'd also roped in the local residents, handing out unlimited red threadworm cakes and giant synthetic meat. They dug for 7 days and nights straight. The area around the dump was now raised, and inside was a pit several dozen meters deep, reinforced with various materials to stop the fluid from flowing back in. Huang Xiaoxiao watched everyone working so hard and grew anxious. Uncle, are we really not going to do anything? What if they really find a way out? Professor Huang, weak and listless after eating 7 days of sticky phlegm, yes, he'd classified the stuff as phlegm, was sleepy all the time, not starving but with no energy. Let our ability users follow them. We don't have equipment or supplies, so we'll just tag along. Once they get out, they'll have to take us with them. Once we're out, won't everything be up to us? Huang Xiaoxiao stomped her foot anxiously. Uncle, you really don't understand how cunning Jingshu is too naive. She was worried the second team would dig a tunnel and escape, but also afraid they'd fail and everyone would be trapped here. She could only sneak outside the tent to eavesdrop on their conversations. She didn't dare get too close, but she could catch bits and pieces. Things like, we can't break through, looks like we'll have to wait for the stomach to eat again, wait for the world to flip again, and so on. Huang Xiaoxiao plopped down in the mud, not caring about the mess. At this point, she was actually hoping the second team would hurry up and find a way out. In the meeting room, they'd hit a wall. They couldn't break through, the pressure below was too great, and any hole they dug filled up instantly. There was no good solution. Jingshu pondered silently. She could feel she was getting closer and closer to Jin Nantian, as if separated by just a thin layer of paper, but she just couldn't break through. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Jingshu, almost as if possessed, turned to Sue Mary, who was yawning off to the side. How could she have forgotten about this child of fortune? Mary, where do you think our exit might be? Or, how do you think we should get out? Just go with your gut, say whatever comes to mind. Huh? Me? Sue Molly pointed at herself, unsure, and asked again. These days, all she'd done was eat and sleep. She couldn't even tell day from night anymore, just binge-watching dramas and playing single-player games around the clock. While everyone else's phones had long since died and there was no solar power or anything in this godforsaken place, just endless darkness, electricity was a luxury no one even mentioned anymore. But Sue Molly? Thanks to Jing Shu, she could still watch shows and play games. If this had been a few years ago, Sue Molly would have definitely complained about how dirty, broken, and boring this place was. But after running around nonstop lately, working day and night for her KPIs, these decadent days felt like pure bliss. She was actually enjoying herself. So when she was suddenly asked this question, she was a bit at a loss. Her, Sue Molly, a total slacker, what could she possibly do? Jing Shu nodded, looking at Sue Molly expectantly. Yes, don't overthink it. Just answer instinctively. Where do you think the exit is? How should we dig? Or just say whatever comes to mind. Sue Molly pondered. Jing Shu kept encouraging her. Look, Molly, aren't you bored staying here all day? Don't you want to get out? Isn't it about time we left? Hearing this, Sue Molly shook her head. I'm not really in a hurry to leave. I actually find it kind of fun here. And the food you give me is so good, Jing Shu. If it's not urgent, I'd be happy to stay another month. Before she could finish, Jing Shu covered her mouth. Don't jinx it. Jing Shu smiled. Come on, just say you've had enough. I'm thinking the grapes in the orchard are ripe, the watermelons, lychees, cherries too. Shouldn't we go back and eat them? Sue Molly started to drool a little. Even though Jing Shu had been giving her all sorts of delicious snacks lately, spicy rabbit jerky, beef jerky, fish jerky, and even daily afternoon tea with milk tea, taro balls, and soft mochi. Those fruits were waiting for her. Sue Molly nodded firmly. Yeah, I've definitely had enough. We really should go back. Let me think. I just feel like digging like this won't get us anywhere. Instead of wasting time here, maybe we should study Comrade Xia Jiangwo and that pool behind him more. I have a feeling the key is with him. Jing Shu snapped her fingers. All right, I know what to do next. Not long after, Xia Jiangwo was playing chess on his iPad when Jing Shu led a group of people over. After hearing their intentions, Xia Jiangwo turned a finger out of his slime and pointed at himself. Me? You think I'm the key to opening the way out? How come I don't know I can open the exit? Open sesame. Open elephant. Open amen. Xia Jiangwo stopped playing and started fiddling with himself, trying everything, mental power, willpower, you name it. The whole dark, sticky pool echoed with his voice. He even lifted himself up and bounced around, hoping to trigger some mechanism. After a long while, nothing happened. Yang Yang coughed. How about we split up? Jing Shu, you study Comrade Xia and we'll go dig. Fine, what else could they do? So the crowd left, leaving only a few people in the pool. Sue Molly was exhausted. She didn't know if it was day or night, but when she was tired, she slept. She said hi to Jing Shu, then went to sleep in the Green Giant's train car. Before dozing off, she thoughtfully said, Don't worry, I have a feeling maybe when I wake up, we'll be out. Let's hope your words come true. Jing Shu and Xia Jiangwo stared at each other. Xia Jiangwo coughed. So, little sister, how do you want to study me? Just say it. Jing Shu pointed at the slime pool. Open a path for me. I want to see the very bottom. Xia Jiangwo's face turned red as he struggled to reply, I can't do that. Even though all this slime is me, I can't control my body like that. But I can wrap you in slime and send you down. The only thing is, you won't have any air. That's fine. I have my own oxygen mask. I'll leave a rope in the pool. If something drags me away, pull me back. After discussing with Xia Jiangwo, Jing Shu pretended to get something from the Green Giant, but actually pulled out a set of scuba gear from her space. She put it on and jumped into the energy pool. The whole pool felt like one entity. She could sense Xia Jiangwo pushing her downward. The deeper she went, the greater the pressure. Jingshu felt a crushing force all around her, thank goodness for the diving suit. But wait. After descending dozens of meters, Jingshu sensed something was off. When she reached the bottom, her Rubik's Cube space started frantically absorbing the thick, nearly crystallized energy at the bottom. She'd already filled her space with this black energy to upgrade it, and it had felt like the space was about to burst, unable to take in any more. But now, at the bottom, why was it absorbing like crazy again? Was there something different about this energy? Oh well, whatever. Jingshu could feel her Rubik's Cube space about to level up, so she ignored everything else and started absorbing energy like a vortex, sucking in all the dense, viscous energy around her. Xia Jiangwo. Suddenly dizzy and panicked, he felt like something vital was being sucked out of him by a parasite. No, I feel like I'm dying, I need to get this thing out of me. And at that moment, Jingshu felt the dark energy in the pool shift, as if annoyed at her for absorbing so much. It suddenly kicked her out, and Jingshu felt like she was a piece of poop being squeezed out, plop, ejected from the pool. Whoosh! At long last, fresh air rushed in. This long-lost rush of freshness almost made Jingshu cry. How long had it been since she'd breathed such fresh air? Did she finally make it out? Jingshu opened her eyes, and sure enough, she was greeted by a vast expanse of snowy mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. Her heart thumped wildly. Damn it, after everyone had spent over a month desperately searching for a way out, it turned out all they needed was for Xia Jiangwo to just pull her out? Was it really that simple? Good news, it seemed they'd finally, damn it, found a way out. Bad news, she still hadn't finished absorbing the new energy, and now the cube space was finally about to upgrade. Of all the things in the world, nothing was bigger than the cube space upgrading. So, even though Jingshu could sense that the two little ones weren't far from her, she didn't bother with them, nor did she go looking for Jin Nantian. Luckily, she'd come prepared, with a special rope tied around her waist, just in case she found a way out and couldn't get back in. Now, it was perfect. Jingshu followed the rope and squeezed her way back in. This 8-dimensional space really was a miraculous thing. If not for the rope connecting the two places, it would be a completely sealed pocket. But now, with the rope as a link, even though Jingshu couldn't open the narrow passage on her own, it was like a mass of sticky goo with no air at all. She used her spatial powers to reinforce the surroundings, forming a passage just big enough for one person to squeeze through. Outside was fresh air. Inside was a hot, humid, sticky mess, more like murky amniotic fluid. But in here, the energy was terrifyingly intense. Jingshu let out a slow breath, feeling the whole cube space come alive, frantically absorbing this energy, starting to condense, as if it might materialize at any moment. So it wasn't that the cube space hadn't been absorbing energy before, it was just that the energy concentration hadn't been high enough. On the other side, Xia Jiangwo had just let out a breath, the uncomfortable thing was gone. If he guessed right, that thing was probably Jingshu herself. But why was she suddenly sucking up his energy like crazy? But before long, that unsettling feeling came back. Xia Jiangwo felt like there was a hole in his body. She'd squeezed back in and was sucking energy again. Get out, quick! Meanwhile, Jingshu felt herself being squeezed out by something. This dark, new energy really was rejecting her. No problem. Jingshu grabbed the rope and came back again, and not only that, she widened the passage. She'd barely gotten back in before she was squeezed out again. Jingshu, it's fine, it's fine. Let's try again. And so, Jingshu went in and out and in, over and over. Finally, when the energy reached a certain threshold, her mind went blank with a boom. A huge surge of energy rushed up from her feet to the top of her head, and it just kept pouring out. She felt like a pot of water boiling over. Energy gushed out wildly, and it was as if her brain was about to grow a new brain inside it. A giant world tree was madly taking root and sprouting in her mind. At last, unable to withstand the torrent of energy, Jingshu's eyes rolled back and she passed out. And wouldn't you know it, she just happened to faint right into the black energy pool. The energy in the pool was churning wildly, boiling over like water on a stove. Xia Zhangwo stared in horror at the energy pool that had been calm for years, feeling unbearably hot. Only then did he realize that Jing Shu had already passed out. From the first moment he'd seen her, her energy had been unfathomable. Now, it was as if she'd reached some spiritual threshold. Her body was so full of energy it was about to overflow. Xia Zhangwo let out a slow breath. As long as she wasn't sucking his energy, it was fine. It was getting so hot, so hot. He wanted to escape this hellhole, but right now it was as if he'd become one with the energy here. Xia Zhangwo felt like his brain was about to grow a new brain too, like something was crawling out of his body. Then, he closed his eyes and passed out as well. The eerily quiet, terrifying black pool churned like boiling water, sending up wisps of steam, but no one noticed. Until, hiss, Jing Shu opened her eyes, her head splitting with pain. Her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, and when she finally managed to open them, she realized she was floating in midair. Jing Shu. The shock snapped her fully awake. Wait, I remember before I passed out, I was absorbing new energy. Once I finished, the cube space should have upgraded, but why am I lying in midair? No, wait, something hard was beneath her. Jing Shu rubbed her eyes and realized she wasn't lying in midair, but on top of the floating cube space. Jing Shu. What the heck did the cube space upgrade into this time? Jing Shu was so startled that her Rubik's cube space seemed to be jolted as well. In an instant, it vanished, and with nothing left to support her, Jing Shu fell with a splash into the pool of black, viscous liquid. But this time, as she entered the black goo, all the nausea and discomfort she'd felt before was gone. Instead, she felt an unexpected sense of intimacy, as if she and the liquid were perfectly compatible. If this black energy weren't part of Xia Zhangwo's body, I'd almost think it was meant to be mine, Jing Shu muttered, holding her head. She lingered in the liquid for a while longer, then quietly whispered to herself. Space. In an instant, a series of nearly transparent, 1 cubic meter cubes outlined in white lines appeared before her eyes. They were neatly arranged, almost metallic in their orderliness, right in front of Jing Shu. And they actually squeezed out an entire wall of passageways in the thick, sticky pool, forming a strange sunken area in the middle of the black pool, shaped like a series of cubes. If outsiders couldn't see the space, all they'd notice was a bizarre depression in the center of the pool, shaped like cubes. Jing Shu climbed onto the platform of the space, the black goo sliding off her body as if the space were a non-stick pan, the liquid rolling right off. The space has actually materialized. Jing Shu exclaimed excitedly, running her hands over the space. It felt cool to the touch. At the very center was a spring of spiritual water, surrounded by patches of black soil, all connected by a transparent starry chain that linked the plots of land together. In the soil were all sorts of vegetables and fruits that Jing Shu had planted. There are 6 more plots of land now. I'll plant more peanuts and beans this time, and press more oil. Even though we still have thousands of barrels at home, the oil pressed in the space is so much more fragrant. From now on, we'll only eat food produced in the space. Looking at all the newly expanded space, Jing Shu started planning again. With this much extra room, I can raise another dozen pigs. We go through a whole barrel of lard every month, and we're running out of pigs. I should raise some cattle too. I heard there are mutated snowflake cattle in Beijing and Shanghai now. Their meat is tender and delicious. Next to the farmland was the multicolored dark energy space. Each cubic meter contained a cluster of colored crystal, surrounded by various shades of dark energy. One of them was a black goo space, with a fist-sized black crystal in the center. These dark energy spaces were different from the regular cubic spaces. Their edges were outlined in all sorts of colors, more solid and shimmering with a rainbow glow. Most importantly, they tightly surrounded the spiritual spring at the center. Each space was still connected by a colored chain, as if constantly channeling energy into the spring. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, the energy cubes appeared right in front of her. The spiritual spring is growing. The rate is about 10 times what it was before, over 200 drops a day. And the other colored dark energies are increasing too, albeit slowly, about 10 drops a day. Jingshu wasn't sure if this was a qualitative change caused by the black energy being charged up or something else, but her Rubik's Cube space now felt like a complete ecosystem, with all the energies complementing each other. But these two empty, colorless energy spaces, are they for the next types of dark energy I need to collect? Jingshu stared at the two deliberately reserved empty spaces in her Rubik's Cube space, deep in thought. These two empty spaces took up 2 cubic meters. But nothing could be stored in them. No fruits or vegetables, no rabbits, chickens, or ducks, not even water, clothes, or any other material. It was as if they were reserved for something very specific. So, if I find 2 more types of dark energy, I'll be able to use these spaces? Maybe my space will undergo another huge transformation then. Just 2 more types of dark energy, and she might finally uncover the secret of the Rubik's Cube space. Jingshu closed her eyes and carefully sensed the changes. This upgrade had brought massive changes, not just more space, but new forms of energy and tangible shapes. This time, the upgrade also came with a new ability: energy conversion and duplication. The core of duplication was the black crystal. If the 8-dimensional space was a giant converter, then her Rubik's Cube space was a mini version. As long as she had the black crystal, she could transform and duplicate any item or object in the Rubik's Cube space, including all the energy and food Jingshu coveted. Even lard and cherries could be duplicated. But, honestly, it wasn't worth it. The dark energy required to duplicate those things could be used to make 10 times as much fuel. Only unique or rare items were worth duplicating. Currently, 1 drop of black energy could duplicate about a gene, half a kilo of gasoline, which was a pretty good conversion rate, not to mention electricity, natural gas, and so on. After reviewing the new abilities from the upgrade, there was still one more thing to test. That was, Jingshu knocked on the space. Now that it had materialized, there was a new problem. If she summoned all these spaces in front of her to get something, what if, guess what? If the space was solid, what if she accidentally knocked someone flying with it? And now that the space was tangible, she could see the spaces and everything inside them, but could other people see them too? Just as she was thinking this, Sue Mary, who had been sleeping inside the Hulk's body, woke up. Still groggy, she looked around and was shocked to see that half the water in the pool had vanished. Her jaw nearly dropped. She shouted, rubbed her eyes, and when she looked again, everything had disappeared. Was it just my imagination? Jingshu stroked her chin. Perfect, there was a living test subject right in front of her. She could verify her theory. Mary, you're finally awake, Jingshu said with a beaming smile as she walked over to Sue Mary. Sue Molly's sleep was a muddled blur. At one moment, she felt like she was in a steaming basket, unbearably hot. The next, she seemed to slip into a mysterious, silent space, dreaming all sorts of strange dreams. When she finally woke up, her vision was still blurry. She even thought she saw the black water in the pool separating itself. I must be too exhausted lately, she told herself. But hearing Jingshu speak with that cheerful, smiling tone, Sue Molly couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. I'm awake. Did something happen? Or did you find a way out? Sue Molly asked hopefully. No rush on getting out, Jingshu shook her head. Based on her experience of being pulled out dozens of times, that could wait. The priority now was to test the 2 forms of the Rubik's Cube space, otherwise, she wouldn't dare use it at all. Jingshu snapped her fingers, summoning 3 spaces in front of Sue Molly, an empty 1 cubic meter space, another filled with fruits, and a third with spiritual spring water. She asked, "Can you see anything in front of you?" Jingshu watched Sue Molly's pupils closely. If there was shock or surprise, it meant she could see them. But seeing Sue Molly's clear, clueless expression and her shaking her head, it was obvious she couldn't see a thing. Jingshu let out a sigh of relief. Good, ordinary people still couldn't see the space. Gently, she took Sumali's hand and guided it toward the space. What about now? Can you feel anything? Sumali's hand trembled slightly, then she looked shocked. I think I'm touching something hard, like a stone slab. It's cold. But there's clearly nothing in front of me. Jingshu, what's going on? Jingshu pondered for a moment, then changed the Rubik's Cube space to its hidden state and asked again, and now? Sumali frowned, waving her hand in front of her face. It's gone. How did it disappear? I was just touching something like a stone slab. That's so weird. Oh, I get it. Are you trying to do a magic trick for me, Jingshu? Give me a surprise. She looked at Jingshu, eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Sure enough, in the next second, Jingshu made a gesture with her empty hands, and 2 big, red apples appeared. She stuffed one into Sumali's mouth. Eat up. I secretly copied it with energy. Sumali's eyes lit up. She took a bite, crisp and sweet. She was so happy she almost fainted. This apple was so fresh, so juicy, so crunchy, so delicious. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Xia Jiangwo, who was in the pool, couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted the 2 little mice sneaking food. Before he could finish, Jingshu stuffed the other apple into his mouth. Just eat. Stop talking so much nonsense. Xia Jiangwo shut up and didn't ask where the apple came from he just ate. But after one bite, he suddenly remembered something and secretly copied the bitten apple, planning to save it as rations so he could copy another whenever he wanted to eat. After finishing the apple, Xia Jiangwo finally spoke. Miss, could you take a look at me? I feel like I've changed somehow. There's this itchy feeling, especially on the top of my head. It's really itchy, but I can't reach it. It would have been better not to look. But after one glance... Holy crap! Jingshu jumped in shock. Brother Xia, of course it's itchy. You've grown all sorts of new things. How did you end up like this? Xia Jiangwo's head was covered in black lines, each with several tiny white eyes. You could call them worms, but they didn't seem alive, but if not, they still danced in the air. The weirdest part, when Xia Jiangwo grabbed the apple, these creatures on his head instantly sliced it into countless pieces and stuffed them into his mouth. Forget it, I can't explain. See for yourself. Jingshu fished out a small mirror from who knows where and handed it to Xia Jiangwo. He took one look and screamed, a ghost.
We're excited to tell you that we now have a membership plan for you.
If you are interested, click on the link in the descriptions box.
If you like this video, please click on the like button and make a comment below so the video would get more views.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get the next series or the next episodes.